He made a low, rough sound in his throat, his fingers tightening in her hair. She pressed her lips tighter, increasing the pressure. His hips jerked, and he began the usual stream of nonsense boys always seem to mutter at times like this. Sweet Jesus, oh God, don't stop. You're so beautiful. Oh my God, you are the best. Oh, Ginny, 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 sweet Ginny. She wondered if he ever listened to himself, if he had a clue what was actually coming out of his mouth. One minute he'd compare her to a saint, the next he'd call her a dark Georgia rose. Once he'd even mumbled he loved her. A guy would say absolutely anything right now. The gear shift was digging painfully into her hip. She shifted, moving her right hand to the waist of his jeans, working them lower. Another small adjustment, and he made a choked, gurgling sound as if he were drowning. Holy Mother of God, Jesus, Ginny, beautiful, beautiful Ginny, sweet, mother, pretty, lovely, are killing me, you are killing me, you are killing me, for heaven's sake, she thought. Just finish already. A little more maneuvering, a bit more pressure from her mouth, followed by a strategic shift of her hand, and Tommy was done, a panting, satisfied boy. Little Ginny would finally get her reward. She retreated to her side of the truck, turning her head slightly so he wouldn't see her wipe her mouth with the back of her hand. The bottle of Jim Beam was right where they'd left it, rolling on the floorboards. She picked it up, took a burning swig, and passed it to Tommy. He still had his pants around his ankles and wore the dazed, vacant expression of the varsity football captain. Damn, Ginny, now you really are trying to kill me? She laughed, took another swallow herself so big it made her eyes water, and told herself it was just the whiskey. Tommy attended to his clothes. He pulled up his briefs, then his jeans, and buckled his belt with a casual efficiency girls never seemed to master. This was exactly why Ginny preferred front-seat blowjobs to the complicated logistics of backseat sex. It kept things simple, and with most boys blessedly quick, Tommy reached for the sour mash. She handed him the bottle and watched his Adam's apple bob above the collar of his letterman's jacket. He dragged his hand across his mouth and passed the bottle back. Sex and whiskey, he said with a grin, doesn't get any better than this. Not bad for a Tuesday, she conceded. His hand snaked under her shirt, his fingers finding her breast, squeezing her nipple experimentally. You're sure? She swatted his hand away. Can't gotta get home. Mama said if I broke curfew one more time, she'd change the locks. Your mama? He snorted. Isn't that the pot calling the kettle black? Ginny let the comment slide. Besides, don't you gotta meet up with the guys, or maybe swing by Darlene's? She probably can't sleep without one last glimpse of her lover boy. She started the comment playfully, but it ended with a sharp edge. Just because you knew your place in the world didn't mean you had to like it. Tommy had grown quiet beside her. He reached over and stroked her cheek with his thumb, a strangely tender gesture coming from him.
I got something for you,
he said abruptly, pulling his hand back and digging into his front jeans pocket. Ginny frowned. Of course he had something for her. That was how this arrangement worked. The white trash girl services the rich, handsome quarterback, and in return he tosses her a shiny trinket, because all boys had needs, but not all of them could get what they needed from their proper uptight girlfriends. Tommy was just staring at her now. Ginny finally glanced down at his outstretched hand, and a jolt of genuine disbelief shot through her when she saw his class ring resting in his palm. What on earth is that? She demanded, the words escaping before she could stop them. Tommy flinched, but recovered quickly. I know it's a shock. Darlene would cut your heart out with a butter knife if she saw that on me. Darlene isn't in the picture anymore. Since when? Since Saturday night. I ended it. Ginny just stared, her mind reeling. Why would you pull a boneheaded stunt like that? His expression clouded. He clearly hadn't expected this, but he pressed on anyway. Ginny, sweetheart, I don't think you're getting it. Oh, I get it perfectly. Darlene is gorgeous. She has designer clothes, her father's bank account, and that flawless lipstick she's so careful not to mess up. Her voice took on a sharp, mocking edge. Naturally, a girl like that has certain limitations. So now you've decided you're in love with the town charity case instead. Don't talk like that. Like what, honestly? I know exactly what I am. The only fool in this truck is you. You promised me a gold necklace. So that's all this is about? The necklace? Obviously. He watched her, his jaw working. You know, Trace tried to warn me about you, said you had a vicious side, a heart like a rattlesnake. I told him he was wrong. You're not your mom, Ginny. You could be. You are someone important, at least, he said, squaring his shoulders. You are to me. What is wrong with you? She couldn't take another second. She shoved the door open and jumped down from the truck, her boots hitting the hard, uneven ground of the deserted logging road. She heard him scrambling out his side, probably worried she'd do something reckless. For one wild, impulsive second, she wanted to bolt, just sprint down that long, shadowy corridor framed by the tall Georgia pines. She was young and fast. A girl like her knew how to run. God knows she'd had enough practice. Ginny, just talk to me. His voice came from behind her, still sincere, but giving her room. Good grief. The boy had probably been reading poetry or listening to too much angsty folk music. Everyone was so obsessed with having depth these days. Didn't they realize clichés were simpler? She took a sharp breath, tilting her head back to the stars. When life gives you lemons, she thought, with a sudden, bitter amusement, you make damn lemonade. The sheer ridiculousness of it almost made her laugh, or maybe scream. So she fell back on her oldest skill, she calculated. A girl in her position couldn't afford to be naive. All right, Tommy, she said, turning back to face him. I'll be straight with you. You caught me off guard. Yeah, me too. Didn't plan for any of this. This is gonna cause you trouble, you know. If I wear that ring, everyone at school will talk. Let them. You graduate in 4 months and you're free. Tommy, you don't need this drama. Ginny, he began, urgency creeping back into his tone. She stepped closer and placed a finger lightly on his lips. I'll take the ring, Tommy. Really? Hope flashed in his eyes, so earnest. Damn that sentimental music. Did you bring the necklace? Well, yeah, just in case, but give it to me. I'll wear the ring on the chain under my shirt. It'll be our secret, just between us, at least until school's out. I don't need some big public display to know how you feel. What you've done here tonight. Her voice threatened to crack. She forced it to sound lighter, brighter. It means a lot that you thought of this. Tommy's face broke into a relieved grin. He fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a small plastic bag holding the necklace. He'd likely gotten it from a discount store. 14-karat gold, it would probably leave a green stain on her skin. She felt a sudden hollow pang. Was this really what it all came down to? She threaded the chain through the ring's band and offered him a steadying smile. He pulled her in for a fierce kiss, which she allowed, but when his hands began roaming again, clearly aiming to celebrate their new status with a quick romp in the trees, she pushed firmly against his solid frame. Tommy, she said breathlessly. Curfew. Let's not kick things off with me being grounded. He flashed a bright grin, cheeks flushed. Right, but man, Ginny. I know. Now get back in the truck. Let's see how fast you can really drive. Tommy drove fast, but they still pulled up 10 minutes past 11. The porch light glowed, but the shades stayed still. With any luck, her mother was out and none the wiser. After the night she'd had, Ginny figured she was owed one small break. Tommy insisted on waiting until she was safely inside, but she argued that would only risk her mom coming out to make a scene. A little more coaxing cost her 5 precious minutes before he finally drove off. Her knight in shining armor, she thought with a dry laugh, turning toward the small gray house with its patchy excuse for a lawn. Dull on the outside, even duller within. But hey, it was home. At least it wasn't a trailer park. Once Ginny had a father. He was tall and handsome, with a booming laugh and strong arms that would sweep her up the moment he walked in after work. He died one ordinary day, his truck hitting black ice on the way home from a drywall job. The insurance bought the house. Her mother found other ways to cover the rest. Ginny tried the front door, locked. She shrugged and circled to the back, but it was bolted too. The windows didn't budge. Her mom liked everything sealed tight. The neighborhood might have been solidly blue-collar a decade ago, but those days were long gone. She knocked, then rang the bell. Not a stir from inside. Her mother had done it, locked her out to teach a lesson about curfew and straightening up. Fine. She'd take a walk. Maybe in an hour her mom would decide the point was made. Ginny started down the dark street, passing one modest house after another, homes of people who used to work steady jobs and now mostly didn't. She had just reached the corner where her street met the rural road when a black SUV sped past. Its brake lights flared like dragon eyes as it screeched to a stop 20 yards ahead. A head leaned out the driver's window, shadowed by a baseball cap. A low, male voice asked, "Need a ride?" It only took her a second to decide. The SUV looked pricey. The voice sounded steady. Maybe her night was finally turning around. She realized her error 5 minutes later, after she'd slid into the luxurious cabin, running her fingers over the butter-soft leather. After she'd giggled and told the trim, middle-aged driver her car had run out of gas. After she'd suggested with another light laugh that he could just take her around the block. He didn't say much, just took a left, then a right, before abruptly swinging behind a massive self-storage complex and cutting the engine. That's when the first shiver hit. With a total stranger, there was always that split second where fear prickled your skin before you remembered you didn't have to be scared anymore, because there wasn't much left anyone could take from you that you hadn't already handed over. But then he turned, and she found herself staring into a flat, expressionless face, a hard, square jaw, thin lips, and eyes like bottomless pools of black. Ginny's fingers tightened around Tommy's ring in her jacket pocket, a cold knot forming in her stomach. He seemed to anticipate her reaction, pausing deliberately before he tipped up the brim of his cap. The mark on his forehead was all the answer she needed. In that instant, several truths clicked into place with chilling clarity. Her mother wouldn't be waiting up for her tonight. Tommy's boastful stories to his friends would remain just that, stories. This man had no intention of allowing her to leave. Some girls could outrun trouble, some could outsmart it. Ginny Jones had learned a different lesson 4 years earlier, the first time her mother's boyfriend had slipped into her room. Survival, for her, had only ever required one kind of currency. "Okay," she said, her voice unnervingly steady. "Skip the small talk. Just tell me what you want, and I'll get undressed." Chapter 1. Lessons no one teaches you, only experience can. The pain is sharpest at the beginning. You scream until your voice cracks and your eyes burn, a sour mix of fear and salt coating your throat. You call for your mother, you plead with a God who feels suddenly absent. The violation is incomprehensible, a nightmare you can't wake from. Yet it continues, relentless, until the screams die in your chest. Terror is not a permanent state, it burns too bright, consumes too much. True terror lives in the unknown. But when the unknown becomes routine, when violation, intimidation, and pain are your daily bread, the fear mutates. What once shattered you becomes the backdrop of your life. This is your existence now. This is what you are, another piece in a collector's display. Chapter 2. Spiders hunt, but they are also hunted. Survival depends on cunning disguises and swift escapes from spiders and their kin, Herbert Well and Lorna R. Levi. "We've got an issue."
You think?
Kimberly replied, rubbing her temple. Between the meth labs popping up everywhere, the shrinking middle class, and the endless climate debates. Not that. A real, on-the-ground issue. Kimberly stifled a sigh. After 3 days processing the crash site, she was numb to the stench of fuel and scorched earth. She was cold, thirsty, and a persistent ache had settled in her side. Her definition of a real problem had gotten pretty strict. She drained the last of her water bottle and turned from the bustling tent city that served as their command post. "Fine, Harold, what is it?" "Nope. You gotta see it for yourself." Without waiting, Harold set off at a brisk pace along the perimeter tape. Kimberly had little choice but to follow. The scene was once a peaceful field edged by woods. Now it was a scar of torn earth, littered with the blackened skeleton of a fuselage, a mangled tractor, and a sheared-off wing. Plane crashes were sprawling, hazardous puzzles, every jagged piece of metal a threat, every step a potential contamination risk. By the third afternoon, Her team had moved past the initial overwhelm and into a steady rhythm of documentation. The mood had lightened, lunch breaks were longer, the tension slightly eased, none of which explained why Harold was currently leading Kimberly away from the hum of the generator and the bustle of dozens of investigators working the scene. He moved with a steady, loping stride, covering 50 yards, then 100, then nearly half a mile without a word. "Harold, what the hell is this?" Kimberly finally demanded, her breath forming small clouds in the cold air. "5 more minutes, you can handle it." He picked up the pace. Kimberly, never one to admit defeat, clenched her jaw and matched his stride. They reached the edge of the established perimeter, and Harold veered right into the small grove of trees that had sparked this entire investigation, their splintered tops like broken bones against the gray winter sky. "This had better be worth it, Harold." "Yep. If you dragged me out here to show me some rare lichen or a protected sapling, I will end you. I believe it." Harold ducked under a fallen trunk and pushed through the dense underbrush. When he stopped abruptly, Kimberly almost collided with his back. "Look up," he instructed. Kimberly lifted her gaze. "Ah, hell, we have a serious problem. FBI Special Agent Kimberly Quincy was the complete package, intelligent, capable, and with a legacy to uphold, thanks to a father whose name was spoken alongside legends like Douglas and Wrestler in Quantico hallways. She had shoulder-length ash-blonde hair, sharp blue eyes, and refined features inherited from her late mother, the origin of whispers that would trail Kimberly for years. At 5'6" with a lean, athletic frame, she was known for her stamina, her skill with a sidearm, and a distinct aversion to casual physical contact. She wasn't the agent who inspired instant camaraderie, but she earned unwavering respect. Now in her 4th year with the Atlanta field office, finally leading one of the city's 3 evidence response teams in violent crimes, her career path seemed set, or at least it had been until recently. She no longer participated in mandatory firearms drills, but otherwise it was business as usual. The modern bureau prided itself on being progressive, all about equity and fairness, or, as agents joked, it wasn't your grandfather's FBI anymore. Currently, Kimberly had more immediate concerns, beginning with the severed leg suspended in a massive rhododendron bush just outside their tape. "How on earth did you spot that?" Kimberly asked as they hurried back toward command. "Birds," Harold answered. "Kept noticing a flock getting spooked from that exact patch of trees. Made me think something was disturbing them, which got me wondering, what would draw a predator to that spot? And then—" He shrugged his bony shoulders. "You know how it goes." Kimberly nodded, though as a lifelong city dweller, she didn't really know. Harold, however, had been raised in a log cabin and once worked for the Forestry Service. He could track a coyote, field dress a deer, and predict a storm by reading the bark on an oak. At 6'1" and whip-thin, he looked more like a utility pole than a woodsman, but he considered a 20-mile hike a pleasant afternoon. During the ERT's work at the Rudolph Bombers campsite, he'd reached the remote location a full hour before the rest of the team, who were still grappling with the steep, wooded incline. "Are you going to tell Rachel?" Harold asked now. "Or is that my honor?" "Oh, I think you've earned all the credit here." No, you're the team leader. Besides, she won't bite your head off." He emphasized the last point a little too much. Kimberly understood perfectly, and he was right, of course. She absently rubbed her side, pushing down a flicker of old frustration. The discovery changed everything, and the familiar, controlled rhythm of her day was already unraveling. The trouble began early Saturday morning, when a 727 departed Charlotte, North Carolina at 6:05 a.m., carrying a 3-person crew and a cargo hold packed with mail. It was scheduled to land in Atlanta by 7:20. The weather was wet and foggy, with a real risk of icing. The precise chain of failure would be for the NTSB to determine. But just after 7:15, as the jet began its final approach, it dropped too low. The right wing sheared through the crown of a thick stand of trees, sending the plane spiraling into an open field. It performed a brutal, tumbling cartwheel across the mud, obliterating a combine harvester, 2 pickup trucks, and a tractor in its path. A storm of metal fragments scattered along a half-mile scar in the earth before the main cabin erupted in a fireball. By the time first responders reached the site, the crew was lost. What remained was the grim logistics of processing a disaster zone stretching over a mile, containing 3 victims, the shattered aircraft, 4 mangled farm vehicles, and what looked like a snowfall of undelivered letters. The NTSB took charge of the operation. Under the standing agreement between the NTSB and the FBI, Atlanta's 3 evidence response teams were called in to help document the scene. Senior team leader Rachel Childs' first order of business was to establish a perimeter, standard protocol for crashes and explosions, set the boundary at 50% beyond the farthest piece of debris, so if the furthest fragment is 100 yards out, you secure an area 150 yards out. Here, that meant a perimeter 2.5 miles long and half a mile wide. This was no tidy drawing room mystery with a single chalk outline. It was, however, the ideal proving ground for the Bureau's newest pride and joy, the total station. Adapted from the surveying equipment used by construction crews, this laser-sighted device was linked to specialized forensic software. It transformed evidence logging into a point-and-shoot operation, generating detailed 3D models that investigators could study after each shift. The method was straightforward but demanded intense manpower. First, teams of technicians combed the area, tagging each item, aircraft component, human remains, personal effect with a colored flag. Then, a rod person positioned a glass reflector on every marked piece. Finally, the gun operator aimed the total station at the reflector and pulled the trigger, logging the item into the database from up to 3 miles away while a spotter kept records and assigned numbers. It was meticulous, exhausting work, but it transformed a landscape of chaos into an orderly digital reconstruction, imposing a kind of sense onto senseless tragedy. For anyone with a compulsive need for order, it was deeply satisfying, and Kimberly, who admitted to being exactly that type, found it utterly captivating. She usually loved being on the rod, but this time she was stuck with recorder duty. The command post appeared ahead. Kimberly noted a group in white shirts and navy suits, NTSB officials huddled over a massive schematic of the 727, a cluster in pale blue hazmat suits, crime scene techs taking a break, and one distinct flash of coppery red. Rachel Childs, the red-headed ERT leader and notorious perfectionist. Kimberly and Harold ducked under the yellow tape. Harold muttered, "Break a leg." Supervisory Special Agent Childs had once dreamed of designing iconic Chicago skyscrapers. She'd even been accepted to a prestigious architecture program. But in a last-minute twist, she chose the FBI Academy instead. A stint assisting a legendary evidence expert in Chicago showed her where she truly belonged, and she never looked back. Her meticulous nature, skill for precise sketching, and near-compulsive approach to paperwork had turned out to be far more useful for documenting a crime scene than they ever were for designing buildings in Chicago. That career shift happened 15 years ago, and she hadn't regretted it for a second. Standing just 5 feet tall and weighing barely over 100 pounds, she was a compact, fiercely dedicated force of nature, a modern-day Nancy Drew. One who was, at this very moment, contemplating her first act of professional homicide. "How in the world did you manage to overlook something as significant as an entire human leg?" she demanded, her voice a low, controlled thunder. She had pulled Kimberly and Harold away from the main recovery area to the semi-privacy offered by a chugging generator. Rachel believed in reprimanding her team in private. These people were her family. She could privately acknowledge their mistakes, and she could tell them directly when they'd messed up. That was nobody else's concern. "Well, the leg is inside a thicket," Harold offered after a moment. "Under a pine tree. It isn't exactly in plain sight. It's February. The deciduous trees are bare. It should have been visible." "It's in a cluster of evergreens," Kimberly interjected. "Harold took me right to the spot. Even then, I couldn't see it until he physically pointed. Honestly, I'm surprised he spotted it at all." Harold gave her a look of pure gratitude. Kimberly simply shrugged. He'd been correct. Rachel would go easier on her. She might as well share the goodwill. "Unbelievable," Rachel muttered, running a hand through her hair. "It's day 3. We should be closing this scene down, not expanding it. This is the most basic rookie mistake." These things happen. Remember the Oklahoma City site, the Nashville crash? On scenes this large, it's a miracle we managed to contain them at all. Kimberly spoke up again, her tone pragmatic. Still, we'll expand the perimeter, redirect the search teams to concentrate on the western sector. It'll cost us another full day, but if we're lucky, this one stray leg is the only thing we missed. But Rachel's expression had darkened further, a new thought striking her. Hold on, you're absolutely certain it's a human leg? I've seen a leg or two in my time, Harold said dryly. So have I, Kimberly confirmed. Yet Rachel was now pressing her fingers to her temples. Oh, for crying out loud, we aren't missing any limbs. We recovered 3 complete sets of remains from the cockpit wreckage just this morning, and since I personally supervised that recovery, I can state with absolute certainty that we accounted for all 6 legs. Harold glanced between the two women, a grim satisfaction on his face.
I told you we had a problem.
They gathered a camera, high-powered flashlights, gloves, a garden rake, and a folded tarp, a compact field evidence kit. Rachel needed to see this leg with her own eyes. Maybe they'd get lucky. Maybe it would turn out to be a bundle of rags, a dismembered mannequin limb, or, best-case scenario, the hindquarter of a deer some local joker had dressed in jeans. In rural Georgia, she'd encountered weirder things. With barely 2 hours of daylight remaining, they moved with swift efficiency into the wooded patch. They scanned the ground carefully to avoid contaminating any potential evidence. Then, with a slight adjustment, Harold and Kimberly pinned the object in the crossed beams of their lights, pulling it from the deep shadows of the overgrown bushes. Rachel snapped a rapid series of digital photographs. Next came the tape measure and compass, documenting the size of the thicket, its relation to a nearby fence post, and its distance from the established perimeter. Finally, after they had recorded every conceivable detail, short of the call of a distant owl and the creeping sensation of the cold breeze against their Tyvek suits, Harold carefully maneuvered the rake's tines beneath the object. Rachel swiftly spread the tarp on the ground. With deliberate care, Harold lowered his discovery onto the center of the blue plastic expanse. They stared at it in silence for a long moment. Well, crap, Rachel said quietly. It was undeniably a leg, severed cleanly above the knee. The exposed end of the femur bone gleamed starkly white against the blue tarp. Judging by its size and the fragment of blue denim still clinging to it, it likely belonged to a male. A sudden, unwelcome memory of the morning's grim cataloging flashed in Rachel's mind. You're positive all 3 victims from the cockpit were intact? Kimberly asked, a hint of professional pique in her voice. She hadn't been assigned to the cockpit recovery, a fact that annoyed her more than she cared to admit, especially now when a potentially major oversight was staring them in the face. The cockpit was severely damaged, but not completely destroyed. It had broken away from the main body of the aircraft, and while scorched, hadn't been drenched in enough fuel to burn at an extreme temperature. That's not a pilot, Harold stated flatly. Pilots don't wear denim jeans. Maybe a farm worker? Kimberly suggested, though she immediately doubted her own words. The local farmer had already been by, more concerned with his demolished tractor than any missing help. If a laborer had vanished, they'd have heard. Rachel was stepping back, her eyes scanning the dense tree line. We're standing at the initial impact zone, she said, pointing to the jagged, broken tops of pines just a short distance away. The right wingtip struck here, forcing the plane into a violent dip. The pilot fought it, overcorrecting, which is why 100 yards over there she gestured toward the unseen field. The left wing carved a trench into the earth, sealing its fate into the final spin, Kimberly concluded, which means right here, at this exact spot. The plane wasn't spinning yet, Rachel pressed. So how does a crew member's leg end up a full mile from the cockpit, even if there had been an explosion, which there wasn't? The physics don't add up. Harold began pacing a small circle, studying the ground. Kimberly, following a different hunch, tilted her head back to examine the canopy. The smell hit her first, a coppery, sharp tang. Then she saw the first flash of bright orange, and another, until the grim picture assembled itself. The form was wedged in the branches, missing its head, left arm and leg, a grotesque hunched silhouette against the bark. I have a feeling our departure just got delayed, Kimberly said quietly as the others gathered beside her. A hunter? Rachel asked, disbelief in her voice. But deer season closed ages ago. Deer season ended in early January, Harold offered, ever the helpful guide. But small game runs through February. Then you've got wild boar, bears. This is Georgia. There's always something in season. Poor guy, Kimberly murmured. Just sitting up there, quietly waiting for squirrel, rabbit, maybe a turkey, Harold filled in, only to get decapitated by a passenger jet. Talk about rotten luck. When it's your time, I guess it's your time, Harold agreed with a philosophical shrug. Rachel, however, looked thoroughly annoyed. She took a deep, steadying breath. All right, we've got maybe an hour of decent light left. Let's make it count. As it happened, the NTSB had little interest in a leg found in the forest. A deceased hunter was considered tragic collateral damage in an aviation investigation. It became an FBI matter. Rachel got on the phone, arranging for a new evidence response team and recruiting enough agents and local deputies to organize a grid search. Before long, a group of law enforcement personnel stood assembled among the trees. Harold distributed thin metal probes to each volunteer, emphasizing the need to check both the ground and the overhead branches. As the line coordinator, his job was to keep the search formation intact, a challenging task in the uneven woodland. The local sheriff had provided a name. Ronnie Danvers, reported missing just that morning. The 20-year-old had left to go hunting 3 days prior. His girlfriend, assuming he was blowing off steam with friends, only grew concerned when her repeated calls went unanswered. It took her 3 whole days to notice he was gone? Asked fellow agent Tony Coble, incredulous. Harold shared what he'd learned. Sounds like they were having some issues. The girlfriend's expecting and apparently pretty moody. He made a point of not glancing at Kimberly when he said it, which naturally made everyone else turn and look her way. I am not moody, Kimberly stated flatly. I've always been this way. A persistent cramp in her side had finally faded, replaced by a faint fluttering sensation just below her ribs. It still felt incredible, a tiny secret miracle. Her hand drifted to rest on her lower belly, a protective gesture she couldn't seem to stop. Her teammates were all smiling at her. They'd already taped a paper stork above her desk. Just last week, she'd come back from lunch to find her inbox stuffed with baby pacifiers. These were supposed to be hardened federal agents. But lately, if she so much as sighed, someone would sprint to get her water, a chair, or a jar of pickles, a bunch of sentimental softies, and she adored every single one of them, even the insufferably smug Harold. Here's the situation, Rachel announced, cutting through the chatter. We all thought we'd get to head home tonight, or for those of us who live here, at least catch up on paperwork. That's not happening. We've got an hour, maybe 2. We need to map this entire area, gather every piece of evidence, and transport it all back to Command Central so we can log everything under the portable lights. In short, you can thank me later for another fantastic evening. A chorus of groans rose from the volunteers. Rachel just grinned. Okay, team, let's find Ronnie's head.
Chapter 3.
The brown recluse spins a medium-sized, irregular web. Its threads extend in all directions without a definite pattern or plan. From Biology of the Brown Recluse Spider, Kimberly finally made it home just after midnight. She moved through the dark, quiet house with the practiced ease of someone accustomed to odd hours. She dropped her bag, coat, and shoes on the hallway bench. In the kitchen, she poured a glass of water and checked the answering machine. Mac had left the desk lamp on, casting a warm circle of light over a stack of mail. A bright purple sticky note sat on top, scrawled with his handwriting. An empty pizza box on the counter told her he'd been home for dinner. She opened the refrigerator, spotted the leftover half of a cheese pizza, and considered her choices. Low-fat yogurt or cold pizza. The decision took about half a second. She ate the first slice standing in the middle of the kitchen, flipping through the mail. When she found the Pottery Barn Kids catalog, she devoured a second slice while studying every pink gingham item on the pages. Kimberly was utterly convinced she was having a girl. For starters, she knew nothing about raising little boys, so a daughter seemed far more logical. Beyond that, she had lost both her mother and her older sister to a murderer a decade ago. In her mind, the universe owed her a debt, and that payment was clearly meant to be a little girl. Mac, of course, was rooting for a boy. He already planned to name the kid after a famous Atlanta Braves player and dress him exclusively in baseball gear. Kimberly was certain her daughter, maybe Abigail or Eva or Ella, could outpitch any son of his, no contest. Their good-natured debate went in circles with the final answer due around the 22nd of June. They had met almost 5 years ago at the FBI Academy in Quantico. She was a new agent in training. He was attending the National Academy as a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Their first real encounter involved her coming at him with a training knife. He had responded by trying to steal a kiss. That dynamic, a mix of sparring and deep affection, had defined their relationship ever since. They'd been married for a year now, and the playful argument over their baby's future was just another chapter in their story. They had been married long enough to have smoothed out the practical details of daily life, who took out the trash, who handled the groceries, who mowed the lawn, yet remained newlywed enough to overlook the small irritations and inevitable slip-ups. Mac was the romantic one, surprising her with flowers, recalling her favorite song, pressing a kiss to the nape of her neck for no reason at all. Kimberly was the driven workaholic, each day mapped by an agenda, every hour assigned a task. She pushed herself relentlessly, struggled to compartmentalize, and likely would have burned out before 40 if not for Mac. He was her anchor. She, in all probability, was his path to sainthood. Without question, Mac would be a wonderful father. Kimberly let out a slow breath and refilled her water glass. Her pregnancy had been smooth so far. There was fatigue, but nothing she couldn't power through. Some morning sickness easily soothed by a cup of vanilla pudding. Another woman might have gained 30 pounds by now, but with her athletic frame and revved-up metabolism, Kimberly had added only 10, and just recently, at 22 weeks, had her bump become noticeable. She was healthy, the baby was healthy, and her dark-haired, handsome husband was absolutely thrilled, which was exactly why, on nights like this, Kimberly found herself wondering what in the world they had gotten themselves into. They were hardly a conventional couple. They'd met at a crime scene and dated while hunting a serial killer. In recent years, the longest stretch they'd spent together was in Oregon, working the case of her stepmother's abduction. They didn't have regular date nights. They rarely even managed lazy Sunday mornings in bed. Her pager would sound, or his would, and one would leave while the other understood their turn would come soon. They loved their careers. They gave each other space, and that arrangement had worked perfectly. But babies, as far as Kimberly could tell, demanded Friday night attention and Sunday morning cuddles and endless hours in between. What would have to give her job? His? Maybe they could manage with help from Mac's mother? Then again, what was the purpose of having a child only to pass it off for someone else to raise? Lately, her sleep had been invaded by nightmares, vivid, awful dreams where Mac died in a car wreck, or was shot on duty, or was struck down on a simple run for sandwiches. Each dream ended the same, her holding a phone, hearing the words, "We regret to inform you of your husband's death," while from down the hall echoed the piercing cry of a newborn. She'd wake trembling, soaked in sweat. Here she was, a woman who had once stared down a killer with a gun pressed to her temple like a perverse caress. She was strong, she was smart, she was resilient, and she knew beyond any doubt that she could not do this alone. On those nights, she would turn away from Mac's sleeping form, curl into herself, a hand resting on her belly, and stare into the shadowed room, aching for her own mother. Kimberly finished reviewing the catalog, set down her glass, and slipped into the guest bathroom to brush her teeth quietly. Her hair still carried the scent of jet fuel. Her skin and clothes smelled of greasy smoke. She tossed her clothes toward the laundry room and walked naked down the hall. Mac had left the bedside lamp on for her, accustomed to each other's rhythms. He didn't stir as she started the shower and then searched the dresser for pajamas. When she finally slid clean and cool between the sheets, Mac turned toward her, lifting an arm in sleepy invitation. "Everything okay?" he murmured. "Found Ronnie's head? Nice." She nestled into the warm curve of his body, guiding his hand to her side where the baby's movements now felt like the gentle beat of butterfly wings, slowly filling the hollow places in her heart. Somewhere, voices murmured in the dark, "Come on, Sal, you can do better than that." For God's sake, it was 3 in the morning. The girl probably had never laid eyes on Kimberly. She was just looking for a free pass, a classic jailhouse story. You know how these things go? Hearing her name pulled Kimberly further from the depths of sleep. She blinked her eyes open to find Mac across their bedroom, phone pressed to his ear. The instant he saw she was awake, a guilty flush crept up his neck. He deliberately turned his back, his voice a low, arguing rumble. "What exactly has she told you that justifies a personal visit from an FBI agent?" "Right. Sure. That and a quarter might get you a cup of coffee. Besides, even if it's legit, that sounds like our jurisdiction, not the Bureau's." That did it. Kimberly was wide awake now, and a slow burn of anger started in her chest. Mac was raking a hand through his hair. "Straight up, do you think she's legitimate, or just a kid in a tight spot? I know it's not your call. Humor me anyway." But clearly, Sal wasn't biting. Mac sighed heavily, mussing his hair again in frustration before turning reluctantly to face her. The phone cradled against his shoulder, his expression one of pure surrender. Before she could unleash her fury, he launched a preemptive strike. "It's GBI Special Agent Sal Martignetti. Cops in Sandy Springs picked up a woman last night, claim she's your confidential informant. She doesn't have your card and doesn't seem to know a thing about you, but she's sticking to her story. The arresting officers work with Sal on VICMO, so they called him, and he called me. VICMO, the Violent Crimes and Major Offenders Program, was supposed to foster cooperation across jurisdictions to spot bigger crime patterns. In reality, it was some bureaucrat's pipe dream of getting dozens of agencies to play nice. If Sal has information for me, Kimberly said, her voice tight, he should be calling me directly. Isn't that the whole point of this one big happy family cross-jurisdictional teamwork? We're all supposed to have each other on speed dial? Mac shot her a look. Don't start. The girl's name is Delilah Rose. Ring any bells, other than sounding like a stage name? You don't have to go. You just got home 3 hours ago and you'll be back at that crash scene by 6 a.m. What's she claiming to have? Won't give them specifics. Says it's for your ears only. But Sal has a theory. Mac shrugged. Sounds like she's hinting at information on another missing woman. Another working girl. Kimberly arched an eyebrow. "And that would be the GBI's ball game, as you so eloquently stated?" she asked, her tone dry. "Last I checked the statutes. Not if the crime involved crossing state lines." Kimberly threw off the covers and swung her legs out of bed. "Kimberly, I'm going to have a conversation, Mac, not plow a 40-acre field. Trust me, a pregnant woman can manage a chat." She paused, a sudden, vivid memory flashing of a case years ago involving a trafficked girl who'd hidden messages in origami cranes, a detail that always made her dig deeper when things felt off. After all this time, Mac knew when he was defeated. He brought the phone back to his ear. "Sal, you get that?" "Yeah, she'll come see the girl. Do me a favor? Make sure the holding area has some bottled water on hand."
Oh, please, Kimberly called over her shoulder as she headed for the bathroom. "Why don't you ask him to stock up on pickles and ice cream while he's at it?"
Sal must have heard that, too. No. Mac was already correcting, a hint of a smile in his voice. "But for the inside track, she'll trade you anything for vanilla pudding cups. I keep a stash in my car. It's the only reason I'm still breathing. And don't forget the plastic spoons or it gets messy." "Yeah, thanks, pal." A few minutes later, Kimberly emerged from the bathroom, her face tingling from cold water, fully alert. Mac had returned to their queen-size bed but was sitting up against the headboard watching her with somber eyes. She selected a fresh pair of trousers from the closet. He remained silent. This particular argument was 3 months old and had no resolution in sight. Kimberly's caseload was brutal, even by the FBI's demanding standards. In the world after 9/11, resources had been ruthlessly stripped from criminal investigations to bolster national security, leaving them all scrambling to do more with less. The Violent Crimes Unit in Atlanta had been stretched thin, shrinking from 16 agents down to 9, and the grueling 50-hour workweeks had ballooned into 70-hour slogs. Days that began at 9 in the morning now routinely stretched deep into the night. On top of that, Kimberly had taken on an extra role with the evidence response team, adding another 40 to 50 high-pressure callouts annually for incidents like plane crashes, bank heists, hostage crises, kidnappings, and the rare standoff with a cult leader. While agents received specialized training for these duties, there was no additional pay. They did it out of a sense of duty, finding their reward in the work itself. Mac had started questioning her relentless pace when she was just 4 weeks along, wondering if she really needed this much to feel fulfilled. He floated the idea of her moving back to white-collar crimes, or better yet, transferring to healthcare fraud with Rachel Childs. Rachel handled only a handful of cases each year. They were complex, paper-heavy investigations, but they allowed for more flexibility. Time Rachel used to manage her ERT duties, time Kimberly could use to prepare for motherhood. Mac often argued that fraud was the very core of the Bureau's mission. Kimberly countered by suggesting she join counterterrorism and deploy to Afghanistan for 6 months. That usually bought her a day or two of silence. Within the FBI, every decision ultimately came down to the needs of the Bureau. It was why new agents couldn't choose their first assignment, and why someone from Chicago was just as likely to be sent to Arkansas. From day one, the message was clear. The Bureau's needs came before your own. You were serving the government and protecting the American people, a mandate treated with the same solemnity as in the military. The Bureau needed Kimberly in violent crimes. She was skilled and experienced. Requesting a transfer now, she felt, would seem like a slight to her male colleagues, many of whom were also parents. She finished dressing, pulling on a black jacket she could no longer fasten but which looked fine left open. Studying her reflection, she thought that from the front, no one would guess she was pregnant. But from the side, the truth was unmistakable. A gentle flutter made her press a hand to the curve of her waist. She smiled wryly. As much as she loved her job, she was already fiercely in love with this new reality, too. She walked over to the bed and kissed Mac on the cheek. "I'm right, you're wrong," she told him. "You haven't listened to a thing I've said." "Oh yes, I have," he replied, his hand cradling the back of her head as he drew her down for a longer, more earnest kiss. They both believed in never parting on angry terms. "Things have changed," he said softly. "I know they have, Mac. I'm the one in elastic waist pants, remember? I worry about you. Well, you shouldn't. Last week's checkup was perfect for both of us." She let out a breath, softening a little. "Just 8 to 12 more weeks, Mac. That's all I'm asking for, this last stretch before I'm too big to move, and then I'll have to rely on you for everything, even putting on my shoes." She gave him one last kiss, feeling the tension in his jaw. As she turned to leave, his unspoken words hung in the air between them, a ghost from her past. Her own father had always put the Bureau first, and it had torn their family apart. Chapter 4. The initial bite is often painless. From Brown Recluse Spider by Michael F. Potter, urban entomologist, University of Kentucky College of Agriculture. Sandy Springs was situated about 15 miles north of Atlanta, accessible from Route 285 and Georgia 400. A significant suburban hub, it was home to 4 major hospitals, several Fortune 500 corporate offices, and notably a natural freshwater spring. Sandy Springs cultivated a family-friendly image, but its true claim to fame was a vibrant nightlife, featuring bars that poured drinks until 4 in the morning and an abundance of massage parlors welcoming new patrons. Whether young or old, male or female, drunk or sober, you could find entertainment in Sandy Springs. This reputation increasingly grated on the residents. In June 2005, they voted decisively to incorporate as a city, instantly becoming the 7th largest in Georgia. The new city council's first priority was establishing its own police force to address the area's more unsavory aspects. Sandy Springs was wholeheartedly joining the urban renewal trend, complete with a fresh wave of fashionable eateries. Kimberly hadn't yet interacted with the new department. She expected the officers would be either eager rookies or retired state troopers in their 50s, easing into a second career in a suburban setting. she encountered a bit of both. The young officer who greeted her at the door looked like he still had years before he'd need a regular shave. The night sergeant, however, with his receding hairline and expanding waistline, had unmistakable experience. He shook her hand firmly, tilted his head toward the rookie, and gave her a look that plainly said, "Can you believe the greenhorn they stuck me with?" To drive the point home, he added a smile and a wink. Kimberly offered neither a wink nor a smile in return, and after a moment, Sergeant Trevor moved on. "We detained the girl just after 1 a.m., Trevor stated. She was operating at the MARTA station. "She was working the train station?" Kimberly interjected, unable to hide her surprise. She had assumed the arrest occurred during a raid on a parlor. Street-level solicitation was typically confined to areas like Fulton Industrial Boulevard. In theory, Sandy Springs was too polished for such blatant activity. "It happens," Trevor said with a shrug. "Especially since we've ramped up raids on the establishments. Some of the women think they can mix in with the bar crowd, though honestly, the club-goers often show more skin. Others, well, they're too desperate or too high to care, or they're under pressure to recruit new girls. Gotta keep the operation stocked, you know?" Trevor squared his shoulders, clearly aiming to impress the federal agent. Before this job, Kimberly mused, he was probably a mall cop. Any position that came with a uniform and a hint of authority. The rookie had vanished, likely on Trevor's orders. He wanted this to be his moment. Kimberly rubbed her temples, momentarily nostalgic for the straightforward chaos of a plane crash scene. She requested Trevor's arrest report. He printed it. She scanned the details, time, location, circumstances. It appeared routine. The girl was caught with an ounce of methamphetamine in her pocket, facing serious jail time. So, of course, Delilah Rose was now claiming to be a federal informant? "I'll speak with her," Kimberly said. "Is this a drug case?" Trevor asked eagerly. "Is she going to give up a dealer? Maybe a whole distribution ring? Meth is swallowing this state whole. Make her give you someone major?" "No small-time stuff. We're overdue for a big bust." "I'll bear that in mind," Kimberly replied, her tone dry. "Where is she?" Trevor escorted her to an interrogation room, one perk of crying informant. Instead of a holding cell, Delilah Rose had her own small square space and a can of Diet Coke. Not a bad setup for a night's work. Kimberly stopped outside the door. Through the one-way mirror, she got her first look at the so-called informant. Her assessment was swift and gave nothing away. Delilah Rose was white, which was unexpected in a state where most sex workers were African American or, particularly in the parlors, Asian. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with the sallow complexion and dingy blonde hair of someone living recklessly. As Kimberly watched, the girl lifted her chin defiantly and stared directly into the mirror. Her eyes were a striking blue, her jaw set with determination. She looked tough, sober. "Good, I'll handle it from here," Kimberly said to Trevor. "Appreciate the heads up. No trouble, just keep us in the loop. Thanks for calling me in," Kimberly repeated, easing past the broad-shouldered sergeant into the cramped space. She moved deliberately, shut the door, dragged a rigid plastic chair across the floor. Sat down. From her jacket, she produced a pocket recorder, then a narrow notepad and a pair of pens. She made a point of glancing at her watch, noting the time at the top of the page. Setting the pen aside, she reclined in her seat, laced her fingers over her midsection, and fixed her eyes on Delilah Rose. A minute ticked by, then another. Kimberly pictured Sergeant Trevor on the other side of the glass, probably growing restless with the lack of action. The girl had composure, but Kimberly had more. Delilah finally cracked, reaching for her soda can only to find it empty and setting it back down with a jittery hand.
Need a refill?
Kimberly asked, her voice low.
No, thanks.
Ah, politeness. So many suspects and streetwise kids trotted out their best manners for authority figures, clinging to that childish idea that please and thank you might somehow magic the situation away. They were always so courteous at first. Kimberly let the quiet stretch. The girl cleared her throat, then started spinning the empty can with her fingertips. "You're trying to freak me out," Delilah said finally, her tone petulant and edged with blame. "Are you under the influence, Delilah Rose?" "No. Officers reported finding meth on you." I don't touch drugs. Never. I was just holding a bag for a friend. How was I supposed to know what was in it? Do you drink? Sometimes, but not tonight. I see. So what were you up to tonight? Seriously? The attitude was surfacing now. I wasn't doing anything. Just went to a club to dance a little. Then I was taking the train home. Since when is using public transportation a crime? Kimberly simply let her gaze travel over Delilah's outfit. Beneath a thin navy jacket that was no match for the evening chill, the girl was a spectacle of spandex. A short, shiny skirt in deep purple, a jet-black halter top stretched so tight her breasts nearly escaped the sides. Then there were the towering stiletto heels. Kimberly caught a flash of what looked like a spiderweb tattoo circling the girl's navel before Delilah hastily tugged her top down. Another tattoo crept up the back of her neck, a spider ascending into her hairline. "Who did the ink?" Kimberly asked, nodding toward Delilah's neck. "Don't remember." "That web on your stomach is interesting. Is the belly button ring a spider? Clever touch?" The girl said nothing, just thrust her chin out defiantly. Kimberly gave her another long moment, then decided she'd had enough. She began to gather her things, the recorder, the notepad, the first pen. "What the hell?" Delilah burst out. "Pardon me?" Kimberly replied evenly, tucking the recorder back into her pocket. "Where are you going? You haven't even asked me anything. What kind of FBI agent are you?" Kimberly shrugged. "You said you weren't involved. You say the drugs aren't yours. Fine. You're practically a saint, and I'm going back to bed." As Kimberly reached for her second pen, the girl seized her wrist. For someone so slight and underfed, Delilah Rose had a fierce grip. Kimberly recognized that kind of strength. It was pure desperation. Slowly, Kimberly lifted her eyes to meet the girl's overly bright stare. "I don't know you. We've never met. That means you're not one of my contacts, and as far as I'm concerned, the local police can deal with you as they see fit. Now let go of my wrist, or you'll regret it very quickly. I need to talk to you. I've been here for 6 minutes. You haven't said a thing. I don't want Sergeant Nimrod listening." Delilah released Kimberly's wrist, her eyes darting toward the one-way mirror. "Sergeant Trevor isn't your problem. I'm your problem, and you still haven't given me a single reason to stick around." Kimberly retrieved the pen, slipping it into her pocket. "He's going to kill me." "Sergeant Trevor?" "No. The man, I don't know his actual name. He goes by Mr. Dinchara. The rest of us, we have a nickname for him, Speedyman." "Mr. Dinchara?" "Yeah, you know, like the spider family. It's what's the word? An anagram." "Give me a break." Kimberly couldn't hold back. She gave the girl's outfit another once-over, her eyebrow raised in clear doubt. "He's not like the others, right?" Kimberly was already scooting her chair back, standing up from the stiff plastic seat. "He doesn't buy sex. Not at first, anyway." Delilah's tone was becoming more insistent. "Spadyman pays girls cash to, interact with his collection. $10 if you'll just touch the tarantula. 30 if you let it climb your arm. Weird. Creepy things like that? Interact with his collection? Oh, a tarantula's venom isn't powerful enough to hurt a person, you should know that." Delilah sounded surprisingly sincere. "They're actually very timid and sort of delicate. You have to be careful with them. You could injure them if you're not." Kimberly fell silent, mainly because she was at a loss for words. Delilah, however, had found her stride. So in the beginning, the stuff he asked for was all about the pets. But then he wasn't satisfied just having them crawl on your arm. He wanted to see them exploring other places and, well, that really got him going. So then he started wanting more and, yeah, maybe it's a bit out there and not every girl was comfortable, but let's be real, the pay was decent. What's decent? 100 for a hand job, 150 for oral. 200 if you'd let the spider observe. Observe? From its terrarium, obviously. You can't just have a tarantula loose when you're distracted. You could accidentally crush it. "My exact concern," Kimberly muttered under her breath. "Just when you believed you'd heard every depravity, another creep redraws the line. All right, so you and Dinchara have this arrangement. Kimberly's eyes drifted back to the intricate tattoos. I'll be straight with you. It sounds like you two are a match, and like you said, the money's good. So what brings you to me? Delilah averted her gaze. The flood of chatter had dried up. They were back in uncomfortable silence. Something happened? The girl finally whispered. No surprise there. Come on, time's ticking. Why did you request this meeting? The girl's lips quivered. It's about Ginny Jones. She left with him and she hasn't been seen since. Kimberly sat back down. She pulled out her notebook and pen, clicking on the small recorder. The girl glanced at the device anxiously but didn't object. I need protection, she suddenly pleaded. Protection? What kind? A safe place, police protection, like they do on the shows. Delilah, that's television. In reality, it doesn't work that way. You have to give to get. Give to get? What does that mean? Kimberly's expression was firm. It means you need to deliver solid information about an actual crime, something concrete and detailed. If I can verify it, then we can discuss possibilities. How concrete? Start with a name. Ginny Jones, real or an alias? Virginia, the girl said softly. Her real name was Virginia Jones, but we all called her Ginny. She was sweet, not mixed up in drugs, not like some just, I don't know. Life had knocked her around a bit. The girl offered a faint, sad smile. Doesn't it always? When was the last time you saw her? 3 months back, a Wednesday, or maybe a Thursday, the days blur. She'd been with him before. She's actually the one who told me about him. You know, when she noticed my ink? Said there was this guy, a little odd, but from what she'd seen, nothing I couldn't manage, and hey, the cash was good. So Ginny knew Dinchara? Yeah, I suppose, sure. And she was fine with the 8-legged spectators. Delilah shrugged. Ginny said the spiders never bothered her. She told me once she wasn't scared of anything. Not anymore, at least. So when was the last time you saw her? A while ago? Delilah. Maybe a few months back, around 1:30 in the morning. Dinchara pulled up in his SUV. Tell me about the vehicle. Black with silver trim. A real nice one. Probably a Toyota, but all tricked out. You know how they customize those things? This one had the upgraded rims, leather interior, a limited edition model, license plate. I don't know, the girl said instantly. Kimberly paused, studying her. The reply came too fast, especially nowadays when even streetwise folks watch crime shows and understand what details matter. Was it a Georgia plate? Yeah, okay. Remember any letters from it? I don't know. Honestly, her tone grew more defensive. I try not to notice too much, all right? Girls who pay attention to that stuff, it's just asking for trouble. Describe him. Delilah's gaze dropped. She chewed on her lower lip. White guy, middle-aged, brown hair. Wiry build, like a guy who works with his hands, maybe a tradesman. He had this smell about him, too, something chemical. I always figured he worked with solvents or paint, but I never asked. Any marks on him? Scars? Tattoos? Well, it's not like we're taking our time getting undressed. On his face, then? But Delilah just shrugged. I don't know. They all start to look the same after a while. They, men, Johns, creeps, whatever you want to call them, they're all the same. Kimberly gave her a skeptical look. Delilah finally seemed to brighten a little. Hey, there was one thing, his hat. He always wears a red baseball cap. I've never seen him without it. He doesn't even take it off when, well, you know. So a red baseball cap. That's something, right? It's something, Kimberly agreed, making a note. What else was he wearing? Jeans, a long-sleeved shirt. Kind of that Eddie Bauer style, you know? Outdoorsy but clean. I think he's got money. Why do you say that? The car, the clothes, what he pays. Not just any guy can afford that. Describe his voice. Like a man's voice? Any accent? Delilah thought about it. Southern, a bit of a drawl, but not too thick. Where are you from, Delilah? The girl didn't answer. Accent, the way he talked? Did he sound educated? He knew a whole lot about spiders. So do you. Delilah flushed. My brother had one as a pet, years ago. Named her Eve. I used to help him catch crickets for her. She was actually really beautiful. This guy, he wasn't just some hobbyist. He had this white spider. I once called it a tarantula and he got real mad. She's not just some tarantula, she's a Grammostola rosea, some fancy Chilean kind. He got pretty angry, I didn't know the difference. He sort of what? He scared me. How? Just the look on his face. I don't know. She shrugged. For a second, I kind of felt like I was just another specimen, you know? Slutto hookoroso? Delilah offered a weak smile at her own joke, but her eyes stayed empty. Did he threaten you? No, he didn't have to. You could see it in his expression. Some guys are like that. They want you to know what's coming. Kimberly didn't argue. She'd been in law enforcement long enough to know Delilah had a point. So how does he approach women from his car? Not always. I mean, it's not exactly a street corner thing out there. It's more like you go to the right spots, you hang around, maybe you meet the right guy. You go to a club, Kimberly supplied. You make a move, he makes a move, then what? You go with him, maybe to his car or somewhere, quieter. You work out the details on the way. Get the money first, do what you have to do, then bada bing, bada boom, it's over and you're gone. And with Mr. Dinchera, where did he take you? To his SUV. Did you ever have trouble leaving? No, but I keep it quick. If you get paid up front, you can make your exit while he's still satisfied. Makes for a cleaner getaway. Kimberly raised an eyebrow. So basically, while the guy's pants are still around his ankles, you're already making your exit. Works like a charm. So you know Mr. Dinchara and Ginny Jones knew him too. What makes you think he's connected to her disappearance? Because the last time I ever saw her, she was with him. I spotted them walking away from a club. Honestly, I was annoyed he'd paid for half a night's work and then just left with her. And that was it. Ginny vanished after that. Kimberly paused, turning the details over in her mind before she spoke. Delilah, this is compelling, but I can't act on it. Why not? There's no evidence a crime was committed. The girl stared at her, incredulous. You don't believe me? I'm telling the truth. Ginny was my friend. He hurt her. He needs to pay for that. Kimberly shifted gears, her tone direct. In the past 3 months, have you seen Spidey-Man again? Delilah's eyes drifted to the side. Maybe? Did you do business with him? Her voice dropped to a whisper. Maybe? Like you said, Kimberly noted quietly. The money's good. You're still willing to be alone with him. So how dangerous can he really be? Delilah fell silent for a long moment. When she finally spoke, Kimberly had to lean in to hear. The last time I was with him, I was on my knees, you know? And right at the end, his hands suddenly went around my throat and squeezed. I couldn't breathe. I was choking, hitting at him. And I heard him. I heard him whisper, Ginny. Then, just like that, he let go and I ran out of there. The thing is, I don't think he even knew he said it. He was in the moment, but maybe he realized later. Maybe he knows that I know. I don't feel safe anymore. What if he did hurt Ginny?
What if he choked her like that? And what if I'm the only one who can tie her to him? You have to help me. This isn't just about Ginny anymore. It's about me, too. I need protection.
Kimberly sighed, rubbing the bridge of her nose.
You want my trust? Start with your real name. It's Delilah Rose. Look it up. The police already have. Full name and date of birth. Why is it always about me? I always have to prove everything. I'm handing you a predator on a silver platter.
Maybe you should prove yourself to me for once. Which leads to my next question, Kimberly pressed. Why did you call me? How did you even get my name? Delilah hesitated, and Kimberly caught a sly glint in her eye. You're the one who caught the eco-killer. I saw it on the news, the rookie agent, a woman no less. I figured if Spideyman hurt Ginny, you'd be the one to make it right. I can't make it right, Delilah. There's no evidence of a crime, and even if there were, this isn't my jurisdiction. You need to speak with the Sandy Springs police. No, it has to be you. You caught the eco-killer. You can help Ginny. Delilah. I have something. Kimberly went still, watching the girl more carefully. What do you have? That night when he was choking me, I saw it on the floor under the seat. When he wasn't looking, I grabbed it. Delilah glanced around the room, then reached into her halter top, pulling a heavy gold ring from her bra. She placed it on the table with a solid thud. It's Ginny's. She wore it on a chain around her neck, never took it off. Ever. So you see? This proves Ginny was in Spidey Man's truck. Kimberly raised an eyebrow, using the tip of her pen to slide the ring closer without touching it. It looked like a class ring with a blue stone in the center. There was an inscription inside, but layers of grime made it hard to read. Who else saw Ginny wearing this? Delilah shrugged. Don't know, never asked. Did she say where she got it? Another shake of the head. Does anyone else know you found this in Mr. Dinchara's truck? Absolutely not. Now, this is exactly the sort of situation that can land a girl in serious trouble. Yeah, I understand. Kimberly frowned, examining the ring closely before leaning back in her chair. Can I keep this? Of course, that's why I brought it. You can open an investigation now, right? Not exactly, Delilah scowled. You asked for proof, and I handed it to you. Technically, Delilah, this ring isn't admissible evidence. There's no documented chain of custody, so it would never stand up in court. We can't verify it belonged to Ginny, and its discovery in someone's truck is hearsay. Right now, it's just a very grimy class ring.
I don't appreciate your tone, Delilah shot back. Trust me, the feeling is entirely mutual. Kimberly tapped her pen rapidly on the table 3 times. Here's the deal, Delilah. Remember what I told you? You have to contribute to participate. We'll treat this ring as your initial deposit. She pulled out a business card and circled the bureau's main number. Bring me more solid information.
Specific times, locations, even other individuals who can confirm Ginny Jones worked around here, wore this ring, and has genuinely vanished. If you're fortunate, you might gather enough for the local police to build a case. I can guide you through the process, but I need to be straight with you. As things stand, this is a matter for local authorities, not the FBI. She began collecting her things again. This time, Delilah didn't protest, merely crossing her arms with a look of wounded resignation. It was only as Kimberly stood to leave that Delilah spoke again. How far along are you? Excuse me? The young woman was staring directly at Kimberly's midsection. When is the baby due? For a brief second, Kimberly was caught off guard. Then she recovered. She had reached that stage where it was becoming obvious to others. Sometime this summer. Are you feeling all right? I feel perfectly fine, thank you. Smells really get to me, Delilah stated plainly. The tiredness too, but I stay clear of alcohol and anything else. Just because this is my job doesn't mean I don't want something better for my child. She let her jacket fall open, and Kimberly saw it for the first time, the firm, rounded curve of Delilah's abdomen, not so different from her own. Delilah reached over and picked up Kimberly's handheld recorder. Can I take this? No. That's government property. You'll have to get your own, Delilah set it back down. But if I can get more from Spidey Man, maybe record him saying something about Ginny, then you'll help me? Kimberly was still fixed on the girl's visible pregnancy. A sudden wave of regret washed over her for coming to the Sandy Springs precinct. She hadn't anticipated dealing with a young, clearly vulnerable, expectant woman involved in that line of work. Her business card remained on the table between them. Finally, Kimberly picked it up and wrote her personal cell number on the back. If you get him on a recording, call me at that number. Then, adding words that were far from casual, Delilah, please be careful. My older brother used to tell me, do what I say or the burger man will come for you. There's no such thing as a burger man. I would yell back. Oh, he's real, my brother insisted. He's huge, over 7 feet tall, dressed head to toe in black. He slips into the rooms of disobedient boys in the dead of night, yanks them from their beds and hauls them off to his factory. There, he grinds them up into patties and sells the meat to supermarkets. All that discounted, discolored beef in the grocery cooler? That's Naughty Boy Burger. You can ask anybody. I refused to believe him until the night I awoke to find the burgerman standing at the foot of my bed. "Quiet," he commanded in a low rumble. "Not a sound, and I might let your family keep breathing." I was paralyzed. I couldn't speak, couldn't scream, couldn't even twitch. I just stared at that massive, shadowy form, nearly 7 feet of solid black. A cold dread settled in my stomach. My brother had been telling the truth. Then the trembling started, my heart hammering against my ribs, and I'm pretty sure I wet the sheets. "Get up," the burgerman barked. "You want your family to live, boy? Then get your scrawny backside out of that bed." But I was frozen, shivering violently under his gaze. With a rough gesture, he yanked the covers away. His hand clamped around my arm and hauled me down to the floor, his grip biting into my skin. He wrenched my shoulder, a sharp pain shooting through me. My legs moved without my consent. I swear that's the only way it happened. There was no part of me that wanted to follow a man like him. Out in the hallway, he stopped as if to orient himself. I could make out the partly open door to my brother's room, barely 2 steps away. Beyond that, the steady rumble of my father's snoring echoed. "Scream," I told myself. "This is your chance. Do something." In the shadows, I sensed the burgerman sizing me up. He didn't look worried or even startled. Instead, his teeth flashed white in the dark as he grinned. "See that, boy? See how much they care? I'm about to tear your whole world apart, and your own family can't even stir from their sleep. Remember this? You mean nothing to them. From this moment on, they're gone. You belong to me now." He stripped me of my clothes and threw me onto the bed face first. I fought the way a 9-year-old can, my face buried in the mattress, gasping for air. I was certain he would kill me. Part of me even hoped he would when it was over. But he just rolled away, lit a cigarette, and left me there. I lay still, wet and shivering, not knowing what to do. Exhaustion pulled me under. He woke me with blows and shouts, demanding obedience until I gave in. Then came more cigarettes, and the cycle repeated. Time lost all meaning. I existed in a feverish, exposed daze, my body burning inside while my skin went cold. He wouldn't let me have a blanket. Sometimes he brought food, burgers, pizza. The first time I tried to eat, I vomited. He laughed and said I'd learn to stomach it. Then he shoved a spoon at me, pointed at the mess, and said, "If I wanted another meal, I'd better clean it up." On and on it went, life with the burgerman, crushing every bit of spirit I had left. Then one morning, he opened the hotel room door. Sunlight stabbed my eyes, and I threw up a hand to block it. The air carried the scent of rain, and without thinking, I drew a deep breath. That clean, wet smell was the first thing in days that didn't taste like ashes. The burgerman chuckled. "Look at you, boy! After everything, you're still breathing in life. Guess you must have enjoyed some of it, huh?" He threw a set of clothes at me, not my own, but new ones he'd bought somewhere. "Get dressed, goddammit," he snapped. "Show a little pride and cover up. What? You trying to tempt me all over again?" I fumbled into the stiff fabric, but I wasn't quick enough. As he shoved me toward the door, he grunted. "Told you you liked it." He drove us to another hotel. He wore a suit. I was drowning in a stiff navy sweatsuit, 2 sizes too big. I felt like a ghost, thin and hollow. I must have looked like a war refugee, dazed, empty, lost. The woman at the front desk watched me with worry. The burgerman leaned in confidentially. "Social services," he murmured. "Just pulled this boy from a terrible home situation. What his parents did, it's unspeakable. He's had a brutal start, but with God's help, I'll get him to a safe home where his real life can begin." "Oh, you poor child," the woman said softly, and then, from somewhere deep inside me, a scream tore loose. I screamed and screamed, pouring every ounce of horror into those wails until my lungs burned and my head throbbed. "See what I mean?" the burgerman sighed. "His parents were monsters." "Oh, you poor thing," the woman repeated, shaking her head. "He took me to a small apartment after that. There was a phone, but it only worked with a credit card. The outer door had a lock that required a key from both sides, and he kept the only one. At least he began to leave me alone for hours sometimes. I'd watch cartoons until I couldn't stand the cheerful noise, so I'd turn off the TV and just stare at the dull gray wall. I stared until I felt myself shrinking, becoming smaller and smaller. That's when I first noticed the spider. I caught it, trapped it under a cup, and watched its frantic struggle to get free. I suppose, in his own twisted way, the Burgerman was right all along. I must have liked it after all. Chapter 6. Brown recluse spiders are challenging to control, largely because of their secretive habits. Rita couldn't sleep. It was one of life's little ironies. Now that she finally had the time to rest, she had lost the ability. Every night seemed to follow the same long, gray pattern. She would watch the moonlight's glow sweep across the far wall. She'd noticed the curtains ripple as a cold draft slipped through the cracks of the old windows. She'd listen to her tiny house groan and pop as winter stressed its wooden frame as much as it ached her own bones. By dawn, she'd wonder again why she hadn't moved to Florida like so many of her friends. Or maybe Arizona. Less humidity, more dry heat. She imagined she'd like it there, but she wasn't going anywhere, and she knew it. She had been born in this very house, back when a midwife came to you and labor wasn't a reason to call a doctor. She and her 4 sisters and 3 brothers had raced through these hills, climbed these trees, and yes, trampled the flowers in her mother's precious garden. She was the last one left now. The wizened old woman everyone assumed would fade into a nursing home, just as her mother had. But Rita was tougher than that. She had dodged the diabetes, high cholesterol, and brain cancer that had claimed so many in her family. She held on, lean and wiry, barely tipping the scales, yet still strong enough to split a cord of wood every autumn for the coming cold. She tended her own garden, shelled her own beans, swept her own porch, and beat her own rugs. She kept on keeping on, waiting for something she couldn't even name. Maybe because at her age, waiting was about the only activity left. Once, her high school sweetheart had whisked her away to the big city of Atlanta. Donnie had wanted to see the world. Mostly, he saw the skies over Germany before an enemy fighter shot him down, transforming Rita from a young bride to a young widow in under 2 years. She wasn't alone in that sorrow. Plenty of other pretty young women were crying into their coffee, or, more accurately, their afternoon brandy. But then the war ended, and a flood of handsome men returned, sweeping up most of those girls in a frenzy of thank God we're alive passion. Rita weighed her choices. 20 was too young to sit home every night, and maybe some of Donnie's restlessness had stuck with her. She'd already cut the cord once. Might as well go out and see what the world offered, find a sturdy young man, have an adventure. It didn't pan out. Honestly, she found herself neither giddy nor euphoric, nor particularly interested in fumbling backseat romance. Rita just wanted to be Rita. So she settled into the little house bought with Donnie's death benefit. She planted a garden, she built a front patio, and when the silence grew too heavy, she did the one thing nobody saw coming. She became a foster mother. For nearly 20 years she took in kids, from wailing infants to brooding 10-year-olds. She'd meet them at the local fast food spot, their entire lives stuffed into a single black trash bag, tossed easily into the back seat. She'd buy them a lemonade, then take them home and explain the rules. She ran a tight ship, follow the rules, and things went smoothly. Break them and face the consequences. Some kids adapted easily, others learned the hard way. A couple of kids genuinely frightened her, though she hoped they never sensed it. A couple of kids she truly loved, though, again, she hoped they never knew. Life was hard enough without believing one foster mom could change it. She provided the children with a safe home, 3 nourishing meals each day, and a sense of stability, hopefully a foundation they could carry with them once they left the system and built their own lives. Rita liked to imagine there were adults all over Atlanta who still smiled, remembering the woman who ironed every doily and insisted on nightly prayers. They might have resented her rules back then, but she believed they understood her now. Perhaps they even felt a flicker of affection for her, though it was only right that she would never know for sure. The idea that being a foster parent could truly change a life was sentimental nonsense, of course. Of the nearly 30 children who had passed through her care, at least 5 were gone. Drugs, violence, accidents. Did the cause even matter? Donnie was gone. Her own children were gone. Then, one after another, her parents, her brothers, her sisters, until she was the only one left, back in her childhood home a week from her 90th birthday, keenly aware of time's slow crawl and the very real company of ghosts. She rose from bed when the sky was just lightening to a soft gray. She pushed her feet into plush blue slippers, pulled on her thick terry cloth robe over her flannel pajamas, and adjusted her sleeping cap, unfashionable but essential when your skin was paper thin and your circulation so sluggish that you could catch a chill standing right in front of the parlor heater. She made her way downstairs without hurry. In the kitchen, she set water to boil for tea and fetched eggs from the refrigerator. 2 scrambled eggs and a slice of toast were her morning ritual. The protein kept her sturdy, and the simple meal always tugged at memories of her youth. Just then, she heard the familiar creak of a floorboard behind her, her brother Joseph up to his old tricks again. Joseph had always been a prankster, fond of yanking her chair away just as she went to sit. "Oh, Joseph," she said without turning, "I'm far too old for your games. The last time you nearly sent me to the hospital with a broken hip." Another creak followed out of the corner of her eye. She caught a shadow darting across the wall. Probably Michael or Jacob. They visited often, seeming to savor the familiar warmth of their childhood kitchen as much as she did. She saw her parents less frequently, mostly her mother, bent over the sink, humming absently while she rinsed greens or stirred a pot. Once, she had spotted her father in the parlor, pipe in hand, but he vanished the moment she entered, as if suddenly shy. People in town said the gold and crystal deposits in the hills kept the spirits active. A local shaman had written in the paper that gold held the highest vibration on earth, concentrating energy and stirring things up. Where you found gold and crystals, he claimed, you had a perfect recipe for ghosts. Rita took that explanation at face value. Her house was nearly 150 years old and had sheltered 5 generations of her family. Of course, it was haunted. As for why her mother would choose to spend eternity at the kitchen sink, well, Rita supposed she'd find out herself soon enough. Her eggs were ready, her wheat toast buttered, her Earl Grey tea steaming. She carried each item to the small wooden table. After a cautious glance to confirm Joseph had left her chair undisturbed, she finally sat down. Sunlight had spilled across the sweeping vista of the Blue Ridge Mountains, washing everything in a warm, rosy glow. She thought it was a strikingly beautiful morning, which meant it was time to do what needed doing. She pushed herself up and shuffled to the back door, giving it 2 or 3 firm tugs before it finally gave way. The door swung open at last, and Rita leaned out, her tone leaving no room for debate, the same voice that had settled countless disputes with 30 foster kids over the years. "You can come out now, son." Silence. "I know you're there. No reason to be scared. If you've got something to say, just mind your manners and speak up." After decades sharing her home with spirits, Rita was as stunned as anyone when a real living boy stepped into view on her back porch. He looked about 8 or 9, all skinny shoulders and nervous energy. His sandy hair bowed against the morning's bite. For 2 weeks, she'd caught glimpses of him in her yard, but he'd always run off the moment their eyes met. This time, he held his ground. "Hello," he murmured, barely audible. "Lord have mercy, you'll freeze out here. Get inside and close that door. I'm not heating the whole neighborhood." He wavered, but then his eyes drifted to the plate on her table, and a wave of pure hunger flashed across his face. He finally stepped in, shutting the door gently behind him. The movement made his shoulder blades stand out like tiny wings under his thin shirt. "What's your name, child?" "I don't. Your name, please?" "Scott." "They call me Scott." "Well, Scott, today's your lucky day. I'm Rita, and I was just about to whip up another batch of eggs." He didn't protest, just sank into a chair in the cozy kitchen, where the air was thick with the smell of buttered toast and scrambled eggs. Rita cooked. She served. She cooked again. Only when his belly was full and round beneath his faded yellow-striped shirt did he finally push his plate away. "Rita," he said quietly, "what do you think about spiders?" Chapter 7. When a spider begins to spin, its silk starts as a liquid, then hardens into a thread that can be tougher than steel. From Freaky Facts About Spiders by Christine Morley, 2007. Special Agent Sal Martignetti was parked outside the station when Kimberly walked out. The moment she appeared, he flicked his headlights. She eyed his unmarked sedan, then pointedly checked her watch. She was exhausted, hungry, and in no mood for games. Still, she crossed the street, mostly because he'd taken a hint and was holding up a six-pack of vanilla pudding. The car's heater was on full blast, a welcome relief from the Atlanta chill that seeped into your bones. She accepted the pudding, a bottle of water, and a plastic spoon. After a brief internal debate, she reluctantly held one cup out to him, but he shook his head. All yours. Consider it a peace offering. The radio had been on, some talk show host raging about political correctness, but Sal switched it off as Kimberly got settled. "You wait long?" she asked, peeling back the lid on the first cup. She knew Sal only vaguely. They'd exchanged nods at a department barbecue once. Both the GBI and the FBI were sprawling agencies. So many agents were just names in a file, and Sal had been no different. Compact, dark-haired, and lean, he had the taut look of someone who'd grown up tough, probably not far from the streets he now worked. His light gray suit this morning did little to soften the impression. He still came off more like a shrewd street operator than a state investigator. "About 20 minutes," he said, gesturing with a greasy fast food bag, already ate. "Could have waited inside where it's warm?" Still forming an opinion on the local PD, Sal remarked, nodding toward the Sandy Springs station, an unexpected candor from a GBI agent. Kimberly finished the first pudding and opened a second. The whole situation felt off. A GBI agent calls her in the middle of the night about interviewing some nervous informant, and now here he is, waiting with dessert. She turned the pieces over in her mind, but couldn't make them fit. "Sal," she said finally, "I appreciate the pudding, but I'm not trading case details for snack packs. If you want something, start talking. I have another meeting in half an hour." Sal chuckled, the sound brightening his eyes and softening the tension in his face. He should laugh more often, she thought, and realized the same could be said for herself. "All right, here's the situation," he began. "You're aware I'm assigned to VICMO?" Kimberly gave a nod. "The entire purpose of the Violent Incident Crime Mapping Operation is to unite officers from around the state to identify broader criminal trends. I'm with the FBI, Sal. I know my acronyms. We have pop quizzes every Friday." "Seriously? Not even a little." He laughed again, a quick flash of white teeth against his dark features. "Okay, fine. So I have a theory about one of those broader trends. I think someone is targeting sex workers." Kimberly frowned, scooping another spoonful of pudding. "What do you mean, a theory? Either these women are reported missing or they're not. The numbers either climb or they stay flat." "Not this group. Runaways, addicts, people in the trade? Who bothers to file a report? They vanish and the world just moves on." "They're also a highly mobile population," Kimberly pointed out. "If someone disappears, it could be because they caught a bus to another city." "Absolutely. We're not discussing the demographic most likely to return their census forms. But put a bunch of cops in a room, and each one has a story. They've each had an encounter recently with a woman, an addict, someone on the street, who immediately asks if they've seen a certain friend or a roommate. They're looking for someone who's gone. Of course, the officer has no information, so that's that. You're correct. These women don't file official reports, but individually, they're all whispering the same thing. Where did everyone go? That's almost poetic, Sal. I host an open mic night every Thursday at the Wildcat Lounge. Kimberly stared at him. "Wait, you weren't being serious? I'm having another pudding," Kimberly announced, peeling open a third cup. She wasn't hungry, but she needed the distraction. "I don't follow," she said finally. "So women are asking about other women who've vanished. Fine, but where are they? If someone is picking them off, as you suggest, where's the proof? Shouldn't a missing woman, last seen at a specific location, eventually match an unidentified body found somewhere else? Already tried that approach. No unidentified female remains have turned up recently." She shot him a skeptical look. "That seems to dismantle your theory right there. If a predator was hunting prostitutes, he'd be leaving bodies somewhere, in dumpsters, dark alleys, along the highway. Something would have surfaced by now." Sal merely shrugged. How many of Ted Bundy's victims were never found? He liked rolling them down steep hillsides. Let's be honest, this state has plenty of those, and poultry farms and swamps and vast stretches of empty back roads. If you want to hide a body, Georgia is prime real estate for it. He paused, then conceded a point. Or maybe the guy crosses state lines. It's a possibility, but you'd know more about that than I would. She could hear the doubt in his tone. If a killer was abducting women in Georgia and dumping them in Louisiana, it would automatically become a federal matter, and Sal clearly didn't view this as a Phoebe case. He thought it was his case, so in his mind the subject had to be operating within state borders. Kimberly studied him, running some mental calculations that didn't quite add up in his favor. Trevor mentioned the officers picked up Delilah just after 1 o'clock, but my phone didn't ring until after 3. Is there anything you'd like to add to that timeline, Special Agent? Sal didn't even try to look sorry. He just flashed her a rogue's grin. I heard you were sharp, also known to be violent. Don't let the pregnancy bump deceive you. His grin widened. All right, fine. Maybe I took a swing at questioning her first. If it makes you feel any better, your little Miss Muffet wasn't having it. She insisted from the minute they brought her in that she would talk to you and only you. Admire her ink, did you? How do you know her anyway? He asked, curiosity piqued. Previous drug investigation? Meth? It seems a bit petty to be snitching for a federal agent, she remarked. You can't predict where valuable intel might surface, she replied, her eyes narrowing. What's with the urgency, Sal? Stealing an informant, waking a Fed at this hour. From what I gather, you don't even have an active investigation, yet you're bending over backward to interview a single tattooed escort. Sal remained silent, his attention fixed on the window. The earlier humor had vanished from his expression, replaced by a grim intensity that had likely unsettled more than a few sources in the past. I received a package, he stated bluntly, 14 months back. No sender, no message, just 3 Georgia driver's licenses tucked inside a plain white envelope left under my windshield wiper. That was it. Driver's licenses? Are we talking fakes or legitimate IDs?
Legitimate?
I have valid photo identification for Benita Breen, Mary Back, and Etta Mae Reynolds, all white females around 20 years old, with addresses in the greater Atlanta region. I did some checking, and what do you know? They're all missing escorts. They're all working girls, he clarified, who haven't been seen in months now. Street Talk says Mary went to Texas and Etta Mae took off with a bartender. I've put out bulletins on both with 0 results. So in my book, they're missing, though my supervisor might have a different take on the matter. Kimberly allowed herself a slight smile. She understood a thing or two about butting heads with higher-ups. It came with the territory. Then, Sal continued, 3 months ago, it happened again. I walk out to my car and find another envelope, this time with 3 new licenses, Beth Honeycutt, Nicole Evans, and Cindy Rodriguez, but this time I caught a break. Beth Honeycutt had been reported missing by her roommate, Nicole Evans. Hold on! The same Nicole Evans whose license was in the envelope. Exactly. According to the missing persons report, Honeycutt was last seen leaving for a big job, as told by Evans. Evans also insisted Honeycutt would never have left without taking her stereo and CD collection from their apartment. Naturally, when I tried to follow up with Evans, I found she hadn't been seen in months either, and their third roommate, Cindy Rodriguez, had also vanished. 3 more IDs? 3 more missing girls? That sounds bad. You and I think so? The brass, however. 6 missing girls and you can't build a case? She asked, incredulous. No evidence of a crime, and technically, of those 6 names, only 1 is officially listed as missing. The rest are just unaccounted for. According to the bureaucracy, we have bigger problems to tackle, the meth epidemic, gang violence, new Homeland Security protocols, the usual song and dance. Kimberly sighed. She wished she could claim this was new to her, but that would be a lie. Paper pushers ran the show, even in police work. Back to the envelope, she pondered. Someone is going out of their way to contact the police not once, but twice. That means something. The envelope was unsealed and had no usable forensic evidence. So, for the hell of it, I showed it to a psychologist friend who sometimes consults on cold cases for the department. His initial thought was obvious. Many killers crave the limelight as much as celebrities and feel compelled to reach out to cops or the media. The driver's licenses reminded him of the BTK killer in Kansas, who mailed his victims' licenses to the press. So maybe it's a copycat thing. Hey, look how famous that guy got. I can do that too. The issue is, predators who make contact usually want recognition. It's about boasting, playing games, and sheer arrogance. That means there should be a note, a poem, a follow-up call, something, this, in Jimmy's words. It's like sending out a party invitation with no address or instructions on how to join the fun. His best guess was that the stash had come from a third party. A third party? Kimberly asked, her tone full of disbelief. Who, like his housekeeper? Look at it like this, he suggested. A wife is tidying her husband's sock drawer. She finds a collection of photo IDs. There's no innocent explanation for her husband to possess the driver's licenses of 3 different young women, but she's too frightened to confront him directly, so she slips the plastic cards into an envelope and quietly hands it to the first police officer she spots. It soothes her guilt without forcing a confrontation, until she stumbles upon 3 more licenses while organizing his T-shirts, Kimberly said with dry sarcasm. Maybe he's just very particular about his laundry sorting. Kimberly frowned, turning the theory over in her mind. The entire situation unsettled her deeply. 6 young women were unaccounted for, yet only 1 was officially listed as missing. There were no bodies, no clear signs of violence, just these 2 mysterious packages that could be seen as a predator's keepsakes. But what if the envelopes weren't from the perpetrator at all? What if they came from someone close to him? Someone too terrified to go to the police directly, but clever enough to deliver the evidence without leaving a single trace. This line of thinking inevitably led to Delilah Rose, a young woman picked up earlier that evening. Delilah, a prostitute, insisted she had information about another missing woman and would speak only to Kimberly. The girl's fixation bothered her. Kimberly disliked being singled out because of some old sensationalized news story. The so-called eco-killer case was years in the past. The media had painted her as a savior, but the truth was she hadn't reached everyone in time. Sal shifted his focus to her. Did Delilah give you anything useful? Mention any of the names we have? Because if she did, we might be able to push for a multi-agency task force. My boss might finally give me the go-ahead if the lead came from federal involvement. Afraid not, Kimberly replied. Neither of us is that fortunate. The story I got from Delilah Rose was less like a formal statement and more like a disjointed puzzle. She was evasive on every important point, even about her own identity. You're kidding? She's not really Delilah? Didn't Sandy Springs at least run her fingerprints? I'm sure they'll get back to me with the results, probably in a month or 2. So, what did she say? You were with her for an hour. I have to assume you talked about more than the forecast. Kimberly studied the GBI agent, her hand in her pocket, fingers brushing against Ginny Jones's ring. Information was always a game, with sources, with colleagues, even within marriages. For all his talk of teamwork, Sal clearly viewed this as his investigation. If Delilah had been willing to talk to him earlier, Kimberly knew she never would have been called. Delilah didn't mention any of the names from your photo IDs, she told him truthfully. She didn't describe a pattern of disappearances or anything similar. She does, however, fit your first category, one working girl looking for a friend. Virginia Guinea Jones vanished roughly 3 months ago. Does that name sound familiar? Sal shook his head, pulling out a notepad to jot it down. No, it hasn't surfaced in my work yet, but I've come across 3 other names of missing girls that don't match the licenses we have. I'm still figuring out what that means. Maybe they just moved away, or maybe the hypothetical wife hasn't gotten around to the jeans drawer yet. How long have you been working on this, Sal? A year, he said, his attention on his notes, more actively since the second envelope arrived. Your supervisor must be thrilled. Hey, a guy needs a hobby. Tracking missing prostitutes? Tracking missing people, he corrected, his voice turning sharp. They're someone's sisters, daughters, mothers. You know what it's like for their families, going to bed every single night without knowing if their loved one is breathing or buried in a ditch. The frustration in his voice was palpable, a raw contrast to his earlier casual tone. It was a sudden, sobering reminder of the human cost that lay beneath all the theories and evidence. Everyone deserves better than that, don't you think? Kimberly had nothing more to say, which was just as well because she suddenly checked the time. She pushed the door open, her fingers still tight around the ring. I have to run! Wait, where exactly was this Virginia last spotted? The club district over in Sandy Springs? Which club? What does Ginny look like? I told you, Delilah was pretty vague on the details. Are you planning to call Delilah? Honestly, I'm expecting her to call me. Thanks for the pudding, Sal. See you later. Chapter 8. Spiders are exclusively carnivorous, from How to Know the Spiders. 3rd edition, by B.J. Caston, 1978. Henrietta was struggling. She had been lying on her back for almost 3 days now, with no real improvement in sight. He knew better than to touch her. Even the gentlest handling could spell disaster at this fragile stage. At nearly 15 years old, her advanced age only made things harder. When he first noticed the signs of an impending molt, he took immediate action, moving her to a makeshift intensive care unit, a dark, humid space where she could rest undisturbed. He'd even taken a fine artist's brush and carefully applied glycerin to her legs, focusing on the delicate joints where the old exoskeleton would need to give way. In theory, the glycerin was supposed to soften those rigid rings, making it easier for Henrietta to wriggle free, but it hadn't worked. Now he stood over her, considering more extreme measures. Maybe it was time to remove a leg. Molting is a perilous rite of passage for a tarantula. Once a year, to accommodate growth, the spider must shed its old exoskeleton, emerging from that outgrown shell with a new, roomier suit of armor already in place. For most of the year, the tarantula exists in a state of intermolt, quietly developing a fresh exoskeleton beneath the old one. As the cycle nears its end, the spider enters premolt, secreting a special fluid between the two layers. This fluid starts to dissolve part of the old shell, while tiny bristles on the new one begin pushing it away. A telltale bald patch on the tarantula's abdomen darkens from tan to black, signaling that the process is underway. Soon after, the tarantula will flip onto its back to begin the arduous task of shedding. The whole ordeal can take anywhere from 20 minutes to several days, unless, of course, the spider doesn't make it. He could already see Henrietta was in trouble. Weakened by age, she simply didn't have the strength to pull her legs loose. With every passing hour, her new exoskeleton was hardening inside the old one, effectively trapping her. If he didn't act soon, she would die, imprisoned in a casing of her own making. He could amputate a leg or two, a quick twist and pull at the femur, and it would be over. It sounded brutal, but a spider can survive losing a limb. Or he could attempt something he'd only read about in online forums, a delicate, hands-on intervention. The truth is, veterinary care for tarantulas is largely uncharted territory. When a pet spider dies, most owners don't perform autopsies. They either bury the creature, preserve it, or simply toss it out. Over time, hobbyists have pieced together a few basics. For Henrietta's ICU, he used a thoroughly cleaned plastic yogurt container, sterilized with bleach, lined with an oven-sanitized paper towel soaked in cooled boiled water. He allowed everything to reach room temperature before settling Henrietta onto the damp towel and sealing the container with its lid, now punctured with 3 small air holes. He never liked using these plastic bins, preferring to observe his pets, but tarantulas, like most spiders, are private creatures. They seek darkness, especially when they're vulnerable. He worked in the dimness of the upstairs bathroom, the heavy shades drawn tight against the day. The air was thick, carrying the smell of damp soil and something faintly sour. A single nightlight cast a weak, amber glow over his workspace, just enough to see by without causing Henrietta more distress. She lay perfectly still now, no longer struggling against the grip of her old skin. Was she gone? He didn't believe so. Not yet, but the end was creeping closer, and the weight of that possibility pressed down on him. She was his first, the one who started it all. Over the years, his collection had grown with rarer, more vibrant specimens, but none held the same place. She had, in her own way, given him his freedom long ago. The decision was final. He would try to save her. He began assembling his tools. A flat sheet of cardboard would be his operating table. Tweezers, a magnifying glass, an eyedropper, and a cotton swab were laid out. He went downstairs to sterilize the tweezers in boiling water and to soak a clean paper towel. The boy was on the sofa, his gaze locked on the television screen, refusing to look up as the man passed through. A wise choice. While the tweezers cooled, the man prepared a damp paper towel on a panel from a cereal box. He then mixed 2 drops of mild dish soap into a cup of boiled, cooled water. Returning upstairs, he passed the living room again. This time, at the sound of his steps, the boy tensed visibly. The man allowed himself a thin, satisfied smile. Back in his sanctuary, he gently transferred Henrietta from her enclosure to the cardboard bed, moving with extreme care. Under the magnifying glass, the situation looked grim. The old exoskeleton was barely split, with no sign of a new leg emerging. It was far worse than he'd feared, and a sharp, aching breath caught in his throat. He forced himself to focus. Using the cotton swab, he applied the soapy solution to the molting shell, meticulous in avoiding any drip that could seep into her book lungs. As he waited for the solution to work, he decided on a more aggressive approach. With the sterilized tweezers, he began removing the sternum plate of the old shell. The plates, connected by a thin membrane, came away more easily than expected. Soon, much of the carapace and sternum was gone. Yet, Henrietta's new legs remained imprisoned, each delicate limb encased in a series of hard, ring-like segments of the old skin. Without the ability to use her legs to push free, she was still trapped. He was peering through the magnifying glass, weighing his next move, when a sound drifted up from below, the front door opening and closing, followed by the low murmur of voices. They were debating, he was sure of it, to interrupt or to leave him be. This upstairs world was his alone, filled with his quiet guests. They avoided it, usually. But then came the footsteps, hesitant, creaking on the old stairs, crossing the landing, stopping outside his door. It swung open, a violent slash of daylight invading the gloom. "Close it," he snapped. "The door shut. Stand there. Don't speak." The intruder obeyed, silent and still. Good. He turned back to Henrietta. The only path left was to fracture the rigid rings binding each leg. If he could chip them away without harming the soft, vulnerable limb beneath, she might live. 4 joints per leg, 8 legs. He bent to the task, a part of him still acutely aware of the silent figure standing behind him, a statue awaiting his command. Minutes bled into an hour. He worked with agonizing slowness, chip by tiny chip, ring by stubborn ring. When he finally straightened up, his shirt was plastered to his back with sweat, and his breaths came in short, hard pulls, as if he'd just climbed a mountain instead of spending an hour hunched in a circle of faint light. He had all 8 of her legs free now, though several were bent at unnatural angles, clearly injured. As he watched, one limb twitched, then another. Henrietta was still fighting, clinging to life. "You are magnificent," he murmured to his prized companion. "That's my brave girl. That's my brave girl. Is she going to make it?" A hesitant voice finally came from the doorway. He didn't turn, his tone sharp as he set the tweezers down. "It's impossible to say. A molt this severe often damages the mouth parts, the pharynx, the stomach lining. The likelihood is she won't survive the night, I see, but this at least gives her a fighting chance." He took a grim sort of comfort in that, clicking off the lamp, leaving Henrietta to wage her solitary battle the way she would want, alone in the darkness. He finally turned, his eyes quickly adjusting to the dim light to take in the young woman framed in the doorway. She held her chin high, a small act of defiance that displayed the spider inked on her neck, a gesture that convinced neither of them. "Do you have it?" he demanded, skipping any greeting. Silently, she extended the business card. He grabbed it, flipped it over, and scanned the cell number handwritten on the back. For the first time that entire morning, the man allowed himself a thin smile. "Walk me through it, every detail." And the girl, having been thoroughly drilled by now, did exactly that. Chapter 9. For the average person, the most recognizable trait of a brown recluse spider is the dark violin-shaped marking on its cephalothorax, with the neck of the violin pointing toward the spider's abdomen. From Brown Recluse Spider by Michael F. Potter, Orban entomologist, University of Kentucky College of Agriculture. The call arrived 3 nights later. Kimberly's unit had finally finished processing the crash site, and she and Mac were marking the occasion with a shared meal at home. He'd brought back a honey-glazed ham along with coleslaw and fresh biscuits. He focused on the ham, she devoted herself to the biscuits. So, after I got the ring completely cleaned, she explained, her voice buzzing with energy. The detail was incredible. Alpharetta High School is etched around the central stone. On one side, it says Raiders, that's their mascot, next to a tiny engraved football with the number 86 and the initials QB underneath. Seriously? Max said, reaching for another beer. You've got the high school, plus confirmation he was the quarterback wearing number 86? It gets better. The other side of the ring has a name, Tommy, with an insignia and class of 2006. My class ring doesn't have any of that, Mac remarked. You have a high school ring, of course? I've never seen you wear it. Well, if my ring were half as interesting as Tommy's, maybe you would. Kimberly shot him an exasperated glance, decided a 4th biscuit wasn't the wisest choice for her or the baby, and opted for some coleslaw instead. So now I have a first name, a high school, and a graduation year. I figured, fine, next time I'm over that way, I'd stop by Alpharetta High, chat with a counselor, and bingo, mystery solved. But then I had a better thought. Naturally. I went online, thought I'd see what I could find out about Alpharetta High School, my love. Hey, that attitude is just going to earn you extra 2 a.m. diaper duty. Fair enough. She gave him a stern look. He shrugged. I'm genuinely curious. I spent all day in a surveillance van, listening to 2 would-be drug dealers have a deeply philosophical debate about whether Keanu Reeves is the most underrated actor of our generation. Was it because of Speed? More about his principled stand against making Speed 2 a valid point. Okay, back to the ring. Well, she continued, somewhat appeased, Alpharetta High School is terrifyingly huge. Alpharetta itself is terrifyingly huge. They had once considered buying a house there. It was a thriving, affluent, unmistakably professional community just to the south. Ultimately, it was the sheer pace of growth that had made them hesitate. The town had swelled from just 3,000 residents in 1980 to more than 50,000 today, straining every public service and clogging the roads with the predictable headaches of such explosive growth. Close to 2,000 students, Kimberly noted. That gave me pause. A school that large, a single kid could easily get lost in the crowd. Then it hit me. Check the local sports coverage. And you won't believe what turned up. Delilah Rose, Mac offered. Try Tommy Mark Evans, starting quarterback, class of 2006. His picture, his stats, his whole life, basically, posted for the world on the internet. Honestly, I found rosters for every team, the cheer squad, the drama club, the chess club, you name it. Some organization has a site broadcasting these kids' names and faces. Monitoring social media isn't enough anymore. Every community group with a website is handing out details on America's children. Think about it. From my desk, using one class ring, I followed a digital trail right to Tommy Mark Evans's doorstep. Our son is never having a computer in his bedroom, Mac declared. Any door that opens out can also let something in. I intend to know exactly what or who is entering our home. Our daughter might not even use a computer, Kimberly countered. By the time she's old enough, everything will run through a cell phone. How on earth are we supposed to monitor that? No phone privileges works for me. So you're going to be the overprotective dad with a strict curfew and a shotgun? Absolutely, but I'll also buy her a pony. Wait, I'll buy him a baseball bat. Kimberly caught the slip immediately and broke into a grin. I heard that. You're picturing a little girl? Any healthy, happy baby is perfectly fine. You want to buy frilly pink dresses? Hey, can I help it if the girls section has all the cutest clothes? Kimberly laughed, partly at the image of her rugged, no-nonsense husband browsing racks of tiny dresses, but he probably would adore the pink outfits. And he absolutely would buy their child a pony along with thorough firearm safety lessons. "Well, if you're finished making fun of me," he said, feigning wounded pride as he stood to clear their paper plates. "What's your next move? You mean, now that I've processed evidence and chased a lead for a case I'm not officially assigned to?" That was the general idea. Kimberly didn't have a ready answer. "What's your take on Sal?" "Solid guy, known for being stubborn and seeing things through. Is he a lone wolf? The type who bucks authority and works better alone?" "Actually, honey, that sounds more like you." Kimberly nodded. "Fair point." Her cell phone rang. Mac looked up. "Yours, not mine." She pushed to her feet with a sigh. "I knew discussing work was a mistake. It's like summoning trouble." On the second ring, her stomach felt uncomfortably full. She rubbed it absently, silently asking baby McCormack to take it easy on the biscuits, as she crossed to her bag and dug around. Third ring. She finally retrieved the phone and glanced at the screen, the 1-800 number for the Atlanta field office, which was odd. She typically got calls directly from her supervisor or fellow agents, not the duty desk. Shrugging, she flipped it open. Special Agent Quincy, and then a voice, faint and distant like a secret shared in shadows. "Help me." "Who is this, please?" "Help me." Kimberly shot a sharp look at Mac, urgently gesturing for paper and pen. He scrambled toward the kitchen desk. "You have reached a federal agent. State your name and I will assist you." "I don't remember. He took it from me. Maybe if I could just find it again?" "Who took it? Talk to me." Mac returned to her side, paper and pen in hand, his expression questioning. The whisper came again, so soft it was almost swallowed by the static. "Soon you will understand." The line went dead. Kimberly tried to call back, but the line was blocked. She placed her phone on the table, utterly confused. Mac lingered nearby, his notepad ready for details about a caller who had offered none. "Delilah Rose?" he finally ventured. "I don't think so," Kimberly replied. The voice sounded young, like a boy's. The phone shattered the silence again just after 2 in the morning. Sleep had been elusive for Kimberly, a part of her braced for this very interruption. She felt Max stiffen beside her at the first ring, confirming he'd been on edge as well. She switched on the lamp. Her cell, a notepad, a pen, and a small recorder were already arranged on the nightstand. The screen once more showed the Atlanta FBI's toll-free number. This time, Kimberly wasn't deceived. She met Mac's eyes with a deliberate nod, activated the recorder, and answered on speakerphone. Special Agent Quincy at first, only silence. No greeting, no static, then faint and distant, that same hushed sound. "Shh." Kimberly looked at Mac. She lifted the phone between them, and pressing her ear closer, the sounds clarified. Moans, ragged breathing, the brutal slap of skin on skin, a choked cry of pain. "Do you like that? Does that feel good? Answer me." A whimper, small and broken. "That's what I thought." Kimberly clamped a hand over her own mouth to silence her instinctive gasp. Next to her, Mac had frozen. He heard it too and recognized the horror. They were listening to a rape. Kimberly knew those sounds. She had heard similar tapes as a child, part of the work her father would bring home before he discovered his daughters sneaking into his office. Was this recorded? Or was it happening right now? Her stomach twisted with a familiar, sickening dread. The whisper returned, clearer now. "Shh." Then came a violent, metallic banging. Handcuffs, she realized, being slammed against a metal bedframe as someone fought desperately. Next, a low, grating rasp, the unmistakable sound of a blade being drawn slowly across a sharpening stone. In that instant, Kimberly knew with chilling certainty the call was about to descend into a deeper hell. Her hand trembled as she scrawled frantically on the notepad. "Trace it." Mac threw off the covers, leapt from the bed, and snatched up the landline. "You know what I want?" A name. Is one name truly so difficult? You just have to love her. Give me someone you trust, a friend you adore, that's all I ask. One single name. Then I promise your death will be swift. This is Special Agent Michael McCormack requesting Special Agent Lynn Stout. I need an immediate trace on my wife's cell line. Number? a sudden sharp rip duct tape torn from a mouth. A wail erupted, then a long, piercing scream of pure terror that seemed to stretch on forever. Kimberly shoved her fist into her mouth, yet she could feel that exhausted, agonized cry vibrating in her very bones. The voice, closer and more intimate now. Shh. Tell me. Please. The slick, wicked sound of metal cutting. A new, guttural scream. I can skin you alive. Do you want to watch? Dear God, dear God, dear God. Sweetheart, didn't anyone ever tell you? There is no God. Just me. I am your salvation and your ruin, and you will make me happy, or I will peel the skin from your bones. Give me a name? I don't know. Ugh. Ugh! One name. Please, no, dear God. No, please, please. The girl was screaming uncontrollably, and now the man was roaring over her, demanding a name again and again, the words punctuated by awful, wet sounds and that relentless, violent banging. Kimberly felt herself beginning to detach, to retreat deep within her own skin, to mentally flee from this moment where a young girl pleaded for her life and a monster wielded his knife. The voice hissed in her ear, "Shh." Mac was across the room, his voice tight with urgency. "Lynn, I need that trace now. How does that feel?" The voice cooed, a grotesque parody of tenderness. "How does that feel, you piece of trash? It's only going to get worse. I'll keep going and going until you give me a name. Oh God, please, are you deaf? There is no God here." A raw, guttural scream tore from her throat. "A name. Give me a name." "Karen. It's KK Karen." "Karen who? What's her last name? How do you know her?" "I don't know. I swear I don't." Another sharp cry as something brutal happened. "You're lying. If she meant anything to you, you'd know every detail. If you cared, you'd remember her full damn name." "Please, stop. Last chance. Make me believe you. Or I promise the next cut will be somewhere you truly cherish. Counting now. 1, 2, Virginia." The woman choked out. "Her name is Virginia Jones. Ginny. And why do you love her?" "She's my daughter." A heavy silence. "Good," the man said softly. What followed needed no explanation. Kimberly felt hands shaking her shoulders. Had she passed out? She refused to believe it. She'd never fainted in her life. Disoriented. She stared at the bed where her cell phone lay, its screen dark. Was it all just a nightmare? Then she looked up and saw Mac's grave expression, the deep worry lines around his eyes. "The call ended," he said quietly. "It's over." But Kimberly shook her head, a cold certainty settling in her chest. "No, Mac, it's only beginning." Chapter 10. Most spider species are not particular about their prey and will consume whatever insects come within reach. From How to Know the Spiders, 3rd edition by B.J. Caston, 1978, Rita was getting ready for her morning visitor, which meant a trip to the store for groceries. It was never a quick errand. She started by stepping into her old clawfoot tub, letting a thin stream of lukewarm water run, waste not, want not, and scrubbing down with a sliver of ivory soap. Years back, she'd had a nice girl in town set her hair, but the cost and the drive had grown to be too much. Now she let it grow long and thin, hanging over her shoulders like frayed lace. She pulled on her long johns, then a set of flannel pajamas followed by a pair of her mother's old black trousers cinched tight at the waist. Her father's red plaid shirt hung nearly to her knees, but it was sturdy and warm, still carrying the faint, sweet scent of his pipe tobacco after all this time. She wore his wool socks, too, the kind that kept your toes cozy even when the temperature dropped and the wind howled like a banshee. Finally came the heavy peacoat, a hat, a scarf, and a pair of her brother's worn gloves. By the time she reached the kitchen, the layers felt like a suit of armor. She lifted the cookie jar and carefully counted its contents. Social Security sent her $114.14 each month. It was enough in the summer when she grew vegetables and picked berries along the roadside brambles, but winter was lean. She bought day-old bread, discounted meat, and wilted vegetables, figuring anything was safe if you boiled it long enough in the stew pot. Today's budget was $11.45. That should cover it. With a final shuffle, she reached the front door. "Now, Joseph," she announced to the empty house. No mischief while I'm gone. I know exactly where I left my hairbrushes and the good silver. If you're looking for trouble, go bother the neighbor. Mrs. Bradford was always colder than a witch's tit anyway. Rita chuckled at her own joke, then eased the door open and gripped the wooden railing to navigate the front steps. She and her brothers had never cared for Mrs. Bradford. The woman had tattled on them once for snitching apples from her tree. Well, if she didn't want kids eating them, she should have picked them herself. What kind of neighbor hoarded apples? Mrs. Bradford had been dead 10 years now. Maybe Joseph could look her up in the afterlife, place a direct call, do whatever ghosts do to pass the time. Finding her rhythm, a slow, rocking shuffle, Rita made her way down the road. She lived on a quiet side street, not far from the edge of town. This stretch of land used to be dotted with spacious lots and charming summer cottages. Her great-great-grandfather had constructed their family's quaint Victorian, seeking an escape from Atlanta's oppressive summer humidity. Over the decades, things shifted. Estates were sold off and carved into smaller parcels, and one by one those original vacation homes vanished. Today, her street was a mismatched collection of prefabricated colonials, double-wide trailers, and sprawling ranch-style houses. She imagined her neighbors were likely young couples, the kind who worked in the local restaurants and hotels, bustling through the summer and fall when tourists flooded in, outnumbering residents and making a simple trip for groceries a chore. Rita couldn't say for sure. She rarely left her property and kept to herself, her time consumed by the deceased. She had a theory about where the boy originated, though. Further up the road, perched above the others, stood one of the last remaining grand houses. Now it showed its age with flaking paint, windows hanging crookedly and a front porch that sagged to one side. Sometimes in the dead of night when decent folks were asleep, not lying awake, staring at the ceiling as she so often did, she'd see lights flicker on in its upper windows. The occupants kept peculiar hours. That house perfectly matched her notion of where a scrawny, spider-catching boy might come from. She finally reached the general store, navigating past pickup trucks caked in mud and edged with dirty snow, past the fuel pumps and into the small shop that perpetually carried the scent of diesel and old cigarettes. Rita took a slow walk down the aisles, taking stock: bread, eggs, milk. She paused by the bacon, her mouth watering at the thought it had been ages, but the price tag quickly dismissed the idea. Boys liked cereal. Goodness, she remembered how many boxes she used to go through when her own sons were home. Not those sugary, brightly colored kinds, she never approved of those, but the plain, wholesome varieties. She squinted at the shelf label, astonished. She had no idea plain puffed wheat could carry such a steep price. Why, in her day, she shook her head and stuck to her initial 3 items. It would have to suffice. Mel was at the register, as he usually was on her bi-weekly visits. He gave her a nod, a faint smile touching his lips at her bundled appearance. "Chilly walk, Rita?" "Warmed up once I got going." "Looks like you're fixin' for breakfast." "Yep." "Looks good. All you're missing is some sausage. Got a special running 2 for 1 if you're interested." She hesitated, considering the extra protein would be good for the boy. And oh, the memory of sausage patties sizzling in her mother's heavy cast-iron skillet. She let out a soft sigh, mentally counting her cash. "I'm all right, thank you kindly, Mel." "Suit yourself, Rita." He bagged her groceries, then frowned at the flimsy sack. "I'm not too sure about that bag, especially if you're walking back. I could give you a lift. These legs God gave me work just fine. Well, if you're set on it, let me at least get you a box from the back. Hate for you to lose those eggs, as you wish." Mel returned shortly with a small cardboard box placed inside a sturdier plastic bag, arranging the handles for an easier carry. With a final nod, she was on her way. About halfway home, she stopped to rest and peeked inside the bag. He'd slipped in 2 packages of sausage and a box of Earl Grey tea. For a heartbeat, she was nearly overcome by the simple luxury of a fresh tea bag, instead of the pale, exhausted ones she reused until they were nearly flavorless. One day, she really ought to thank him properly, but that would mean acknowledging his quiet charity, and so far their unspoken arrangement had suited them both. The walk back felt longer than usual, and she began to feel lightheaded, her steps becoming less steady. It would be a relief to get inside, brew a cup of that Earl Grey, hot, black, and strong, and prop her feet up in the front parlor like her father used to do, maybe even doze off for a bit. But when she pushed open her front door, she found she wasn't alone. The boy had come back, except this time, he wasn't waiting out on the back porch. He stood in her living room holding a framed photograph of her family. For a long moment, they just looked at each other. Then Rita stepped decisively inside, shutting the door and unwinding the scarf from her neck. "Young man, the correct way to enter a person's home is to knock and wait for an invitation. Did you do that?" "No, ma'am." "Then this was not correct. Don't let it happen again." "Yes, ma'am." With that settled, Rita took off her coat and tossed her hat aside. "I was planning on tea, but I could make hot cocoa instead." His expression brightened. "I don't have any marshmallows," she cautioned. "Too pricey. And frankly, silly." He gave a nod. She moved past him into the kitchen, acting as though she didn't notice his watchful, half-closed eyes or the narrow knife handle visible in his back pocket. "When your number's up?" "It's up," Rita thought. But she was a resilient old woman, and she had a feeling this boy would learn she still had plenty of road ahead. Chapter 11. Spiders consume their meals in two primary manners. Species with less powerful jaws pierce the insect's body with their fangs, then alternate between injecting digestive enzymes and sucking out the dissolved tissues, leaving behind a hollow exoskeleton. Others, with robust jaws, crush the prey into a pulp as digestive fluids are regurgitated onto it. From How to Know the Spiders, 3rd edition, by B.J. Caston, 1978. So to summarize, you've contacted a possible sources, examined a potential piece of evidence, and gotten 2 unsettling calls on your personal cell, both seemingly routed from our own dispatch desk. GBI Special Agent Lynn Stott pointed out, Kimberly added, that cell phone caller ID is unreliable due to spoofing. You visit a certain website, pay a small fee, and get access to a service where you input the target number and any caller ID you want. It's inexpensive, simple, and any kid with an internet connection can manage it. Not a comforting notion. Now that we're aware, our tech team can likely implement a method to trace the actual origin, which means dedicating more resources, Supervisory Special Agent Larry Bima argued, to an incident that isn't officially a case. Well, it's something. Yes, it's a complicated mess. Honestly, Kimberly, how do you keep finding your way into these predicaments? Bima let out a heavy sigh. Recognizing it as a rhetorical question, Kimberly wisely stayed quiet. In reality, they had a strong mutual respect, which was fortunate. Another supervisor might have filed a formal complaint by now. "Once more," Bima said, "what exactly do we know?" GBI Special Agent Martignetti suspects an unidentified offender has been targeting high-risk individuals, sex workers, addicts, runaways. He has a list of 9 missing girls, and he received, anonymously, the driver's licenses for 6 of them. Then we have Delilah Rose and her account of a friend, Ginny Jones, last seen 3 months ago with a client named Dinchara who has a fascination with spiders. Delilah says she found a ring belonging to Ginny in Dinchara's vehicle. I traced that ring to Tommy Mark Evans, an Alpharetta High School graduate from 2006. A listed classmate? Virginia Jones. Adding another layer, we have 2 calls to my cell from a blocked number. I believe the first was a test run to ensure the system worked for the more critical late-night call. I can't prove that yet, however. But the caller was male? It wasn't Delilah Rose. She paused, the uncertainty hanging in the air. Special Agent Stott had mentioned that the same online services offering caller ID spoofing often included an optional voice modulation feature, allowing a caller to sound like someone of the opposite gender, a sort of premium add-on. Considering that, honestly, I'm not certain what to believe anymore. Bima rubbed his temples wearily. I despise the internet, yet it gave us eBay and Amazon, Kimberly pointed out. I still despise the internet. Kimberly didn't press the issue. Ultimately, she offered, I suspect the caller was Delilah Rose, primarily because I gave her my direct number during our last conversation. This might have been her attempt to validate her claims. You could look at it that way. Baima had already listened to the recording of the disturbing call twice since Kimberly brought it to him first thing. It was, without question, a terrible way to begin the morning. So, Baima said, shifting to a businesslike tone, we have an unidentified male subject who sexually assaults and tortures a woman until she supplies a name under duress, after which she is killed. The victim provided the name Ginny Jones, alleging she was Ginny's mother. Can you verify that relationship? I've just submitted an inquiry to missing persons, Kimberly confirmed. She paused before adding, but I only had a last name. Jones and a general physical description, no first name. That's going to slow the search down considerably. Her supervisor gave her another skeptical glance. Moving forward, then? Your assessment of the audio? He pressed. Authentic or fabricated? Live or pre-recorded? Walk me through your reasoning. Kimberly made an effort to sound more decisive. I believe it was genuine. The timeline is less clear. Elaborate. The sounds in the background. If this was a recording, the person who made it has an intimate, unsettling knowledge of what violence and murder actually sound like. It felt too visceral, too raw, to be something scripted. Baima gave a curt, acknowledging nod, the kind of supervisory gesture that could feel like both permission and a trap. And the timing? He prodded. Last night, it seemed live. In the cold light of day, I'm leaning toward it being a recording. Kimberly leaned forward, eager to connect the dots. The second set of identifications Sal obtained belonged to 3 roommates who vanished sequentially. Combined with the phone call, it suggests a possible pattern. Part of the subject's method might involve having each victim select the next target from her own circle. If Ginny Jones disappeared 3 months ago, then the event we heard must have taken place before December. So, Ginny's mother is taken first. Under torture, she gives up her daughter who becomes the second victim, Baima summarized. It's a plausible theory. Theories are intellectually stimulating, Special Agent Quincy, but in case it's escaped your notice, we have a full caseload. To initiate a federal investigation, we require tangible evidence, and here's a novel concept, actual jurisdiction. I have the phone recording, Kimberly began, which is not admissible. You can't verify its source. And if it's a recording, as you suspect, there's no established chain of custody. What about the ring? Same chain of custody issues. The information from Delilah Rose constitutes the weakest 302 request I've ever reviewed, Baima stated flatly. Strike 3. You're out. Kimberly's expression darkened. You heard that call? We can't just ignore it. A woman died pleading for her life. How can you possibly? We're not ignoring it. Kimberly looked at him confused. We're not. No, we're referring it to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, where a case of this nature belongs. You said Special Agent Martignetti initiated the inquiry. Let Martignetti handle the missing persons angle and work the street sources. Better yet, maybe he can locate an actual crime scene or, dare I say, a body. One way or another, this falls under GBI's purview, not ours. But Delilah refuses to speak with Martignetti. Perhaps no one has persuaded her effectively enough. Until we have evidence of interstate activity, this is not an FBI matter. End of discussion. You currently have 18 open files on your desk. Here's an idea. Select one and resolve it. Kimberly scowled, biting her lower lip in frustration. The bureaucratic hurdles felt like a betrayal of the desperate plea they'd both heard, a stark reminder that justice often moved at the pace of paperwork. Baima fixed her with a steady gaze. Consider every call you receive and where it originates. You're essentially inviting them in each time. I'd recommend finding a more discreet method of collaboration. Understood. Kimberly stood up, careful to keep any hint of satisfaction from her expression. As she turned to go, her supervisor's voice stopped her. How are you holding up? Perfectly fine. Your caseload is significant, Kimberly. While you're still feeling sharp, it might be wise to start thinking about the long-term plan. Is that a directive? Consider it advice from a colleague. "My purpose is to serve," she replied, the old phrase slipping out. This time Baima did roll his eyes. Kimberly took that as her dismissal. Her supervisor had essentially greenlit a more strategic approach to working with the state. That approach undoubtedly included securing Tommy Mark Evans. Her father, Quincy, had joined the bureau after a short period with the Chicago Police Department. He was from the old guard, from an era when agents wore dark suits, followed Hoover's directives, and lived by the code, never embarrass the bureau. Kimberly had been too young to recall her father's early field days, but she often imagined him in a serious black suit, his gaze inscrutable as he faced down some low-level criminal, dismantling a flimsy alibi with nothing more than a skeptical lift of his brow. After his relentless work habits contributed to the end of his marriage, Quincy moved into profiling, transferring to what was then the behavioral science unit at Quantico. The official story was that he shifted to research to spend more time with his daughters. The reality was he traveled even more, consulting on over 100 cases annually, each one more horrifying than the last. He never discussed the details, not during his field office days, and absolutely not once he began profiling. So Kimberly took it upon herself to learn, slipping into his home office late at night, poring over his criminology texts and glancing at folders containing crime scene photos, blood spatter analysis, and coroner's reports filled with terms like petechial hemorrhaging, defensive wounds, and post-mortem disfigurement. She'd only been a special agent for 4 years, but in a deeper sense, she'd been a student of violence her entire life. First, under the naive belief that if she could comprehend her father's work, she could comprehend the man. Second, as a survivor herself, struggling to navigate the complex grief of knowing her mother died a prolonged and brutal death, fighting for every inch as she crawled across the polished floors of their refined Philadelphia home. Did Bethy die terrified, feeling trapped and helpless? Or was she furious, having fought so desperately only to lose? Or perhaps by the end, the pain was so overwhelming that relief was all that remained. Her sister Mandy had died the year before. Maybe in those final seconds, Bethy was simply comforted by the thought of seeing her daughter again. Kimberly didn't know, she would never know. And in the quietest hours of the night, her mind would often travel to shadowy places where most people, thankfully, never have to venture. In the end, she and her father seldom talked shop, not because of their jobs, but because their common ground wasn't found in the bureau. Kimberly worked for the modern post-9/11 FBI, operating from a sleek campus in a manicured office park. The average agent was in their mid-30s. Women made up a significant portion of the force. Men wore pastel shirts without a second thought. No, what she and her father shared was something more profound and more sorrowful. They both understood the peculiar burden of dedicating your life to saving strangers while living with the private knowledge that you failed the people you loved the most. Above all, they understood the relentless necessity of moving forward, because if you paused for too long, you risked being buried under the immense, crushing weight of all your regrets. A little past 11 in the morning, Kimberly walked out to her car. She'd already pulled up the latest traffic report on her phone, and the route up GA 400 looked clear. Alpharetta was only about 25 miles north of the Atlanta field office, and she made the drive in good time. Football season was long over, so when she located the school gym, Coach Yuri was running a PE class full of lanky freshmen, a tangle of limbs, and an impressive array of piercings. The sight of her was enough for him to call a timeout and take a breather. She started with some easy small talk how the season went, his thoughts on the new school building. What a spirited bunch of kids he had. Yuri, built like a fireplug with a buzz cut and a solid gut, took it in stride. Should have gone all the way to state this year, he said. The kids had the heart, but it was a young team that made some costly mistakes. By God, they'd get it next year. They moved into the hallway as they talked. He offered her a bottle of water from a nearby cooler, which she declined. His eyes flicked briefly to her midsection, and she could almost hear the gears turning. Was she pregnant? Was she not? Were FBI agents even allowed to be pregnant? Wisely, he kept the question to himself. "I'm actually trying to locate one of your former players," Kimberly said casually as they turned a corner past rows of lockers. "Nothing urgent." I'm just tying up some loose ends from an old case and have a piece of property to return. Property? A class ring. It's got the football emblem and a jersey number on it. That's what led me here. Oh, sure, Yuri said with a chuckle. Kids these days load those rings up with everything. Hell, back in my day we were lucky to get our initials stamped on the inside. Kimberly nodded along, thinking how Mac had said the same thing. To some men, a class ring was almost like a service medal. You have a name? Yuri asked. Or just the number, I can probably place him. Not that I keep a scrapbook on every kid. The owner graduated in '06, Kimberly offered. From the symbols, it looks like he played quarterback. Jersey number 86. Yuri stopped walking. Under the harsh fluorescent lights, his face lost some color. Then he straightened up, shoulders pulling back. I'm sorry, Special Agent, you could have saved yourself the trip if you'd called. That ring belonged to Tommy Mark Evans, great kid, one of the best quarterbacks I ever coached, had a cannon for an arm and ice in his veins under pressure. Graduated with honors and landed a football scholarship to Penn State. He's away at school? Kimberly asked, confused. But Yuri shook his head. Not anymore. Tommy came home for Christmas break last year, went out for a drive one night. No one really knows what happened. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Took 2 bullets right to the forehead, neat as you please. His parents still aren't right. You just don't expect a kid like that, strong, good-looking, full of promise, to end up gone. Bergerman took me to the park. Little kids were on the swings and the teeter-totter, squealing as they spun on the merry-go-round. Some older boys around my age were racing across a cracked asphalt court in a noisy pickup game of basketball. Bergerman gave me a shove with his elbow. Go on, get in there. You're allowed. Hell, you need some sun. You look like death warmed over. For a second, I didn't think he was serious. Then he shoved me harder, almost knocking me off my feet, so I got the message and walked over. I joined the team wearing shirts. Going shirtless would have raised too many questions. At first, I hung back. It felt surreal to be on a playground, surrounded by other kids, listening to them laugh and shout and curse under their breath when someone blew a layup or took an elbow to the ribs. I kept waiting for the game to stop, for all of them to turn and stare. Part of me wanted them to ask, "What the hell happened to you?" I longed for someone to shake me and say it was all just a nightmare, that everything was fine now, but no one did. They kept playing basketball, and after a while, I joined them. The scent of cut grass hung in the air, mixed with the carefree shouts of kids, savoring those final days before the summer heat would drive everyone indoors or to the pools. Birds chirped, flowers bloomed, and the sky stretched out in an endless blue. The world just kept turning, indifferent and constant. I took a shot and sank it. A boy clapped me on the back. "Nice hook," he said. For a moment, I grinned and lost myself in the game. Time doesn't mean much when you're trapped. It belongs to other boys, the ones not caught in the Bergerman's grip. You just exist until you're told to stop, and then you don't. So I played until he called me over. The sun was dipping low, casting long shadows. Families were gathering their children, herding them home like ducklings. My eyes drifted to a small boy playing alone in a sandbox. The Bergerman saw him too. He turned to me, his voice low. "Boy, fetch me that kid." What followed was a scream, piercing, relentless, a sound that seemed to fray at the edges of my sanity. I pressed my hands over my ears. The Bergerman backhanded me, sending me crashing into the wall. He drove a fist into my stomach, and as I folded, he struck me under the chin. "Are you watching, boy? Pay attention." Then the screaming started again, on, until it finally ceased with the Bergerman rolling away, fumbling for a cigarette. My mouth tasted of blood. I'd bitten my tongue, and a cut stung my cheek from his ring. The room swayed. I thought I might be sick. The little boy had gone still on the bed, his eyes vacant and stunned. I saw myself in that hollow gaze. Then his eyes locked onto mine. They held a silent, desperate plea. "Please." I stumbled from the room, down the hall, and barely made it to the bathroom before retching violently. I couldn't stop. Even after there was nothing left, My body kept convulsing, as if trying to purge a horror that had already seeped into my veins. I dry heaved until I passed out on the cold tile, a small fleeting mercy. When I came to, the only sound was snoring. It wouldn't last. The Burgerman always woke up hungry. I crawled back to the bedroom and peered inside. The boy had curled into a tight ball, awake but motionless, staring at the wall. He was practicing being invisible, hoping if he made himself small enough, he might be overlooked. I knew that ritual. I also knew what I had to do. The Burgerman's pants were discarded on the floor. Moving carefully, I slipped my hand into a pocket and closed my fingers around a cold, sharp key. I didn't allow myself to think. I crept to the bedside and held a finger to my lips. Shh. I gathered the boy's clothes. He couldn't have been more than 5 or 6 and dressed him gently like he was a toddler. What could I possibly say to him? There were no comforting truths for either of us. I gave his shoulder a soft pat before stepping away to unlock the door. The hinge let out a faint squeak. I froze. The snoring from the bedroom continued. So far, so good. The hallway outside was empty and gray, as it always seemed in this complex. It was now or never. And for some reason, in that tense quiet, my mind flashed back to the very first night, the night I woke to find the Burgerman looming at the foot of my bed and the distant, ordinary sound of my father snoring down the hall. The memory washed over me, and I began to weep, knowing full well these tears were a worthless offering, arriving far too late. I stumbled back to the bedroom, sobbing openly. My hands found the boy's shoulder, and I shook him violently. His dark eyes drifted up to meet mine, a glimmer of awareness flickering there before it vanished. Desperate, I slapped him hard, seized his shoulder, and hauled him off the mattress and onto the floor. The snoring ceased. The bed springs groaned as the Burgerman shifted his weight. I clamped a hand over the boy's mouth, pulling him tight against my chest, silently begging him to stay quiet. Did I try to pray? I had no prayers left. My mind was a hollow, silent space. The bed creaked once more as the Burgerman turned over, then an ominous quiet. Time was slipping away. The monster was waking up. I hooked my hands under the boy's arms and began dragging him toward the door. 10 steps. 8, 7, 6, 5. His legs were useless, trailing behind him like dead weight. Why wouldn't he just walk? I needed him to find his feet, to wake up and stop trembling. Run, for God's sake, run. What was wrong with him? What kind of kid just takes this, over and over, and can't even muster the will to sprint for a damn door? And then, I was screaming. I don't know how it started. I was towering over his small form, my voice raw, spittle flying from my lips. Get your ass moving. You think he's going to sleep all day? You stupid, useless brat. Get up, run. Damn you, run. I am not your father. The 5-year-old boy folded into himself, hands clamped over his head, emitting a thin, terrified whine. And in that moment, I registered the new silence. The snoring was gone. I turned. I had no choice. There we were, so close to the open doorway, yet impossibly far. The man's latest toy was huddled at my feet. The Burgerman stood behind me. He smiled in the gloom, and in that smile I understood everything that would follow. Time is a luxury for other boys. Boys who haven't been starved and shattered. Boys who haven't stood frozen, forced to watch a grown man end a child's life with his bare hands. Boys who weren't then handed a shovel and ordered to help dig the hole. You got a death wish, kid? The Burgerman asked conversationally, stepping back from the freshly turned earth and leaning on his spade. The small form, wrapped in a frayed towel, lay under the azalea bush. I refused to look at it. Ain't difficult, he went on. Hell, just climb on in, lie down next to your pal. I won't lift a finger to stop you. I stood motionless after a pause. The Burgerman chuckled. See there? You still want to live. Nothing wrong with that. He gave me an almost tender pat on the head. Grab that shovel, son. I'll show you a trick to save your back. That's it. Use your legs. See? Now do it again. The Burgerman taught me how to dig a proper grave. Afterwards, we went back to the apartment, gathered our few things, and disappeared into the night. Chapter 13. The spider's appetite may often appear insatiable, the abdomen swelling to accommodate added food, from How to Know the Spiders. 3rd edition by B.J. Caston, 1978. Kimberly located Sal at the Atlanta Bread Company. He was working his way through a sandwich, a dab of mayonnaise clinging to his cheek. Despite agreeing to meet, he watched her approach with clear caution. "Sprouts?" she asked, eyeing his meal. "Interesting. Never pegged you for a Sprouts guy."
Hey, I appreciate vegetables. Besides, after a sausage McMuffin this morning, you ever do any cooking, Sal? I avoid it whenever I can. Same here. She sat down, sliding her leather saddlebag off her shoulder and rummaging inside for her own lunch. You eating pudding again? Sal inquired. Cottage cheese with blueberries, she corrected. Gotta get the protein. How far along are you now? Almost 22 weeks? Doesn't show. Blame the pudding, she said with a faint smile. You have any kids? He shook his head. Don't even have a wife. Hasn't stopped plenty of other men. True, but I'm either a traditionalist or a procrastinator. Haven't settled on which. Does it move? What? The baby. Yeah, the baby. It's not like I'm obsessed with cottage cheese or anything. Yeah, she's getting active. All these little kicks that just get more intense whenever I'm trying to eat or sleep. Naturally, if I'm just sitting around, she's completely still. That's my guess. Mac is hoping for a boy, future major league pitcher in his mind. What about you two? Sports are important, Sal stated earnestly. What else would we do with our Monday nights? Kimberly took another bite of her lunch. She had plenty to share, but decided it was only right to let Sal steer the conversation. He likely had some frustration to vent. Predictably, he dove right in. Very smooth, Quincy. Handing me a name like that. Just enough to seem like you gave a damn without actually committing to anything. I gotta admit, at least when I got burned, it was by a real professional. You think I should have mentioned the ring, is that it? The thought did occur to me. Kimberly opened her hands. She'd mulled this over, and this was her best offer. Here's the deal. We can waste the next quarter hour with you sulking because I held back the ring and me sulking because you tried to strong-arm an informant who specifically asked for me. Or we can acknowledge that we're both pushy investigators and focus on the actual case. So, I don't trust you, you don't trust me, but since we're both inherently suspicious, we should work together perfectly? Exactly, Sal thought it over. Fair enough, he finally agreed. Go ahead. He finished his sandwich, wiping his mouth. He missed a dab of mayo on his cheek, and without a second thought, she reached over and wiped it off with her finger. The casual familiarity of the action hit her a moment later, and she pulled back, feeling awkward. So anyway, she poked through her cottage cheese, hunting for a blueberry. Delilah Rose gave me a class ring she claims belonged to Ginny Jones. I tracked the ring to Tommy Mark Evans, who graduated from Alpharetta High School in '06. Ginny Jones was in his class. Were they dating? Coach Yuri didn't think so. His recollection was that Tommy dated a girl named Darlene Angler for most of the school year but might have broken up before graduation. He was fuzzy on that detail. I did talk to the school secretary, though, and she's tracking down a yearbook for us. Should be here by the end of the week. She looked up Virginia Jones for me. Without a warrant? Sal asked, surprised. I used my polite voice. Besides, that's why you asked the secretary. They're practically wired to pull files for anyone at any time. They don't question why. Good point. So, Ginny was at Alpharetta for 4 years but didn't graduate. She dropped out in February and never came back. Her file shows calls were made to her home, but no one ever answered. Eventually, there's a handwritten note on a yellow sticky that says, "Family appears to have left town." I guess that was that. Ginny had one parent listed as guardian, her mother, Veronica L. Jones. I made a few quick calls. Veronica L. Jones used to work as a waitress at the Hungryman Diner, but according to the manager, she stopped showing up for her shifts and they never heard from her again. They do, however, still have a final paycheck for her, if I can find out where she is. Sal's eyes widened. She left a paycheck behind? That doesn't sound promising. I don't think it is. The Jones family owned a house in Alpharetta. The town filed a lien against it in the spring of '07 for unpaid property taxes. The house is in foreclosure now. I couldn't find any missing persons report filed for either Veronica or Virginia Jones, and yet both of them have clearly vanished. As of February '06? Sal asked, frowning. Kimberly shrugged. February is when Ginny stopped going to school, so I'd assume around then. But according to your friend Delilah Rose, Ginny didn't disappear until 3 months ago in November '07, so you'll have to excuse my confusion. But this is where the phone call gets interesting. Let's say the woman on the recording is Ginny's mother, Veronica Jones. That's what she claims, so it's a solid starting point. If she was taken in February of '06, then Ginny comes home to a house that stays empty night after night. A sensible kid might call the police, but what teenager actually does that? More likely, she just takes off. Maybe she has friends over in Sandy Springs, thinks hitting the clubs sounds like a great idea, no curfew, living a little. She goes out to party, gets pulled into that whole scene, and never finds her way back out. So her mom becomes the first victim. Nearly 2 years later, Sal interjected skeptically, Ginny becomes victim number 2? Actually, Kimberly corrected, Ginny would be victim number 3. Consider Tommy Mark Evans. He graduated from Alpharetta High in June of '06. Star quarterback, top of his class, the local Golden Boy. He had a full ride to Penn State and left for college that fall. He came back for Christmas break. On December 27th, he told his parents he was going for a drive. He never returned. 3 days later, they found his truck pulled off on an old dirt road. Tommy was slumped over the steering wheel, killed by 2 precise shots to the forehead. Sal raised an eyebrow. Someone's been watching too many crime dramas. Was there any sign the kid was mixed up with drugs, using or dealing? Maybe the local scene shifted while he was away and the new players didn't appreciate him coming back. Coach Yuri didn't think so, but he practically worshipped the ground Tommy walked on. So take that opinion with a grain of salt. The Alpharetta Police Department handled the case. According to Yuri, they never developed any strong leads or made an arrest. The parents are still devastated, losing their son right after Christmas like that. So now we have 1 missing parent and 1 dead classmate, both connected to Ginny Jones. Any other cheerful stories from Alpharetta I should know about? Kimberly shrugged. It's a big town. We're probably just scratching the surface. That's exactly why you should talk to the Alpharetta police. Sal looked surprised me. They'll return your call a lot faster than mine. Besides, technically, I'm not even assigned to this case. I did all this digging purely out of the goodness of my heart. Sal looked understandably wary. What overworked federal agent ever does anything out of sheer kindness? Still, a simple thank you would have been nice. No such luck. I want that ring, Sal stated firmly. My case, my evidence. It's secured in the evidence vault, she assured him. I'll arrange the transfer. Is there anything else you're holding back? Kimberly started to say no, then remembered one other rather glaring detail she'd omitted and sighed. Well, possibly. Delilah Rose mentioned that Ginny Jones was last seen with a client who used the alias Mr. Dinchara. Mr. Dinchara? It's an anagram for arachnid. Apparently Dinchara enjoys bringing his pets along for the evening. You know, nothing says a night out quite like your favorite tarantula. Sal looked utterly captivated. You're kidding me. Not even a little. I take it no one else has brought him up? I think I'd remember a story like that. What does he do with the spiders? Oh, he lets them crawl over various parts of the girls, or if he pays extra, he just watches. He watches? Ever get the feeling the world is just getting weirder and weirder? Only every time I turn on a reality show, so a Mr. Dinchara with a pet tarantula. That's a pretty unique customer profile, shouldn't be too hard to track down. What was his connection to Jones? He was a client. Guess the spiders didn't bother Ginny much, and apparently they didn't faze Ms. Rose either. She seems to have a soft spot for anything with 8 legs. But here's the thing. Besides being the last person seen with Ginny, Delilah claims she found Tommy's class ring on the floor of Dinchara's SUV. Ginny used to wear it on a chain around her neck, like a good luck charm. Delilah insisted there's no way Ginny would have willingly left it behind. Sal was frowning again. the pieces of the puzzle not fitting together any better than before. If Ginny was wearing Tommy's ring on a chain, doesn't that suggest their relationship went beyond just being classmates? Typically, a girl wearing a guy's ring signals they're more than just friends. So it seems Tommy Mark Evans had a side coach Yuri knew nothing about. There's always more to the story. But if Ginny and Tommy were that close, why did she disappear? You'd think any teenage girl would stick around if she landed a boyfriend who was a handsome, popular quarterback. The social status alone would be a reason to stay. We're just going in circles, Sal sighed. Not having enough information will do that. So to summarize, we have 10 missing girls, 1 dead high school quarterback, a class ring linking the first missing girl to the dead boy, and 1 suspicious mystery man. Did I forget anything? 10 bodies. He frowned. Anything else? She grew more serious. The only solid lead we have, which is Delilah Rose, Chapter 14. The venom primarily acts as a paralyzing agent to immobilize the prey, which can remain alive for 4 to 5 days. The spider then feeds at its leisure. From Biology of the Brown Recluse Spider, B.Y. Julia Maxine Height, William J. Gladney, J. L. Lancaster, J. R. and W. Eat Whitcomb, Department of Entomology, Division of Agriculture, University of Arkansas, Fayetteville, May 1966. It was past 6 when Kimberly left the office. The highway was a tangled mess of bumper-to-bumper traffic. She considered turning back to wait out the rush, knowing she had a mountain of calls to return, forms to process, and reports to review. Instead, she pointed her car toward Alpharetta. The area was unfamiliar. Atlanta was so vast she could live here for years and still not fully grasp the ever-expanding sprawl of its suburbs. The city felt like a giant web, constantly growing, swallowing up rural land until a quiet country road one year became the site of a new shopping center the next. Yet Georgia absorbed this growth with a strange ease, with peaceful mountains just a couple hours north and serene beaches a few hours south. Mac always said there was nowhere else he'd rather live. She was still making up her own mind. With a map, a cell phone, and a near photographic memory, how lost could she really get? The drive to Ginny Jones's house was straightforward. The vacant home sat like a small gray shadow against the twilight. Its windows were boarded and the yard was a wild tangle of weeds, though it wasn't even the most neglected property on the street. As Kimberly navigated the side roads, the lots grew larger, the houses more impressive, the lawns meticulously groomed. After a few wrong turns and about 20 minutes, she found the next address, Tommy Mark Evans's home. It was an imposing brick, colonial set back on a half-acre of vibrant green lawn. A silver BMW SUV sat in the driveway, and neatly sculpted spiral hedges lined the entrance. The picture was clear. Ginny was the girl from the struggling, single-parent home. Tommy was the privileged football star. Was this a modern Cinderella story, or perhaps a role-reversed tale of mismatched lovers? The possibilities began to form. Maybe Tommy dated Ginny in secret, feeling pressure from his friends or family to keep it quiet. Perhaps Ginny felt sensitive about the disparity, giving her all the more reason to flee when her mother stopped coming home. Kimberly had one more stop. Full darkness had fallen, making it hard to read the map and drive simultaneously. She proceeded in half-mile increments, winding through a confusing network of side streets, office complexes, and housing divisions until her sense of direction began to blur. She thought she was nearer to Ginny's neighborhood than Tommy's, but couldn't be sure anymore. A left at the large oak, a right past the towering birch. Her tires crunched off the paved road onto gravel. The dirt road jolted her vehicle, one of the last unpaved stretches left in the county. It would likely be bulldozed and subdivided within a year, erasing all traces of what happened here. She found the place easily. A white cross reflected the glow of her headlights, a faded Christmas wreath with a tattered red ribbon leaning against its base. Kimberly parked a short distance back, pulled on her coat, and walked the remaining yards. It was past 7:30. Though not far from neighborhoods, the dense trees muffled all sound and blocked any distant lights. With the new moon offering no light, the scene was bathed only in the twin beams from her car. An eerie stillness settled, and she shivered despite herself. The cross read, Tommy Mark Evans across the arms. Beloved son, she swept her flashlight around the wall of overgrown rhododendrons, the spindly pines clawing at the sky. The road was deeply grooved. Her light traced the patterns of old tire tracks weaving in and out. She could easily imagine a young man racing down this lane, whooping as his truck caught air over the ruts. She could imagine a couple parked in the shadows, lost in each other. What she couldn't picture was a college student coming here alone, for no reason, and ending with 2 bullets to the forehead. Tommy had known who killed him. She was certain of it. An owl called out. A squirrel erupted from the brush and scrambled across the road. Kimberly watched the grass quiver long after it vanished. Then she felt it, a soft, fluttering kick in her side, her baby stirring. She pressed a hand to her abdomen. The vibrant proof of life within her contrasted with this place of death, washed over her with a profound, wordless sorrow. She wondered how Tommy's parents endured the holidays. Did they cover the mantel with his pictures, or was it easier to act as if he'd never existed? How had her own father managed it? Reviewing crime scene photos of brutalized children, then coming home to his family each night. How do you soothe your own child's scraped knee when your mind holds images of a victim missing fingers? How do you promise there are no monsters when you catalog their work daily? And how did he bear that final midnight call? Sir, we regret to inform you. Kimberly rarely let herself think of Mandy. Their mother, yes. But her sister, that loss was a quieter, more complicated ghost. You expect to someday lose your parents. A sister is different, a built-in ally for life. They were supposed to be matrons of honor at each other's weddings, swap parenting horror stories, eventually conspire about how to handle their aging dad. Once Kimberly had been part of a set. Now she was a solo act. You'd think she'd be accustomed to it, but she wasn't. She turned, hugging herself against the chill, and started back toward the car. She'd taken only 2 steps when her cell phone rang, the sound jarring in the silence. It was too dark here, too isolated, her head too crowded with grim echoes. Veronica Jones's final, desperate screams. Her sister Mandy swathed in bandages as the life support was switched off, a memory forever etched beside her parents' shattered faces. And then, just 1 year later, the nightmare house that became her mother's final, furious battle. Mandy had been fortunate. She never learned that her own death would ultimately decide her mother's destiny. Did Veronica Jones grasp the full weight of her tormented admission? Did she comprehend what it would cost her child? The phone rang once more. Kimberly yearned to ignore it. Yet she was her father's child, constitutionally unable to refuse even when her instincts screamed to do so. Special Agent Quincy, she stated into the line. Silence, she braced for a hissed command to be quiet, for some new grotesque audio to unfold, but seconds ticked by. Only empty air. She checked her signal and tried again. This is Quincy. No voice replied, but now, focusing intently, she detected the faint rhythm of breath, steady and soft. She let the quiet stretch, a tactical pause. It yielded nothing. I can help you, she offered after a moment. It's all right to speak, no response. Is anyone there? Are you worried someone might hear? Just give me a sign, a cough, anything, I'll understand. The caller held their peace. Frustration bubbled up and she paced a tight circle on the gravel. Are you in immediate danger? Nothing. If you share what you know, I can arrange for safety, but you can't just call me. You have to be ready to communicate. Then, at last, that thin voice returned, tense and whispery like a frightened kid's. Shh, please, let me help. He sees you. Who sees? He sees it all. Give me a name. Time is running out. Hear me out. You'll be the newest addition to the collection. Can we meet? Tell me where and when. Shh. Don't forget to look up. The line went dead. Kimberly stood frozen, phone gripped in her hand, utterly perplexed. Then, almost against her will, her eyes lifted. The night stretched overhead, a scatter of stars, the hazy urban glow on the horizon. She scanned the silhouettes of trees and shrubs, the dark line where land met sky. No monstrous shape emerged from the void. No phantom rushed to attack her. But then, off to her right, a branch snapped. Decorum forgotten, she sprinted for her vehicle, keys fumbling in her haste. She hauled the door open and threw herself inside, slamming it shut, engaging the locks, firing the engine. She almost peeled out in a spray of dirt like some frantic character from a horror movie, but stopped herself. She was a federal agent, for heaven's sake, and she was carrying. She steadied her breathing, secure in the metal shell of her car, and conducted a final sweep. The surrounding woods were still. No spectral riders charged from the gloom, just a lone white cross caught starkly in her headlight beams. She drove home at a measured pace, turning over the caller's cryptic words, wishing this entire investigation didn't sit like a cold stone in her gut. Mac's truck was in the driveway when she arrived. She parked beside it, killed the engine, fixed a calm expression on her face, and headed inside. The hallway and kitchen lights were on. She dropped her bag and shed her jacket, moving down the hall. No Mac. She checked the family room with its big TV and his well-worn leather chair, empty. Back in the kitchen, she looked for a note, that familiar unwarranted panic beginning to flutter again. He could be showering, or in the backyard, or visiting a neighbor. There were a dozen reasonable possibilities. Yet now she couldn't shake the thought, the caller had her personal number. What else did he know about her life? Kimberly. She jolted and spun, a hand flying to her heart. Mac stood in the kitchen doorway, his leather jacket on, his dark hair tousled as if by a breeze. "Good grief, you startled me," she said, lowering her hand, feeling suddenly silly. Mac stood motionless, his expression heavy as he watched her from across the kitchen. He made no move to come closer, to offer a kiss or a welcome. "It's late," he finally said, his voice low. "Got held up at work. I called your office. I was out." She studied him, a frown forming as she didn't care for his tone. "Is there a problem? If it was so urgent, you could have tried my cell." "I didn't want to," he replied flatly. Her frown deepened. "What is this, Mac? We both work late? It's part of the job. Since when do we start interrogating each other?"
You're working the case? What case?
Now he stepped forward, his gaze intense. "You know exactly what I mean, Kimberly. Delilah Rose, this spider-obsessed killer. You're diving back in, 5 months pregnant, 5 months, and you're wading right into the middle of it. It's my job. I'm a federal agent. Wading into the middle of things is what I do. No, that's the Bureau's job and the GBI's job. This state is filled with hundreds of capable investigators who could handle this. Sal, Harold, Mike, John, Gina, all of them skilled and just as tough as you, but it can't be them, can it? It always has to be you." Actually, I handed the case to Sal Martinetti first thing this morning, even arranged to transfer evidence to state custody. "You got what you wanted, Mac? It's the GBI's show now." "Then where were you all evening?" he asked, his voice dangerously quiet, and she knew she was in for it. She braced herself, digging in for an argument they'd both likely regret, but her pride refused to back down. "Since when do I report my every move to you?" "God damn it," Mac burst out. "You think I don't know? I already spoke with Sal. He wants to talk to you about his visit to Tommy Mark Evans's parents. You went to check things out yourself, didn't you? Couldn't trust Sal to do his job, a man who's worked 50 or 60 homicides in the last decade. What would he know? Did you hit the bars?"
Go looking for informants? Or just stand on a street corner calling, "Here, scary man, come get some fresh bait"? I did nothing like that. I drove around Alpharetta, looked at Ginny's and Tommy's neighborhoods. It was just a drive, nothing risky. And your phone? Was it quiet? She pressed her lips together stubbornly, which was answer enough. Max slammed his hand on the counter. "That's it, as your husband. I've never put my foot down like this, but enough is enough."
"If you won't see it, I have to. You're off this case, finished. Let Sal handle it." "Come on, it was just heavy breathing, obscene caller basics. I'm not going to be scared off by some creep playing games, and you should be ashamed for suggesting I should. Kimberly, don't you understand?" "Understand what?" she shouted back, genuinely confused. "It's not just about you anymore. It's about our baby. the child growing inside you who is already experiencing the world even from the womb. Our baby has ears, you know. I read that book you gave me at 20 weeks, they can hear. So what did our child get to listen to last night? It took her a moment. Then the pieces connected, and her hands flew to her belly, cradling the gentle curve in a sudden protective gesture. She hadn't considered it, hadn't realized. But yes, she was past 20 weeks. When fetuses develop hearing and earnest mothers play classical music to nurture little geniuses. Except Kimberly hadn't found time for that. No, her unborn child had listened to the sounds of a woman's final moments. I'm sure, she began, then faltered, unable to go on. Mac's shoulders finally relaxed. Across the room, his anger seemed to dissolve. He looked utterly haunted. She knew she should go to him, wrap her arms around his waist, and rest her head against his chest. Maybe if he could feel the baby kick the way she did, he'd understand that their child was strong, that babies are tough. All those reassuring phrases, yet she remained frozen in place. Her baby could hear everything now. What had she subjected that tiny, listening life to last night? Mac was right. Everything had shifted. Kimberly, Mac tried again, his voice softer, weary. We'll get through this. If I just quit? She asked quietly. Stop being an agent? Stop being a workaholic? Stop being…
Me? You know I'd never ask that, but you are. No, he insisted, his voice tightening. There's a huge gap between not working at all and stepping back from violent crimes. There's a difference between demanding you stay home and asking you to stick to a 40-hour week. I'm not telling you to abandon your duties. I'm saying please don't grab a case that isn't even under FBI jurisdiction. I'm not asking for impossible things. I'm asking for basic, practical sense. Practical sense?
Maybe I phrased that poorly. What's actually different now, Mac? Tell me, what's really changed? He seemed thrown. The baby? The pregnancy? We don't have a baby yet. We're talking about my body, the same body I've taken to work every day for 4 years and brought home safely each night. That isn't completely accurate. The hell it isn't. You want to talk about trust? Common sense? Then trust me to take care of myself and this body, just like I have for years. I'm not charging into gunfights. I'm not executing high-risk warrants. I've even skipped the firing range to avoid lead exposure. For goodness sake, I just spent nearly a week at a crime scene and never once stepped past the yellow tape, just to be extra cautious. I'm taking prenatal vitamins, avoiding alcohol, limiting fish. Frankly, I'm doing an excellent job looking after myself and this baby. Yet the moment the phone rings, you're ready to pull rank. This is too much for you. Time to step aside. I never said that. You might as well have. What is going on with you? He shouted, frustration boiling over. How can you be so stubborn? This is our child. How can you not love it as much as I do? The instant the words left his mouth, she saw the regret flash across his face, but it was too late. He'd finally voiced the unspoken fear that had lingered between them since she first learned she was pregnant, his fear and her own. She expected it to sting, and it did sharply. Kimberly? I think we should call it a night. You know I didn't mean that. But you did, Mac. You really did. Your mother stayed home with you. Your sisters are home with their kids. For all your progressive talk, you're a traditionalist deep down. The husband works, the wife stays home, and she should be happy about it if she truly loves her family. You're right. We should call it a night. I already have. She turned and marched down the hall toward their bedroom, half expecting him to follow. That was their usual pattern. She'd be proud and stubborn, but he'd always find a way to calm her, to coax a smile, to land a reconciling kiss. She needed that now, needed him to hold her and whisper that she would be a good mother, that she wasn't the selfish, reckless person she suddenly feared she was. But Mac didn't follow. After a pause, she heard the front door open and close softly, leaving her completely alone. Chapter 15. Bergerman took away my birthday. He said I didn't need it anymore. We celebrated a new occasion instead, homecoming. The day I truly became his. On my 4th homecoming, he showed up with a case of beer and a woman. I don't know, she said. eyeing me. He looks really young. What do you care? Bergerman snapped. I'm his father, and if I decide to treat my son to a little fun, that's my business. You ought to be thanking me for bringing in some fresh talent instead of the usual worn-out crowd. Go ahead, a handsome boy like that, enjoy yourself. The strange part was, I wasn't a bad-looking kid. My life had essentially stopped, but my body kept going. I got taller, my shoulders filled out, my arms developed lean strands of muscle, I even started getting a shadow of stubble. I was aging, old enough that the Bergerman didn't come for me as frequently. He had different plans from me now. The girl moved forward without hesitation. Bergerman lifted the camera. Don't be scared, the girl said softly. She brushed her fingers against my cheek. I jerked away. Here's an idea, sweetie. Just forget he's in the room. Pretend it's only us, a handsome boy and a pretty girl. She let out a light laugh, showing a gap where 2 teeth were missing. A pair like us should know how to have a good time. She took my hand and slipped it beneath her shirt, resting it on her chest. How's that feel, honey? Nice, right? I'll tell you, the guys who like a certain type always go for me. I've got all the right shapes. She felt soft, almost doughy to me. I had no idea what to do with my hand. My face was on fire. I turned my head, but the heat in my cheeks wouldn't fade. She leaned in closer, her tongue wetting her lips, her hands pressing my palm firmly against her yielding breast. Come on, sweetheart. Just move your fingers over my nipple. Play with it. Work it. You won't hurt me. Yeah, that's what it's there for. Pretend I'm your mama and you're just looking for a little comfort. I snatched my hand back, disgusted. She was still licking her lips, her hips cocked in a tight black leather skirt, flesh bulging over the waistband. Don't make me do this. I wanted to scream. Please, just leave me alone. Forget it, Bergerman snapped. You're spooking the kid. Just finish the job. The girl shrugged, knelt down, and went to work on my jeans. Before I could even react, she had pulled out my dick and taken it into her mouth. I tried to pull back, but her hands locked onto my hips, holding me in place. Bergerman stepped closer, adjusting the zoom. He reached over casually and slapped the side of my head. Make some noise, you idiot. The camera's on. Sell it. And right then, with the sting of his handprint on my face, I finally could moan. I could sell it. Those were my orders, and I knew how to operate when following commands. My body insisted on growing living tissue and bone, but in truth, I was just a machine. Compliant, submissive, programmable. The Bergerman seemed to understand that too. He shouted more directions, and things moved faster. When it was over, Bergerman was clearly worked up. I worried he'd make me go again, with the girl watching. I'd been humiliated in so many ways it shouldn't have mattered, but somehow it did. Maybe because she was my first, and some stupid part of me still wanted to look like a man in front of her, even if she was just a prostitute. Bergerman didn't touch me, though. He went for the hooker instead. She complained he hadn't paid her enough. This wasn't the agreement. So he hit her in the head with the camera until she went quiet. Then he did what he'd really wanted to do all along, while her eyes puffed up and her lips split. Later, he threw some cash at her, and I could see she knew she was lucky to get anything at all. She snatched her clothes and ran. Even streetwalkers have more sense than I do. Bergerman opened the first beer and handed it to me. He took one for himself and raised it in a toast. Hell of a performance, kid. Knew I picked a winner. You're going to make me a wealthy man. He ejected the tape from the camera and, whistling a tune, walked to the closet, where he stored it in the safe alongside all the other filthy films and homemade photos he'd begun selling for piles of money. We smoked a couple of joints, drank more beers. Eventually I blacked out. When I came to, Bergerman was asleep on the couch, snoring like a chainsaw. The door wasn't locked. I didn't even consider it anymore. I just got up and went to my bed. I dreamed of my mother last night, but when I opened my eyes, the details of her face had already slipped away. Was her hair dark or light? Did she have brown eyes like mine? I do recall the sound of her laughter and the way she'd test spaghetti by tossing a strand against the refrigerator door, a silly ritual that always made my brother and me crack up. In the summer, she'd mix big pitchers of sangria and we'd spend hours lounging by the pool. A lifetime ago, I sat curled in her lap, her arms wrapped around me, and for a little while the whole world felt safe. Now I can't picture her. I'm not sure I'll even try to dream of her again tomorrow. Sal was laying out the theory Tommy's parents clung to. They're certain he was killed by someone he knew. They've even started wondering if it was some kind of lover's spat. 2 neat shots to the forehead from an ex-girlfriend? That's ice cold. They aren't positive, but Tommy was definitely seeing someone secretly his last year of high school. He'd go out all the time, saying he was with the guys, but then one of the guys would call the house asking for him. His mother asked about it once or twice, but Tommy always had a smooth excuse ready. Otis called. Oh, he was actually with Kevin. Kevin called. Well, that's because he'd been with Parrish. She didn't push it back then. Everything else looked perfect, his grades, football, the whole package. She figured he'd tell them when he was ready. Now, of course, she wishes she'd demanded answers. Kimberly just grunted in response. She was slumped in the passenger seat of Sal's car, parked across from the foxy lady. A neon sign buzzed rhythmically, washing Sal's face in a hot pink glow every few seconds and projecting the silhouette of a dancing woman right onto the bridge of his nose. I don't follow the logic, she said finally. How do they jump from Tommy had a secret girlfriend to Tommy was murdered by her? Desperation. A lack of any better answers. Something shifted near the end of Tommy's senior year. He got moody, closed off, stopped going out. His dad thought it was nerves about graduating, heading to Penn State, playing college ball. His mom was sure there'd been a girl and that Tommy hadn't been the one to end things. Part of her reasoning was that Tommy had clearly broken it off with his longtime girlfriend, Darlene. And according to Mrs. Evans, it wasn't like her son to stay single for long. So maybe he was with Ginny Jones. Kimberly mused, the pieces clicking into a cynical, familiar pattern. Then in February she ghosts him, leaving the poor guy to mope into his cereal. She almost laughed at the bleak image, a sudden sharp twist in her own mood cutting through the grim conversation. It's possible. Something happened. Tommy moped around, then left for college. He seemed better by Christmas break. His dad admitted Tommy had to sit out the season, but said he took it like a man. Between you and me, the father is football obsessed. I doubt Tommy's life would have been so golden if he'd been, say, the state chess champion, or maybe then his dad would have been obsessed with chess, Kimberly countered dryly. Sal's expression made his opinion on that perfectly clear. Another group of women approached, their thigh-high boots and fishnet stockings making Kimberly feel like she was stuck in the opening scene of a bad movie. All they needed was a wealthy guy in a fancy sports car to complete the picture. They'd already seen 3 Porsches and a sleek Noble drive by, still no sign of Delilah Rose. On the night of the 27th, Sal continued, Tommy got a call on his cell. He took it in his room, very quiet. When he came out, he said he was going to meet a friend. His mother said he was practically bouncing, grinning as he rushed out the door. Her instinct at the time was that the friend was definitely a woman, and he was thrilled to see her. Remember, Tommy hadn't been home in 4 months, so if it was a female friend, it almost had to be someone from his past. The thought lingered in her mind, a quiet suspicion taking root. Could it have been the girl from his final year of high school, the one nobody could quite pin down? Sal jumped in with his usual enthusiasm, laying out the local gossip. The stretch of unpaved road where Tommy met his end was, according to everyone in town, Alpharetta's own secluded spot for couples. Thick woods, hardly any traffic, an ideal location for a secret meeting with a dangerous woman, who then decided to put a bullet in him, Kimberly asked. Maybe her feelings came rushing back too late, Sal suggested with a shrug. A last-ditch effort, as for Tommy, a handsome guy heading off to college? I'd bet my last dollar he wasn't spending his nights alone that fall. So our mystery woman breaks his heart and when he moves on, she murders him? That's the theory. I'm just saying, Sal replied. The female mind is a labyrinth. Oh, spare me, Kimberly shot back, the words sharper than she meant them to be, as if men are a simple, sunny afternoon. She turned her gaze back to the passenger window, a familiar frustration settling in. Sal fell quiet, his 2 default settings, constant chatter or constant chewing suddenly grating on her nerves. Outside, a young woman with voluminous blonde hair and a skirt that defied gravity emerged from a building, clinging to the arm of a man old enough to be her grandfather, complete with a thin mustache and a desperate comb-over, a modern-day caricature of a sugar daddy. The girl giggled, popping her gum as they strutted away. A man like that, you'd assume he'd spring for a hotel room. More likely, he'd insist on a cheap thrill in the front seat of his sports car, checking off multiple fantasies at once. It reminded her uncomfortably of a reckless night with Mac speeding down the interstate. It had seemed daring in the moment, but nearly ended with them in a ditch, a far cry from the glamorous stories in magazines. Later at home, things had been better. That was in the beginning, when they were young and dizzy with new love, fearless in their stupidity. Do you ever recapture that feeling? Or is this the plateau, just a relentless cycle of picking at each other's flaws until one of them surrenders, becoming another divorce statistic? Her mother had never truly forgiven her father. Bethy had loved Quincy, married him, built a family with him, and still he hadn't chosen to come home. She carried that resentment to her grave, and he carried the guilt to his. How does anything become more important than your own family? What's on your mind? Sal's voice broke through her thoughts. Kimberly pulled her eyes from the window. Fetal development, she stated flatly. I'm thinking that at 18 weeks, a baby startles at loud noises, but the ear isn't fully formed until 26 weeks. So at 22 weeks, what can they actually hear? The womb isn't silent. There's the heartbeat, the rush of blood, the gurgles of digestion. Maybe she heard nothing, or maybe she heard every single word. Or maybe only the worst moments, the screams and the crashes. Which is more terrible, I don't know. Your baby can hear us? Sal was staring, captivated, at her midsection. You mean, right now, he or she is listening to this whole conversation? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Wow, he said, and his face lit up with genuine wonder. That is incredible. His reaction caught her off guard. You really think so? Absolutely. Think about it. My big accomplishment today might be getting the lawnmower started. You're over there building an actual person, a tiny human who will say mama and dada, and might grow up to invent a quieter lawnmower. Do you think, next time there's a kick, I could feel it? Just once, she considered him. This unexpected man. Well, you did buy me the pudding. Absolutely amazing, Sal repeated, and he sounded like he meant it. You should get a pet, Sal. Nah, I'm allergic to most animals. What about a plant? A bonsai tree? There's this guy in our office. But the conversation was cut short as the scenery outside finally shifted. Sal spotted it simultaneously. Target, 3 o'clock, he announced, his voice dropping to a focused murmur. Let's go. In the next moment, they were out of the car, moving with purpose toward Delilah Rose. The moment Delilah spotted them, she tried to run. Sal seized her arm, whirling her back around, while Kimberly stepped in to block the sidewalk. Realizing she was cornered, Delilah immediately got hostile. I can't be seen with you people, seriously, just leave me alone. You seem nervous, Sal remarked. Come on, with the new Sandy Springs Police Department up and running, it's not exactly strange for an officer to have a chat with someone in your line of work. Screw the police. Screw what other girls think. It's Dinchara I'm worried about. If he thinks I'm talking, I won't last the night. Fine, Sal said, waving a hand toward his plain sedan. Let's take a ride. We'll circle the neighborhood. Nobody has to know. Right. That car might as well have NARC painted on the side. Then we'll walk, Kimberly stated, already linking her arm firmly with Delilah's and tugging her forward. The girl stumbled but had no choice except to move. There's gotta be some wholesome place around here, Kimberly continued. Dinchara probably doesn't hang out at family restaurants. It's the perfect cover, and we can all have a decent meal while you entertain us with your sparkling conversation. I hate you, Delilah muttered under her breath, but she kept walking. You're wrecking everything. See? We're bonding already. How do you even walk in those boots? Good grief, you're tall. Keeping Delilah firmly between them, Sal and Kimberly hurried her down 1 block and over 3 more. In the jumble of storefronts that defined this part of town, a cheerful Italian eatery was just a short walk away. They ushered her inside, shoved her into a booth surrounded by families, and handed her a menu. Sal declared he was starving and picked the lasagna. Kimberly opted for the endless soup and salad. Delilah cursed and complained, but once it dawned on her the meal was free. She ordered the fettuccine alfredo with grilled chicken. Sal and Kimberly let dinner happen first. They piled hot pasta and steaming soup in front of their reluctant informant, hoping comfort food would soften her up. Every little edge helped. "Do I at least get paid for my lost time?" Delilah asked halfway through, checking her watch. "No, but you can take the leftovers," Kimberly told her. The woman rolled her eyes. "What am I supposed to do? Stuff cold chicken in my bra while I'm working the street later?" "Some guys might find that creative," Sal said, completely straight-faced. Delilah glared at him. "You're the creep who approached me first. I don't like you." She turned to Kimberly. "Make him leave." "Tried that," Kimberly replied. "He's like human Velcro. You might as well get comfortable." "Hey, I don't have to get comfortable with any." Kimberly cut off the girl's latest complaint by reaching across the table, grabbing her wrist, and slamming it down into the plate of fettuccine. "Enough. You wanted to trade information? We're here, so stop wasting our time and talk." Delilah studied her with new caution. "You kiss your mother with that mouth?" "My mother's dead. Thanks for asking." The girl's eyes finally dropped. Kimberly let go of her wrist. She watched as Delilah picked up a napkin and dabbed at the splattered white sauce. Sal did his part by melting into the deep purple booth. They might actually work as a team. "Why did you call me, Delilah?" The girl looked genuinely puzzled. "Call you? I didn't call you. I haven't seen Spidey-Man since we last spoke. I don't have anything new." "Then who did you tell about our meeting?" "Tell someone? Are you insane? In my world, snitches don't get old. Not exactly something you advertise." Kimberly studied her, weighing whether she was being honest. Delilah had her dirty blonde hair pulled into a tight ponytail. It highlighted the dark blue tattoo of a spider crawling above her shoulders, its legs gripping her neck, its fangs aimed at the curve of her left ear. "Did he suggest that tattoo, Delilah? Maybe even pay you to get it? A few $100, maybe 1,000? What's the price tag for putting a permanent mark on a girl's neck?" Delilah's eyes darted to the side, confirming for Kimberly that she had hit a nerve. "How long have you been involved with him?" "Couple months," Delilah muttered, still avoiding a direct look. "But your own timeline says Ginny Jones vanished 3 months back, and you both knew Mr. Dinchara before that. In my book, that stretches it well past a couple of months." "Fine, maybe it's been 6 or 8. I don't keep a calendar. What's the difference?" "So you knew him before you got pregnant?" The girl froze, her eyes widening. She became utterly still, staring at the cold pasta on her plate, her arms rigid at her sides. "Delilah? Dinchara is not my baby's father," she blurted out in a single breath. "I had a boyfriend. Someone I actually loved, okay? Someone I believed loved me back. So back off. Don't drag my child into this." "Then what is this about? You've known Dinchara for close to a year? Why turn on him now? I already told you. He did something to Ginny." "What about Bonita Breen? Or Mary Back? Etta Mae Reynolds? Do any of those names sound familiar?" Sal entered the conversation, pulling Delilah's focus. He had shifted his position, effectively boxing her into the corner, making her acutely aware of how trapped she was, how few choices remained. What? Who are they? Or Nicole Evans, Beth Honeycutt, Cindy Rodriguez, roommates, associates, partners in whatever scheme? Delilah frowned at him, looking confused and agitated. "Cindy's been gone for months. What's she got to do with anything? Where did she go? How should I know? Where does anyone go, away from this place? You knew her well enough to stumble over her every other weekend. That girl lived for a good time, if you catch my drift. Drugs? Are you kidding? She'd inhale anything from spray paint to powder? Call her an equal opportunity train wreck, I guess." Delilah's posture straightened, a flicker of her earlier defiance returning to her eyes. When was the last time you saw her? Who remembers? Cindy was just background noise. You'd spot her here or there. We weren't exactly exchanging letters. Do you know who she lived with? Delilah's brow furrowed. Hold on, 2 girls, right? One with dark hair, the other with this tragic bleach job? Yeah, now that you mention it, I saw her with a pair of girls sometimes. Once they were hauling her limp body off a floor, trying to get her out a door. Probably her roommates. Seen them around recently? Not that I've noticed. Does that happen often? Girls showing up and then vanishing? It's the story of this life. Girls think they'll sample it, make some fast cash, but the life swallows them whole and spits out the bones. Then they're just gone. Where do they go? Kimberly pressed. They work the circuit, Delilah said with a weary shrug. If you're not surviving here, you head east to Miami or maybe west to Dallas. Everyone's heard about a friend of a friend pulling in $1,000 a night somewhere. So off they go, doing the exact same thing in a new zip code, like the scenery change will magically make them rich. It's almost laughable, really. Deep down, all of us in this line of work are hopeless optimists. Do any ever come back? Sal asked. Sometimes, maybe after a year or two. Unless they get hooked on the hard stuff, she stated flatly. Then they're just toast. Cindy, Beth, Nicole, what about them? Another indifferent shrug. Haven't laid eyes on them. Why do you even care? Why do you care about Ginny Jones? Kimberly countered. What makes you think she didn't just pack up for supposedly greener pastures like the rest? Because she wouldn't leave like that, Delilah said instantly, her voice firm. She wouldn't disappear without a word to me. You were that close? Ginny was decent. Nobody got that about her. They wrote her off as weird, but she had real plans, actual dreams. She was just adrift, you know? Did she ever talk about her mother? Another shrug, but this one was less confident. She had returned to studying her congealed pasta, and Kimberly could almost hear the gears turning in the girl's head, sifting through memories for the least detectable half-truth. A sudden sharp memory flashed for Delilah, a rainy afternoon where Ginny, voice barely a whisper, had confessed she sometimes pretended her mother was still alive, just to have someone to imagine coming to rescue her. The admission had hung in the air, a sad, secret hope neither knew what to do with. I think her mother passed away, Delilah murmured. Sal glanced at her. She told you that? Not in so many words, she hinted at it, said she was completely alone in the world. Kimberly leaned in, her voice gentle. And what about you, Delilah? What brought you to this place? The girl flinched, then lifted her chin, eyes blazing. Wouldn't you just love to know? Typical cops, never there when it actually matters. If there's something you need to report, go to hell, Delilah. No, I'm finished. You hear me? You're no different from the rest, just another kind of customer, ready to use me and toss me aside to get your answers. You won't even leave a decent tip on your way out. Screw this, just screw all of it. Delilah's eyes darted between Kimberly and Sal. Making a split-second decision, she planted both hands on Sal's chest and shoved him backward. Short of tackling her, he couldn't stop her. She stormed past, several diners pausing their meals to stare at the flash of her bare legs. The restaurant manager hurried over, casting anxious looks their way. We'll take the check, Kimberly stated flatly. The manager scurried off. Sal straightened his jacket.
She's got a bit of a temper, he remarked. Kimberly was already tossing cash onto the table and sliding out of the booth. Let's go, Sal. Our little runaway is spooked. Let's see where she hides. Spiders consume roughly 2,000 insects each year. Without them, the planet would be swarming with bugs.
From Freaky Facts About Spiders, B.Y. Christine Morley, 2007. Delilah Rose moved with surprising speed for a pregnant girl in 4-inch heels. Despite saying she was headed back to work, she passed 5 different clubs weaving through the long city blocks with the ease of someone who knew every shortcut. Huffing behind her, Kimberly and Sal had to hang back, melting into the crowds of young people clustered at each club entrance, then breaking free only to attach themselves to the next group strolling up the sidewalk. Each time, the party would eventually turn off, leaving the investigators exposed until another cluster came along. Delilah kept her head down, hands clutching her tattered blue coat shut. She alternated between a near sprint and abrupt, frozen pauses, glancing around with the jumpy vigilance of someone living on borrowed time. She went up one side of the street, took a sharp right, then circled back down the other side. Was she trying to flush out a tail? Shake off anyone following? Kimberly was growing dizzy from the effort of keeping up while staying hidden when Delilah suddenly zeroed in on a dented Mazda, squeezed between two oversized trucks. The girl knelt, fished under the chassis, and pulled out a magnetic box holding a set of keys. Kimberly's heart sank. Damn, she's got a car. I thought the police first picked her up at the transit station. Well, lesson learned, I guess. Now she drives. Delilah had the door open and was sliding behind the wheel. Now what? Kimberly muttered, pressing a hand to her cramping side. Sal glanced at her rounded abdomen. You go back for my car. I'll stay on her. With all these traffic lights, you can practically walk these blocks as fast as you can drive them. If I'm lucky, I can keep her in sight until you meet me with the wheels. He tossed her the keys just as Delilah pulled out. Sal took off for the intersection. Kimberly turned back as fast as she could, breathing hard and praying she wouldn't be sick. Mac was right, in another month she'd be reduced to a waddle. She pressed a hand to her side and silently promised baby McCormack a pony if they could just hold on for 5 more minutes. The baby kicked sharply in response. Apparently the child already had Mac's stubborn sense of humor. She reached Sal's car. She did not throw up. She scrambled into the driver's seat, fumbling with the unfamiliar ignition and struggling to click the seatbelt into place. Her hands trembled, her breath coming in short gasps, a far cry from her usual composed demeanor. As she pulled into traffic, she swerved sharply, cutting off another car and earning a furious blast of the horn, followed by a shouted curse. Driving north with one hand, she juggled her phone with the other. Sal gave her a location, but by the time she screeched to the curb, Delilah had vanished. Which way? Kimberly demanded. She took the on-ramp to the highway. Sal panted. Go north. Hurry. Step on it. Kimberly stomped on the accelerator, slamming Sal back into his seat. He fumbled for his seatbelt as they resumed the pursuit. Merging onto GA 400, Kimberly wedged into the center lane and pushed the car to its limit. Sal scanned the right side of the highway while Kimberly watched the left, which is precisely why they nearly rear-ended Delilah's blue Mazda in the middle lane. At the last second, Kimberly spotted it, slammed the brakes, and fell far back. She swerved into the right lane, then ducked into an exit lane like any other confused driver who'd missed a turn. At the final moment, she jerked back into northbound traffic, now with 2 vehicles safely between them and Delilah's car. Any guess where she's headed? Sal asked. Not a clue. Did you ever get her real address from the Sandy Springs police? Got an apartment complex, Sal said, but when I knocked, a heavy-set man answered. He'd never heard of a Delilah Rose. So I'm going to venture a wild guess and say our friend the escort wasn't exactly truthful. What about her fingerprints? Nothing in the system. A complete ghost. Terrific, Kimberly muttered. So we know absolutely nothing about her. She's a sharp one. Sal held up his notepad with a faint smile. Well, now I can run the license plate. Nice thinking, Sal. Real nice. Ahead of them, Delilah activated her turn signal. Whatever Kimberly thought of the woman, she was a remarkably lawful driver, no speeding, full stops, perfect lane discipline. It made tailing her almost easy. It also helped that Kimberly knew every curve and exit of GA 400 by heart. The corridor linking Atlanta, Sandy Springs, Roswell, and Alpharetta was a route she seemed to drive endlessly, a shared commute with half the metropolitan population. Delilah took an exit, and a minute later Kimberly did the same. The little blue Mazda wound through an office park and into a quiet residential zone. The area felt faintly recognizable to Kimberly, but she couldn't pinpoint why. The road was broad, with dual lanes divided by a median. Delilah kept to the right, and so did they. Traffic was dwindling as midnight approached. A handful of cars became a few, Then finally just the three of them, with Kimberly hanging back about 20 yards. "She's going to make us," Sal whispered nervously. "Quiet," Kimberly hissed. "It's dark. All she can see are headlights. If we don't do anything obvious, we'll be fine." Delilah began to slow. Kimberly eased off the gas, letting more distance grow between them. She peered out her window, a frown deepening on her face. She was certain she should recognize this place, the wall of overgrown shrubs, the bare branches of winter trees. And then all at once it clicked. She was approaching from the opposite direction, but there was no mistaking it. Just as this realization dawned, Delilah Rose made a sharp turn onto the unpaved road where Tommy Mark Evans had been killed. Kimberly drove past the lane, then shut off her headlights and pulled onto the shoulder. "Get out," she whispered urgently. "We go on foot." Sal was already popping open the glove box, digging until he produced a small flashlight. "We can't take the car? It's a dirt road, no other traffic. She'd spot us in a heartbeat. Besides, I have a feeling this is her final destination, too. Nothing down this country lane except an old crime scene." Sal's eyes went wide as the pieces fell into place. This is where Tommy Mark Evans was shot, but why would Delilah come here? "Yeah," Kimberly said softly, her tone shifting from focused urgency to something darker and more sardonic. "Why would Delilah? Isn't that the million-dollar question? Maybe our clever girl isn't just a bystander. Maybe she's been playing a much longer game than we thought." She opened her door, the night air cool and heavy with the scent of damp earth. "Let's go see what our mystery woman is really up to." If they moved quickly, they might just get some answers. Each of them tucked a flashlight into their sleeve, aiming the narrow beam downward to light their path without revealing their position. Sal was already running. Kimberly pressed a hand to her side and followed, her expression grim. The dirt road was deeply rutted, washed out in spots from the heavy autumn rains and littered with small rocks and clumps of earth. They weaved through the obstacles, trying to move with silent certainty, even as Sal stumbled over a rut and Kimberly nearly fell over a fallen branch. Up ahead, Kimberly spotted a faint glow. Headlights from an idling vehicle. One car, maybe two, it was hard to tell. It struck her that Delilah might be meeting someone here, and the most likely candidate was the person who had shot Tommy Mark Evans. If that were true, they had to assume the subject was armed and dangerous, the sort who wouldn't welcome the surprise appearance of two federal agents. What had she promised Mac just last night? She wasn't jumping into any gunfights. She'd voluntarily stepped back from high-risk operations. He should trust her to stay safe, just as she had for the past 4 years. Then the truth hit her, as it often did at the worst possible moment. She had no business being out here. She was being an idiot. Her steps hesitated, but it was too late. Sal was charging ahead down the road, counting on her to watch his back. Kimberly drew her weapon and hoped for the best. 50 yards out, then 40. At 30, it became clear there was only one vehicle, its twin headlights casting a single pool of light on the white cross, much like her own car had done the night before. Slowing to a cautious jog, flashlights off, they edged along the roadside, staying close enough to communicate with a touch. 20 yards. 10. Delilah Rose finally came into view, her back illuminated by the headlights. She stood before the cross, hands clasped in front of her, shoulders shaking with quiet sobs. Sal's hand brushed Kimberly's arm, then pointed across the road. She nodded and darted across the open space to take cover in the brush on the opposite side. Keeping pace with Sal, they closed in like two hounds on a trail. At the last second, Kimberly glanced up. Nothing. She scanned left and right, all clear. A final look behind her showed only a long, dark tunnel of road, a lonely stretch where civilization seemed to vanish. Sal counted down on his fingers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He stepped into the light, his gun held low but ready. Delilah gasped and whirled around, her hands flying to her tear-streaked face.
"Delilah,"
Sal said, his voice steady. The girl broke into fresh tears, and in those raw, heartbroken sobs, Kimberly finally understood. "Hey, Sal," she said quietly. "Meet Ginny Jones, you don't get it. the girl was saying now, her voice trembling. You can't call me that. I'm Delilah Rose. That's the only reason I'm still breathing. After loading Delilah into her own car, this time with Kimberly driving, they had returned to the main road where Sal retrieved his vehicle. They then drove to an all-night pharmacy parking lot where their cars wouldn't stand out. Now Delilah sat in the back of Sal's Crown Vic, with both agents facing her from the front. The close quarters felt even more confined than an interrogation room and far more intense. Why did you report Ginny Jones missing? Kimberly asked. If we're not supposed to know that name, why bring it to our attention at all? Delilah or Ginny wouldn't meet her eyes. She stared down at her lap, nervously twisting the hem of her jacket over and over. I'm the only one left, she whispered, one by one, piece by piece. Finally, she looked up, her eyes desperate. I meant what I said before. I want something better for my baby. I want this. I need all of this to be over. I just wanted someone to notice, to actually give a damn about us. I'm exhausted, you know? Sal leaned in, his voice soft. What's going on, Delilah? Start from the beginning. Tell us everything. Maybe we can do something. It's my fault, the girl mumbled, her words spilling out in a rush. He stopped. I got in the car. I didn't know. Some guys, they get rough. They need to hit a woman to feel powerful, but this man, he doesn't want to hurt a girl. He wants to possess her, to ruin her completely, and then he ends her life. That's what gives him pleasure. Shattering you. Sal and Kimberly shared a look. Sal quietly switched on his recorder. Kimberly took over.
When exactly did you get into his vehicle? Feels like another life, Delilah answered flatly. Was it winter, spring? I don't even know. Winter, February, my mom had shut me out, or that's what I believed, and I was freezing. He showed up in this sleek, expensive SUV. I thought my luck had finally turned. What year was this, Delilah? The girl furrowed her brow, struggling to remember. Ages ago? 1 year, 2 years back, before I was supposed to graduate.
I was planning to go to cosmetology school. People wrote me off, but I had dreams. I was going to be a hairstylist. So February 2006? Kimberly confirmed. It was late. Past 11? You were. A few blocks from my house, just walking on the main street. Your mother locked you out? Her lips curled bitterly. I was with Tommy. Missed my curfew, the idiot. Her voice wavered. She seemed on the verge of tears again, but steadied herself. Mom warned me if I screwed up one more time, there'd be consequences. I got back, and everything was bolted shut. I figured she'd finally followed through. So I started walking. You're walking, it's cold, and a vehicle pulls up. What kind? I already said. A black Toyota 4Runner with silver trim, limited edition. And the driver? Dinchara, like I told you? Red cap, Eddie Bauer gear, fancy SUV? Why does everyone think that just because I work the streets, I'm a liar? Kimberly chose to overlook for the moment that Ginny had indeed lied before. So your first encounter was 2 years ago? Yeah. When he picked you up? Yeah. What happened after that, Ginny? The girl's gaze went distant. She shuddered, seeing images only in her mind. He played a tape. A tape. Yeah, in his car. It was a recording of my mom dying. He made me listen to it over and over, her screaming and screaming and screaming, and giving him my name. That miserable woman. Right until the very end, she couldn't get anything right. Pathetic, worthless, sorry excuse for a mother. Ginny sniffled, wiping her nose with her hand. Her other hand drifted to her stomach, her thumb moving gently over the curve of her belly. Was she making silent vows to her baby? Questioning whether she could be any better than her own mom had been? What happened to your mother, Ginny? The girl glared at Kimberly. He killed her. I already told you that. Did you witness anything? Where it happened? What about her remains? No, I only heard the tape. Believe me, that was plenty. And then? Then he smiled. He said, "You're next." He said, "Welcome to the collection." What did you do, Ginny? I negotiated, that's what I did, the girl shot back, her tone fierce. I talked until I was blue in the face. promised him the best damn blowjob he'd ever have, but that just made him laugh. "Of course you will, Ginny," he said. "You're going to make all my fantasies come true. Then I'm going to peel the skin from your scrawny white neck and feed you to my pets." He pulled out this knife I'd never seen anything like. Long, thin, and silver. A fillet knife, he called it. And then, God help me, I did every single thing he demanded while he carved up my arms and legs, all these little bloody cuts everywhere that stung like hell. Damn, they hurt. Then he took out a jar. Inside was a long-legged black spider with bright red markings. Black widow, he told me. Venom is 15 times stronger than a rattlesnake's. The bite itself doesn't hurt. In fact, some people don't feel a thing at first. Then came this sudden searing pain in your gut, like a hot knife twisting deep inside. Your stomach clenches into a tight, agonizing knot. A cold sweat breaks out across your skin while your mouth turns to dust. Your eyelids puff shut. The soles of your feet feel like they're on a hot stove, and every muscle in your body ignites with a fierce, burning ache. You endure days of pure torment, curled into a ball, shaking uncontrollably, heaving until there's nothing left, wishing for it all to end. Sure, there's an anti-venom, but that would require me to have a sudden attack of conscience and drive you to a hospital. What do you think the chances of that are? He flashed me a wide grin. Usually, the female black widow follows her nature and consumes her partner after mating. But I've learned the scent of blood really gets her going. Shall we test that theory? He began twisting the lid off the jar, and I pleaded. I promised him anything, absolutely anything. And in that moment, the truth hit me. I was already dead. My mother had made those same desperate promises, and look what he did to her. Just as the cap came off, it dawned on me. My begging was what excited him. The more I screamed, the faster I was signing my own death warrant. So I went silent, and when that black widow slowly emerged from the jar, one delicate leg at a time, I cupped her gently in my palm and let her rest there. I spoke to her softly, treating her like a curious little pet, and you know what? It worked. She crept up my arm, her legs lightly brushing against my lips. She was surprisingly gentle, almost inquisitive. Ginny's fingers drifted to her own lips, as if recalling the sensation. Then, calmly, I lifted her off and placed her back in the jar. I looked the man straight in the eye and said, "She's beautiful, show me another one." He threw me onto my back and took me with a brutal, punishing force. It was so violent I was sure my ribs would crack afterwards. He settled into the driver's seat, lit a cigarette, and in that moment I knew I would live. I just had to learn to genuinely appreciate spiders. We made an arrangement. I would work the streets. He'd take half of everything I earned. I'd stay quiet. He'd let me breathe. Ginny's mouth curled into a bitter smile, and that's how it's been ever since. Once a month, he shows up. A quick, rough visit, I hand over the money, and we're done for another few weeks. "He's your pimp?" Kimberly asked, disbelief coloring her tone. Ginny shot her a sharp look. Pimps are supposed to offer protection. Dinchara doesn't protect anyone. If some guy decides to beat me senseless or refuses to pay, what does Dinchara care? He's more of a collector, shaking me down every month. So no matter how many hours I work, I can never get ahead. No matter what I try, I can never break free. He kept his very first promise, didn't he? I'm a specimen in his collection. My cage might be a city block instead of a glass box, but it's a cage all the same, and we both know I'm never walking out of it. Has anyone ever seen you two during these exchanges, when you pay him? Sal inquired. Of course not, he's not stupid. Has anyone seen you together at all? Ginny shrugged. He comes into the clubs to find me, just like any other customer. People might have noticed him around, but I doubt many have truly seen him, if you catch my meaning. Does he have other girls? Kimberly asked, her voice level. Ginny hesitated, her eyes dropping to the floor again. I'm not certain. Not certain or not willing to say. Come on, Ginny. We're in this deep now, no turning back. Hey, remember the deal? Staying alive means keeping my mouth shut. Too late for that. You've already started talking. Now it's in your best interest to give us enough to actually make a difference. Girls don't talk, they just vanish. Ginny's head snapped up, her voice rising with a sudden raw frustration. How come the police never know? How can you not see what's happening out here? Every single month, another girl goes missing. And nobody says a word. It's like we really are just bugs to him, and he can crush as many of us as he pleases, and no one cares. A million flies die, and a million more take their place the next morning. You're supposed to know these things. You're supposed to give a damn about us. How many girls? Sal pressed, leaning forward. A lot. Can you give me names, dates? I need something concrete, then go ask around. I'm not doing your job for you. I'm already risking everything just by being here. What happens to the girls? Kimberly interjected from the other side, her voice firm, keeping Ginny off balance. I'm not sure. He collects them in his SUV, probably brings them back to his place. I really don't know. I've never seen where he lives. Everything happens inside that forerunner. Honestly, I already know more than I'm comfortable with. But the body's Ginny, Kimberly pressed, refusing to let up. If one man is responsible for all these missing girls, what does he do with them? I don't know. Ginny's voice cracked, but her eyes darted away. Isn't that your job to figure out? Why do I have to have all the answers? You know what? Forget it, Kimberly declared, leaning back and crossing her arms. You're absolutely right. You don't know a thing. Let's take her back, Sal. She's useless. We can drop her right outside the club. With any luck, nobody will even see her. You can't do that. Honestly, she's not even a convincing liar. Hey, Ginny's eyes flashed with sudden heat. I'm convincing enough. I'm still breathing, aren't I? Kimberly lunged forward abruptly, invading the girl's space and making her flinch backward. Is that what this is, Ginny? Some kind of game? By your own admission, you're just a player looking for an exit. Why should we trust a word you say? Missing girls? Spiders? This sounds more like a bad horror novel than a real investigation. What's your deal? You keep reaching out to me, but you never actually give me anything I can use. Reaching out to you? Ginny shook her head, bewildered. I already told you I haven't laid eyes on Dinchara since we last talked. I've had no reason to call you. Really? So you didn't dial my number and force me to listen to that recording of your mother? You heard it? The girl seemed genuinely startled. Then a spark of hope lit her features. Then you know I'm not lying. He really is a killer. You have the tape. You can arrest him. Who did you give my number to, Ginny? I didn't, I swear. Just having a Fed's card on me would get me killed. You think I'd be stupid enough to share it? Then who called me? I don't know. Yes, you do. No, I really don't. Yes, you absolutely do. Kimberly sat back, both of them breathing heavily from the exchange. She shot a frustrated look at Sal, who smoothly took over. Ginny, he said, his voice calm. What happened to Tommy? The girl seemed to deflate. Her shoulders slumped, her tough exterior crumbling. I happened to Tommy, she said, her voice drained. He demands a name from everyone. It has to be someone you love. He already had my mom, remember? Tommy was all I had left. Did you see Dinchara shoot Tommy? No. But I know he did it. The minute I saw the news story, I knew. What else could it have been? Was Tommy involved with drugs? Sal asked evenly. Ginny shot him a scowl. Tommy? Never. He was Mr. Perfect. Hell, he even thought he was in love with me. Poor dumb guy. Her fingers drifted to her neck, where a class ring might have once hung on a chain. A sudden, unexpected memory flashed. Tommy giving her that ring under the bleachers after a football game, his hands shaking slightly. Is that why you gave me the class ring? Kimberly interjected. To lead me to Tommy? You said you needed evidence. Well, there it is. Tommy's murder is still open, and you heard my mom's tape. Now go lock Dinchara up. Nothing would make us happier, Sal said. We just need his real name. Ginny gave him a look of pure exasperation. You think he told me his name? Why would he be that stupid? You're not listening. He has all the control, all the power. I'm just a bug he hasn't bothered to squash yet. Kimberly leaned back, lips pressed together. She studied Ginny for a long moment, as if trying to see past the surface through sheer force of will. On one hand, Ginny had initiated contact with law enforcement, claiming she wanted justice. On the other, she consistently held back crucial information. She was brave enough to let a black widow crawl up her arm, yet too scared to run when she had the chance. She was clever enough to survive a serial killer for 2 years, but never managed to catch a license plate or a distinguishing detail. She was more combative than cooperative, less an informant, and more a master of half-truths. Kimberly was less of a partner and more of a puppeteer. Still, as the old saying goes, she was the only option available. "Let's review," Kimberly began, her tone flat. "This man took your mother, your partner, and likely others close to you. You'd think a person would crave payback, a bit of old-fashioned justice to finally feel unshackled. Obviously, I want that. Unless, of course, you're fine with handing over half of everything you earn for the rest of your life. How's that going to function once the baby arrives, by the way? You think he'll offer to watch the infant so you can pick up extra shifts? I would never allow him near my baby, and you believe he'll just accept that without a fight?" Ginny's eyes welled up, the tears finally threatening to fall. "Seems to me," Kimberly pressed on, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "the smartest play is to see him locked away for good. That's exactly what I've been trying to do, but here's the catch." Kimberly sighed, leaning back. "No real name, no plate number, no solid details to go on." She let the silence hang. Ginny didn't jump in to offer anything new, so Kimberly shifted gears. She gave a casual shrug. "Well, there might be one final move if you're truly committed to stopping him." Ginny's posture straightened. "How? Just tell me what I need to do." "We fit you with a wire. You set up a meet with Dinchara, and we use his own voice to build the case that puts him away for good. I saw my brother today. He was 3 rows ahead of me in the movie theater, his arms slung around a girl with sleek, honey-blonde hair that fell in a perfect sheet down her back. I was mid-bite of popcorn when I recognized him, and I choked so violently I had to duck below the seats as he turned around, irritated by the noise. I stayed there for a long minute, kneeling on the gum-spotted floor, utterly paralyzed. My default setting kicked in inaction. I climbed back into my chair, settled the popcorn bucket on my knees, and forced my eyes to the screen. It was some hack-and-slash horror flick, one gratuitous chainsaw scene after another. They never get the details right. Hollywood has no clue what real violence looks or sounds like. The blonde was clearly into him. Every time the music swelled with fake dread, she'd burrow into his side, her head finding the curve of his shoulder. After a while, she stopped even pretending to watch, just left her head resting against his chest while his arm tightened around her. They shared a quiet laugh at some private joke, completely detached from the carnage unfolding before them. Her laugh was light and effervescent, like lemonade on a hot afternoon. In my head, I christened her Summer. My big brother was dating a girl named Summer. I could picture it all, strolling hand in hand, stealing kisses in the back of our dad's sedan, her wrist adorned with a giant prom corsage. A bitter resentment curdled in my stomach. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair that my life had ended while his just kept rolling on. I mechanically ate more popcorn, drained a giant soda, and stewed in my own darkness until the credits rolled. The lights came up. My brother and Summer finally stood. He was wearing a Letterman jacket naturally, and he draped it over her shoulders. She giggled that summer giggle again, snuggling into the fabric. He'd filled out, inherited our father's compact, athletic frame, probably the baseball team's star pitcher with that squared jaw and short, dark hair. Then he smiled, and a dimple appeared in his left cheek. In that flash, I saw my mother's face so clearly it was a physical blow. The memory, sharp and sudden, drove the breath from my lungs. I doubled over silently, a collapsed heap of dark coat on the grimy floor. I watched his boots move up the aisle. I heard his low voice ask Summer what time she was expected home. "I've got about an hour," she said. "Perfect," my brother replied. "I know a spot." I followed him. It wasn't difficult. He was driving a hulking, 4-door pickup truck that had our father's fingerprints all over it. A bumper sticker on the tailgate read, "Alpharetta Raiders." So, the family had relocated. It figured I'd relocated more than 24 times myself. Why wouldn't they have done the same?
he steered onto a rough dirt track, and I realized it was that infamous Lover's Lane the local kids whispered about. Not that I'd know much about that scene, being homeschooled and all. I missed out on the whole high school experience. No varsity jacket for me, no prom night, no sunny-haired girlfriend waiting by the lockers. I was just that odd, solitary figure who'd appear in thrift store military gear at community centers, pale and unkempt. Every town had its resident weirdo, and I'd perfected the role. For no logical reason, my mind drifted to Christmas. Did my family still drape my old stocking on the mantel, the one with the mended toe and my name clumsily written in silver glitter? Did they leave a seat open at the dinner table, maybe even wrap a present, just hoping? If they'd moved, then my room was gone. What became of my things, my books, my clothes, the toys from childhood? Donated to a thrift store, maybe, or boxed up in an attic. My brother probably had a sprawling 2-room setup now, one for sleeping, another for hanging out. I pictured him with a sleek futon, a massive TV, a real entertainment system. He'd have friends over, maybe even bubbly cheerleaders like Summer. Was he the popular kid at school, the one everyone admired as the boy who outlived the Burgerman? Or perhaps he was seen as the tragic hero, the one who lost a brother but grew up strong. Just as I was fueling a real bitterness, imagining him out here with perky Summer, my thoughts circled back to my mother. The ache hit sharp and sudden, like a blade slipped between my ribs. Did he make our parents proud? Did seeing him smile help my mother sleep at night? I swerved onto the shoulder, scrambled from my rusty car, and barely made it behind an oak before relieving myself. I must have poured out a gallon of soda. It seemed to go on forever. When I finally straightened up, my brother's truck had materialized on the lane. There was no chance to hide. I just prayed he'd look right past me. No luck. The truck slowed. The driver's window slid down, and my own brother stared out, his expression hardening. "Hey, you're that same creep from the theater, aren't you? What's your problem? Are you following us?" I stayed silent. His scowl deepened, and he looked ready to get out. Then I heard the girl's voice from inside the cab. "Let it go, babe. He's not worth it. And my curfew's in an hour." "Yeah," my brother said after a pause. "Guess you're right." I saw his hand shift on the gear stick, and then without deciding to, I was charging the truck, my long dark coat flying, my heavy boots churning the dirt. I had a thick tree branch in my grip. I don't even remember grabbing it. "Hey!" I shouted, my voice raw. "Hey! What the hell? Don't let the Burgerman take you!" Then I was hammering on the truck door. I struck it so hard the wood splintered. The girl shrieked, my brother flinched, throwing his arms over his head. I went wild, attacking the headlights, the grill, smashing again and again with what was left of the branch, kicking at the metal with my boots, screaming all the while. Tears streaked my face, my nose ran, and I couldn't quit. I just couldn't, because I loved my brother so fiercely it turned to hate. I loved him for surviving. I hated him for not being in my shoes. I loved that he had a pretty girlfriend. I hated that he'd inherited our mother's dimple. I loved him because he got away. And I hated him because I wasn't his brother anymore, and that was all I'd ever wanted to be. So I took it out on his truck. I shattered glass and dented steel until the engine roared and I had to jump back. My brother sped down that dirt road, fleeing the lunatic with a tree limb. My brother drove away from me. Kimberly arrived home well after dark. The house was silent and mostly unlit, save for the familiar glow from the hallway and the small lamp on the kitchen desk illuminating the neat stack of mail and messages Mac had left for her. The cheerful doodle she sometimes found was absent. In its place, a sticky note bore a simple sketch, a few lines branching out into tiny circles, an olive branch. The gesture brought a sudden tight smile to her lips, accompanied by the sharp prickle of impending tears. Her husband possessed a grace she often felt she lacked. How had she ever deserved him? The right thing would be to go to him now, to apologize and seek his forgiveness. But could she honestly apologize for chasing a lead she had no plans of abandoning? She moved restlessly around the kitchen, that familiar investigative energy humming through her veins, her mind racing. Delilah Rose was Ginny Jones. But what did that make Ginny Jones? A victim caught in the web, a willing participant,
or the spider at the center of it all. Abandoning the thought of a beer from the fridge, she wandered into the living room. The bulky shapes of the leather sofa, Mac's recliner, and their oversized TV were just dark silhouettes. As a child, she had treated the nighttime house as her personal training ground. Her sister Mandy was terrified of the dark, requiring a small constellation of lights to sleep, but for Kimberly the shadows were an invitation. Could she slip from her upstairs bedroom all the way to the heavy front door of their colonial without a single floorboard betraying her? In her mind, she was either hunting criminals or evading one who had already broken in. The night held monsters, and for as long as she could remember, her deepest instinct was to confront them. Her father, an insomniac, usually intercepted these missions. "Kimberly," his voice would cut through the quiet. "What are you doing out of bed?" Flustered at being discovered and unwilling to confess her imaginary patrols to the real detective, she'd mutter, "Just needed some water." He'd study her in that prolonged, unnerving silence he wielded so effectively. Eventually, he'd fetch a glass of water. Third step from the top, he'd inform her on his return. "It squeaks." The next night, she'd navigate a little farther into the gloom. After he moved out, she patrolled freely. Her mother slept deeply, and Mandy had no interest in nocturnal adventures until teenage years brought other distractions. So night after night, it was just Kimberly making the rounds. Super Cop was gone. She was the only shield her family had left against the things that went bump in the night. A shield that proved useless the day she left for college and they were murdered. The old bitter thought was a cold stone in her chest. Enough. She headed to the bedroom. Mac seemed asleep, one arm arched over his head. She left him be, moving through the rituals of the bathroom, brushing teeth, washing her face, before rummaging noisily through drawers in the closet for her pajamas. A deliberate trip back to the kitchen for a glass of water, which she placed with a solid clunk on the nightstand. She threw back the covers and launched herself into bed. Mac grunted. "Oh," she announced, overly cheerful. "You're awake." He peeled one eye open, then covered his face with his arm. She gave his shoulder a light thump. "Total faker." "I'm not, please. I'm a detective, remember? I've seen this performance." He stopped protesting and opened both eyes, and for a stretched moment they simply watched each other. "I liked your drawing," she said, her voice softening. "I'm not much of an artist. It got the point across," he murmured. He shifted, the sheets rustling. "I hate when we fight," he said, the words blunt and sincere. "Me too. And I really hate worrying about you," he added, the concern in his voice stripping away the last of the evening's tension. "Some mornings I wake up and it hits me all over again. We're going to be parents and we've never even managed a puppy. How do we know we can feed a baby, bathe it, keep it breathing? Then yesterday it dawned on me, we don't even own a ficus. Kimberly, if our lifestyle can't support a houseplant, how are we supposed to be good parents?" "I doubt we'll be feeding the baby plant food," she offered. He pushed himself up, the sheets slipping down. With his dark hair tousled and that focused, lean look on his face, he was every bit the man she'd fallen for years ago, the one who'd proposed, completely naked, the night before a risky ransom drop, knowing she couldn't wear the ring. He'd let her go the next morning to do what she had to do, and she'd loved him fiercely for that trust. She reached over, her fingers brushing his cheek. "I saw Delilah Rose," she began, because there was no easy lead-in. "Turns out she's Ginny Jones. Says she was kidnapped 2 years back and forced into prostitution to survive. She claims her kidnapper murdered her mother and is now picking off other women in the life. She didn't give much, no descriptions, no hard evidence, but Sal thinks it's enough to open a case. I'm going to help him, at least until we can get a full task force on it." "You won't stop even then," Max stated, not really asking. "Once the baby comes, I'll have to. You'll be working cases from your hospital bed, that's what you'll do." Her hand dropped. She stared at the bedding. "You're right," she said flatly. "I don't quit, not in my marriage and not in this job." He was quiet for a moment. She knew she should meet his gaze but couldn't make herself do it. She could face down an informant on a dark road or search for a hunter's severed head without flinching, but here, in her own bed, sitting cross-legged beside her husband with this new tension thickening the air. She was genuinely afraid. "Kimberly," Max said softly, "I've been offered a promotion, special agent in charge of the Regional Drug Enforcement Office in Savannah." She looked at him, stunned. Savannah was way southeast, near the South Carolina border, closer to Hilton Head than Atlanta. It was a major posting, a real step up, and impossibly far from Roswell. "Aren't you going to say congratulations?" "Congratulations," she recited. He wasn't buying it. "I didn't know what to say at first, but I've asked around. It's a prime assignment. It would mean a lot for my career." Words failed her. She went back to studying the sheets. Max sighed beside her. "You're not the only one who loves the job, Kimberly. And you're not the only one who's good at it. In the last year alone, I helped bust one of the biggest meth operations in the state and took down an entire distribution ring. I'm making a difference too. And I like it. I know. The FBI has some small regional offices. Maybe Savannah could use another agent. We could rent a place there. Give it a try. Remember how taken we were with the historic district last time we visited? Close to the beaches, near Hilton Head. It wouldn't be a bad spot to raise a kid." She stayed silent. "Or," he pressed on, "with the baby coming. Maybe this is a chance for you to take some time. A leave of absence, see how it feels. I'd stay home and you'd work. If you've never tried it, Kimberly, how do you know you won't like it?" She tried to find her voice, but it was gone, as if all the air had been punched from her lungs. Just like that, their steady course was gone. His job, her job, the baby, everything was suddenly wide open, uncertain, and completely up for grabs. She felt adrift with nothing to hold on to. "Did you already tell them yes?" she murmured, the words barely audible. "You know I'd never decide something like that without us discussing it, and this is what we're calling a discussion now. I suppose it is." She gave a slow nod, her fingers finding the hem of the bedsheet and twisting the fabric tightly. "Do I have to decide right this minute?" she asked. "Not tonight, but they'll likely need my answer within the week."
Okay. Okay, we can pack our bags?
He ventured, a hopeful lift in his tone, though she could hear the gentle tease underneath.
Okay, we can keep talking about it for the next several days.
"All right." His voice shifted, losing its lightness. "But Kimberly, for us to really talk, you're going to need to be home more, actually present." "Of course," she said, but the emptiness in her words hung between them. He let out a long breath, reached over, and clicked off the lamp. They settled under the covers, her back curving into his chest, his palm resting warmly on her abdomen. The picture-perfect pair, soon to be a trio. A blessed milestone for two people in love. Long after his breathing deepened into sleep, she stared into the darkness. At 1 in the morning, she slipped from the bed and padded to the kitchen. She punched in the number from memory only to reach a recording. The message she left was one she never imagined herself saying. "Dad," her voice was a strained whisper. "I need you." Rita was already awake. Would that alertness be what spared her? She'd never have an answer. The night was pitch black outside, a new moon offering not even a sliver of light to sketch shadows on the wall. The nights were interminable enough without any celestial distraction. Then she caught the sound. A rustling in her yard, followed by the distinct groan of her back door swinging open. "Joseph?" she whispered, lying perfectly still in her old double bed, her knotted hands gripping the blanket edge. "Is that you, Joseph? But it couldn't be Joseph. Since when did spirits make noise?" She focused on her breathing, slow and deliberate as more sounds drifted up from downstairs. The familiar sigh of the refrigerator door opening, the protesting squeal of a kitchen drawer, and footsteps. Many of them, light and swift, moving through the kitchen and now ascending the stairs. Breathe in, breathe out. By God, she would not be frightened in her own house. By God, she would not be chased from her own bed. Then the boy materialized at the foot of her bed. He stared directly at her, both hands concealed behind his back. She met his gaze without flinching, her own right hand inching beneath the sheet. "Scott," she stated, her voice level. "I believed we had an understanding about this." The boy remained silent. "Rules exist for a reason, young man. A respectful visitor knocks. A respectful visitor waits for an invitation. A respectful visitor does not creep into an elderly woman's home in the dead of night, scaring the wits out of her. Still, the boy uttered not a word. Rita pushed herself up. She knew she must look a fright. Her thin, gray hair wild, her wool cap tilted sideways. She wore her usual green plaid flannel shirt and thermal long johns stained with age. She dressed for practicality and warmth, not to receive impudent boys. The boy didn't move or speak, so she held his stare, letting him see the steel behind her aged frame. "Show me your hands, Scott. Nothing." "Son, I am asking you one final time. Show me your hands." He began to tremble then, a slight shake that grew into full-body quivers. Abruptly, he thrust his hands out from behind his back, revealing his empty palms. "I just need somewhere to stay," he blurted, his voice tight with desperation. "Just one night. I won't be any trouble, I promise." Seizing on his moment of vulnerability, Rita threw off the covers and planted her feet on the floor. A familiar ache shot through her joints as she stood, but it grounded her. She felt stronger. In command? "Where is your home, Scott?" He pressed his lips into a stubborn line. "Are there parents I should call? Someone who is missing you right now?" "I could sleep right here," he whispered, his eyes darting toward the floor. "I wouldn't mind. I don't need much, really. Don't be silly. No one staying under my roof is sleeping on the floor. If you're spending the night, we'll do it properly. Come with me. I'll show you to Joseph's room." She moved with her slow, shuffling steps, passing the foot of her own bed and lightly brushing the boy's shoulder. He drew back, his posture becoming submissive. Taking the lead, she guided him down the hallway to her brother's old room. Dusty football trophies still stood in a row on one dresser, and the quilt spread over the bed had been hand-stitched by their grandmother from scraps of their childhood baby blankets. As the eldest son, Joseph had been meant to keep that quilt and one day pass it to his own children. Instead, he was lost in the same war that took Rita's husband, stepping on a landmine in France. There hadn't been enough of him left to bring home for a burial. Her parents had buried his dog tags, and afterward her father had withdrawn into this very room, staying for months without end. Her sister Beatrice should have taken the quilt, but it remained here, where each of them would sometimes visit, trying to find their own way to say goodbye. Rita now drew back that old quilt. She smoothed the flannel sheets, cold and faintly musty from years of stillness. Gently, she guided the boy forward and helped him onto the mattress. He was passive now, nearly limp, his slight frame sinking into the bed. When she brushed a lock of dark hair from his forehead, he flinched. "Rita," he whispered, "I'm so tired." And in the way he said it, she understood. This wasn't ordinary fatigue, it was a weariness of the mind as much as the body, a condition of the soul. She pulled the covers up, tucking them snugly under his chin. "You stay as long as you need to, child," she said, and she meant every word. Then she shuffled back to her bedroom, where she felt along the far wall until her fingers found the kitchen knife the boy had let fall to the floor. She picked it up and placed it in the nightstand drawer. Next, she reached beneath her own covers and retrieved her father's old Colt .45. She had cleaned it just yesterday and loaded it last night, a beautiful piece of machinery aged but still perfectly capable. Now she clutched it firmly as she made her painful way downstairs, her left hand gripping the banister. In the kitchen, the unlocked back door tapped lightly against the frame in the wind. She pushed it open wide and peered into her backyard, cursing once more the moonless dark. She saw only shadows upon shadows. Not a single light shone from a neighbor's house, nor did the glowing eyes of a stray cat appear. So she shut her own eyes and focused on the feel of the night instead. She and her brothers used to do this when they were kids, camping in the backyard and pretending they were deep in the Amazon wilderness. "Don't look with your eyes," their father would tell them in his low, steady voice. "Look with your mind, seek with your heart." It always made her wonder if Joseph had shut his eyes that night he went on patrol, if he hadn't been looking but feeling, maybe that land mine would never have found him. And then she did sense it, a presence strong and cold, powerful enough to make her recoil. Something was out there in the dark, hungry, hunting, full of hate. Rita stumbled back inside her kitchen, got the door shut, and threw the bolt. But for the first time in years, she became acutely aware of how frail her old house had grown. A back door with a big glass pane just begging to be shattered, set in a brittle wooden frame that would yield easily to a crowbar. "I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house down." She was trembling now, the taste of fear sharp and sour in her throat. The gun felt impossibly heavy in her hand, her arm too weak. She could barely walk most days. How was she supposed to lift this thing, let alone aim it straight? Then, in the very next breath, her own fear shamed her. She was no fool. She was a survivor, the last of her family line. This was her home. By God, she would make a stand. She moved from room to room, checking every nook and cranny, testing every lock. Perhaps in the morning, when her mind felt clearer, she could move a few pieces of furniture around. There was some scrap wood out back she could split into sturdy lengths to brace the windows, and those old Christmas bells, she could string them up in the doorways as a makeshift alarm. Yes, she still had a few ideas left. The thought lifted her spirits enough to make the slow, painful climb back up the stairs. She fell onto her bed without bothering with the sheets and sank into a deep, dreamless sleep, the first real rest she'd had in what felt like ages. When she woke, her bedroom door stood ajar, and her own pistol lay neatly on the pillow beside her. The boy had vanished. She wondered, with a dull ache, if their paths would ever cross again. Recluse spiders possess 6 eyes, their legs are held close to the body. They spin a loose, sticky web to trap their prey. From Spiders and Their Kin, by Herbert, Wull, and Lorna R. Levi, a golden guide from State Martin's Press, 2002. Henrietta was in a bad way. The night before, he had crushed a cricket and left its remains near her fangs in the darkened ICU container. Checking at dawn, he found the offering untouched. Henrietta had managed to shift back about an inch, a painstaking effort given her damaged legs. He told himself that older tarantulas often fast for weeks after molting. He'd even heard of one surviving a full year without food. Starvation wasn't the immediate threat. Dehydration was. He was determined to help her. They had been through too much together for him to give up now. He didn't flip the light switch. Instead, he navigated the shadowy master bathroom by memory, his eyes long accustomed to the gloom. He'd already brought up a saucer from the kitchen, sterilized with boiling water. Now he added a few drops of water and propped one edge on 2 cotton balls, creating a shallow pool at the lower end. Perfect. Now for the delicate part. People didn't realize how fragile spiders truly were. Even a formidable-looking tarantula was really just a small, near-blind creature of modest speed, easily injured by clumsy handling, not to mention the constant threats of bad molts, pesticides, parasites, and predatory wasps. No wonder they preferred a solitary life in dark, cramped spaces. But Henrietta couldn't hide now. She needed water. Reaching into the container, he cupped his hand over her body as if cradling a delicate egg, mindful of the irritating bristles on her abdomen. His fingers gently enclosed the legs on one side, his thumb securing the other, while his index finger rested lightly over her chelicerae. In one fluid motion, he turned his palm upward, with Henrietta resting in the hollow of his hand. He transferred her to the prepared saucer, positioning her so her fangs and mouthparts were submerged in the water while her body remained on the incline. He released his hold, watching carefully to ensure she didn't slip into the tiny pool. After several minutes, once she seemed stable, he sat back with a nod of satisfaction and checked his watch. 45 minutes should be enough. Then he'd return her to the ICU with a fresh cricket, hopefully sparking her appetite. He had other creatures waiting for his attention. The master bedroom was spacious, with grand bay windows on 2 sides, and a vaulted ceiling that must have once made this the bright, cheerful centerpiece of a sprawling summer home. He pictured it in its prime, a wraparound farmer's porch, a front parlor with stained glass, 3 chimneys, 6 bedrooms, a sunroom. Now time had faded the floral wallpaper into ghosts of their former patterns, and years of neglect showed in the peeling paint, the warped floorboards, the sagging foundation. The house, like its inhabitants, was just holding on downstairs. Some windows refused to shut, while certain doors stubbornly remained closed. The whole structure leaned noticeably to one side, lending it a tipsy, off-kilter quality. Yet for him, it was absolutely ideal. It was a maze of hidden corners, winding staircases, antique cabinets, and visible wooden beams. When he first toured the neglected property, the master bedroom ceiling had been a dense canopy of cobwebs. During that initial walkthrough, not one, but 2 spiders had descended from the rafters, landing directly on the shocked real estate agent's shoulder. She shrieked each time. In that moment, he knew without a doubt he would buy it. He had arranged his collection throughout the upper rooms. Tarantulas resided in the master suite, recluse spiders in the connecting nursery, and cobweb weavers down the hallway. They lived in glass terrariums or specialized frames, which he cleaned monthly and kept supplied with fresh water. Blackout shades blocked the sunlight, and humidifiers maintained precise moisture levels in each space. In several rooms, he had even spread a layer of soil across the wooden floors, rich dark earth mixed with leaf litter, decaying matter, and night crawlers. This earthen carpet helped buffer the cold drafts and provided a faint, comforting scent of rot and decomposition. It was the perfect atmosphere for his arachnids. Ironically, the man detested dirt. He hated its odor and the sensation of it slipping through his fingers or grinding between his toes. He might have called it a fear, but he did not permit himself to feel afraid. Instead, he deliberately immersed himself in the very substance that could turn his stomach and trigger dark memories. He held a deep respect for these spiders. He observed them, cared for them, and through them sought to connect with a primal, predatory part of himself. In exchange, his collection offered him a refuge. This was where he retreated to brood during his bleakest moods, when those around him knew better than to meet his gaze. He would stretch out on the dirt floor, mentally replaying memories he wished he could erase until his anger finally boiled over. Then, he would shed his clothes, open the lids of the glass tanks, and watch as colonies of brown recluse spiders spilled out. He would challenge them to do their worst, even plead with them. But spiders are inherently cautious. The recluses might skitter over his feet, climb his legs, or investigate the lines on his arms, yet they mostly just vanished into the house's countless cracks and shadows. Eventually, he'd have to set out sticky glue traps to recapture them, a method that inevitably killed them. Because destruction was his true talent even toward the things he cherished. He began his rounds with the tarantulas, moving systematically from one rectangular glass enclosure to the next, all arranged in orderly rows on metal shelving units. Each tank was marked with the spider's species and an index card for logging feedings. A new arrival might devour a dozen crickets in a week, while most adults needed only 6 to 8 per month. Around molting time, many would refuse food entirely. Dietary needs varied, too. Some tarantulas stuck to crickets and mealworms, but the larger species favored baby mice or rats, dead, but served at room temperature. He purchased them frozen and thawed them under warm water. An early experiment with a microwave had taught him a lasting, foul-smelling lesson about reheating rodent carcasses. In the beginning, he had foraged for food in the garden, collecting grasshoppers, cicadas, and moths. He soon learned that wild insects were a risky choice, potentially carrying pesticides that could harm his pets. These days, he sourced most of his supplies from various online pet retailers, spreading his orders across different vendors to avoid drawing any unwanted attention. His collection had grown to over 120 individual specimens, not including the probable 1,000 delicate brown recluses that now called the house home. His collection was a living tapestry woven from threads of obsession. There were spiders he'd plucked from his own garden, exotic specimens acquired on overseas trips, the results of his own careful breeding programs, and a whole nursery dedicated to the next generation. A true collector's work is never done, and he was at the final enclosure. Even in the dim light, he could sense the gaze from within, untamed, analytical, and utterly predatory. It brought a smile to his face. Theraphosa blondie, the Goliath bird-eater, a spider whose legs could stretch beyond 10 inches. This male had been a recent acquisition, shipped from the rainforests of South America. Its arrival had been announced not with silence, but with a dramatic hissing rear up, a sound that carried clearly across the room. Equipped with formidable fangs and a body sheathed in defensive, urticating hairs, it was nature's perfect brawler, documented taking prey from mice to small birds. While most tarantulas are docile behemoths, the T. blondie had earned a notorious reputation for its terrible temper, a bite that could cost a careless handler a digit or worse. Late at night, he felt its scrutiny. He had observed it exploring its new domain, those delicate probing taps against the glass not random, but a systematic search for structural flaws. He sensed a raw, simmering intellect at work. The spider wasn't just existing, it was assessing, biding its time, formulating a plan. Given the slightest opening, it would not hesitate. Leaning close, he studied the dark, mottled creature hunched in the corner of its cage. "Hey there," the man murmured. "Care for a snack?" He dangled the lifeless white rodent, observing the reaction. A few jointed legs slowly extended, sampling the air. "Here's the arrangement," he stated, his voice low. "Play nice, you get fed. Act up, and you go hungry. Understood?" He allowed a tense moment to pass. When the tarantula remained still, offering no threat display, the man straightened up, placed his hand on the heavy mesh lid, and braced himself. On the count of 3, he flipped the corner open, tossed the mouse inside, and witnessed a blur of motion as 10 inches of arachnid launched from the shadows and snatched the carcass from the air. The impact was a solid thud, the spider's body already coiled possessively around its prize. Then the fanged head lifted, glistening and exposed. The man slammed the lid down with more haste than grace, stumbling back a step. He recovered, steadying his breathing, regarding the T. blondie with newfound wariness. He tapped the glass once with a knuckle. "Welcome to the family," he declared. Satisfied he'd ended the interaction on his terms, he headed downstairs. The boy was in the living room, controller in hand, eyes fixed to the screen in that familiar, vacant, resentful stare. Teenagers. The man paused in the doorway, considering. The clock was ticking louder now. A week, perhaps a little more. He was surprised by a sudden sharp pang of something like nostalgia, the feeling of a mentor for his pupil, or maybe a father for a son. He entered and killed the power to the television. The boy's mouth opened in automatic protest, then snapped shut. He just hunched lower into the couch, a posture of sullen waiting. "Is good morning completely beyond you?" the man demanded, looming beside the sofa. "Good morning," the boy muttered. "For heaven's sake, a little courtesy wouldn't kill you. Have I taught you nothing?" The boy's head jerked up, eyes flashing with hot, petulant anger. "I said it." "Yeah, and we both know you didn't mean a word of it." The man took a half step back, running his own internal calculations. "You heard from her?" he asked, the shift abrupt. The boy looked away. "No. You think she'll follow through?" A non-committal shrug was the only reply. "That's what I figured," the man agreed, a dry edge to his voice. "Trusting a woman never leads anywhere good. So, you getting antsy, kid? This is it. We're talking about graduation day. That's not something that comes around twice." Another shrug. The man wasn't buying the act. He grinned, but the expression held no warmth. "Let's be honest, son. You still believe she loves you, don't you? You and Ginny, up in that tree. First comes love, then comes marriage. Then comes a baby carriage, right? Gonna get a little house with a perfect fence?" He made a dismissive, sweeping gesture. "Just pretend this whole chapter never existed." The boy remained silent. "Let me spell it out for you, son. Let me tell you exactly how this ends. You'll graduate, and I'll offer you a pile of cash. You'll want to shove it right back in my face, but your pride won't let you. You'll take the money, you'll lie to yourself, saying you'll pay it all back someday. But do what exactly? Become a street hustler, a dealer, some low-rent criminal? Let's be real, a kid who never finished grade school isn't heading to college or trade school anytime soon. You haven't grasped that yet, though. You're convinced freedom is just around the corner, and anything out there has to beat this place. Give it 2 months max. Then you'll be sleeping under a bridge, selling yourself for pocket change to anyone who will have you, or poisoning your veins with whatever junk you can score. And you'll start asking yourself, was it really so terrible here? Nice big house, all the food you could eat. Video games, cable. I treated you decent, kid. You'll realize that soon enough, I treated you just fine. The man started toward the kitchen. Breakfast first, then he had to plant himself in front of the computer. Funds were running thin. It was time to get back to work. Just then, the boy's voice cut through the room. "How much?" he asked from the sofa, his throat tight. "How much money? Why does it matter? You gotta graduate first." "I need to know," the boy said. His expression had gone blank and guarded again, like the tarantula upstairs. He was getting older. He'd also recently edged an inch taller than the man, a fact neither of them mentioned. "I need to know," the boy repeated, "exactly what my life is worth to you." The man paused, thinking it over. He turned back toward the sofa and noticed the boy tense up, bracing as if for a hit, but the man didn't swing. Instead, he bent close, his voice dropping to a near whisper beside the boy's ear. "Listen, you're not worth the torn rubber your folks used the night they made you, but I'll cut you a break. $100, $10 for every year you've been here. You should be thanking me." The boy held his gaze. "I want 10,000. Sweetheart, you weren't that good in bed. 10,000. The boy said again, and the hollow look in his eyes sent a faint chill down the man's spine, raising the fine hairs on his neck. He kept his composure, studying the boy. 10 grand? You're serious? I've earned it." The man let out a sharp laugh and messed up the boy's hair. "You want more cash, son? Then you better work for it. Tell you what? Let me show you that new spider I picked up last week." Chapter 22. The brown recluse hunts at night seeking insect prey either alive or dead. From Brown Recluse Spider by Michael F. Potter, urban entomologist, University of Kentucky College of Agriculture. "There are 35,000 known spider species in the world," Sal was saying. "From what I've read, experts think that's only a fifth of what's actually out there. Even better, they're the top non-traditional pet in the US these days. Honestly, I thought all the weirdos collected pythons." "Pythons get too big," Kimberly pointed out. "People dump them in places like the Florida Everglades where they eat everything in sight. I doubt the alligators are thrilled about it." Sal and Kimberly were seated in the back of a white van, outfitted to look like a utility vehicle, but actually belonging to the GBI's tech division. It was the fourth night of Operation Flytrap. Ginny was inside the Foxy Lady Club, wired and waiting to see if Dinchera would appear. Sal and Kimberly were holding down the fort in the tech van, the floor already strewn with empty coffee cups, Sal's and water bottles, Kimberly's. They were assisted by an audio technician named Greg Moffat and an undercover special agent, Jackie Sparks. Moffat was tucked in the rear, monitoring a glowing panel of audio levels and muttering technical phrases only he understood. Sparks, playing the part of a woman out for a good time, was somewhere inside the club, keeping a discreet watch on Ginny. Ginny was aware of Moffat, but Sparks remained a secret. Just because she was risking everything by wearing a wire didn't mean she needed to know every detail. They had rehearsed the audio, crafted her cover, and sent her in. Her mission was clear. Extract a confession from Dinchara about shooting Tommy Mark Evans, or link him to those 6 missing girls through their driver's licenses. That evidence would be the final push Sal needed to secure a full task force and go after Dinchara with everything they had. Yet, after 4 nights, Dinchara hadn't appeared, and the team's nerves were fraying. Sal had pulled every string imaginable to get these Georgia Bureau of Investigation assets, and the clock was ticking. If nothing happened in another night or two, the whole operation would be scrapped. "Turns out," Sal said, his headset to Ginny pressed to one ear and the tiny earpiece for Special Agent Sparks in the other, "the spider collecting world is way bigger than I assumed. You can find hundreds of online dealers selling everything from a baby spider for a few dollars to an adult female Brachypelma bohmgardini for $800. $800? Kimberly asked, her voice full of disbelief. "Absolutely. Females are the premium investment. They live decades longer than males and are essential for breeding." Which leads to my next discovery. You would not believe the sheer volume of online tutorials dedicated to figuring out a tarantula's gender. Kimberly just looked at him. It's a serious issue, he insisted. Imagine paying top dollar for a female, only to have some shady dealer send you a male instead. That's a costly mistake. I can sincerely say I hope to never face that particular dilemma. Then you have the whole network of spider clubs and forums, he went on. Not to mention ArachnoCon, the annual convention for arachnid fanatics. Seriously, do a quick search for tarantula and see what pops up. It's an entire subculture. No kidding. I also dug up references to illegal spider imports, Sal added, his tone turning businesslike. The most exotic species aren't legally available to hobbyists, and some collectors, men or women, are too impatient to wait. Figure, if a smuggler is already running drugs from Colombia, why not toss in a Xenesthis immanis and make an easy extra 1,000? A Zen, what now? Xenesthis immanis. It's a type of tarantula with these striking purple markings at the leg joints and silver tips. I have to admit the online photos were kind of beautiful. Not that I'm shopping for one. The point is, that specific species is banned from import from Colombia, so a desperate collector might go through a back channel. The spider gets routed through Mexico, then into Texas, and finally to the buyer, with plenty of bribes paid along the way. It happens more than you'd think. Considering I've never given it a single thought, Kimberly said dryly. That's probably accurate. It gives us a backup plan, Sal stated. Suppose Dinchara does show up, and we get enough on tape for a warrant, unless he's careless enough to leave a murder weapon on the kitchen table, we probably won't be cuffing him that same day. But if the Department of Wildlife or the USDA, whoever handles these creepy crawly violations, can nail him for illegal arachnid importation, that gives us a legal hold. We'd get more time and excuses to really dig into his life. Smart? Kimberly acknowledged, genuinely impressed. Sal, however, shrugged it off. Well, that's plan B. My first idea was to use the spider angle to locate him, but once I realized half of Atlanta seems to have a thing for 8-legged pets, I had to pivot. You know, it's funny, we're out here discussing black market tarantulas and federal jurisdictions while a woman's wearing a wire in a tattoo parlor. The absurdity of it all would be hilarious if it weren't so deadly serious. I keep thinking about the tattoos, Kimberly mused, her tone shifting back. That intricate design snaking up Ginny's neck is major work. Want to bet Dinchara personally took her to his own trusted artist? A place he frequents because he's gotten ink there himself. We should definitely photograph her neck, Sal agreed. Get that image out to local shops. Maybe someone will recognize the artist's style. Oh, what I wouldn't give for a proper task force right now. You mean with more than our current overworked pair? One of whom might have to leave the case to have a baby? It's a complication. Story of my life, Kimberly said with a dry tone. Complicated. She exhaled heavily, her gaze fixed on the van's windshield. She refused to dwell on her personal life, the fragile truce that defined her daily exchanges with Mac. They had 1 week to decide their future, and here it was, day 4, and she was working late again. Mac had stopped asking, stopped prying. He just waited, and his quiet patience unsettled her more than any argument ever could. He should take that supervisory job in Savannah. Turning it down would be foolish. He was right. Everything was shifting. Maybe he should focus on his career because hers was undoubtedly slowing down. Fine, she could stay home, nurse the baby, watch talk shows, read advice books, except that portrait didn't resemble her at all. She was self-centered, emotionally stunted, and completely consumed by her job. And in her own peculiar way, she was perfectly content. We've got conversation. The technician, Moffat, broke the silence. Sal and Kimberly immediately focused, adjusting their headphones. So far, Ginny had been propositioned repeatedly. If this were a prostitution sting, they'd be making great progress. This, however, felt far more serious. We need to talk, Ginny was saying, her voice tight with urgency. The woman sounded anxious, on edge. Why aren't you working? A man's voice demanded. Get back out there and earn your keep, sweetheart. First, we really need to talk, Ginny insisted. Sal picked up the handheld radio from his lap, signaling Special Agent Sparks, requesting a visual, unidentified male, currently speaking with Miss Jones. Roger that, came the static-filled reply, followed by a brief pause as Sparks navigated the club.
I want a blood test.
Ginny's voice grew more forceful.
I've been reading about tattoos and hepatitis risks. This had been Kimberly's suggestion. How do I know I'm clean? What about my baby? What if it gets sick too? You have to help me. I have a visual, Special Agent Sparks reported softly. White male, mid-30s, around 5'10", 160 to 170 pounds, wearing brown work boots, blue jeans, and a long-sleeved green shirt rolled to the forearms. Has a faded red baseball cap pulled low, hiding his face. What the hell? The man grumbled sharply. You dragged me here for a blood test? What do I look like, a clinic? I need money. Then get back to work. I can't work, Ginny whined. I'm exhausted all the time, and it freaks the guys out. A pregnant woman doing this. Should have considered that months ago. You want to eat? Find some soft touch who pays extra for a sob story. Kimberly heard the rustle of denim. Was he walking away? Then, a quick slap as Ginny seized his arm. I want to negotiate, the girl pleaded desperately. Just hear me out. I have something to say. Kimberly and Sal exchanged a tense look. Negotiate what? The man asked, suspicion thick in his voice. Not here, Ginny said. Somewhere private. Ah, hell, Sal muttered. She's going off script. Kimberly agreed. Ginny had strict orders to stay in public view. They should have anticipated this. Jackie, Sal spoke into the radio. I'm on it, the special agent replied. Don't mess with me. The man's voice turned threatening. I just want to talk, okay? We'll go to your car. It'll be like old times. The man didn't answer. Kimberly pictured Ginny pulling him through the pulsing crowd. Subject approaching the front doors, Special Agent Sparks announced over the radio. Exiting in 3, 2, 1. The doors swung open. Ginny stumbled out first, looking unsteady and distressed. She had on the usual tiny skirt but a longer shirt to better hide the equipment they'd placed in her padded bra. She adjusted the bra now, shifting the cups slightly, and a burst of static filled their earpieces. Don't tell me she just... Sal began, before the sound cleared. He let out a relieved breath, though Kimberly felt they were still in a dangerous spot. A man had materialized behind Ginny, lean, athletic frame, brown hair, sun-browned arms. His jeans and button-down were nicer than she'd anticipated, less rural handyman, more casual outdoorsman. The bill of a worn crimson ball cap was tugged down, obscuring his features so completely he seemed more like a walking hat than a person. Here 1 second, gone the next. The man started down the sidewalk, Ginny falling silent but clinging to his elbow. Moments later, the front door swung open and Sparks emerged, making a performance of lighting a smoke before ambling off after them, the cigarette held loosely between her fingers. Sal and Kimberly shared another look. What on earth is Ginny playing at? Sal hissed, his voice tight. I have no idea. We're completely screwed. Should we call for Sparks to pull out? Not now, Sal said, anxiety threading his tone. Let's wait. They returned to their headsets, straining to hear Ginny in one ear and Special Agent Sparks in the other. From the left channel came the sound of a vehicle door opening, then slamming. Ginny's high, nervous laugh. So you really are glad I'm here. From the right, Sparks's brisk report. Subject and Miss Jones have entered a black Toyota 4Runner with silver accents. Vehicle is heavily mud-splattered. License plate is unreadable. We could have him stopped for a traffic violation, Sal murmured. Quiet. Kimberly pressed a finger to her lips. So what's it gonna be, handsome? Ginny was saying. A little fun? Or the full package? Start talking, you worthless piece of trash? I didn't drive all this way to be jerked around by some streetwalker. Demanding I pay for a blood test? What kind of game are you playing? It wasn't my idea, Ginny said quickly. I couldn't figure out another way to get you to meet me. A heavy silence followed. Ginny, you better start explaining, or I swear to God, hepatitis will be the least of your worries. They're asking questions about me. Who is? Agents, from the State Bureau. They say working girls are vanishing. They want to know why. They keep asking for Ginny Jones. What did you tell them? Nothing. I mean, girls go to Houston all the time, right? I said maybe they should check there. Did they mention any other names? The man demanded. I don't know.
He hit her. The sharp, startling sound of the slap made Kimberly jerk back in her seat. Stop lying to me. I'm not. Another smack of flesh on flesh. Sal's knuckles were bone white where he gripped the headphones, his expression severe. I said don't lie to me. I don't remember. I'm sorry, they were talking so fast. There were a bunch of names and I was trying to stay quiet, not make a scene. Please, don't hit me again. I'm telling the truth. I swear, I swear, I swear. Another blow. More cries. Abort, Kimberly said, staring at the deep lines of stress on Sal's face. She's finished. We need to extract her now. But Sal shook his head. No, he's just toying with her. He hasn't gotten serious yet. That's the awful part. He's not even trying for real. And perhaps Sal was correct, because the noise on the line finally stilled. You've got 30 seconds. What do you actually want? Another stretch of tense quiet. Then Ginny's words spilled out in a frantic jumble. I want to see my mom, all right? I just need to see her one more time. What did you say? Good Lord, Sal muttered under his breath. She's going for the big play, Kimberly agreed, her own body tensing, leaning forward. Ginny had abandoned trying to get the man to name the missing women. She was pivoting, trying to connect him to her mother's death instead. Kimberly was split in two, part of her desperate to hear Ginny's next move, another part screaming to sprint down the block toward that filthy SUV, because this was all heading toward disaster. I remember the recording. Ginny was whispering, her voice trembling. I know she's gone, and I know what you did. I tried to convince myself it didn't matter. It wasn't as if she ever gave a damn about me. You suggesting I did something wrong, Ginny Jones? The man's voice was ice. I'm just pointing out a few facts. You, the girl who ditched high school, ran off and started selling yourself for $25 a time, and now you're 4 months pregnant. Please, stop. Honestly, if I were a cop, I'd say you fit the profile perfectly. Small-town girl nobody wanted, killed your mother to escape, took out your competition to get ahead. Do we even have the death penalty in Georgia? I can't recall, but I bet a jury wouldn't think twice about sending someone like you away for good. Locked up, your baby given to the state, strapped down for that final needle. I despise you. Ginny's voice was a broken whisper. Why are you so cruel? Why are you such a mess, Ginny? Why sell yourself? Why end up in this condition? Seems to me you're the one with all the issues. I'm not the one calling you to whine all night long. You're a monster. No, I'm the one in control. You'd better start remembering that. Now get out and don't come back. Let the cops ask their questions. Your only job is to keep your mouth shut. Understood? I need to see her. Girl, are you even listening? She was my mother, and now I'm going to be a mother. It doesn't feel right ending things this way. I want to talk to her one more time. Tell her about the baby, make things right, say a proper goodbye. Have you lost your mind? She's somewhere, isn't she?
You buried her, or dumped her, or burned her, or whatever you people do, but she's somewhere. A grave, if you could just tell me where. I won't disturb anything, I just need to talk to her.
Jackie. Sal's whisper crackled with tension over the radio. Is she wearing a wire? Dinchera's voice suddenly roared to life. What? Don't be insane. Are you setting me up? Is this a setup? A sharp intake of breath, then Ginny's short, pained cry. Jackie! Sal's voice demanded over the comms. Kimberly shot up from her seat, mind racing. Where is it? Tell me, now. Stop. You're hurting me. Let go of my arm. I just want to talk to my mother. Haven't you ever been around a pregnant woman? It's the hormones, I swear. Where is it? Where is it? Damn it! Damn it! Stop! It hurts! Oh God, let go! Kimberly lunged for the van door, hand on the handle, ready to throw it open. Just as Ginny's scream pierced her ear again, thin and desperate, a new sound cut through the chaos.
Hey there.
Special Agent Sparks's unnervingly cheerful voice flooded the channel.
Sounds like a real party. Room for one more?
Another high, giggling laugh, the distinct pop of chewing gum.
Hey, mister, nice truck? You like off-roading? How about you take me for a spin? Good Lord!
Sal looked like he was about to have a coronary bent double in his seat.
Kimberly froze by the door, utterly stunned. Sparks prattled on. I mean, check out this mud. Haven't seen anything like it since I drove my dad's tractor through the pig pens back home. Get lost, Dinchera snapped. Private conversation. Now, don't be like that. It's a quiet night. Can't blame a girl for trying, especially with a handsome fella like you. Been a while since I've seen a full set of teeth, you know what I mean? Hey, sweetie, are you expecting? I'm exhausted, Ginny said flatly. I think I should leave. Oh, honey, you really should. Working in your condition? That's no life. Ah, forget this, Dinchara grumbled. I'm tired too. Now, no need for that attitude. I mean, if you're looking for some real action, big guy. The creak of a door opening, sounds of a brief struggle. Ginny's startled yelp. The man's low, furious curse. Get the hell off me. Hey now, sugar. I am not your sugar. Get out of my truck. All right. No need to get all worked up. I've just always had a thing for leather interiors. The memory of pigs on my father's farm came to mind. Get out! All right, I'm leaving. No need to get so worked up. Some men get behind a flashy set of wheels and suddenly believe they own the planet. Footsteps retreated. A door slammed, an engine growled to life. Sparks' voice returned through the earpiece, sharp and focused. Suspect is moving, heading north. Her tone sent them into motion. Sal snatched up the radio, calling in the vehicle description and requesting an intercept. Kimberly pushed the van door open, ready for Ginny and Sparks to dive inside. She saw them half a block down, Sparks sprinting up the street with Ginny in tow. The red mark of a handprint stained Ginny's right cheek. Her nose was dripping, her eyelashes wet and tangled. Who is this? Ginny shrieked the moment she spotted Kimberly. Did you plant a spy on me? Think of it as support, Kimberly replied briskly. She helped them both climb in, scanning the street left and right. So far, everything was clear. She slid the door shut, just as Sparks released her grip on Ginny and held up her other arm triumphantly. Brought you a souvenir, the special agent announced. Amid all the commotion, this fell right out of the truck. I've got the man's boot. Chapter 23. For most species, a husband's place is in the digestive tract of his wife. From Spider-Woman by Burkhard Bilger, The New Yorker, March 5, 2007. Kimberly drove home buzzing with energy. At 3 a.m, GA 400 was deserted, and she cruised along, humming softly, her fingers drumming the steering wheel while she fantasized about driving a Porsche. It was the perfect night to open up the throttle and watch the needle climb. Instead, she kept her Passat wagon obediently under 65, though her thoughts were flying 100 miles an hour. Sal would be pushing for a multi-agency task force first thing tomorrow. Dinchara hadn't suddenly confessed to kidnapping or killing any of the women on Sal's list, but nothing about his demeanor suggested an innocent man. They were on the right trail, and tonight's recording would prove it. Patrol units never did locate Dinchara's vehicle for the traffic stop, which didn't shock Kimberly much. Beneath his crude talk, she sensed a cold, shrewd mind. Even on familiar ground, he'd kept his hat low and his license plate deliberately muddy. She suspected he'd taken extra steps to slip out of Sandy Springs unseen. A bolo was still active, though, so with luck someone would spot the truck in the coming days. Plus, Sal planned to have Sparks and Ginny work with a sketch artist to create a composite for wider circulation. By this time next week, with any luck, they'd have Dinchera's full name and details, and then the real work would start. She hummed Tainted Love again, fingers keeping time on the wheel. It struck her then, she was actually eager to get home. She wanted to turn into her driveway, hurry inside, and more than anything, she wanted to see her husband. That settled it. Enough dancing around the issue. The minute she walked in, she was waking Mac. They were going to sort this out, once and for all. Maybe he could try Savannah for a while. Maybe they could find a place halfway. Maybe she could look into transferring to a regional bureau office. There had to be a way, there always was. They just needed to talk. And after that, she fully intended to jump his bones, because nothing fueled desire quite like a night of hard-won success. Kimberly finally turned into her driveway. Mac's truck wasn't there. Instead, she walked into the living room to find her father and his wife, Rainey. Quincy was in the recliner, skimming the newspaper. Rainey was curled in a corner of the sofa, eyes glazed over a syndicated sitcom, clearly fighting sleep. Both looked up as she entered. "What on earth are you two doing here?" Kimberly said, the words tumbling out before she could stop them. "We thought it was time for a visit," her father said, his tone as steady as ever. Quincy had always been unshakable. Then it hit Kimberly, the recent argument with Mac, the late-night voicemail she'd left. Heat rushed to her cheeks. She felt suddenly vulnerable, too exposed. She should have called him back immediately, told him to disregard her message, that it was just a rough night. She should have handled it better. "Working?" Rainey asked, stifling a yawn. "Anything worth staying up for?" "Not really. Well, maybe. What time did you get in? Have you eaten? Did Mac get you settled? I'm sorry you're still awake." "We're still on Oregon time," her unflappable father replied, not moving from his chair, the newspaper still in hand. "It's not that late." Rainey shot him a look, covered another yawn, and admitted, "We arrived a little after 10. Mac was here but got called out. And I'll confess, we finished off the leftover pizza." "We?" Quincy cut in. "Fine. I ate the pizza. The health nut over here," she said, thumbing toward Quincy, "made a salad. We have vegetables?" Kimberly asked, surprised. "Iceberg lettuce, red onion, and tomatoes," her father offered, "which I assume are decorative in this household, but can be assembled into something resembling a salad if the mood strikes." "Huh?" Kimberly said. Rainey finally broke the stillness by crossing the room and wrapping her in a warm hug. "How are you holding up?" Rainey asked. "Good. Everything's good. And the baby? Healthy, growing, kicking up a storm. You can feel it move?" Rainey's voice lifted, a hint of longing there. Later in life, Kimberly's stepmother had decided she wanted children. She and Quincy had explored adoption, but things hadn't worked out. They never discussed it, but Kimberly suspected that path was closed for Rainey now, leaving her to channel that care into her advocacy work for abused kids. Did this pregnancy stir old regrets? Rainey was former law enforcement, skilled at masking her feelings. Whatever she carried inside rarely surfaced. "Want to feel?" Kimberly offered. "Yes." She guided Rainey's hand to the left side of her belly. Baby McCormack, right on schedule with its evening gymnastics, delivered a solid kick. "Boy or girl?" Rainey wondered. "What's your guess?" Quincy had risen and now stood beside his wife. He wouldn't ask, so Kimberly took his hand and placed it against her side. The baby kicked again. Her father startled, pulling back briefly, then broke into a smile.
A boy.
He declared at once, returning his palm to her belly. "I'd guess boy, too," Rainey said. "They say girls steal the mother's beauty and you're still glowing." Kimberly nearly flushed.
All right. All right.
"Give the glowing mother some space and some water." She moved to the kitchen, pouring a glass for herself and one for Rainey. Quincy lived on coffee, so even at 3 in the morning, she started a pot. They gathered around the kitchen table, a cozy family moment, except none of them had bothered to turn on the main light. That detail alone spoke volumes about their lines of work. "Did Max say anything before he left?" Kimberly pressed, just not to wait up. Kimberly grunted, worrying her lower lip as she turned over what might be happening. She realized she didn't even know what case Mac was working on lately. They'd talked about her investigations, not his. "And your night?" her father inquired. "Stakeout," she replied. The suspect didn't confess, but he did rough up our informant pretty badly, which suggests we're on the right trail. Quincy's eyebrow lifted with interest. "What kind of case?" "Serial murders. Several sex workers have gone missing. We found 6 of their driver's licenses left on the windshield of a federal agent's car. This guy might be our person?" Kimberly chewed her lip again, a fresh worry creeping in. What if Mac's sudden call-out was connected to something just as dark? The challenge is that we haven't recovered any bodies. Given the transient nature of the victims' lives, a defense attorney could easily argue these women just packed up and left town. That leaves us with a very weak case. However, if we could get that tape admitted as evidence, it might change everything. Rainey was the first to ask, "What tape?" "It's an audio recording on it.
You can hear what sounds like the murder of one of the missing women, Veronica Jones. The most disturbing part is the killer's method. He forces each victim to choose the next one. In this recording, Veronica, under extreme duress, gives up the name of her own daughter, Ginny Jones, who is now cooperating with us. But he didn't kill Ginny, Rainey pointed out. According to Ginny, she managed to negotiate for her life. The killer has a fascination with spiders, and so does she. That shared interest was her ticket to survival, if you can call it that. Her bargain was a lifetime of prostitution, handing over half of everything she earns to him. He maintains total control, Quincy observed. Precisely. Control is his entire motivation. Quincy wanted to hear the recording. It was back at the office, but could be retrieved the next day. He then asked how the killer compelled the choice. The answer was torture. The promise was simple. The pain would stop when she provided the name of someone she truly loved. Quincy had that familiar, analytical look. Did she give a name right away? No. She tried to offer a false name first, but when he pressed her for details, how she knew this person, why they mattered, her story collapsed. On the tape, you can hear her mental fragmentation, the sheer impossibility of coherent thought under that level of agony. So in the end, she gave him her daughter. This pattern suggests all the victims are connected in a way that matters to him. We're exploring that. A GBI special agent has already identified that 3 of the missing women were roommates, vanishing one after another. But we're missing huge parts of the picture. Some names on our missing persons list probably did just move to Texas, while others have vanished without anyone even filing a report. Are they all from one specific area? Rainey asked. What does the prostitution landscape even look like in Georgia? It's sprawling and segmented. You have the street-based workers in places like Fulton Industrial Boulevard often struggling with addiction. Then there are the massage parlors in suburbs like Sandy Springs, frequently fronts for trafficking. The club scene is a mix of everything, ethnicities, backgrounds, those using and those not. And then there's the casual activity around places like the Air Force Base in Marietta, with servers offering more than just the menu. Georgia is massive and diverse. If our subject is bouncing between these different underworlds, it will take a monumental coordinated effort to trace his path, which is exactly how he's stayed hidden. Quincy circled back. What's the profile on the UNSUB? Having seen him tonight, we can say mid-30s. Experienced, patient in his stalking. The tape indicates Veronica Jones wasn't his first. He's had time to perfect his approach. Physically, Caucasian, around 5'9", maybe 170, not bulky but lean and athletic. His attire, hiking boots, jeans, the SUV suggests an outdoorsman. A hunter? In this part of the country, it's a strong likelihood. A loner? Interestingly, we don't think so. The GBI agent on the case has twice found envelopes on his car windshield. Each contained a driver's license from a missing woman. No note, no attempt to communicate further. The agent believes the packages may be from someone close to the killer, not the killer himself. Quincy considered this, a brow arched. That tracks. Most offenders who make contact want to gloat or play games. This feels detached, almost administrative, exactly. And frustratingly, the envelopes and licenses yielded no forensic evidence whatsoever. We still have to find and follow the killer ourselves. Once we identify him, though, we might locate a spouse or relative who could assist us. Socioeconomic background? Quincy continued. It's confusing. He uses coarse, uneducated language sometimes, but can switch to very precise speech. The SUV is a high-end Toyota 4Runner Limited, his clothes too. The jeans and flannel shirt seem casual, but they're quality brands. He might have come from a rough background, but has clearly moved up in the world. He's aspirational, drawn to nice things, Rainey added. I agree. It always circles back to money, Rainey said, meeting Quincy's gaze. A killer with his experience over 10 victims. Think about the effort he's investing now, assembling his kit, hunting for targets, cleaning up, hiding the remains. It's a full-time occupation, especially if he's spending time stalking them beforehand. Absolutely necessary, Quincy pointed out.
If he's having victim A select victim B, he'll need to do extensive surveillance on B before making a move. So he's occupied, Rainey went on, devoting serious energy to this. That likely means he isn't holding a regular job anymore and has turned to other methods to finance his life, such as exploiting sex workers, Kimberly noted flatly. Right. Or fraud, burglary, drugs. There was a case where a man was arrested for check forgery. When authorities searched his storage unit, they discovered stacks of photos showing bound women being assaulted. He was a predatory sadist who had operated for years along the East Coast, kidnapping, assaulting, and murdering women. The forgery was just his way of funding it. Have you heard of NecroSearch International? Quincy asked. Kimberly shook her head. They're sometimes called the Pig People. It's a nonprofit, mostly retired scientists and law enforcement. I've considered joining. Here we go, Rainey said with a smirk, but Kimberly looked intrigued. What's their purpose? Locating remains. They're known for burying pigs to study how to find hidden graves. They're also the group that found Michelle Wallace's body in Colorado nearly 2 decades after she vanished. Michelle Wallace, Kimberly repeated, searching her memory but drawing a blank. I don't know that one. That's because it was before your time, 1974. Wallace was 25, living in Gunnison, Colorado. An experienced hiker, she went for a weekend trip to Schofield Park with her German Shepherd. On her way back to her car, she met 2 men with vehicle trouble and offered them a lift. She was never seen alive again. According to one man, Chuck Matthews, Wallace dropped him off in town and drove on with his friend Roy Melanson. Soon after, Melanson was arrested on an outstanding warrant. Police found Wallace's license, camping gear, and even her dog's pack in his possession. The deeper they looked into Melanson, the more concerned they became. He was wanted for questioning in 3 rapes and a murder in Texas. Police pressured him while organizing a huge search in Schofield Park. And you know what happened? What? Nothing. Without physical evidence of a crime, they couldn't build a case. Melanson claimed Wallace gave him the items as gifts. With no one to contradict him, he was eventually convicted on fraud charges for cashing stolen checks, served 13 years, and walked free. Michelle Wallace's mother had taken her own life, leaving a heartbreaking request. If her daughter's remains were ever recovered, she wished to be buried beside her. Years later, in 1979, a hiker in Schofield Park discovered something chilling on the trail, a scalp with hair still attached, meticulously braided just as Michelle had worn hers. The evidence was stored away, nearly forgotten, until a decade later when Detective Kathy Young reached out to NecroSearch International. The organization assembled a team including a botanist, a forensic anthropologist, and an archaeologist. By analyzing plant fragments trapped in the braids, specifically the mix of pine needles and bark, the botanist pinpointed a few distinct areas within the park where that unique combination of trees grew. After days of painstaking search, they uncovered Michelle's skull. Roy Melanson was convicted of her murder in September 1993, and by the following spring, Michelle was finally laid to rest next to her mother. Kimberly let out a soft sigh, turning her gaze away for a moment. The weight of the story tightened her throat, a reaction she always resented. The point is, her father continued, remains matter. If your theory holds, there are at least 6 victims still out there. When standard police work hits a wall, sometimes the right specialist can break through. She considered this. We do have a new piece of evidence, a muddy hiking boot recovered from the suspect's vehicle. I was planning to call a contact at the U.S. Geological Survey, have the soil analyzed, see what it tells us. Test for lime, Quincy said without hesitation. I know, and bring in a botanist. Those ravines are probably thick with ferns, maybe an entomologist too, given the spider evidence you mentioned. I know, Dad, her tone edged toward impatience. Quincy offered a faint smile. Am I lecturing again? She caught herself. No, you're helping, and heaven knows we need it with this case. It's just late. Right. The baby, you should get some rest. Yeah, but neither of them moved. Kimberly took another sip of water, her mind drifting to soil samples and spiderwebs, and where a complex investigation could lead, like the last time she worked with a USGS team, scrambling over rocks buzzing with rattlesnakes, squeezing into a contaminated cave, sprinting through a marsh that seemed to catch fire, back when she was younger, faster, and only responsible for herself. "How long are you planning to stay?" she finally asked. Her father and Rainey exchanged a glance. "We kept it open," Rainey answered lightly. "We've never really explored Georgia. Thought it might be nice to play tourist for a bit." Kimberly studied them, skeptical. "What about your own caseload?" "One of the perks of consulting," her father said. "You can take the work with you." "Because he still doesn't know how to leave it behind," Rainey added with a grin. Kimberly nodded, gathering the empty glasses and guiding them down the hall. Rainey slipped into the guest room first, leaving Kimberly and her father a quiet moment in the hallway. Kimberly never quite found the right words. Her father was comfortable with silence, but she often felt a flood of unspoken questions pressing against her chest. She wanted to ask if he was truly content, if decades devoted to his work had been worth the personal costs. She wanted to ask about her mother, about what they were like as hopeful newlyweds expecting their first child. She wanted to ask everything, so in the end she asked nothing. Her father leaned in and kissed her cheek. For a few seconds they stood there, eyes closed, foreheads touching. "Thank you for coming," Kimberly whispered. The boy reappeared on a clear afternoon, rapping politely at her back door. She set him to splitting firewood, a task he performed for more than an hour until he'd worked up enough heat to discard his shirt. His thin chest and sharply defined ribs were laid bare. When he was finished, she cooked him a cheese omelet with 4 slices of toast and 2 glasses of milk. He devoured every bite, dragging the toast through the lingering grease on the plate before carefully licking his fingers clean. They moved indoors, where she taught him how to wedge kindling into the window frames for added security. Then she sent him down to the basement to fetch her box of Christmas decorations. He came back clutching the box, a plump brown house spider perched calmly on his shoulder. When she moved to brush it away, he took offense, insisting on staying in the kitchen to play with the creature as though it were a tame pet. "Spiders aren't dangerous," he informed her. "They eat bugs, not people. Besides, they're interesting. Have you ever tried tasting a spider web?" Leaving him with his new companion, she fastened Christmas bells to both the front and back door handles, a simple homemade alarm. There were a few last tasks to complete, but first she had 2 stops to make. "Well, are you coming or staying behind?" He jumped up. "Where to?" "The hardware store." She layered on her coat, hat, and gloves. The boy wore only a thin shirt, so she directed him upstairs to Joseph's old room. He returned swimming in a flannel shirt that hung nearly to his ankles. Digging through the entry closet, she pulled out one of her mother's old navy coats, which fit him somewhat better. Outside, the boy paused hopefully beside the garage. "Don't be silly. We have legs for a purpose. We have cars for a purpose, too," he shot back, surprising a laugh out of her. "Sold the car almost 10 years back," she said. "At my age, I have trouble walking a straight line, never mind driving one." She started down the hill, the boy keeping pace beside her. Her slow progress clearly tried his patience. Soon he was darting ahead, then circling back, kicking at slush piles and leaping into puddles with the restless energy of a puppy. He splattered his borrowed clothes with mud, but it didn't irritate her. A boy his age ought to be playing and getting dirty. He shouldn't, however, be trailing after an old woman. The walk to the hardware store took nearly an hour. Inside, she quickly lost sight of him, her attention fixed on the task. She needed chain locks, 3 of them, sturdy enough not to break. The price of solid steel made her eyes widen and her hands shake as she gripped her purse. In the end, she bought only 2, and even that felt like a sacrifice. She found the boy waiting outside when she was done. "What's next?" "Groceries. You certainly have an appetite." She limped toward the convenience store, the boy bouncing along beside her. Mel was at the register. He lifted a hand in greeting when she entered, but his expression froze when he noticed the boy. His hand fell slowly to his side. He didn't speak, but his watchfulness was palpable. "I want Fruit Loops," the boy announced. Too costly. Please, please, please. I buy food, not colored sugar. If you want Fruit Loops, buy them yourself." The boy wandered off to gaze longingly at the candy bars. Rita stared at the egg cartons, wondering when everything had become so terribly expensive. She had $12 to last the week, but the boy clearly needed more to eat. She would start adding water to stretch the eggs for more omelets. She could make her own pasta, too. She'd done it often enough in the past. The simple meal of big egg noodles mixed with canned tomatoes from her basement would be satisfying enough. She longed to buy orange juice for the boy, thinking of the vitamins he needed and that bright, tart taste. Instead, she settled on powdered milk, knowing it would likely make him complain, though after all this time, it suited her just fine. Sausage and bacon were far beyond her means. She found some expired bread and a few mealy apples in the discount bin, planning to mash the apples into a sauce and toast the bread. Her thoughts turned to a stew, and she managed to find some half-priced beef along with a few moldy carrots and onions. Still, it pained her to carefully count out each precious cent and leave with only 2 bags. She looked at Mel, expecting him to head to the back and continue their usual little dance. Instead, he was staring at the boy who lingered near the candy display. "Friend of yours?" Mel asked Rita, his tone stiff. "He helped me split some firewood." That seemed to soften Mel's rigid posture a bit, leaving him merely looking awkward. "I wouldn't put him to work inside," he muttered, just loud enough for the sharp-eared boy to likely catch. "You tend to your affairs, Mel. I'll tend to mine." She hoisted the 2 bags, struggling slightly to lift them from the counter, and Mel had the decency to blush. "Sorry, Rita, here, let me help." But she was done dealing with him. She made her own way to the door.
Child?
She called, avoiding the name Scott, which felt as ill-fitting as her brother's old hand-me-down shirt. "We're leaving." The boy came to her side, hands shoved in his pockets, and followed her out. She had to clear her throat 3 times before he took the hint and grabbed one of the bags. In silence, they began the trudge up the road. About a quarter of the way, Rita had to stop, her breath short. Her stomach growled, protesting the light breakfast she'd skipped to give her toast to the boy. At her age, she felt herself shrinking a little each year anyway. The boy needed those calories to grow. She looked up and saw him unwrapping a Kit Kat. "Want a piece?" he asked politely, just before she grabbed him by the ear. "Child, where did you get that? Ow. Answer me. Did you pay for that chocolate? Did you sneak up to the counter when I wasn't looking?" I didn't." "You stole it, didn't you?" "I was trying to help. You have so little money and his store is packed with food. What's 1 candy bar? He won't even miss it. Empty your pockets." She released his ear long enough for him to turn out his pockets. Out came 2 more candy bars, a bag of peanuts, and 3 Slim Jims. She shook her head in utter disgust. Well, there's only one thing to be done now. She picked up the groceries and started marching back down the hill. "Where are you going?" The boy scrambled to keep up. When Rita was angry, a fire lit within her, and she was blazing right now. "I'm taking you back to that store, young man. You will return every last item to Mel, and then you will sweep out his stockroom as an apology." The boy stopped in his tracks. "Why? You need food. I was helping, see? I can be useful. You don't like Slim Jims? Tell me what you want. I'll get it next time, though you'll have to keep buying eggs. They're too bulky to steal." She halted just so she could fix him with a hard stare. "Stealing is wrong. I've seen your cabinets. They're practically empty. I can help. The good Lord helps those who help themselves." "Yes, exactly." His face brightened, and she realized it was perhaps the worst proverb she could have chosen. "Child, taking from others to fill your own plate is a sin. I am poor, my shelves are bare, but I am tough and resourceful. I will make my way without turning to crime. Now march." She gave his leg a light kick to get him moving. He scowled but shuffled forward, looking more confused than angry at the base of the slope. He stopped short, refusing to go into the shop. She gathered all the items from him, entered alone, and placed them on the counter. "I'm sorry about that," she told Mel. "It won't be repeated. That kid's nothing but a problem. Mel muttered, his arms folded tightly. Rita looked at him with a dismissive lift of her chin. He told me he was just trying to be helpful. She shot him a final sharp look before making her way out of the store, moving with the strained dignity of someone whose body no longer cooperates. The boy had withdrawn across the road. He trailed behind her up the hill, his earlier defiance melting into a sullen quiet. They were nearly at her porch when he finally exploded. "That was so dumb. You're dumb. That candy was mine. I worked for it. You had no right to hand it over." "Rules are important." "No, they're not. You don't get it at all." In a flash of anger, he snatched her grocery bag and hurled it onto the pavement. She heard the unmistakable crack of eggs and saw the yellow begin to seep through the brown paper. "Oh, for heaven's sake, boy, now neither of us will have supper." "Fine, perfect," he shouted, his voice raw. He drew his arm back, fist clenched, and for a terrible second she braced for the blow. But at the final moment, his arm fell to his side. He spun around and sprinted away. She stood watching as his skinny legs carried him up the next grassy rise toward that crumbling old house. She tried to summon anger, but it wouldn't come. Instead, a cold worry settled in her chest about what he was returning to. After a long minute, she bent down with a groan, gathered the ruined bag, and held it gently. In her kitchen, she worked patiently with a spatula, salvaging what runny egg she could into a mixing bowl. It was the only response she had to save what little could be saved. Bergerman is plotting. I can sense him watching me when he assumes I'm distracted. I'll be on the couch, staring at the screen, and he'll materialize in the doorway, just looking and looking. Then he'll give a casual scratch and vanish. He keeps to himself more now, either out somewhere or shut in his room. Sometimes I can feel the weight of his bad moods, and sometimes my own darkness rises to meet it. We're like a twisted version of father and son bound by mutual disgust. He doesn't lay a hand on me anymore. I've aged out of that. I can't really play the part I used to either. A skinny, pale teen loitering near a swing set just makes people nervous. They assume drugs or petty crime. If only they knew the truth. I'm still small for my age. Bergerman doesn't feed me much. Probably a last attempt to delay the inevitable. Sure, there's still some money from the films, but the demand isn't what it was. In that ugly world, the real profit is in younger faces, not bony teenagers with hollow chests. Lately, he started using this word, graduation. Kid, everyone reaches a point where they gotta look to the future. You're getting older. Time to graduate. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. There won't be a ceremony or a college acceptance letter. What's his plan? That I'll learn a trade, get some normal job, move into some rundown mobile home park with the rest of the lost souls? I only know how to do one thing. What kind of graduation exists for that? These days, when I get home, my hand hesitates with the key in the lock. I wonder if it will still turn. And if it does, I wonder when I push inside if Bergerman will even be there, because I'm starting to understand the basic math here. A life only has value if it's useful. I stopped being useful a couple years back. Now I'm like an old horse in a stall, can't race, can't sire, but still costs a fortune to keep. You know, the kind that eventually gets taken to the renderer. Part of me thinks Bergerman is hoping I'll just take off. I've considered it, sure. But after all this time, where would I go? This is the only life I remember. He's the only family I've got left. Maybe he'll just ditch me one day. Then again, there are other, darker possibilities. Bergerman came into my room last night and stood silently at the foot of my bed. I kept my gaze fixed, my breathing even, but I watched him through the narrow slits of my eyes. I wondered if he was armed with a knife or a gun and what I would do if he moved. Bergerman was talking about graduation, but I had to stay sharp. Chapter 26. A stinging sensation is usually followed by intense pain. The tissue affected locally by the venom is killed and gradually sloughs away, exposing the underlying muscles. This excerpt came from Biology of the Brown Recluse Spider by Julia Maxine Haidt, William J. Gladney, J. L. Lancaster, Jr., and W. H. Whitcomb of the Department of Entomology, Division of Agriculture, University of Arkansas, Fayetteville, May 1966. Harold was enthralled by the boot. Holy cow, do you realize what this is? He said, his voice rising with excitement. A limmer boot. Where on earth did you find this? Do you understand the significance? Kimberly had no idea what a limmer boot was or why it mattered, which was precisely why she'd asked Harold to make the trek down from the lofty TV-filled realm of counterterrorism to the cramped third-floor sanctuary of violent crimes. The CT agents rarely ventured out, comfortably surrounded by screens broadcasting news. Violent Crimes, by contrast, was decorated with cardboard boxes, scattered maps, and a few rolls of yellow crime scene tape that served as a kind of bleak decor. Thankfully, Harold, ever the geek, a quality Kimberly genuinely appreciated, had been curious enough to come. She had taken over an unused desk by the windows and laid the dark brown hiking boot on a sheet of butcher paper. Beside it, she arranged her kit of stainless steel tools, metal file, tweezers, scraper, and an array of metal picks in various sizes. She could have used the popsicle sticks many evidence techs preferred, but that wouldn't have projected the same level of serious, cool precision. Her initial examination was complete, documenting the size, color, brand, tread pattern, and surface details. It was a men's size 10, with significant scuffing on the inner heel and big toe, featuring an all-leather upper and a rubber sole. The shoelace was brown, woven with dark green. She took a series of photographs to capture its condition before carefully beginning the tedious work of removing the caked mud, plant matter, and other debris from the sole. She collected select samples in glass vials for the FBI lab. The rest of the material would be secured within the folded butcher paper, placed into a larger brown evidence bag, and stored in the vault for potential future review. The final step would be casting the tread pattern in tinted dental stone, creating a record for possible comparison with impressions from a crime scene. The evidence collector's life was one of meticulous process and practiced patience, a constant cycle of sorting, studying, and saving, all for a hypothetical someday. But lately, Kimberly was tired of waiting. She wanted answers, and Harold, with his background as a naturalist and former U.S. Forestry Service employee, seemed like her best chance. So, a limmer boot is something special? She asked, straightening up, a metal pick still held in her right hand.
You bet,
Harold said, taking the pick from her and beginning to probe the boot himself. Limmers are a premium hiker's boot, made by a family-run shop in New Hampshire. This isn't something you grab off the shelf at a big-box store. This is for an enthusiast, a serious hiker, no question. That caught her attention. Premium? Does that mean limited production? Easier to trace? Well, Harold drawled, snapping on a pair of latex gloves and lifting the boot to feel its weight in his hands. Back when I was paying attention, limmers were custom-fitted, but I think they later partnered with another company to make a small batch of ready-to-wear boots. So the real question is, which do we have here? A bespoke, handmade piece or a factory-produced model? He rolled the boot between his palms. Feel the heft of this thing? That's a solid 2 pounds, minimum. The boots featured a full-length nylon shank, a double-layer midsole, and a Vibram outsole. Impressive, Kimberly remarked. If they're that remarkable, how come I've never heard of them? I consider myself a hiker, she pressed. Harold shot her a knowing glance. When was the last time you tackled the Appalachian Trail? The AT? She stalled, searching her memory. It's on my list. Exactly. You're a day hiker. These are for the professionals. Kimberly muttered something unflattering under her breath but couldn't argue the point. So, if I contacted Limmer, they might have records on who bought this specific pair. It's a possibility, particularly for a custom order. Mind if I? Harold gestured with the metal pick toward the rubber insole. With a shrug, Kimberly yielded. She'd been staring at the boot for an hour with nothing to show but a throbbing headache and decided to step away for some water. When she returned, Harold had settled into a chair and was deeply engrossed. Significant mineral content, he announced, sifting through flakes of dried mud. Quartz, feldspar, even traces of amethyst. Do you have a flashlight? Kimberly retrieved her field kit from under the desk and handed him the light. Magnifying glass? He requested cheerfully. She produced one and a glass of water. She rolled her eyes but complied. Instead of drinking it, Harold used an eyedropper to combine water with a mud sample in a glass vial, creating a silty mixture. He began meticulously transferring the silt to a second tube. See these tiny reflective particles? He held up the first vial, now emptied of murky water. This indicates soil exceptionally rich in metals and minerals. Do you have a microscope? Kimberly raised an eyebrow. Harold, we collect evidence. We don't typically analyze it here. Nobody has a microscope. I do, Harold said, matter-of-factly. You what? Well, you never know, he stated, a touch defensively. Sometimes the situation simply demands a microscope. Kimberly was momentarily speechless. She sent him upstairs to fetch it. Upon his return, they further rinsed the mineral sample and prepared a slide. After all, he had a point. Sometimes life does call for a microscope. Gold, Harold murmured finally, peering through the lens. Mostly feldspar and quartz, but there's a trace amount of gold. Seriously? Absolutely. Remember, the first American gold rush was right here in Georgia back in 1829, Harold said, straightening up and returning to the boot to scrape off more debris. In the Chattahoochee National Forest. Where did you think the phrase "there's gold in them Thar hills" originated? Can't say I've ever pondered it. You should visit Dahlonega sometime. Tour the museum, see the old mines. There's even a hotel with its own gold mine in the basement, quite the quirky attraction. I thought that area was all about vineyards now. Gold for the modern era, Harold quipped with a wink. Now, this is intriguing. Take a look. Kimberly leaned in as Harold extracted several green fragments of plant matter from the boot's caked mud. He mounted the first on a slide. What is it? She asked. Appears to be crushed mountain laurel leaf, Harold said, making adjustments before swapping slides. And this looks like white pine, also some dried oak leaves, bits of beech. I'd say your subject has definitely been in the Chattahoochee National Forest, somewhere with a mix of broadleaf hardwoods and evergreen conifers. Look, there's even some hemlock. Interesting. Would that be a suitable area for concealing bodies? Kimberly asked, her tone shifting from skeptical to grimly focused. The Chattahoochee National Forest, Harold replied, still hunched over the eyepiece. It would be a prime location. We believe this subject may be responsible for 10 women. Finding even one body would change everything. Maybe the Chattahoochee is where we start. Not to mention, as a national forest, it conveniently fell under FBI jurisdiction, a fact that added a layer of grim opportunity to the daunting task ahead. Harold glanced up from the microscope, his attention drifting back to the heavy boot on the table. You know, if someone's planning to trek through the Chattahoochee National Forest, he mused, I'd invest in a pair of limers before anything else. He paused, wiping his hands. Why do you ask? That forest sprawls across more than 750,000 acres, Kimberly replied. Seriously? I did mention Georgia has some excellent trails. Ah, hell. Hold on, I've got something else for you. Kimberly rummaged through her kit and produced a pair of tweezers. More flecks of gold? She asked, a hint of hope in her voice. Or maybe a victim's driver's license. Even better. Better? Yep. Take a look. I recovered a spider casting. A little past 3 in the afternoon, Kimberly finally got Sal on the line. A lunch of 4 pudding cups and a buttermilk biscuit had left her buzzing with a sugar high. I spoke with a rep from Limmer Boot, she reported in a rapid-fire summary. If we can get the boot to them, they'll examine it. He thinks it's their standard mountaineering model. The downside is that men's size 10 is their most common, and they're sold through various retailers now. But if it was a custom order, which he can't confirm without seeing it, there might be a paper trail. Sal's response lacked the enthusiasm she'd expected. So Dinchara bought a boot in New Hampshire, possibly, or via mail order. The point is, this is serious gear for serious hikers. Harold is convinced Dinchara has been trekking through the Chattahoochee, which narrows our search from the whole state down to a mere 750,000 acres. Sal let out a non-committal grunt. Kimberly tried a different tack. What did you work on today? Got chewed out by my supervisor. Oh no. Klein shot down my request for a task force. He says we haven't provided enough solid evidence of foul play, but the missing women's licenses left on your car? The recording of Veronica Jones's murder. He calls it unsubstantiated. Dinchara's threats to Ginny, the way he treated her, she's free to press charges if she wants. Ah, crap. Kimberly sighed, her earlier energy deflating. What exactly does he want from us then? A body, a corroborating witness. Better proof these women are actually missing and didn't just move away. But that's why we need the task force to do the legwork and get that proof. Or, here's a wild idea, find a body. I know. And in the meantime, Ginny Jones is out there alone and exposed after getting on Dinchara's bad side. I know. She scowled, chewing her lip. Some days this job is the absolute worst. I know. A heavy silence hung between them until Sal spoke again, his voice unexpectedly raw. My father used to hit my mom. It wasn't too bad at first, but after my brother vanished, he started drinking heavily. He'd beat the hell out of her, and she'd just take it, like she believed every terrible thing was her fault. Kimberly stayed quiet, unsure how to respond. I hated it back then, and I still hate it now. Damn it, I just want to lock that bastard up. Sal, forget it. Just a rough day. I'll get over it. He cleared his throat, shifting back to business. Anyway, I found Ginny's actual address using her vehicle registration. Jackie agreed to keep an eye on her tonight. I'll take tomorrow night and see what unfolds. He paused, clearly expecting her to volunteer for the next shift. Kimberly tapped her finger on the desk, guilt tugging at her. Mac wanted her home to talk about some big life decisions, and her father and Rainey had just flown in all the way from Oregon. You know, Sal pressed, his tone sharper, a guy like Dinchara, once he decides someone's a liability, isn't going to send them on a vacation. We're the ones who wired Ginny up to back out now. I need to check my schedule, Kimberly said. Oh, right, of course. Big plans. Gotta wash your hair. Don't be a jerk. I'm just saying. I know. Dinchara's angry, Ginny's vulnerable, everything's moving too fast. Why do you imagine I spent the entire afternoon bent over a dirty hiking boot? We're going to make this work. We've already hit pay dirt after all. Oh, and discovered a spider's casting. A spider what? Exactly. The next call came from Mac. Dinner? She offered. I promised Rainey chicken fried steak with gravy. Rainey's handling the groceries. Dad's getting the Lipitor. Can't working late.
But you love chicken fried steak.
Then save me a plate, he replied, his tone already edged with annoyance. Kimberly took the hint and fell silent. Mac stopped talking as well, the quiet stretching thin between them.
Tough case?
She finally asked. You know how it is. Guess I do. Don't wait up. Guess I won't. We can't keep living like this, you know? He said suddenly. You're working late. I'm working late. We pass like ships in the night, barely a kiss hello. What kind of life is that? Our life? She said quietly. Something has to give. I'm ready to talk when you are. Oh, sure, now that you're suddenly free. The raw anger in his voice startled her. She went quiet again, feeling like she'd stumbled into a field of hidden traps with no clear path out. Ah, forget it, Mac muttered. I'm just tired, that's all. Then the line went dead. When her phone rang again moments later, she answered without thinking. Part of her hoped it was Sal with an update. Another part wished it was Mac, calling back to apologize. Instead, she was met with silence. And then she knew. She leaned back in her chair, already searching her jacket pockets for her mini recorder. Why don't you care? The voice asked, thin and metallic. This time she thought she could detect a faint electronic distortion in the background.
I'm listening,
She said, fumbling with the recorder before finally setting it on her desk and switching it on.
I thought you would care.
The voice whined, bouncing through the earpiece. Do something. Let's meet, she said evenly. Talk face to face. I want to help. It's not my fault. Step into my parlor, said the spider to the fly. And they always do. Tell me your name. I need an address, a phone number. I'll list you as a confidential informant. No one will know but us. But the caller wasn't listening. His voice had climbed to a sharper, angrier whine. Why didn't you try harder? You forgot about us. You left us in his web. Now it's your turn. He's going to get you. But I don't care. I refuse to care. It's not my fault. Veronica Jones, she said crisply. The other women. I know what he did, but I need proof. What does he do with them? Where does he hide them? If you help me find them, I can stop this. The voice didn't answer. She heard only silence, then a crackle of static. Just as she was about to give up, it came again. I'm going to graduate. She paused, then took a chance. You mean like Tommy Mark Evans? That was not my fault, the voice cried. You don't understand. Once his mind is set, there's nothing anyone can do. Then meet with me, explain it, help me help you. No, too late, you had your chance. Now it's my turn and I'm going to graduate. I don't understand what that means. All I have to do is kill you. What? The caller was growing more agitated. Someone loved me once, a long time ago. I wish I could remember her face. But she's gone now. This is all I have left. I want to survive. I want to graduate. I will kill you. Let me help you. Say goodbye, the voice whispered, and then the call ended. Night was settling in by the time Kimberly left for the day. She took the elevator down to the lobby and walked out toward the parking garage. The temperature lingered in the high 40s, chilly enough that she hunched her shoulders inside her camel coat and tightened her scarf. The sprawling office complex was quiet as she followed the sidewalk along the embankment, a shallow stream on her right, and the parking structure on her left. One hand stayed in her pocket, curled around her car key fob, the largest key wedged firmly between her fingers like a blade. A breeze drifted across the low rise, lifting the fine hairs at the back of her neck and rustling the turned-up collar of her jacket. She glanced back at the vacant stretch behind her, then quickened her pace. The lengthening shadows seemed to pursue her into the dim parking structure, right up to the familiar shape of her station wagon. Only after a thorough inspection of the entire interior, the back seats, the cargo area, did she allow herself a sliver of relief. Settling into the driver's seat, shutting the door, and engaging all the locks, she felt her hands quiver as baby McCormack delivered a soft, fluttering nudge against her ribs. It's all right, little one, she murmured. You're safe. Everything is fine. The words felt hollow even to her own ears, a fragile mantra meant to soothe them both. Dinner that evening was a quiet, strained event. Kimberly had managed to overcook the meat and scorch the gravy, a stark reminder of why her kitchen adventures were usually limited to reheating takeout. Her father and Rainey made a valiant effort, complimenting the microwaved green beans and pushing pieces of chicken-fried steak around their plates in a convincing pantomime of a meal. No one mentioned Mac's absence, and Kimberly had no desire to explain it. What was there to say? He was working late. It was a common enough occurrence. We visited the aquarium today, Rainey announced with determined cheer. It was incredible. I even got to touch a stingray. Uh-huh, Kimberly replied flatly. What about you, Quincy? What stood out to you? Her father looked momentarily startled, like a man unexpectedly in the spotlight. Ah, the beluga whales, he offered. They were magnificent, Rainey added quickly. So playful. I had no idea they were like that. Uh-huh, Kimberly said again, the word hanging in the air. I was thinking tomorrow we could tour the soda museum. I never knew an entire state could have such devotion to a carbonated beverage until we got here. Sound good, Quincy? Sounds like a plan, he agreed, adopting his wife's tone of forced enthusiasm. Kimberly set her fork down with a soft clink. Dad, what was Mom like when she was pregnant? The question brought the awkward small talk to an abrupt halt. What? Her father asked. Did she have morning sickness, mood swings? Or was she one of those perfectly glowing expectant mothers, knitting tiny booties and painting nursery murals? Did you two have everything planned out for Amanda's arrival? Mom staying home, you taking time off, picking out names together? Your mother, knitting? Quincy's voice was faint. Was she happy? Kimberly pressed, her words gaining momentum. Did you dream about taking turns rocking your newborn? Or were you just absent? Kimberly, honestly, that was more than 30 years ago. You must remember something, anything. I'd ask Mom myself, but, well, she's not here, is she? The silence that followed was heavy. Kimberly blinked, shocked by her own sudden outburst and the thick emotion now lodged in her throat. She should apologize, say something, but she feared if she opened her mouth she would simply dissolve into tears. Her father took a slow, measured breath. "I'm sorry, Kimberly," he said quietly. "I know you have questions, and I wish I had better answers. But the truth is, when your mother was pregnant with Amanda, I was consumed by a series of bank robberies across the Midwest. A team in a plain white van. They pistol-whipped tellers even when they complied. I remember interviewing witness after witness, trying to piece together their pattern. I remember walking into the ninth bank and finding the young teller they'd executed, Heather Norris, 19, a single mother working to save for college. Those are the details that branded themselves into my memory. As for what your mother was experiencing during those months," his voice trailed off. "She resented you for it," Kimberly stated softly, the words not a question but a quiet acknowledgement of a long-understood truth. "Eventually, yes. And I believe I had my reasons. Did you despise her?" "Not for a single moment." "What about Mandy and me? Just two more women getting in the way of your all-important cases? You and Amanda are among the greatest gifts of my life." She watched his fingers tighten around Rainey's, which did nothing to lift her spirits. "Right, you say that now. But back then, when you were buried under 100 cases a year, each one a murdered child or a brutalized woman needing your absolute attention, and we were the ones insisting you be home for dinner, show up for the school play, watch our little performances, how could you not feel that frustration? How could you not sometimes resent all those seemingly small interruptions? They were never small to me, but they were. They can be. How does anyone balance it? How do you find enough hours, enough energy, enough love? How can you possibly be everything to everyone?" Her father was quiet for a long moment. "Did you know your mother had a career before you girls came along?" he asked suddenly. "She did? Yes, she worked at an art gallery. Your mother held a master's in fine arts. Her dream was to become a museum curator someday. Then she got pregnant. Times were different, Kimberly. Your mother and I always assumed she would stay home with our children. The idea of doing otherwise never crossed our minds. Looking back, perhaps it should have. Why do you say that?" Her father shrugged, weighing his words. "Your mother was brilliant and creative, while she adored you and your sister, being a full-time mother. It was a struggle for her, not as rewarding as she'd imagined. And with me gone constantly, I think it was sometimes easier to pin her unhappiness on me. I loved my work. She did not. Would you have supported her if she wanted to go back?" "I honestly don't know. She never asked. And I was never around enough to see how deeply unfulfilled she was, not until it was far too late." "I don't know how to do any of this," Kimberly whispered, her hand pressing against her belly. "I thought I had it figured out. But here I am, 5 months along, and suddenly everything feels foreign. How to be a partner, an agent, let alone a mother. The baby isn't even here, and I already feel like I'm failing at all of it. I wish I had a simple answer for you, Kimberly, but life doesn't come with a universal manual. These are the very questions you and Mac will navigate together. All I can tell you is that as a parent, I'm fairly certain I made every mistake in the book, and I still ended up with a truly remarkable daughter." Kimberly shook her head. She knew he meant it as comfort. She wanted to receive it as such. But all she could think was whether Mandy would have agreed, and the memory of her sister, gone at 23, shattered her heart once more. Kimberly waited until that night to mention the phone calls. 5 months ago, she would have told Mac about a death threat immediately. They both would have brushed it off, having dealt with their share. Now she couldn't bring herself to discuss it with Mac, so she told her father instead. He met it with his typical no-nonsense approach. "What do you know about the caller?" "Nothing concrete. Try harder. You've spoken to this person 3 times. That's 3 chances to pick up details." She remembered now her father didn't accept vague answers. Well, the caller has computer access, a credit card, and enough tech savvy to use call spoofing online. All right. The caller knows the FBI's public line, which isn't difficult, it's in the directory. But, she paused, thinking, the caller also has my personal cell number, which is much harder to obtain. What else? The voice sounds male, but that could be altered. My gut says the caller is younger, though. The phrasing, the volatile anger, it feels adolescent. Good. There's a faint regional accent, so I'd guess he's from the area. The calls came at all hours, late evenings, the dead of night, and now even in broad daylight. That pointed to someone with a flexible schedule, maybe no job at all. Fits with your idea of a teenager, Quincy noted. Exactly. What's the motive, though? Why reach out? Why you? Kimberly took a moment. Initially, when the caller sent the Veronica Jones tape, it felt like an attempt to help. Maybe a victim themselves trying to shine a light on what Dinshara did so he'd face justice. The second call had that warning tone too, still trying to assist. We also know someone close to Dinshara has been dropping envelopes with the missing girls' licenses like trophies. Could be the caller made those deliveries, a first try at getting attention that didn't pan out. And today? Angry, she said flatly. Furious, actually. Like I'd personally let them down. Maybe because they went to all this trouble and I haven't magically produced an arrest? I'm not sure. But the tone shifted tonight. I'm not an ally anymore. I've become the target. Quincy allowed a faint smile. Sounds like a teenager, all right? Right? He paused, thinking it over. Could your caller still be in touch with the UNSUB? Maybe the UNSUB changed the rules. You mentioned the caller wants to graduate and claims that means killing you. Yes, maybe that's the UNSUB's directive, which leads to the next question. Why you? Was the caller told specifically to target Special Agent Kimberly Quincy, or just any law enforcement officer or any woman? Me specifically, Kimberly answered slowly. From the start, the caller knew I was on the Dinshara case. This wasn't random. My involvement put me on their radar. Possible suspects? Her father pressed. Ginny Jones. She has my cell number, we've met about the case, and she knows what happened to her mother and to Tommy Mark Evans, and, Kimberly added, her voice dropping, she has every reason to be mad at me after what went down with Dinshara last night. Whatever she hoped to achieve by coming to us, it clearly hasn't worked out.
But?
Kimberly shrugged. But why bother with spoofed calls? We've met in person. Nothing in these calls is something she couldn't have told me face to face. Shy? Don't think so. Scared? Phoning me seems riskier than just laying it all out when we're together. Then again, with a girl like her who really knows. Quincy's voice softened. Do you think the threat is real? Do you believe your life is in danger? She bit her lip, hesitating. It's unsettling to be threatened. But is your life in jeopardy? I'm not sure. Targeting prostitutes is one thing, coming after a federal agent is another. But there's a game being played here. Ginny, the caller, I feel like a pawn being moved around a board for reasons I can't see, and that, more than any direct threat, makes me nervous. Even if I'm not the main target, I could still end up as collateral damage. Did you file a report with your supervisor? Left him a memo with a copy of the tape tonight. What do you think he'll say? I'm desperately hoping he finally agrees to form a task force, she said, a dry edge in her voice. The caller did let slip that they know something about Tommy Mark Evans, and we have an unsolved homicide with an actual body. Maybe that'll finally get things moving, because good grief, poor Ginny almost got her face smashed in for nothing. And that makes me furious. That's my girl, Quincy told her, and for the first time that night she managed a real smile. I believe Sal might be onto something, she stated, her tone grave. I suspect Dinshara has been targeting women working the streets. Ginny got away. She was the fortunate exception. Now we have to act for the others. I intend to locate them. I intend to bring them back. And after that, I want to make sure Spideyman pays for everything.
Considering what you discovered with that boot, her father replied, I'd start searching the forest. Bring in some cadaver dogs. Right, only 750,000 acres. A couple of dogs will cover that in no time. You definitely inherited that sarcasm from your mother's family. If only. Anyway, Harold connected us with an old friend who is an arachnologist. We're meeting her first thing tomorrow.
Normally, I wouldn't put much stock in analyzing shed spider skin, but given Dinshara's obvious fascination. Can I join you? Oh, Dad, and miss out on Coca-Cola World. Her father's voice turned earnest. I'm serious, please let me come. She remained awake long after Rainey and Quincy had gone to bed, staring at the late-night television and waiting for Mac. By 1 in the morning she'd had enough. Rubbing the ache in her lower back, she looked at her slightly puffy feet and decided she had definitely grown larger since just the day before it was time to sleep. Sweet dreams, baby McCormack, she whispered to her belly, clicking off the lamp and pulling up the blankets. Sleep did not come easily. She found herself in a nightmare, running through a house stained with blood, a place she vaguely recognized from the old crime scene photos of her mother's death. She was frantic to find Bethy. She needed to see her mother. There was so much left unsaid. But then a baby's cry pierced the air, and she realized it wasn't her mother she was searching for, it was her own child. She chased the sound through the rooms, following a trail of blood until a ghostly white bassinet materialized before her. Shh, Mac's voice soothed. Shh, it's all right, Kimberly. Just a bad dream. It's okay, sweetheart. I've got you. She held onto him tightly, feeling his arms wrap around her, drawing her against the steady warmth of his chest. Yet she couldn't stop shaking. She couldn't calm the tremors. Even sheltered in her husband's embrace, she felt no real safety. The phone rang. Once, then twice. On the third ring, she finally dragged herself to full consciousness. The clock glowed 5 a.m. Mac was asleep, turned away from her. Her cell phone buzzed again on the nightstand. He stirred sleepily as she grabbed it. She checked the screen and answered, "Do you ever actually sleep, Sal?" "She's gone," he said, his voice empty. "Jackie couldn't find her at all last night. We went by her place first thing this morning. The apartment is emptied out. Ginny Jones has vanished." Just as you can identify a bird by its song, you can classify a spider by how it kills. From Spider Woman, by Perkard Bilger, The New Yorker, March 5, 2007. There are 2 types of medically significant spiders in the United States, USDA arachnologist Carrie Crawford Hale explained. First is the Lactrodectus mactans, or black widow, recognized by the vivid red hourglass on her abdomen. Only the females bite, typically only when provoked. The second is the Loxosceles reclusa, or brown recluse, noted for the dark violin-shaped marking on its cephalothorax. Both males and females possess toxic venom. Thankfully, they are reclusive, sedentary creatures that would rather hide behind stacks of firewood than encounter people. Even so, we see at least a dozen reported bites a year, some with severe outcomes. Define severe, Sal interjected. He was positioned near the door, as far from Crawford Hale and her microscope as the small room allowed. A mounted scorpion sat to his right. Some sort of large black beetle with formidable pincers was mounted directly above his head. The GBI special agent appeared exhausted, strained, and visibly uneasy. In contrast, Kimberly was wondering whether it would be rude to ask if she could take a look through the eyepiece. She had never seen molted spider skin magnified 10 times before. Harold thought the whole thing was fascinating. "Too bad, Doctor." Crawford Hale's workspace was about the size of a supply closet, already crammed with microscopes, specimen jars, and overstuffed filing cabinets. There was no room for guests, so Harold and her relatives had to linger in the hallway. A real pity, since Quincy would have loved the arachnologist's lecture. The enzyme in a brown recluse's venom causes tissue necrosis in its target, Crawford Hale explained, adjusting her microscope slide. The body's defense is to constrict blood flow around the bite site. Deprived of circulation, the skin dies, turning black and peeling away. I've documented lesions ranging from a dime to a silver dollar. Sometimes it's a minor irritation that heals in a few weeks. Other times a whole arm or leg can balloon up, and recovery might drag on for a year. The difference hinges less on the spider's venom and more on the individual's immune response. Simply put, some people react much more severely than others. Sal looked queasy. Evidence of his recent breakfast, a ketchup stain on his charcoal suit jacket, and the lingering scent of fried potatoes suggested he might be regretting his meal. He took a subtle step back from the display case, shuddering as if he felt tiny legs skittering up his spine. "So how do you find out if you're one of the sensitive types?" You get a first-hand lesson, Crawford Hale said, straightening up. I'm about 90% sure this is a Loxosceles reclusa. You can still see the faint violin shape on the cephalothorax, plus the pale tan coloring and the slender build. A more definitive trait is the eye pattern. Brown recluses have 6 eyes arranged in 3 pairs, while most spiders sport 8. This molt is too degraded for that detail, but I'm still confident in the ID. Aren't brown recluses all over Georgia? Kimberly asked, frowning. Absolutely. The entire South, plus Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma. We're swimming in them. I handled a call 3 months ago where a family reported an infestation. I collected over 300 specimens before lunch. Funny thing, not a single family member had been bitten. Spiders generally avoid tangling with something that could crush them without a second thought. She paused, then added with a dry smile. Then you have Southern California, which is dealing with the Chilean recluse, Loxosceles letta. If the brown recluse's venom is a mild herbal tea, the Chilean version is a triple espresso. Just another reason to avoid California. Sal muttered under his breath. He finally noticed the mounted scorpion beside him and turned away, only to come face to face with a preserved cockroach of monstrous proportions. He flinched, putting a hand to his chest. Kimberly was still working through the puzzle, but why would a collector bother with something as common as a brown recluse? Especially since it's venomous and presumably tricky to handle. Oh, they're not tricky at all, Crawford Hale corrected cheerfully. They're actually quite social for spiders and show almost no aggression. Give them a terrarium with lots of hiding spots, some bark, a few flat stones, toss in crickets once a week, and they'll be perfectly happy. So collectors do keep them? The arachnologist tilted her head. Ever heard of the spider farm? Can't say I have. It's a research facility in Arizona where they raise spiders to harvest their venom. They do what? Sal cut in, his horrified expression returning in full force. They milk them for venom, Crawford Hale repeated plainly, as if discussing a dairy farm. Consider this. The venom from just one spider can hold close to 200 different compounds, some capable of breaking down tissue and disrupting nerve signals. Imagine the potential if we could study and replicate these substances for medical use. That's truly pioneering work. They actually extract venom from spiders? Sal repeated, still processing the idea. They use a specialized device, Crawford Hale explained casually. I haven't had the chance to operate it myself, but from what I understand, they employ tweezers fitted with a mild electrical stimulator. A tiny, harmless shock causes the spider's venom gland to contract. A single droplet forms on the fang and is collected in a small glass vial. It doesn't harm the spider, but yields plenty of venom for research. At a facility like Spider Farm, they maintain, breed, and house a significant population of Loxosceles reclusa spiders. What about a private hobbyist? Kimberly inquired. We think our person of interest keeps several tarantulas and at least one black widow. Crawford Hale gave a light shrug. Collectors are a unique bunch, honestly. I knew someone in college who found a black widow near the dormitories. He decided to keep it as a pet. To feed it, he began breeding crickets. Eventually, the spider died, and he was left with hundreds of crickets. Now he supplies crickets to local pet stores. It might not be for everyone, but it suits him. How would a collector acquire a brown recluse? Kimberly pressed further. Would that be something purchased online like tarantulas, or through a more niche market around here? The arachnologist raised an eyebrow. He could likely just venture into his own basement, or check the woodpile, or turn over some stones while hiking in the woods. Hiking? Absolutely. Brown recluses live outdoors year-round in Georgia, such as in the Chattahoochee National Forest. I'm certain they can be found there. Kimberly let out a sigh, chewing her lower lip thoughtfully. She turned to Sal. So the spider molt might not be connected to his collection at all? It could simply be a piece of debris that clung to his boot during a hike in the Chattahoochee area. He might have picked up the molt while hiking, Crawford Hale agreed. She then added more pensively. One detail to note, though, brown recluses are famously reclusive. They seek out dark, secluded spots even under normal circumstances, and molting is an especially vulnerable and stressful time for them. It's unlikely your suspect stumbled upon this casting on a well-traveled path. He was probably off-trail, somewhere isolated without much foot traffic. Somewhere you might conceal a body, Kimberly murmured under her breath. That would be your area of expertise, not mine, the arachnologist replied. Is there anything more I can help you with? Kimberly paused to consider. The discussion hadn't provided the clear answers she'd anticipated. From Sal's expression, he seemed to share her frustration. She couldn't formulate any further questions. Instead, she extended her hand, thanking Crawford Hale for her time. Sal did the same. As a final thought. He asked, "If we actually come across a live brown recluse, what should we do?" "Remain perfectly still." Sal shook his head, a shiver running down his spine. "Seriously, how do you spend your days studying these eight-legged creatures? I'd be constantly on edge." "Well, spiders aren't insects," Crawford Hale corrected gently. "Insects have 6 legs, spiders have 8. Spiders actually prey on insects. It's a significant distinction. That distinction was lost on Sal. "I don't care for spiders," he stated bluntly, as he and Kimberly left the office and walked down the basement hallway, the air humming under the glare of fluorescent lights. "Look at the positive side. At least they're not as large as rattlesnakes." "Rattlesnakes? What were you doing around rattlesnakes?" "Attempting hopscotch," she told him dryly. "Believe me, it was a failed experiment." They reached the corridor's end, climbed the stairs, and finally pushed through the glass door into the overwhelming brightness of the afternoon sun. Harold, Quincy, and Rainey waited in the parking lot, with Harold perched on the hood of Kimberly's car while the other two stood nearby. "Any progress?" Harold asked, his tone hopeful. Kimberly gave a noncommittal shrug. "The mold is from a brown recluse spider around these parts. That's about as common as spotting a ladybug. Big deal." Her father raised an eyebrow. "It's the proper terminology," she clarified. He pressed gently. "So what's the next step?" Kimberly turned to Sal. "Still nothing from Ginny Jones?" she inquired. He glanced at his phone. Nothing. After Sal's call, Kimberly had driven straight to Ginny's apartment. She agreed with his first impression. No forced entry, no obvious signs of a fight. The small space looked hastily abandoned, with clean spots on dusty surfaces showing where cherished belongings had been, the rest left behind. In the bedroom, partly hidden under the bed, Kimberly discovered a copy of Good Housekeeping's Guide to Pregnancy. Just one more haunting detail to keep her awake. An alert was out for Ginny and her car, and photos of her and Dinchara were with patrol officers. 8 hours had passed with no news. It was all a waiting game now. "And still no official task force," Kimberly added with a sigh, then noted dryly, "though my supervisor is strongly suggesting we play nice with Alpharetta regarding Tommy Mark Evans's homicide." "Have you connected with their lead detective yet?" Quincy asked. "Not a chance. Been a bit preoccupied in case you missed it." "It would be helpful to learn if they found any footwear impressions at the scene," Quincy remarked. "Wouldn't that be a nice break?" she concurred. "So what now?" her father urged. Kimberly studied Sal, his wrinkled suit, the tired shadows under his eyes. If he caught this killer, would it finally ease the guilt he carried from watching his father hurt his mother? And if she helped him, would it somehow make it easier for her to finally visit Arlington and lay flowers on her mother's and sister's graves? They were both pursuing something that felt just out of reach, and even knowing that, neither could walk away. "We have another angle," she said. "Go on." "The gold flecks on Dinchara's boot. Harold thinks they likely originated from the Dahlonega region. We could take a drive up there, show around our sketch of Mr. Dinchara. If he's a frequent hiker in those woods, maybe somebody will remember him." Sal's demeanor lifted at once. "I'm in," without hesitation, her father stated. "We'll come along, of course." Chapter 29. Indoors. These spiders are often located in homes and related structures, such as boiler rooms, schools, churches, retail stores, hotels, and similar buildings. From Biology of the Brown Recluse Spider by Julia Maxine Height, William J. Gladney, J. L. Lancaster Jr., and W. H. Whitcomb, Department of Entomology, Division of Agriculture, University of Arkansas, Fayetteville, May 1966. Dahlonega fell under the Lumpkin County Sheriff's Department. As luck would have it, the sheriff was away for a week at a DARE training seminar. Instead, Sal secured a 4 o'clock meeting with Sheriff Boyd Duffy from the adjacent Union County. Harold had to excuse himself. He had a prior afternoon appointment with financial analysts tracking illicit funds online. His final tip: check with the U.S. Forestry Service fish hatcheries near Suches. Those folks know every trail and traveler that left Sal, Kimberly, Quincy, and Rainey. With Dahlonega about an hour north via GA 400, they decided to head up and back in one trip. It would make for a long evening, but they'd all endured longer. They set off in a 2-car convoy, Sal and Kimberly in front, Rainey and Quincy following. Sal's spirits hadn't lifted since their visit with the spider expert, the road stretching ahead under a gradually darkening sky. He drove with a dark expression fixed in a permanent frown, lost in thoughts he clearly had no intention of voicing. Kimberly focused on her phone. Her first call was to Mac, but it went to voicemail. She left a message trying to keep any trace of defiance out of her tone. She considered checking in with her supervisor but opted for silence. Sometimes less communication was better. Honestly, no one was tracking her every move this afternoon as long as the paperwork eventually got filed and her caseload kept progressing. And it would tonight, or first thing tomorrow, definitely. Next, she dialed Marilyn Watson, the lead investigator in Alpharetta. Watson answered. Just as the signal began to break up, Kimberly redialed, catching fragments through the static. No latent prints, partial projectile markings, Watson relayed when asked about evidence from the Tommy Mark Evans scene. Hold on, did you say a shoe print? Tire impressions? You have tire tread impressions? Any idea from what kind of vehicle? More crackle, then silence. Kimberly glanced at her screen. The signal bars had vanished. 3 sharp beeps sounded before the call dropped. She stared at the phone, willing the connection to return, but it didn't. She mentioned tire tread impressions. Kimberly finally summarized. Couldn't tell if there was a shoe print or not, and it sounded like maybe a projectile was recovered, or maybe not. The whole conversation was like that. What about the vehicle? Didn't get that far. But if they made a cast, we can examine it ourselves. Once I get a signal back, I'll ask her to email the digital photos. I know a few people who could tell us quickly if the tread matches something like a Toyota 4Runner. Sal finally looked over at her. His eyes were deep and shadowed, holding a pull she knew wasn't good for her. Do you ever do anything besides work? He asked. Never, he grunted, returning his gaze to the road. Yeah, me neither. She offered a faint smile, one that felt heavier than she meant it to. Turning toward the window, she watched Atlanta's sprawling concrete fade into wide, barren fields. They stopped at a light, turned north onto Highway 60, and began to ascend. The landscape shifted into dramatic gorges and steep, tree-covered slopes, all tangled in thick blankets of kudzu. They passed upscale condominiums, a manicured golf course, and elaborate decorative fountains. Kimberly started piecing things together. If the last half hour had shown struggling poultry farms and mobile homes, this part of North Georgia was clearly about wealth. Serious wealth. Harold had been right. There was still gold in these hills. We're meeting Sheriff Duffy at the Old Town Grill right in the heart of Dahlonega, Sal said, interrupting her thoughts. You have the address? You've never been to Dahlonega, have you? She shook her head. Trust me, he said, you won't need one. She understood what he meant about 15 minutes later after they passed a McDonald's, crossed through an intersection, and rolled into what looked like a perfectly preserved 19th century postcard. A charming public square centered around towering leafless trees and anchored by a centuries-old brick courthouse, now the Dahlonega Gold Museum. Quaint shops advertised general stores, gifts, antiques, and homemade fudge. Tourists ambled along red brick sidewalks. Feels like we just drove through a time warp, Kimberly remarked. Something like that, Sal agreed. He circled the town square, giving her a quick tour. Winter greens filled the flower beds, mixed with rustic touches like a stagecoach wheel, an old horse trough, and a sun-bleached steer skull. It was like stepping onto a movie set of the Old West, which felt surreal given she was still in Georgia, a state she associated more with humid summers and peach orchards than this curated historic charm. Come late September or early October, Sal explained. This place is overrun with leaf peepers. You can't find a parking spot for love or money? You and your husband should visit sometime, if that's your kind of getaway? Sal's tone had sharpened, prompting her to reply, definitely. A romantic trip, a charming bed and breakfast, touring the vineyards. Mac would be all over that. Sal fell silent, which was just fine. He pulled the car up beside a massive wooden stamp wheel, its plaque explaining it was once used to process gold ore. After Rainey and Quincy parked, they followed a small sign to the Old Town Grill. Sheriff Boyd Duffy was already waiting, filling half a corner booth. He was a large, bear-like man with intense dark eyes and salt and pepper hair. Kimberly pegged him as a former athlete, likely a hunter, the type who probably terrified the local teenagers, a good thing in her book. He was also black, which stood out in this part of Georgia. Spotting them, he boomed, "Special Agent Martignetti." He rose from the booth with unexpected ease. "And you must be Special Agent Quincy?" He shook her hand firmly but gently, earning more of her respect. "Call me Duff, like the beer on that cartoon. Long story, welcome. Northern Georgia's a whole lot prettier than some smoggy city. You're gonna enjoy it." After handshakes with Rainey and Quincy, he guided them to a bigger table. With a wave of his arm, a blonde waitress with big hair appeared, bringing menus and jars of sweet tea. "Food here is outstanding," Duff praised. "The fried chicken will change your life. Then there's the homemade cinnamon rolls, biscuits, and gravy. I'd say order one of everything, but for a guy my size, that's pretty much the requirement." Kimberly couldn't resist a cinnamon roll. Rainey agreed. Quincy, as expected, asked for black coffee. Sal at least made the sheriff happy by choosing the fried chicken. After a bit more casual talk, they got to the point. "So 4 busy professionals didn't drive all the way up to the Blue Ridge Mountains just for the scenery. What brings you here?" Sal took over. "We're tracking a person of interest linked to the disappearances of around 10 sex workers. We believe the subject, who's an experienced outdoorsman, might know this area, so we came to look around." Duff raised an eyebrow. He wasn't foolish. "Meaning you think he left the bodies somewhere in these woods?" "It's a possibility we're considering." The big man sighed, lacing his fingers together on the table. "All right, who's this person of interest? No name yet, just an image." Sal opened his binder, took out a copy of the composite sketch from Special Agent Sparks and Ginny Jones, and passed it over. "I have more copies if you need them. We want it distributed to as many officers as possible. Hold on now, one step at a time." The sheriff patted his chest pocket, finally pulling out a pair of black-framed reading glasses and settling them on his nose. He studied the sketch, making a low, thoughtful sound. The waitress arrived with their food. Duff lifted his arms, still holding the drawing, as she slid a plate of turkey and gravy in front of him. "Got any photos of him without that hat?" the sheriff asked. Sal shook his head. Duff looked at the sketch a moment longer, then set it aside, picking up his knife and fork to neatly cut into his meal. "Well," he said matter-of-factly, "first off, I don't recognize him, but then again, you white fellas all start to look the same to me." Sal seemed taken aback. Duff flashed him a grin. "That's a joke, son. When you've had to scrape a 16-year-old kid you've known since he was in diapers off the asphalt after he tried to be a daredevil on his new motorcycle, you learn to find a little humor where you can. You big city types are always checking up on strangers. Me, I deal with the folks right here, every single day. If this person you're after lived in these parts, I'd likely know him, stupid cap or not. So he isn't from around here. Probably not a full-time resident," Duff replied. "Then again, we get tens of thousands of visitors every year, summer folks, day hikers, weekend hunters. These mountains are a year-round destination, and the traffic shows it. Now, you answer a few things for me, and maybe we can narrow this down. Where were these women last seen?" "Mostly around the greater Atlanta area, Sandy Springs, specifically. They were connected to the club scene, not working the streets." "So your man is operating in Metro Atlanta? What brought you all the way up here?" One witness described him as an outdoorsman. We also pulled a hiking boot from his vehicle with plant matter matching the Chattahoochee National Forest, which covers a whole lot of ground. Duff cut in. The sole had traces of gold that pointed us toward Dahlonega. Duff nodded slowly, chewing his food thoughtfully. You been to the Gold Museum yet? No, sir. You ought to. Right on those front steps, Dr. Stevenson, he was the assayer at the Mint, tried to keep the Georgia miners from running off to California during the 1849 gold rush. He told them, "There's gold in them thar hills, pointing straight at the Blue Ridge. See, even back then they were pushing folks to work and spend local. Nobody had anything to add, so Duff circled back to business. All right, let's talk about your subject. Let's say he's a hiker or a hunter, like plenty of folks in the state, spending his weekends up here. A guy like that needs to eat, sleep, and buy supplies. Here in Lumpkin County, the biggest town is Dahlonega. Around here, people eat at the Oldie Town Grill, the Smith House, Wiley's Restaurant, a few other spots. For lodging, you've got the chain hotels, Days Inn, Econo Lodge, Holiday Inn, Super 8. The Smith House is another option right around the corner. Good food, decent room rates, and for your purposes, they've even got a gold mine on the property. You can show his picture to the staff there, see if it rings a bell. For supplies, there's the general store, but that's mostly for tourists. Most locals go to Walmart. Given the crowds they get, I doubt the cashiers will be much help. If this guy is the serious woodsman you think, I'd head about 15 miles north to Suches. That's my territory. Suches? Kimberly asked. Valley above the clouds, Duff said with a hint of pride. You haven't seen pretty until you've been to Suches. Now, Suches is so small you'll miss it if you blink. But with its access to the Appalachian Trail, a couple of campgrounds, and the lake, it gets its share of traffic. We're talking hikers, hunters, campers, four-wheelers, fishermen, bikers? Bikers? Rainey clarified. You mean cyclists? Motorcyclists? They swarm the roads every summer. Now, if your guy is a hiker, odds are he's passed through Suches. That means he's probably eaten at either TWO or Lenny's and bought supplies at Dale's. I'd start by taking your sketch to those 3 places. Face it, in a town that tiny, there's nowhere to hide. Sal had been jotting down notes. He looked up. But by your own account, Dahlonega and Suches see a lot of people, about 60,000 tourists a year? Sal's expression turned grim. Well, that's the problem. The whole point is this guy has been leaving bodies for over a year without anyone noticing, with all the hikers, hunters, fishermen, and motorcyclists around. How is that even possible? Forget the gold for a minute. There are tourists in them thar hills, and they photograph everything. Duff allowed himself a thin smile. He polished off his turkey and turned his attention to the heap of mashed potatoes before he spoke again. If your suspect is disposing of bodies, it wouldn't be near a main trail. You're correct. Someone would have noticed by now. He raised a hand, ticking off locations on his fingers. That eliminates Woody Gap, Springer Gap, the Appalachian Trail, the Benton-McKay Trail, and Slaughter Gap Trail. Slaughter Gap Trail? Rainey interjected. That leads up to Blood Mountain. Blood Mountain? Rainey glanced at Kimberly and Sal. If it were me searching, I'd begin with Slaughter Gap and Blood Mountain. But that's just a personal hunch. Duff offered another grin. As I was explaining, Slaughter Gap and Blood Mountain are actually quite busy these days, which makes them poor choices. He gave Rainey a conciliatory smile, for concealing remains. The real opportunities lie with the U.S. Forest Service roads. Many are difficult to locate, easy to get turned around on, and almost always isolated, weaving through these hills without any real pattern. The fish hatchery, Kimberly recalled. Duff nodded in agreement. Exactly. That's situated off USFS Road 69. Then there's USFS 42, also called Cooper Gap Road. But by Forest Service standards, those two are practically interstates. It's the countless other muddy, unmarked, barely there roads that create the possibilities. They're used just sporadically enough that a four-wheel drive parked overnight wouldn't raise an eyebrow. Yet they're remote enough that you could travel for miles without encountering another person. For your guy, they'd be ideal. How many such roads exist? Sal inquired. Duff shrugged. Your guess is as good as mine. I've been in these mountains my whole life, and I probably don't know half of them. What you need is a good Forest Service map, probably a U.S. Geological Survey map, too, because those agencies don't always share notes. That's the other avenue, Kimberly said quickly. The Forest Service and Geological Survey crews, you're right, they're the ones constantly out in these woods gathering data and samples. I once collaborated with a team from Virginia. They spend more time in the backcountry than any dedicated hiker. If we could get our composite sketch and a vehicle description to them, they might have seen something. I have a few contacts over there I can reach out to, Duff offered. They're essentially the eyes and ears of these mountains. So, Sal said thoughtfully, we can circulate our flyer at local businesses and hope for a lead. Then we open a line of communication with the Forest Service and Geological Survey personnel. You know, between Sheriff Wyatt and myself, we have a solid team. Most of our deputies would welcome a break from the usual tourist mischief or rowdy teenagers. Wyatt returns by week's end. I'll fill him in and we'll both dedicate some time to it. I don't want to alert the subject, Sal stated firmly. The priority right now is locating the girls, or what's left of them. Then we focus on Dinchara. Dinchara? Duff frowned. I thought you said you didn't have a name. It's an alias, an anagram for arachnid. Come again? You know, arachnid, like spiders? I know what an arachnid is, son. I just don't understand why a grown man would name himself after a bug to catch prey, Kimberly said softly. Except for one. Sal, tell him about Ginny Jones? It was past 6 when they departed from Duff. Most shops had closed for the day, but they found Wiley's restaurant still open and showed the sketch around. No one recognized the face, though the manager assured them she'd stay vigilant. Sal left his card, and they moved on. Their next stop was the Smith House, once a stately private home, now a refurbished hotel with a country store and dining room. The lobby was filled with the warm scent of buttermilk biscuits and candied yams. That was all the persuasion Kimberly needed. Time for dinner, she announced. Rainey and Quincy were agreeable. Sal, who had already eaten fried chicken earlier, simply shrugged. I can always make room. The meal was served family style, a comforting end to a long and winding day. They handed a set amount to the young woman at the front desk, who provided them with meal tickets for the dining hall below. Downstairs, they could help themselves to endless servings of fried chicken, baked ham, roast beef, dumplings, okra, steamed vegetables, and fresh-baked rolls. Alcohol wasn't served, but iced tea and lemonade flowed freely. At the foot of the staircase, they passed the sealed entrance to an old mining shaft, just a dark, plexiglass-covered opening that didn't look especially thrilling. Quincy and Rainey paused to watch a short video about its discovery, while Kimberly and Sal were shown to a table beside a family of 6. They exchanged pleasantries with the grandparents, the weary parents, and a pair of energetic 4-year-old twins who circled the table without pause. The mother offered a tired smile.
Hope the commotion's all right.
Not a problem, Kimberly said, resting a hand on her stomach. The woman's eyes lit up. Oh, is this your first? It is. You and your husband must be thrilled. She beamed at Sal, who froze with a spoonful of peas halfway to his mouth. Huh, we're very happy, Kimberly answered smoothly. At least for the moment. The woman chuckled. That's exactly how it goes. Do you know if it's a girl or a boy? We want to be surprised. So did we, the woman replied. And let me tell you, we certainly were. If I can give one piece of advice, please, don't have twins. Rainey and Quincy joined them and introductions were made. Rainey dove enthusiastically into the fried okra, while Quincy carefully selected steamed vegetables and slices of ham. Kimberly found the smell of meat less bothersome today, maybe one phase fading, another beginning. Even before birth, nothing stood still. She sampled ham, okra, and a piece of catfish, settling into that warm, satisfied feeling that came from a hearty meal, a day of progress, and the company of people she cared about. She'd nearly forgotten about the sketch until their waitress returned with a pitcher of iced tea. Oh, is he a friend of yours too? The waitress asked, nodding toward Kimberly's open bag. Who? The man in that drawing. He used to come in here all the time last fall. Always with his son, of course. Teenage boys, goodness, they can really put it away. Sal stopped chewing, a chicken drumstick held motionless in his hands as he stared from the sketch to the waitress and back. Kimberly recovered first. You know him? I recognize him. He's about this tall, not a big man, but solid-looking, like he works with his hands. Always wore a cap, even while eating. The waitress shook her head. My grandmother would have swatted me for keeping a hat on at the table. Do you remember his name? She bit her lip, thinking the pitcher balanced on her hip. Bobby? Bob? Maybe Rob or Ron. Honestly, I can't recall. I'm not sure he ever said. What about the boy? Kimberly pressed. Skinny, pale, maybe 16 or 17, all limbs and no weight like he'd never seen a full plate. Very quiet. Just sat and ate, hardly spoke. And the boy's name again, the waitress shook her head. Some folks come in to be social, introduce themselves, have a chat. Others, well, they're really just here for the okra. Not my place to judge. Rainey, who had been listening closely, leaned forward. Do you remember how he paid credit card, maybe? Sorry, honey, all that's handled upstairs. But Kimberly caught Rainey's drift. If he used a card, there'd be a record. We need to speak with the manager, Sal stated firmly. The family beside them grew visibly uneasy. Is everything okay? Who is this man? Should we be concerned? All eyes turned to Sal. Even the twins had stopped running. Just routine inquiries, he said briskly. Then his hand was on Kimberly's shoulder, guiding her up. She didn't need to be told twice. They headed straight for the manager's office. Sorting through the credit card receipts was going to be a lengthy process. They'd need to narrow things down with more precise details, a specific date, time, or transaction amount. The waitress was called in to see if she could pinpoint a particular visit. After some gentle prompting, she recalled that the man and his son had dined there several times between September and November. She eventually focused on one occasion, placing it around the Columbus Day weekend. The charge, she believed, would have been for 2 people, fairly late in the evening. She'd even remarked to herself how unusual it was for a boy that age to be out so late. The receipts weren't digitized. The manager had to pull open a filing cabinet organized by month. It turned out the Smith house was a popular spot for both lodging and meals, especially over holiday weekends. Kimberly returned to the dining area to share the update with her father and Rainey. The manager needs a while to go through the records, she announced, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. So guess what? Looks like we're staying the night. Chapter 30, Bergerman made his move. I was jolted awake in the dead of night by the sound of stifled cries. The noise went on for hours. Bergerman always rode his new acquisitions hard, pushing them until they shattered, just like he did with me. Come morning, I followed the usual routine. I got up, walked into the kitchen, and fixed myself breakfast. I acted as though it was perfectly normal to find a naked 7-year-old boy slumped at the worn table, staring blankly at a bowl of cereal that was practically overflowing. The kid didn't make a sound. He just watched his Fruit Loops slowly bleed their colors into the milk, turning it a murky red, green, and blue. I avoided looking at him directly. I didn't want him to think I was any part of this. Bergerman was still in the bedroom, no doubt recuperating from his nightly activities. I noticed the kitchen phone was gone, and a new deadbolt had been installed high on the door, well out of the new toy's reach. My heart gave a little jump. I wondered if Bergerman remembered the phone in my room. Had he crept in while I slept and taken it? Trying to appear casual, I ambled back to my bedroom. The phone was still there. I wasn't taking any chances, though. I snatched it up myself and tucked it away on the top shelf of my closet. No way was I losing my one privilege because Bergerman couldn't keep his urges in check. Back in the kitchen, I poured another bowl of cereal and ate in heavy silence. My presence seemed to stir the boy. He slowly picked up his spoon and took a tentative slurp of the soggy mess. I wondered if he'd keep it down. Some did, some didn't. He'd be gone in a day or two once Bergerman grew bored. Did he kill them afterward, or just turn them loose? I didn't know. I didn't care. I couldn't even remember my own birth year or the exact date anymore. But I must have been a teenager by then, because the only feeling I could scrape together was pure contempt for Burgerman, for the kid, for myself. Then, for no reason at all, my mind flashed to the very first boy. The one from all those years ago, the one I'd foolishly believed I could save. I wondered if they ever found his body, or if he was still out there, decaying alone beneath that azalea bush. The thought filled me with a sudden hot rage. I snatched up my cereal bowl and hurled it into the sink. The crash made the new boy flinch. Burgerman shuffled into the room. He'd pulled on pants but no shirt. Time hadn't been kind. His beard was more salt than pepper, his body gone soft from too much beer and junk food, loose skin draping over his scrawny chest and arms. He looked exactly like what he was, a washed-up white Trelge bastard, 1 foot in the grave and still meaner than a cornered snake. I felt the old hatred boil up all over again. He glanced at me, then placed a hand on the new boy's shoulder. At the touch, the kid flinched and went perfectly still, tears pooling in his wide eyes. Suddenly, Burgerman turned a gleaming smile toward me. "Son," he declared, voice thick with triumph. "Meet boy, he's your replacement." And in that moment, I knew with absolute certainty Burgerman had to die. I waited until he retreated to his bedroom, dragging boy along behind him. I retreated to my room, a cramped space furnished with a sagging twin mattress, plastic bins for clothes, and a small black and white television I'd rescued from the curb and fixed. The air was thick with a sour, stale smell, unwashed sheets, piled laundry, the lingering scent of restless nights. The entire apartment carried that same grim odor. Spoiled milk sat in the refrigerator. Dishes were stacked high in the sink, and roaches darted along the kitchen counters. It filled me with a fresh wave of anger. This was the foul reality of my life, a monotonous gray haze that defined my days. The Burgermen had selected me, and from that moment any real chance for something better vanished. Now I wouldn't even finish school. Of course not. The Burgerman had found a new favorite, someone he intended to keep. My time was running out. Strangely, the pain of his dismissal cut deeper than any twisted affection he'd ever shown. I felt foolish, powerless, utterly insignificant. In a way, the Burgermen had already destroyed me. I just hadn't figured out how to stop breathing. The screaming started again, that poor, desperate kid wailing as if it could change anything. I burrowed into the center of the bed, tugged the covers over my head, and pressed my hands against my ears until I finally fell asleep. I woke later in the dark, lying still for a while, watching slanted stripes of streetlight cut through the blinds and paint the wall. Eventually, I pushed myself up, went to the closet, and took out the telephone. Back on the mattress, I lifted a corner and pulled out a phone book I'd hidden from the Burgerman. My hands trembled as I found the number, my mouth gone dry. I didn't allow myself to hesitate or overthink. I plugged in the phone, dialed, and as soon as someone answered, I whispered, "Help me, please help me," before hanging up and finally letting the tears come. Chapter 31. Spiders are masters of venom delivery. They inject their poison through fangs that resemble curved claws located below their eyes. From Freaky Facts About Spiders by Christine Morley, 2007. "What happened to your parents?" the boy asked. They were sitting on the front porch sharing a pitcher of powdered lemonade. He'd shown up a little after 6 that morning, and she'd let him in without question, fixing him breakfast and keeping the talk light. Neither mentioned their previous tense encounter. She'd handled it the same way with Mel yesterday when he came by with a box of groceries, fresh sausage, eggs, orange juice. He'd handed it over silently. She'd nodded once in thanks. Then they'd both gone about their business. Sometimes it was easier not to dwell. She'd noticed the boy moved carefully all morning while helping her roll up rugs and haul them outside to beat the dust out. His ribs seemed tender, and he occasionally rubbed his lower back. She didn't ask, he didn't explain. It set the tone for their overcast, cool day together. And now this question. "My parents died," Rita answered after a moment. "Was a long time ago." "How?" She shrugged. "Old age, mostly. Everybody goes eventually." "You're old," the boy stated. Rita let out a rough laugh. You think I'm about to drop dead, boy? Leave you without someone to share a meal with? Don't you fret. The world isn't finished with me just yet. But the boy was watching her with a solemn expression. I had parents once, he said suddenly. Her laughter faded. She adjusted Joseph's old flannel shirt, green plaid, so large the hem hung past her knees. I figured, they died too. I'm sorry. Don't even know how. He pushed on, his voice growing rough. One day they were there, the next they were gone. Just like that. My little sister too. She was always getting into my things, wanting me to play. I'd be mean, tell her we were playing hide and seek, but once she hid, I'd never go look. I'd just go off and play by myself. She would cry, and I'd call her a baby, and my mother would scold me for it. I had an older brother who acted that way too. Was he bad? Did your family send him off to live with other troublemaking boys? We all loved him, Rita replied plainly. Then he went away and was killed in the war. Brothers and sisters argue, child. That doesn't mean they don't care. One time, the boy murmured, I gave my little sister the teddy bear I got for my birthday. I knew it would make her smile. Did it? I think so. Sometimes it's hard to hold on to the memory. I try to see their faces, but everything gets mixed up in my head, like my favorite ice cream. I'm pretty sure it was chocolate, but it's been so long now. Maybe it was vanilla or strawberry. Can someone just take your favorite flavor away? I don't know anymore. What became of your sister, child? He gave a small shrug. She's gone, I suppose. They're all gone, that's what he tells me. Rita felt the conversation slipping onto dangerous ground, even if she couldn't yet see the shape of the danger. When she first met the boy, she'd assumed he came from what people in her day politely called a difficult home. Lately, though, her assumptions had begun to fray. She chose her next question with care. When your parents were alive, did you live near this area? He looked puzzled. Where is this? Dahlonega, in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Georgia. Is this where you were born? He was silent for so long she thought he might not answer. Finally, he shook his head. Macon. Macon Bacon, my dad would say whenever we drove past the sign on the highway. Macon Bacon, Georgia, where the chickens run the show? And he'd laugh. He really loved bacon. And scrambled eggs in the morning. Do you think that's what did it? The eggs and bacon? His eyes were wide and innocent, making him seem even younger and more fragile. Rita questioned, not for the first time, whether she was meddling in something she shouldn't. Just then, she caught sight of her brother Joseph dashing across the front yard. He leapt, caught the lowest branch of the old oak, and swung himself up, just as he'd done when they were children. Joseph remained forever young in the afterlife. She wondered if that was because he died young, or if it was a choice every spirit got to make. A deep weariness settled over her, the persistent ache in her joints, the way the cold seemed to seep into her bones these days. Not much time left, she reckoned. All the more reason to use it well. After your parents passed, she continued gently, was there any other family for you? The boy studied her with a curious, almost confused expression. Did a social worker ever come to see you? Rita pressed on. Did anyone explain about foster care or a new home? What are foster parents? The boy asked. Rita went very still in her rocking chair, then made herself rock again. Her thoughts were spinning. If the boy wasn't with his parents, other relatives, or a foster family she wished she got out more, knew the folks nearby. She would have given anything to ask someone what they knew about the house on the hill, the man who lived there when they first started seeing this boy, because this was no longer just a difficult home situation. She was certain of that now. She was stepping into something far darker. Who do you live with, child? She asked, her voice soft. The boy shook his head.
It's all right to tell me. I'm an old woman. We're excellent at keeping secrets.
He wouldn't meet her eyes, staring down at the floorboards instead.
I don't think I should talk anymore, he whispered. Tell me your name.
Another shake of his head.
What about your birthday? I don't have one. There's only homecoming day, the day you belong to him. Are there others? She insisted, leaning forward slightly. Other children? Grown-ups? Pets? Tell me about them.
I won't think poorly of anyone. The boy didn't answer. He turned his attention to his empty lemonade glass, then traced the pattern of the porch railing with his eyes, as if searching for an answer in the wood grain. Rita swayed gently in her rocking chair, her gaze fixed on the bruised clouds stacking against the sky, the air humming with the promise of a storm. She felt the urge to press for answers but held back. Kids opened up in their own time. Patience was the only key that worked. "He's going to kill you," the boy whispered. She dismissed it with a flick of her wrist. "What foolishness. I'll decide when my time is up, and it certainly isn't tonight. You don't understand him. He never loses. He always gets exactly what he's after." A sudden wind, sharp with the scent of rain and far-off evergreens, swept across the porch. Thunder grumbled in the distance, then a brilliant fork of lightning split the sky. This was going to be one of those storms that shakes the bones of a home. The boy jumped to his feet. "I need to leave." "Absolutely not. You're staying right here." "But the rain's starting," he protested, his voice tight. "I have to get back." "You are staying the night. Rita, sit down." Her command, sharp and final, drained the color from his face. He slowly lowered himself back into the chair, now watchful and tense. "If you choose not to speak to me," Rita stated, her rocking becoming a fierce, rhythmic creak, "that is your choice, but you will not be going back to that house on the ridge. Letting you return would be a failure on my part, and that is not something I will allow." "He'll be furious. You don't want that." "Oh, hush. At my age, what's one more angry man going to do to me? If he's so upset he can come down here and say it to my face. Believe me, I have a few choice words ready." She finished with a bold flourish, pushing herself up from the rocker and stamping her foot for emphasis. The bravado was thin, and they both knew it. Rita had never met this man, but she understood perfectly. If Scott's so-called guardian showed up at her door, it wouldn't be for a polite chat. "Rita? Should I telephone the police, young man?" "No." His reply was instant, a flash of pure terror in his eyes. It told her everything. The moment she reached for the phone, he'd be gone.
"Then it's decided,"
she announced, her tones softening into something resembling cheer. "You'll stay. We'll make a hearty stew, have some hot chocolate, we'll batten down the hatches and watch the whole world fall apart from right here. It's the only proper way to weather a night like this." The boy stared at her, his expression a tangled knot of fear, a fragile hope, and a deep, aching want. He parted his lips. She braced for another argument, or for him to bolt off the porch and up the darkening slope. Instead, he closed his mouth. He straightened his shoulders, not with happiness or relief, but with the grim acceptance of a soldier stepping onto a battlefield. Rita ushered him inside, the old wooden door groaning shut behind them. He drifted toward the kitchen as she lingered in the entryway, sliding the locks into place. The first heavy raindrops began to tattoo the driveway. She fastened the new chain lock, deliberately ignoring the deepening gloom outside her window and the solitary lights still burning in the Victorian mansion on the ridge above. During the day, brown recluse spiders generally hide in dark, undisturbed places. From Brown Recluse Spider by Michael F. Potter, urban entomologist, University of Kentucky College of Agriculture. Kimberly's morning began with a cascade of frustrations. The manager at the Smith house had produced a stack of 45 potential credit card slips. The weather report promised severe thunderstorms by early afternoon. Her lieutenant was demanding an explanation for her absence from the previous day's violent crimes briefing, and Max still hadn't called her back. She dealt with each in turn, compartmentalizing the stress. All the receipts would be copied for her and Sal to split up and review later. Because of the looming storm, they would depart for Suches right away. She left a message for her lieutenant stating she was pursuing a critical lead. As for Mac, she pushed him firmly to the back of her mind, or tried to. They all piled into Sal's sedan and started the winding drive to Suches. Highway 60 was in no hurry, a continuous ribbon of sharp curves carrying them higher into the mountains. They passed an old gold mine site, several roadside stands selling boiled peanuts, and clusters of rustic rental cabins. To their right, the Blue Ridge Mountains rose like a formidable barrier, a thick tapestry of green foliage and ancient gray stone. To their left, a dense line of trees appeared solid until it unexpectedly parted, revealing a steep valley that vanished into the distance. The initial fat raindrops began smacking the windshield just as they emerged from a shadowy corridor of pines into a broad, open valley. The terrain shifted from wild, tangled brush to carefully maintained pastures, bordered by white fences and accented with the occasional red farmhouse. If Dahlonega felt nestled in the hills, then Such's was its isolated northern frontier, a scattering of farms, the expected mobile homes, an unsettling number of buildings with their windows sealed by plywood. Kimberly kept her eyes wide open, determined not to let the place slip by unnoticed. It was no use. "That sign back there said TWO," Rainey managed to say, her finger aimed at the window just as Sal sped past the turnoff on Highway 60. "Wait, there's the store," Kimberly added quickly as Sal glanced left and completely overlooked the small convenience station on the right. He frowned, hit the brakes, the car's rear end sliding slightly on the wet asphalt, before he sensibly reduced his speed. They passed a quaint stone schoolhouse, smallest public school in Georgia, the sign cheerfully declared, and Sal executed a careful U-turn. They arrived at Dale's, pulling alongside the gas pumps before making a frantic sprint through the downpour to the shelter of the glass doors. Stepping inside, Kimberly was immediately hit by three sensations: a wave of welcome heat, the rich aroma of something simmering on a stove, and a glaring wall of neon orange hunting apparel. Dale's, it seemed, lived up to its reputation of having a bit of anything you might need. "Is that chili I'm smelling?" Sal was already asking the man behind the counter. "Well, since we're stuck here anyway," the rear of the store housed a small seating area with a few tables. They settled in, and an older man ambled over to serve them. He introduced himself as Ron. Dale was out for the day. He offered no further explanation, and from his guarded expression, Kimberly surmised Ron had already categorized them as outsiders who weren't entitled to the local gossip. He took their order, delivered 2 bowls of steaming chili, and then retreated to methodically cleaning other tables. Sal waited until he was halfway through his meal before making his move. As Ron was polishing the table beside them, Sal produced the sketch with a casual air, the kind of detached tone often used by detectives in movies. "Excuse me, have you happened to see this man around here?" Ron wasn't buying the act. He looked from the drawing to Sal and back again, then merely shrugged and resumed spraying his cleaner. "He's someone we really need to find," Sal stated more firmly. Ron paused, considered this, and went back to wiping. "He might have been with a teenage boy," Kimberly offered. "They could be living somewhere in the area." "Boys," Ron corrected quietly, not looking up from his work. "I've seen him with 2 boys, one older, one younger. They weren't the chatty type." Sal put his spoon down. "Do you know their names?" "No, sir." "Are they from around here?" "Nope, not locals. But they came through a good bit, especially last autumn. Must have seen 'em 5 or 6 times. The man mostly. The boys usually stayed out in the truck, except once the little one needed the restroom, so the older boy brought him in. The whole bunch gave me an off feeling, to be honest, but they just took care of their business and left. Not my place to say anything." They had all stopped eating, their full attention on Ron, who continued diligently with his chores. "Can you describe the older boy?" Kimberly asked. Ron gave another slight shrug. "Hard to say. Teenager, maybe 17 or 18. White, around 5'10", but skinny as a rail. Wore those army-style cargo pants that were way too big for him. The fashion these days. Kept his hands shoved in his pockets, all hunched over. Like I said, didn't speak. Just came in, dropped off the kid, waited by the door and left. And the younger boy?" Another shrug. 8 or 9, maybe. Had short brown hair, was all bundled up in a thick sweatshirt and one of those bright orange vests. Looked small, but it's tough to tell with all those layers. The man had on a decent pair of hiking boots, but the kids just wore cheap sneakers. I remember thinking it was a wonder they didn't sprain an ankle out in these hills. Then again, good boots cost money, and kids' feet grow so fast you'd go broke keeping them in proper gear. Who knows, up at the store, a group of kids walked in wearing gear that probably cost more than my weekly paycheck, all set for their yearly hiking trip. Different strokes for different folks, I suppose. What exactly did the man say when he arrived? Sal pressed, his tone urgent. Did he purchase anything? Ron paused his wiping to think. A bottle of water, a candy bar. Oh, and some crickets. We keep them for the fishermen, and that seemed to really catch his interest, so he bought a container. Didn't seem like he was fishing, though. His clothes were all wrong for it. Did he ask about specific trails or mention where he'd come from? Another shrug from Ron. Not that I recall. Did other people see him with the boys? Sure, plenty. Fall is our busy season around here, not like right now. He sounded almost sorry about the quiet. How did he pay? Rainey inquired. Ron thought for a second. Probably cash, since it wasn't a big purchase. Did you notice what he was driving? Kimberly asked. No, ma'am. Too many customers in the fall to pay attention to cars. Did the man speak to the boys at all? Quincy followed up. Say anything when they came inside? Well, let's see. Ron hesitated, carefully sorting through the memory. The older boy glanced at the man and said, The kid needs to use the bathroom. What am I supposed to do? Then took the younger one to the restroom. The man just looked irritated, didn't say a word. He'd likely told them to wait in the car. You know how kids can be. He didn't use a name? Quincy pushed. The older boy just called him Kid.
That's right, sir. That's how I remember it.
Which suggests they aren't related. Quincy noted quietly. The teenager is creating distance, even depersonalizing the younger one. That's telling. Do you recall which way they were headed when they pulled in? Rainey asked. From the north or south? No, ma'am. Any idea of the time? Morning, afternoon, ma'am? But only because that's when I'm always here. Rainey nodded, her lips tightening. All three of them looked back at Sal. Is there anyone else you can think of who might know more about this man and the two boys? Sal continued. It's crucial we identify him. He's needed for questioning in a very serious investigation. But Ron just shook his head. Like I said, they aren't from around here. We just saw them a bunch in the fall, maybe into early December. Truth is, it's all fuzzy now. You might try TWO, even tourists have to eat, and since he never bought much here.
All right, we'll check there.
Sal pulled out a card and handed it over. If anything comes to you, or if you see him or the boys again, call me immediately. And please, keep this conversation to yourself. We need to find him, not scare him off. Ron finally noticed the state police emblem on Sal's card. His eyes widened slightly. He tucked the card into his front pocket, giving it a firm pat. Is this about drugs, sir? Used to be moonshine was the only trouble in these mountains. Now it's all meth, meth, meth. It's ruining our whole county. He's dangerous, Sal stated plainly. If you see him again, don't approach him. Just call me, and we'll handle it. They finished their lunch. Kimberly grabbed a 6-pack of pudding cups. Rainey picked up a Snickers bar. Quincy refilled his travel mug with coffee. Back on the road, the manager at TWO didn't recognize the sketch or recall a man in a baseball cap with two boys. Two Wheels only catered mainly to the motorcycle crowd, so while they got other customers, it was a smaller stream. He promised to keep an eye out. The rain was pouring down in heavy sheets now. They hurried through the muddy parking lot, splashing as they went, and climbed back into Sal's car. With the bustling hub of Soches thoroughly checked, they had no option but to head back toward Dahlonega. They drove in silence, the windshield wipers working hard against the downpour, the car rocking slightly in the wind. Kimberly kept her gaze fixed on the woods outside, the tall pines, the dense, tangled undergrowth that seemed to swallow the light. Kimberly's thoughts drifted to Ginny Jones, wondering if the young woman had found a safe, warm place to feel the new life growing inside her, or if she was still running, panicked, through some dark alley with danger closing in. Stop! Kimberly shouted suddenly. Sal slammed the brakes, sending the car skidding toward the center line. What are you doing? He began. But she cut him off. Back up. That was a logging road back there. Let's check it out. Sal brought the car to a full stop, staring at her as if she'd lost her mind. It's pouring rain, in case you hadn't noticed. I know, just a quick detour. What else do we have to go on right now? something better than getting this car stuck in the mud. He drove these roads, Sal. If he could handle them, we can at least try. We won't go far. We're already in Suches, Sal muttered under his breath. Isn't that far enough? He shot her another skeptical look, but when neither Rainey nor Quincy objected, he shifted gears, reversed along the empty stretch of highway, and took a sharp right onto the narrow track. The Forestry Service road began paved, which surprised Kimberly. She'd expected something rougher. She was also taken aback by the scattered houses tucked into the hillsides, half hidden by thickets of mountain laurel. But after about a mile, the pavement gave way to gravel and the wilderness began to reclaim the space. They curved slowly downward into a gully rain, carving a muddy stream that rushed beside them. At a small turnabout, Kimberly signaled Sal to stop. Before he could argue, she pushed her door open and stepped out into the downpour. She heard his protests, the sound of other doors opening, Rainey and Quincy joining her in the wet, reckless search. She didn't glance their way or speak. They understood without words. They all lived in the same world where monsters were real, good people suffered, and you could either drown in the feeling of being overwhelmed or push forward and do something about it. For as long as she could remember, she and her father had chased the shadow of death. In those moments they felt most alive, and then, tucked safely in the back of her mind where it couldn't wound her as deeply, came the thought, Mac should be here. It had always been the four of them, her, Mac, Rainey, and Quincy. She missed him fiercely. He's wrong, she murmured, almost to herself, gazing up at the tall, bare-branched trees and the dense green undergrowth below. Who's wrong? Sal demanded, stepping in front of her. Rain streamed down his face, his dark hair plastered to his skin. He looked intense, angry in a way that might have frightened someone else, but Kimberly recognized that rage, the kind that comes when you're giving everything you have and it still isn't enough. Ron. Dinchara and his crew are local, they have to be. Ron said it himself. They don't buy much because they're already well supplied. Kimberly, it's wet, it's freezing. I'm soaked to the bone. Whatever hunch you're following, stop jerking me around.
It's logistics,
She stated firmly, her eyes scanning the thin gravel path, the skeletal trees, the thick underbrush. The rain had flattened her hair to her head and was soaking through her shirt, but she barely noticed. None of it mattered, not the rain, not the mud. Only the woods. Killing someone is the easy part, she continued. Getting rid of the body is hard. That's where nearly every killer slips up, but we're after someone who's done this not once, but maybe a dozen times.
What does that tell you? He's mastered the logistics.
She moved to the edge of the tree line, where ferns brushed against her legs. Holding up a finger, she began, First, where do you dispose of the bodies? The woods, Sal answered, his anger fading into curiosity. All right, second, how does he transport them? Truck or an SUV, plenty of space in the back, Sal noted, his voice barely audible over the steady downpour. Until you actually arrive? Kimberly shot back, waving a hand at the churned-up mess of green and brown earth surrounding them. What then? Sal gave a slow nod, getting into the grim exercise even as the rain soaked his gray suit to a charcoal black and traced cold paths down his neck. He picks the dead of night, or those earliest morning hours when the world is asleep, minimizing any chance of being spotted. He needs isolation, so he chooses a remote Forestry Service road, drives a good distance, and pulls over. He gets the body out of the vehicle and just tosses it down a steep slope. Too obvious. Quincy cut in from his position a few steps away. He preferred that distance, a space to listen and to think. He was sharp at this, one of the very best. From the road you'd notice crushed underbrush, snapped branches. A ranger patrolling would wonder about wildlife, deer, bear, maybe a bobcat, and go take a look. Once or twice our subject might get lucky, but after a dozen times, someone would spot the disturbance and find the remains. These woods see plenty of traffic, especially during peak seasons for hunting and hiking. Then he carries it farther from the road, Sal suggested. Kimberly shook her head. A body is heavy. An adult woman is a solid 100+ pounds of dead weight. Even using a fireman's carry, that's a brutal task. He goes downhill? Sal tried again. Quincy dismissed that, too. Anything dumped below can be spotted from above, particularly in winter with no leaves on the trees. This area is crawling with hunters, hikers, campers, fishermen. People are everywhere, even in the so-called remote spots. The safest bet is high ground, somewhere above the established trails where people don't usually wander. Sal looked at the three of them, frustration etching his features. "I'm not following. He has help," Kimberly said, her voice dropping. "My money's on the older boy. Whether he's part of the actual killing, I can't say. We didn't hear anyone else on that recording, but at a minimum, he helps with disposal." A man walking alone on trails late at night raises eyebrows. A father and son, though. "They're just camping," Sal finished, catching on. "That explains a large backpack, or maybe even a wheeled cart they're dragging along." "Damn it," Sal muttered wearily, rubbing his eyes. The mental image was exhausting. It would take them hours, Rainey spoke up, her gaze sharp as she scanned the dense tree line. They'd need gear, rope, burlap, a shovel, maybe a pick. Then supplies, food, water, a first aid kit, a compass. Kimberly's right to pull this off. Dinchara comes prepared. If he's not buying supplies locally, he has a base already set up. "The younger boy," Kimberly murmured, almost to herself. "Exactly," Rainey said, following the thread. "The waitress at the Smith house never saw him, which suggests he's left behind. Probably too young, would just slow them down. So they stash the little boy somewhere, and Dinchara and the older teen head out to do their nightly work. He must have a place nearby. It's the only logical answer. Hell, the girls might even still be alive when they're brought up here. Picture one of those isolated cabins we passed on the drive up, totally alone in the woods. If a girl screamed all night, or somehow broke free, who would hear her? Where could she possibly run? A remote cabin solves a lot of problems." "We can pull tax records," Sal offered, shifting into practical mode. "Look for anyone who bought property around Dahlonega or Suches in the last 5 years. Cross-reference those names with the Smith House receipts from Columbus Day weekend. And look at employment," Quincy added, pushing the point. "If they're up here this often, Dinchara needs an income stream. Back in my day, even half of what a single working girl earned wouldn't go far. So either he has a whole roster of victims you haven't uncovered yet, or he's got another job bringing in money." A sudden, grim thought struck Quincy. What if the older boy wasn't just helping, but was being groomed, his loyalty secured through a twisted sense of shared purpose and necessity? The dynamic would change everything. Considering everything we knew about him, he would be perfectly suited as a wilderness guide, or the realization hit them simultaneously. A Forestry Service employee. That role would grant him all the necessary knowledge and access to the remote back roads of the Blue Ridge Mountains. It even provides a built-in alibi if he were ever discovered. Plus, he'd be aware of when other teams were scheduled to survey areas where he might have left remains, giving him the chance to either relocate a body or steer the survey elsewhere. "Great. Now I'm never going hiking again," Sal muttered wearily. Kimberly suggested, "We should check out the fish hatchery tomorrow." "Already on the list," he replied. "We'll need to pull some property records from the town office and identify who we can speak with from the Chattahoochee National Forest." Got it. Rainey continued to examine the muddy turnoff. "You know what strikes me as odd?" she asked, drawing their attention. "It's February, the trees are bare, and yet you still can't see more than a few feet into these woods. Look at these mountain laurels, they're as big as sheds. Then there's all the tall grass, the fallen logs, those thickets of white pine. In most forests, you'd have a clear line of sight for 20 or 30 yards. Not here, honestly. I was raised around woods, and even I find this place unnerving." Speaking of feeling unnerved, Sal said, tugging at his drenched collar, "Can we please get back in the car?" "All right," Kimberly agreed, "but our next stop is Walmart. In case you haven't noticed, we're all completely soaked. What are we supposed to wear to the fish hatchery tomorrow? We're staying another night?" Sal grumbled. "You have somewhere better to be?" They headed to Walmart. Chapter 33. To make up for their vulnerabilities, spiders have developed a startling arsenal of weapons, strategies, and bizarre adaptations that call to mind a miniature league of supervillains. From Spider-Woman by Burkhard Bilger, The New Yorker, March 5, 2007. Mac called her shortly after dinner. Kimberly had just gotten back to her room at the Smith house, reflecting for once that elastic waistbands were a modern miracle. She had polished off nearly a whole fried chicken, a generous helping of okra, and 2 slices of cheesecake, yet her pants still felt forgiving, even spacious as baby McCormack commenced her nightly ritual of testing the limits of Kimberly's abdomen. Rainey and Quincy had already turned in, but Kimberly was wired, buzzing with that specific agitation that comes right before a case breaks wide open, when the solution that's been hovering just out of sight finally comes into view. Her hotel room was spacious, tucked under the eaves of the historic building in a long L shape that was ideal for pacing. She moved from the king-size bed to the desk and back again, hands resting on the curve of her belly, her mind racing. If Sandy Springs was Dinchara's hunting ground, then Dalanega was his den. Any day now, they'd find the right record, talk to the right person, and the final piece would snap into place. They would locate Ginny Jones, the other missing girls, Dinchara himself. They would. Her cell phone rang, Mac's number flashing on the screen. She halted mid-step, a sudden knot of anxiety tightening in her stomach. Annoyed by her own nervous reaction, she snatched up the phone and answered with a firm, "Kimberly." Static crackled, followed by 3 distinct clicks and a hollow buzzing sound. "It's me. Hi, honey," she said, her voice deliberately bright. "Where are you?" Still in Dalanega. "Have a couple more visits to make first thing in the morning? Weather there? Pouring, you? Have to head out? Special assignment? Be back tomorrow morning? What's that? The reception is terrible. Can you move to a different spot?" She thought she heard the crunch of footsteps. More noises in the background, like men calling out orders. Then it clicked. The late hour, his special assignment. Mac and the narcotics team were gearing up to deploy, probably for a raid on a suspected drug house or lab. He was calling now because that's what partners do right before strapping on their protective gear and heading into the unknown. They made their final call home, tying up loose ends in their personal lives just in case. The baby stirred beneath her palm, and Kimberly sank onto the edge of the hotel bed. "Where are you?" she whispered into the phone. "Can't talk now? We'll connect. In the morning. Is SWAT being mobilized? Full deployment? Mac?" She knew she ought to say something meaningful, but her mind went blank. Suddenly the gulf between them felt vast and real, all the unspoken words and heavy silences. She longed to be back in their own house where this conversation wouldn't be happening over a staticky line. There, she could wrap her arms around him tightly enough for him to feel their daughter move. He could murmur, "I love you," close to her ear, his breath warm on her skin as her hand rested over his steady heartbeat. Life turns on a dime. Someone you love can walk out the door and simply vanish. She knew this truth intimately, visiting certain graves twice a year to ensure she never forgot. "Please be careful," she whispered. "Al, Waze. Will you call? I'll try from home. Maybe tomorrow afternoon. We have to check the fish hatchery, follow some records. How are you feeling? The baby's active. I can feel her more distinctly now, rolling around. Oh, and she's decided she's a carnivore. I'm finally allowed to eat meat again." His low chuckle crackled through the poor connection, bringing him nearer in her mind. She could almost see the laugh lines at the corners of his eyes, that familiar half smile. "I love you," she said. "Love you too." Then the line beeped and went dead. She didn't redial. Mac had a job to do, and she remained alone in the quiet room, wondering why the man she loved so deeply could feel galaxies away. When does distance stop being a rough patch in a marriage and start feeling like a permanent condition? What's a stubborn person like her supposed to do when faced with that? The baby fluttered again. Kimberly smoothed a hand over her belly, listening to the wind shriek across the parking lot and rattle the window panes. Pulling on her coat, she stepped outside. She found Sal on the sheltered porch, tucked out of the wind, watching rain spiral around the streetlights. Kimberly sat beside him without invitation, telling herself she hadn't come looking for him on purpose. That wasn't why she'd left her room. This wasn't about that. Sal didn't seem in a talking mood anyway. He just stared into the storm, his expression the same dark, brooding mask she remembered. His thoughts were clearly somewhere grim. "You ate chicken?" he said after a while. "I thought the baby vetoed meat." Kimberly shrugged. She had a change of heart, further proof it's a girl. He finally turned, his eyes dropping to her rounded stomach. "Are you scared?" "Yeah. Planning to work after the baby comes." "That's the plan." He studied her more closely. "Do you think it'll change you? I mean, the first time you're called to a scene with a child victim, a homicide, an abduction, those trafficking rings, a bad fire, any of the awful things that shatter young lives. Won't that wreck you?" "There, but for the grace of God, go I," she murmured. "Not good enough," he stated bluntly. "You're with the evidence response team. You recover the body. Then what? Go home to little Janie and pretend you can scrub the smell off your hands, let alone wipe the picture from your head. It's what I do now. You don't have little Janie now." Theoretically, little Janie is a source of light. Why would something good make the darkness harder to carry? He scowled, thrown by her reply. When no comeback came, he returned his gaze to the storm. A moment later, she reached over, took his hand, and pressed it against her stomach just as baby McCormack delivered a solid kick. Sal snatched his hand back, sitting bolt upright. "Holy cow! Pretty intense, right?" Kimberly remarked. "Is she some kind of Mia Hamm?" "Could be," Kimberly said with a shrug. "Who knows? She can be whatever she wants. That's the whole idea. Have you ever heard of the banality of evil, Sal?" "The banality of evil?" "Yeah. A psychologist once ran an experiment. He took a group of well-behaved young men, all with solid reputations for good morals, and had them set up a fake prison. Some played inmates, others acted as guards. They made it feel real, having the guards arrest the prisoners right in the middle of class, things like that. The study was supposed to go on for a couple weeks. If I remember right, the professor had to shut it down after only 3 days because the pretend prisoners began having mental breakdowns from the actual abuse they were getting from the pretend guards. They were humiliated, stripped down, even sexually assaulted. All of this done by guys who'd never so much as stolen a candy bar. The point is, even decent people can do terrible things if they believe no one's watching. That's the banality of evil. Sal let out a low sound. "You're talking about the Nazis." "I'm talking about human nature, that everyone carries the potential for cruelty inside them. Some people never act on it, others absolutely will. And then there are those who only cross that line if the situation pushes them there. They might go 20, 30, 40 years being a model citizen, but then that 41st year comes along. How is that supposed to make me feel better?" She shrugged again. "Who said I was trying to make you feel better? It's just reality, and becoming a mother doesn't mean I'm going to start ignoring the hard truths. The world is tough. People can be awful. Monsters are real. Sometimes they're right down the hall in Dad's room. But you want to know something? If I end it all now, it'll save future pain. There's a flip side to the banality of evil, the banality of heroism." Sal groaned. "Please don't tell me you're going to talk about Superman." "Actually, I mean the exact opposite of Superman. I'm talking about the ordinary person who, one day, when the moment is right, steps up and does something extraordinary. The stranger on the subway platform who hops down to help someone who's fallen. The shopper who notices a frightened child and doesn't just walk away, she calls for help. For every act of meanness, there's an act of bravery to match. That's human nature, too." "Your mother and sister were killed," Sal said quietly. "So you try to save everyone else?" "I don't need you to summarize my life, Sal. I know exactly who I am." Sal's face reddened. He looked back out at the storm, but his hands were restless in his lap. "I'm not giving up, Mac. It's not how I operate. You just called me Mac." "I did not." She stopped, realizing she had, and felt her own cheeks grow warm. She wasn't sure what she was doing anymore. She should go back to her room, she should move, but she stayed right where she was, beside Sal, watching his restless hands, sensing the heavy sadness coming off him in waves. And it hit her then, the banality of evil. Was that what she was doing here, waiting for the right conditions to let her do what she knew was wrong, to reach out and touch Sal's cheek, to turn his face toward hers, to find his mouth with hers because some broken part of him echoed something in her. The pain, or maybe the anger, the longing, that deep, unending need because something had shattered a long time ago, and now all that was left was to tend the ache. She wanted him, or at least she was pulled toward him. It surprised her. It frightened her. She remembered another study she'd read in college, that most people don't need outside cruelty to ruin their lives. They're fully capable of doing it themselves. Sal had turned. He was watching her now, his eyes hard to read in the dim light. She could feel his hunger, tight and held back. A jagged flash of lightning split the sky, briefly flooding the small alcove with a stark white light before plunging it back into darkness. In that instant, she saw the raw hunger etched on his face. The echo of her husband's voice promising he'd be home by morning rang in her ears just as thunder shook the walls. Sal moved closer. She lifted her chin. "I can't." Kimberly breathed the words barely audible. She pushed herself up, fists clenched at her sides, and hurried from the room without looking back. Her own room was a pool of shadow. She groped for the light switch, flicking it up and down, but the darkness remained absolute. She shut the door behind her, a violent tremor beginning to course through her body as the gravity of what she'd almost allowed to happen settled in. This wasn't her. She didn't make choices like that. Since when had her life become such a chaotic mess? She moved toward the bed, her hand outstretched for the lamp, when a sharp, sibilant warning cut through the silence. She wasn't alone. A substantial, dark shape darted across her bed sheets. Her hand flew to her empty shoulder holster. She'd left her weapon downstairs. Snatching up the lamp, she hurled it at the moving shadow and stumbled backward, her spine connecting hard with the wall. She scrambled sideways until she collided with the desk on the far side of the room. Her fingers frantically searched the surface, finding the desk lamp and fumbling for its switch. Across the room, the low menacing hiss came again. She clicked the lamp on, and two impossible images seared into her vision at once. Perched on her pillow was the largest, most terrifying spider she had ever seen, its body reared up and fangs bared, and seated calmly beside it was a teenage boy, a pistol resting casually in his lap. "What the hell is this?" Kimberly demanded, her voice sharp. Her eyes darted to her field kit and the Glock inside. 8 steps, maybe, but it would take precious seconds to unzip the bag and retrieve it. She calculated the distance to the door, 10 steps, then wrestling with the knob, getting it open before forcing her attention back to the boy. He sat perfectly still, the gun now held level, his hands unnervingly steady. He hadn't uttered a word. She tested the space between them with a single cautious step forward. The moment she moved, the enormous tarantula arched back and issued another hair-raising hiss. She froze. The spider settled back onto its legs, a patient, living threat. "Who are you?" She tried again, her eyes locked on the creature but her focus on the boy. "What is it you want?" "His name is Diablo," the boy offered, his tone oddly conversational. "He's a Theraphosa blondie, a South American tarantula. Most of them don't pack enough venom to bother a person. A bite feels like a bee sting. Not Diablo. He could take your fingers off, strip the flesh right from your hands. He hasn't eaten tonight, and as you can see, he's pretty annoyed about it." Kimberly's hands came to rest protectively over her stomach. The field kit, her gun, a quick dash was impossible. The kid could fire in a heartbeat, and the spider, she refused to let her mind go there. "You're the one who called me?" she ventured. "You played the tape from Veronica Jones." "I tried," the boy stated, his voice flat. "I gave you an opportunity, you blew it. I'm here now, we can speak." The boy simply gestured with the barrel of his gun. "I didn't come for a conversation, lady. I came to finish my training." Kimberly's gaze flicked toward the door. If she could just sidestep, get a little closer. "Does Dinchara know you're out?" "Out?" A cold, humorless smile touched his lips. "Lady, who do you think sent me?" The question hit her like a physical blow. She rallied, pressing on. "He knows we're here?" Everyone knows, you and your little group marching all over town, showing those pictures around. It was only ever a question of when, but that's fine. Your being here makes it easier, saves me the trouble of tracking you down. We can skip right to the finale. Is that what you want? I understand what's happening, what he forces you to do. It doesn't have to be this way. She shifted another half step. Neither the boy nor the spider reacted. She dared another.
Dinkara finds the women, doesn't he? He brings them back and does unspeakable things. You can hear it, can't you? Perhaps you're standing right there in the room, compelled to witness everything, yet utterly powerless to intervene. When it finally ends, he orders you to clean the scene. Plastic sheeting, newspaper. Does he lay anything down first, or does he simply enjoy forcing you to handle the entire gruesome task? The boy watched her, utterly captivated.
She had struck a nerve, landing uncomfortably close to the truth. She was speaking aloud the secrets he was forbidden to ever discuss, and he was completely drawn in. He bleeds them out, the boy whispered. In a bathtub? Less cleanup, lighter to move, makes the next step simpler. Does he do the wrapping, or is that your job? Sometimes both. A body is awkward. It usually takes two people. What's his material of choice? Old sheets, heavy-duty bags, burlap? Has he tried different things? The options are practically limitless. Nylon. From the Army surplus outlet. Inexpensive, effective. He appreciates that sort of practicality. You help him load them into the vehicle. She shifted another inch. The boy gave a half shrug. You do what's required. Those are the rules. You keep him satisfied, and in return the punishments are less severe. How long has this been going on? Long enough that I don't know any other way. Is he your father?
My parents are gone. Your legal guardian, then?
He's the burgerman, the boy said, his tone heavy with sorrow, the spider motionless beside him, grinding the bad boys into nothing. This isn't on you, Kimberly insisted. She had managed to get a full foot closer to her kit, her fingers flexing with restless energy at her side. Anyone can see you're being coerced. Work with me, and I can end this. I can help you. But the boy's expression suddenly closed off. His demeanor shifted, and the change was not to her advantage. I am ending it, the boy declared, lifting the pistol. He already has someone new. My time is up. The younger boy. Was he taken too? Stop moving. I see what you're doing. Just cut it out, okay? Don't move another inch. What's your name? Tell me your name. Let me help you. You don't understand. I don't have one. He took it. He takes everything. The boy's voice was climbing, edged with panic. She willed herself to freeze, to project calm. The spider was fiddling with the lamp base, its distraction letting her focus entirely on the agitated teenager. What about Ginny Jones? She ventured, a pure guess in the dark, linking them through their mutual connection to Dinchara. The boy blinked, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. What about her? Kimberly drew a steadying breath and rolled the dice again. What about Ginny's child? Aren't you the father? Don't you want a future with her? That's her story. Have you spoken to her? Is she all right? She's outside, in the car, waiting to drive me away from here. What? The words tumbled out of him in a frantic stream. She picked you, you know, read about you taking down some other psycho, thought you could perform a miracle. I told her she was insane, all these years later, and she thinks a woman with a badge can actually change anything. Guess it doesn't matter now. You didn't succeed, so here I am, me and my little pal, just like in the movies. Ready to finish this? Please, Dinchara will never release either of you. You handle the remains. Ginny brings in money. Why would he ever let you walk away? He has a replacement. A child. He's too small to help you move a body. We use stretchers. Drag them up. The kid will toughen up fast enough. All the way up to Cooper Gap? She asked, disbelief coloring her tone. The boy took the hook. Cooper Gap? What the hell are you talking about? We have our own routes up past Blood Mountain, away from all those chirpy little Boy Scouts. Dump a body, watch a kid lose his bladder, makes for a fine day with the burgermen. It's not your fault, Kimberly repeated, her voice soft but intense, now just 3 feet from her kit, so agonizingly close. You have to see that it's not your fault. I just want to fucking get out of here, the boy screamed, jerking upright. The sudden movement startled the tarantula. It reared back, fangs bared. The boy spun, aimed the gun, and fired. The tarantula and the lamp shattered across the bed in a burst of ceramic and glass. Kimberly lunged forward, feeling sharp fragments bite into her skin like shrapnel. She managed 3 frantic steps before the boy's scream froze her in place. "Don't move!" Her hand was on the zipper of her field bag. She forced her fingers away, forced a slow breath, and turned to face him calmly. He was bleeding from multiple cuts across his nose, cheek, and neck. "Let me get something to clean that," she began. "He did terrible things to me." The boy stated flatly, his voice hollow. "Things you can't imagine. And then I became terrible because I didn't know any other way to be. It's been so long. I had parents once, I think. I'm just so tired. Talk to me," Kimberly urged softly. "Help me understand. Ginny wants us to get married," he continued, ignoring her.
She wants us to run away, have the baby, be a family. I don't even know what a family is. We can figure this out. It's not too late for you. Do I get a job, wear a tie? A bitter, sarcastic laugh escaped him. I never finished 4th grade. My resume, I know how to kidnap kids, kill people, and follow orders. What company is hiring for that? Show me that job listing? You're young. There's still time to learn to change.
"She doesn't know what I did," he whispered, the sarcasm draining away into raw despair. "She thinks Dinchara pulled the trigger, but he just handed me the gun." "Don't be an asshole," he said. "You know she'd run back to him, pull the goddamn trigger." "So I did, and Tommy Mark Evans was dead. It's only a matter of time before she figures it out, or Dinchara tells her just for the fun of it." "You killed him." "I had to. It was a test, a graduation, my ticket to being free." Blood welled in the gashes on his face and began a slow, tragic descent like crimson tears. He raised the gun again, his aim deliberate. Kimberly's hand flew to her duffel bag, nails clawing at the sealed zipper. Why did I zip it shut, the barrel leveled, pointing directly at her? She grabbed the bag, clutching it against her swollen stomach, a pathetic shield. "I can't be a father," the boy murmured, his voice breaking. "I can't be near children. All I know how to do is ruin them." Then, in one fluid, horrifying motion, the gun swiveled to his own temple. Kimberly's scream tore from her throat. "No! Don't let your baby ever meet someone like me," he said, his eyes locking on hers. "Don't ever let it fall into the hands of the burgerman." The gunshot was deafening. Or perhaps it was her own desperate wail that swallowed the sound. The far side of his skull erupted, painting the wall behind him. She was still screaming when her father burst through the door. When Rainey and Sal rushed in, when the boy's body slumped silently to the carpet. One lifeless eye stared up at her, full of silent accusation, and she realized with a fresh wave of grief that she never learned his name. The woman who used to be my mother was waiting exactly where she promised. She sat at a small wrought iron table outside a bustling coffee shop, one leg crossed over the other, her hands clasped tightly on her knee. I watched her from the shadows of a doorway across the street, a hard, cold weight settling in my chest. My legs refused to move. The first time I called, she hung up. The second time, she accused me of a sick joke before breaking into sobs. I was the one who hung up then, too upset to continue. By the third call, I had my story straight. I kept it simple. I had information about her missing son. I wanted to meet. I could help. I don't know why I couldn't just say the words. "I am your son." I was taken from my own bed, too small and scared to fight back. I spent 10 years surviving a nightmare, but I'm older now. The burgerman has no use for me. Maybe, just maybe, I could finally go home. Maybe I could return to being her little boy again. I longed to confess these thoughts to her. I yearned to see that same radiant smile from my 6th birthday, when she guided me to the garage to reveal a shiny new Huffy bicycle adorned with a giant red bow. I missed watching her toss back her long dark hair whenever she bent to help me with school assignments. I ached to curl up beside her on the couch, my head resting on her shoulder while we watched Knight Rider together. I desperately wished to be 9 years old once more. But that time was gone. My own reflection in the store window showed me the truth: sunken eyes, hollow cheeks, and a messy mop of unkempt hair. I resembled a troublemaker, the sort of teenager mall security would follow, the kind other parents wouldn't want near their children. I didn't see my mother's face in mine anymore. I saw the Burgerman. Across the street, my mom was nervously twisting a ring on her right hand, over and over. She kept peering over her left shoulder as if expecting me. Suddenly, I understood. She wasn't watching for me. She was checking in with someone else. Tracing her sightline, I finally spotted the uniformed officer tucked just around the corner from the coffee shop. He turned to scowl at her, a silent warning to calm down, and I saw his face clearly. I drew a sharp breath. These are the truths no one prepares you for, the lessons you only learn by living them. You can never truly go home again. A boy raised by wolves will eventually find nothing but wolf inside himself, and a mother's love can scorch you. I returned to the apartment at 3:05 p.m., I remember, because the first thing I saw upon entering was the clock on the far wall. It read 3:05, and I found that absurdly funny. Such an ordinary time, such an ordinary afternoon, for something so profoundly broken. I didn't remove my coat or my shoes. I had never crossed the street to meet my mother. Instead, I'd walked 5 blocks to a pet store. Now I stood with a brown paper bag in one hand and a fresh Louisville Slugger in the other. I left the apartment door hanging open and marched straight into the Burgerman's bedroom. He was asleep on his back, one hand on his soft stomach, the other flung above his head. He was naked, the sheet twisted low around his hips. At the far edge of the bed, the boy was curled up, also naked and uncovered, shivering in his sleep. I smacked the boy's shoulder hard. His eyes flew open. "Get out!" I commanded, my voice rough. The boy stared at me, dazed. I leaned in until we were almost nose to nose.
"Get your skinny ass out of this bed right now!"
I snarled, "or I will smash your skull in." The boy scrambled from the bed and fled the room. Did he run from the apartment? Call for help? I didn't care. Not about him, the police, or any neighbors. I came with a single purpose, and I was going to see it through. I opened the paper bag and pulled out the box. I'd wanted a pit bull or maybe a python, but with only $30, this was the best I could manage. I recalled what the kid at the pet store had said: spiders made excellent pets and rarely bit. They only attacked if you truly provoked them. So I opened the box and dumped the large black spider directly onto the Burgerman's chest. Then I reached down and pinched one of its legs hard, making sure the female was thoroughly agitated. The tarantula immediately sank her fangs into his hairy chest. He woke with a roar. What followed was a frantic blur, the Burgerman looking down, seeing the huge black tarantula clinging to his chest. He screamed louder, clawing at its bristly body, then shrieked again as the tiny barbs on its legs pricked his fingers, me lifting the baseball bat high. The Burgerman looking up, yelling, "Get it off me, boy! Oh my God, get it off, get it off, get it off me now!" I swung the Louisville Slugger, and it connected perfectly with Burgerman's face. There was a sickening crunch, followed by a spray of blood. He let out a heavy grunt as he fell back onto the mattress, one hand clutching his broken nose while the other still fumbled wildly for the spider. "AR!" he choked out, a wet, gurgling sound rising in his throat. He finally tore the tarantula from his chest. I caught a glimpse of the hairy black thing hanging in the air, a ragged piece of skin caught in its fangs, blood already welling up in the wound it left behind. Burgerman dropped the spider and started to push himself up with another furious roar. So I swung again. His right kneecap shattered with a crack, and he screamed. Then the left one, another crack, another scream. "Boy, boy, boy, what the hell are you doing? Don't you know I'm gonna kill you, boy?" Boy, 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 strangely calm, a composure I never knew I had. I realized Burgerman was a world-class complainer. He lay on his side, fingers digging into the stained sheet, trying to find some grip. If he managed to get up, he'd come for me. I could see it in his eyes. Even here, staring death in the face, he wasn't thinking about making peace. He just wanted to hurt someone. I wondered if that's how I looked too. And instead of shame, I felt something new: strength, power, control. I wound up and hit him again, this time in the face. The bat connected with his jaw, teeth shattering, then slammed into his cheekbone. I stood over that mattress and swung until my arms burned, until I slowly noticed Bergerman had gone quiet. The only sound left was the wet, rhythmic smack of the bat against his caved-in skull. The moisture on my cheeks wasn't tears, it was his blood and brain matter, dripping from the bat into my hair, onto my clothes. I think I started laughing then. It was hard to tell. I just knew I couldn't stop swinging because any second his eyes might snap open and he'd rise up from the bed and come at me again. That's how it always worked in the movies. No matter what you did, the monster never stayed down. Eventually, my shoulders gave out. The bat fell, and no matter how much I willed it, I couldn't lift it again. I sank onto the carpet, breathing hard, soaked in sweat and gore, my bloody hands cradling my head. I waited. I'm not sure why. For the neighbors to knock, for the police to come storming up the stairs, for the other boy to come back and see what I'd finally done. Bergerman was dead. After a while, when nothing happened, I dragged the bat with me to the bathroom. I noticed absently that the boy had shut the front door on his way out. Maybe that's why no one came. Or maybe it was because Bergerman always picked apartments where nobody cared. In the bathroom, I turned on the water and climbed into the shower fully dressed, trying to rinse off the worst of it, but I never let go of the bat. Just in case, back in my room, I peeled off my wet clothes, leaving them in a bloody heap. I pulled on my last clean pair of jeans, an old t-shirt, and a sweatshirt, the few things I had left. Then, a moment of clarity, I found a duffel bag in Bergerman's closet, went to the front hall, and stuffed it with cash and porn tapes. Since I was the star of most of those homemade movies, I figured I'd earned them. I tried to think of what else to take, but there was hardly anything of value here. Bergerman blew his money on liquor, drugs, and women. He'd never even bought me a damn video game. The anger washed over me again, and for a crazy second I wanted to go back into that bedroom and start swinging the bat all over. I had to steady myself, focus. The other boy was already gone. He was probably already telling the police everything I needed to leave now. As I turned toward the door, a slight motion in the corner of my vision made me freeze. I nearly tripped, my hand fumbling for the baseball bat as I spun toward the bedroom. The bat was already raised, ready to swing when I saw it wasn't Bergerman shifting under the sheet. The white fabric stirred, and a large, hairy tarantula crawled out. She was alive, picking her way delicately across the stained bedding. After a moment's pause, I found the pet carrier, gently placed her inside, and tucked it into my bag. I'd never owned a pet. Henrietta seemed like a good name. Chapter 35. Spiders are known to prey upon one another, which makes a cooperative social existence highly unlikely. From How to Know the Spiders, 3rd edition by B.J. Caston, 1978, her first instinct was to call Mac. It was a reflex born from sheer panic and the hollow quiet that follows. But he was out on assignment, doing the work he was meant to do, and just as unreachable as she so often was to him. So Kimberly sat on the hotel room floor, arms cradling her stomach, acutely aware of the blood drying on her skin. She knew she couldn't wash it away yet. The crime scene photographer needed to document everything first. She had already notified her boss, who would make the courtesy call to the local sheriff's office. Sheriff Wyatt would be wrapping up a community outreach seminar. Sheriff Duffy would be awakened from a deep sleep. With their approval, her own evidence response team would be mobilized. So many parts were now in motion, the great machine of justice beginning its slow, inevitable turn. She knew the drill. She understood the process. It was her life. She closed her eyes, overwhelmed by a wave of crushing fatigue. Some water? Sal offered quietly, settling on the floor beside her but keeping a respectful distance. Quincy and Rainey were outside in the hallway with the stunned hotel manager, their voices a low murmur she wasn't meant to hear. "Are you all right?" Sal asked. She gave a slight nod. "And the baby?" Another nod was all she could manage. Her body felt okay. No cramps, no sickness. Mostly she was buzzing with spent adrenaline, her arms stinging from 100 small cuts. Nothing serious. She was physically fine. She told herself that, firmly, yet she knew a part of her had shifted forever. The young man's body was still there on the carpet. A quick check for a pulse had confirmed he was gone. There was no point calling for an ambulance now. This phase was about preservation. That meant leaving the blood in her hair, the grime on her face, the thick metallic scent that seemed lodged in her sinuses. She could still hear his voice, so weary, trying to explain his exhaustion. The sheer pointlessness of it was what hurt the most, that a person could come into this world and, through no choice of their own, be set on a path with no escape. Kimberly pressed the heels of her hands hard against her closed eyes, trying to block out the images, the knowledge. He confirmed Dinchara killed the missing women, she said finally, her voice barely a whisper. She took the glass of water Sal offered, watching her own hand shake. She didn't want it, but she made herself take small, careful sips. Dehydration wasn't an option. Sal was quiet for a moment. The boy also admitted to shooting Tommy Mark Evans. Dinchara gave the order. It was supposed to be his trial run, his graduation project. There's another boy younger. He called him his replacement. Where is he? Nearby, the kid said. Dinchara knows we're asking questions. We might have even passed him on the street, but he's here, definitely local. What else did he say? She leaned her head back against the wall, too tired to keep it up, and let the cool glass rest against her forehead. The room felt too quiet, the weight of the unspoken pressing in. When her eyes finally opened, she saw the dark, smeared blood on the glass curve, a visceral sight that twisted her stomach. She fought to keep control. He helped move the bodies. They used litters to carry them up Blood Mountain, but not on the main trail. Dinchara has his own path, somewhere above the usual traffic where they could watch everything below. That should help narrow it down. Okay. She turned to him at last, her composure fracturing. Okay? I just watched a teenager put a gun to his head, and that's all you have to say? Dinchara kidnapped that boy. He assaulted him, warped him, made him part of the killings until death seemed better than facing a future with his own child. None of that is okay. Sal gave her a puzzled look. Kimberly, this isn't on you. What isn't? That a child was taken? That no one saved him? That Dinchara used him in over a dozen murders and nobody noticed? We're the police, Sal. If it's not our fault, then whose is it? The kid shot Tommy Mark Evans. Because he was trapped, he could have just as easily aimed at you. You know what? That doesn't help. Then, through her rising panic, she remembered, damn it, Ginny Jones. She's waiting for him in the parking lot. Hurry, before she hears the sirens. We have to find Ginny Jones. Quincy and Rainey were unarmed and out of their element, but that never stopped them. Quincy led the way, with Rainey moving swiftly behind him across the dark, rain-slicked asphalt. The worst of the storm had passed, leaving only the drumming rain and gusting wind. It was hard to hear, harder to see. For Quincy, it felt familiar. Not so long ago, he and his future son-in-law Mac had scrambled through the Tillamook County Fairgrounds, desperate to reach Rainey during a hostage crisis. That day had gone sideways. And tonight, streetlights glinted off wet windshields, warping their view, making it easy for anyone inside a car to spot them first. It hit him then, they were doing this backward. They didn't need to peer into every window, they just needed to check for exhaust. Getaway car 101, the engine would be running. He signaled Rainey to take the right side near the street. He moved left, half crouching along the line of vehicles. Then, up ahead by the side exit, a small sedan idling quietly. He caught Rainey's eye with a wave. As she started toward him, he realized their problem. Ginny Jones had a car, maybe a weapon. They had only nerve and quick thinking. Quincy switched to plan B. He grabbed a hefty rock, wrapped it in his coat, and in 4 strides was at the driver's window. Ginny's eyes flew open in shock. He drove his wrapped fist through the glass, snatched the keys from the ignition. The girl screamed. He yanked the door open and offered a sharp, predatory grin. Bad news, he said. My daughter's still alive, and you're coming with me. Ginny screamed again. Please, Rainey said, appearing beside him, as if we care. They hauled Ginny from the car into the storm, just as the first police cruisers screeched into view. Rainey and Quincy rushed her up the stairs, turned the corner, and Kimberly saw them, pushing herself up from the floor. "No, Kimberly!" Quincy managed to shout, but it was too late. Kimberly's shoulders slammed into Ginny's chest, and the two women crashed to the floor in a furious heap. Ginny was shouting something unintelligible, while Kimberly's scream tore through the room. "You gambled with my child's life, you deceitful liar! How could you endanger my baby?" Rainey lunged for one of them, Quincy for the other, but the women were a whirlwind of motion. Ginny's hand cracked against Kimberly's cheek, and Kimberly seized a fistful of the girl's hair. "Where is he? I won't ask again. Where does Dinchara have the other boy?" Ginny's cries were a broken record. "Where is he? Where is he? What have you done with Aaron? You had no right to risk me."
I was trying to help. All you needed to do was tell me the truth. Aaron, Aaron, Aaron.
Finally, Sal waded into the chaos. He hooked his hands under Kimberly's arms and hauled her back from Ginny's thrashing body, hissing in her ear. "That's enough. You're making a scene." Kimberly went still, her breath heaving. She looked up. Two of Sheriff Wyatt's deputies were framed in the hallway, their eyes wide, hands resting on their holstered sidearms. Their gazes swept from Ginny to Kimberly, then to Rainey, Quincy, and Sal. "Special Agent Sal Martignetti," Sal announced sharply, flashing his credentials with one hand while keeping a firm grip on Kimberly's arm with the other. She clenched her fists, adrenaline still coursing through her. She tried to force it down. It was no use. A scream was building in her throat, a raw, endless scream. Then, all she wanted was to collapse into her husband's embrace and weep. After Rainey and Quincy introduced themselves and Ginny Jones was named, the tension in the room began to ease. The deputies' hands drifted away from their weapons, and a collective shaky breath was drawn. "Ma'am," the older deputy said carefully, his eyes lingering on the spatter of blood in Kimberly's hair. "Are you injured? Do you need medical attention?" "No." Kimberly's focus snapped back to Ginny, who was now getting to her feet with Rainey's help. The girl met her stare, chin lifted, shoulders set in defiance. "Bitch!" Ginny mouthed silently. That was all it took. Kimberly wiped a streak of blood from her own cheek. Then, with deliberate calm, she reached over and smeared it across Ginny's exposed collarbone. "Hey, what the hell?" "That's from Aaron," Kimberly stated flatly. "Guess what? He didn't make it." With a shriek of pure fury, Ginny launched herself again and they went down in another tangle, this time with both deputies joining Quincy, Rainey, and Sal in the frantic effort to separate them. Half an hour later, Kimberly and Ginny sat at opposite ends of a long table in the vacant basement dining room of the Smith house. Sheriff Duffy had arrived to oversee matters until Sheriff Wyatt returned. Most of the deputies were upstairs, securing the area for the evidence team. Quincy and Rainey flanked Kimberly. Sal sat beside Ginny. To Kimberly, they looked like boxers in their corners, with Duffy planted in the middle as the referee. "Let's start with the basics and go from there, shall we?" Duffy suggested in his low, rumbling voice. "Everyone has water now. We're all going to behave." He turned to Ginny Jones and gestured to the tape recorder before him. "For the record, please state your name and the date." Ginny shot him a venomous look, and for a moment, Kimberly thought she might vault the table for another round. But then the girl's shoulders slumped, the fight draining out of her. "Ginny," she murmured. "Virginia Jones." Duffy collected the full names and badge numbers from every officer present, noted the date and location, read Ginny her rights, and had her sign the waiver. Finally, they began. Yes, Virginia had driven Aaron Johnson to the Smith house that night. Yes, she knew he was armed and that he intended to possibly shoot federal agent Kimberly Quincy. Aaron Johnson wasn't his birth name. It was an alias created by a second, unidentified individual known as Dinchara, who provided the alias for public use. Dinchara supplied the 9mm pistol and designated FBI Special Agent Kimberly Quincy as the intended target. In exchange for carrying out the shooting, Aaron was promised his freedom, a release from the captivity he had endured under Dinchara for over 10 years. Dinchara framed this act as a graduation, and Aaron was desperate to earn that status. What was your part in all this? Duff pressed the young woman. She gave a slight shrug. I was just the driver. Her hands rested on the gentle curve of her stomach. Aaron and I are expecting. That's why he needed to graduate, so we could start our life together. Her eyes flicked back to Kimberly, a flash of anger returning. What did you do to him? He was just a kid who didn't know any better. How could you shoot a boy? Kimberly pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Ginny didn't yet know the full story of what transpired in that hotel room, and law enforcement wasn't in the habit of sharing details prematurely. You set me up, Kimberly stated flatly. Aaron needed a target for his so-called graduation, and you picked me. Why? I didn't. He told me everything. Start talking now, or your child will be born in a prison infirmary and taken from you the second it arrives. I can show you reports about pregnant inmates going into labor while shackled to a bed, treated like livestock, just producing a baby for someone else to raise. Do you want the details? Do you want to see your future? Dinchara forced me. Don't you get it? He's only satisfied if he can destroy someone you love. But Aaron had no family left. Dinchara saw too that years ago. So who was left for him to care about? Ginny's gaze darted away at her own question, and in that moment, Kimberly understood. You, Kimberly breathed, leaning back as a wave of stunned realization washed over her. You were the obvious target. You both knew it, didn't you? That Dinchara would eventually order Aaron to kill you unless you found a substitute. It had to be a worthy target, Ginny murmured, avoiding everyone's eyes. Someone significant, but also a threat to Dinchara to capture his interest. I read about your work on the eco-killer case. I showed the article to Dinchara, and... She shrugged again. He was amused. A tough, attractive federal agent. He found it entertaining, then I knew it would work. Why didn't you come to us? Kimberly asked, her voice weary. We could have helped. We could have mounted an operation. You just had to tell someone what was happening? Like my mother begged for help? Or Tommy? Ginny offered a bitter smile at Kimberly's startled reaction. Of course Dinchara told me what Aaron did. He loved sharing the details. How Aaron stood there with the gun trembling in his hands. How Tommy pleaded, called him sir, offered his truck, his money even, other favors. And you can hear Dinchara in the background, that whispering monster chanting, shoot him, pull the trigger, you coward, shoot him, shoot him, shoot him, until Aaron finally did. I still hear it sometimes late at night, my mother screaming Tommy begging, and Dinchara laughing. So tell me, how exactly are you going to help me, Miss FBI agent? How can anyone? Ginny fell silent, her hands moving softly over her stomach. Aaron was the one who called me, wasn't he? Kimberly asked. You gave him my cell number. He called to lure me in. He gave you a lead, Ginny countered. All you had to do was find Dinchara. If you had, none of this would have happened. And the packets of driver's licenses left on Special Agent Martignyetti's windshield? Ginny shrugged. Don't ask me. I just followed orders. You delivered them? Sal interjected. But why? Who ordered it? Ginny gave him a peculiar look. Of course it was Dinchara. Who else do you imagine is calling the shots here? Kimberly felt Sal's bewilderment mirrored in her own expression. Dinchara specifically requested those IDs go to the GBI, not just the GBI, to Special Agent Martignetti himself. He even showed me a photograph of the man to be sure. What was the reason? The reason? Does there need to be one? Have you not been listening? You don't question Dinchara? Not if you value your life. He gave an order. I followed it. That's the entire story. Kimberly's frown deepened, unsettled by this revelation. Duff shifted in his seat. Ma'am, regarding this Dinchara, do you have a legal name for him, an actual address? That's the sort of detail we require. I don't have that information. You're lying, Kimberly cut in without hesitation. Hey, I already told you. I said you're lying. Kimberly slammed a photograph onto the table, one they'd retrieved from Ginny's purse. The worn black and white image captured Ginny and Aaron, their foreheads touching as they shared a private laugh. The intimate shot made both Ginny and Sal recoil. All those afternoons at the shopping center, the public affection, the pictures. You clearly had a relationship with Aaron. The only way that happened was if Dinchara arranged it. He brought Aaron along once when he came to Sandy Springs. Oh, and he generously funded your little romantic rendezvous, and he filmed us. That's his business. He makes those kinds of films and sells them online. You know those disgusting spam emails asking if you want to see something terrible? That's Dinchara's world, so he operates from a studio. It was the back of a car. Don't waste my time. Not for an operation this involved. He has a studio, a house, a place he took you to be with Aaron. I was blindfolded, the girl shouted, her voice cracking. He never let me see anything. You have no idea what he's capable of. Enough! We know exactly what he's capable of. My desk is buried in files on men just like him. Now stop delaying and tell us what we need to know. But Ginny was defiant. She leaned forward, her eyes wide and frantic. No, you really don't understand. I didn't either, not until I saw him without his hat. He doesn't just have an interest in spiders. He believes he is one. I swear to God he has eyes tattooed all over his forehead. The interrogation dragged on for 2 more grueling hours. Ginny denied any knowledge of a second boy. She maintained that Dinchara always kept her blindfolded, that she never met Aaron independently, that she knew nothing. 1 in the morning bled into 2. Kimberly's team had arrived by then, with Rachel Childs managing the hotel room scene. Kimberly stepped out long enough to give her official statement, have her hands tested for gunshot residue, and sit for documentation photos. Once the photographer, Harold, was finished, she asked him to bring the camera and follow her back down to the basement dining room. Ginny remained at the table's end, pale and trembling with fatigue. Sal had retreated to the far wall, arms tightly crossed, his expression unreadable. Rainey had vanished, likely to get some sleep. Only Quincy and Duff appeared to still be fully present. Kimberly set the digital camera in front of Ginny. She began with the first stark close-up of Aaron Johnson's shattered skull. She proceeded through all 152 images. This is Dinchara's work, Kimberly stated, her voice unnervingly calm. Click, click, click. He warped Aaron. Click, click, click. Poisoned him. Click, click, click. Ruined him. Aaron ended his life because he believed staying alive would hurt your child. Isn't that the lesson Dinchara taught him? That you must destroy what you love? And he loved you, Ginny. With this bullet fired into his own brain, he sent you his love the only way left to him. She let the silence hang for a moment, the horrific gallery complete. So what's your choice? Will you let Dinchara walk away from this? I hate you, Ginny whispered. Are you going to accept one more loss? Try to go back to a world where a man like Dinchara is still out there and knows all about your baby? What's it going to be? He'll kill you. Once he learns about Aaron, it's inevitable. What's it going to be, Ginny? He'll come for me too if I help you. He'll know. He knows everything, she whispered, her voice trembling. So what's it gonna be? Ginny Jones wrapped her arms around herself, a sob breaking free. She surrendered the address. Sal pushed off from the wall. All right, he stated flatly. I'm calling in the tactical team. Chapter 36. Spiders tend to be solitary hunters. From Spider-Woman by Burkhard Bilger, The New Yorker. Henrietta was gone. He discovered her on her back in the ICU enclosure, her twisted legs drawn tightly inward. He nudged her with a finger, a hollow gesture like a child prodding a goldfish long after it has floated to the top of the bowl. Nothing. He tried once more, but the stillness was absolute. Slumping in the dim bathroom, a sudden weight crushed his chest. Was this grief? A constricting vice, a struggle for air, a raw urge to howl. He dug the heels of his hands into his eyes, but it offered no release. The pressure swelled, relentless and suffocating. For no logical reason, his mind flashed to that toddler, the one the Burgerman had made him bury beneath the flowering shrubs. His throat seared, his shoulders trembled, and he despised it all. The violent surge of sorrow, the grating sound of his own weeping, the utter uselessness of his tears. The police never found that little boy's remains. He knew because he still checked online sometimes. That child was forever missing, just as he was lost, just as Aaron was gone, and the new boy, Scott, and tens of thousands of others every single year. His brother had been right. So many wayward boys for the Bergerman to pulverize into nothing. That's what the man had done for decades, a relentless, grinding consumption of lives, innocent or otherwise. It barely registered to him. He destroyed because it was the only act that ever silenced his own fear. The end was approaching. He could sense it in the air. The police scanner had buzzed incessantly for hours with reports of a shooting at the historic Smith estate. The victim wasn't a federal agent, but an unidentified young male. Aaron had failed. Perhaps the agent got to him first, or maybe it was something else entirely. It scarcely mattered now. Henrietta was dead, Aaron was dead, and the younger boy had vanished into the house further down the slope. All that remained was Ginny, and she was nothing but a deceitful traitor. If the police reached her first, she'd hand him over without a second thought. Betrayal was what women did best. He needed to think, to devise a strategy, but first he had to attend to Henrietta. His eyes flicked to the clock, 3:05 a.m. The moment he registered the hour, the plan crystallized with cold, perfect clarity. He arranged Henrietta carefully in the center of his bed. Then he moved to the shelves lining the wall, where the rest of his collection resided in neat rows of glass enclosures. Starting on the left, he worked his way to the right, lifting every lid. He continued into the nursery room, the brown recluse's chamber, the weaver's space, slowly, methodically granting each spider its freedom. Out in the garage, he collected several cans of gasoline. He began with the computer, the device holding the most evidence against him. He moved into the living room, drenching the sofa, the curtains, the flimsy bookshelves. He proceeded to the boy's room, then up the stairs to his inner sanctuary. He soaked the mattress where Henrietta lay, a funeral pyre for a fallen warrior. As he headed back to the garage for the last 2 cans, the wail of sirens pierced the distance. More officers heading to the Smith estate, or were they finally coming for him? He'd already endured a decade in the most brutal prison imaginable. There was no chance in hell he was going back. A new wave of fury washed over him as he uncapped the gas can, the liquid splashing out in a steady stream. Those incompetent fools should have found him, he thought bitterly. They should have tracked the Bergermen, stormed that first motel room, and rescued him like a hero, but they never came. Not once in 10 long years, not even at this bitter final hour. They had failed him utterly. They had allowed him to become this. Now he would show them. He would show them all the things the Bergerman had taught him to do. The final gas can was drained. He flung it into the spare room in frustration, splattering his skin with a few last drops, the sharp smell flooding his senses. The wail of sirens grew louder, closer. Time was almost up. On the upper landing, he had to step carefully around 4 dark moving shapes, the first of the tarantulas finding freedom from their glass cases, exploring this new world. He took the steps 2 at a time. Downstairs, 2 more of his pets were already in a brutal clash, fangs seeking weak points in each other's armored bodies, legs tangled in a fight for dominance. First taste of the open air, and the cannibalistic creatures were already trying to destroy each other. Ladies, he thought, you haven't seen anything yet. But there was no time for commentary. He yanked open the hallway closet to reveal the gun safe. A quick spin of the dial, a practiced twist. The heavy door swung open and he surveyed his collection. The sirens peaked, now just over the ridge. 9mm, a Glock 40 shotgun, a .22 rifle, stacks of ammunition boxes. He shoved it all into his rifle bag, his trembling hands scattering a few loose shells across the floor. Tires screeched to a halt out front. Screw it! He snatched up the bag and sprinted for the rear patio. At the threshold, he remembered, digging the Zippo from his pocket and striking it to life. The initial jet of flame roared through the kitchen, scorching the hairs on his arms and igniting the gasoline spattered on his own skin. He batted at his left hand, eyes fixed as the fire raced down the corridor and lunged hungrily for the staircase. And maybe it was a trick of the roaring blaze, but he believed he heard the first high, shrill sound of a spider dying. He was destroying what he loved most. doing the only thing he'd ever truly excelled at, but one debt remained, a love that had stubbornly refused to die, persisting through all the empty years. Aaron had fallen short. The burger man would not. He swung the heavy olive-drab bag onto his shoulder and slipped out the back, just as a white police van skidded into his driveway, just as a downstairs window shattered outward from the heat, and just as his entire life's collection began to cook and blacken. Rita was already awake and standing at her window when the first siren cut through the night. She didn't flinch at the noise but remained still, observing a glowing orange sphere climbing above the tree line. She knew at once where the fire was, the old Victorian on the hill, and she wasn't the least bit surprised when the boy materialized in her doorway, hands concealed behind his back. She didn't speak, simply pushed back the bedcovers and retrieved her pistol. "Child, you mixed up in this?" "No, ma'am. Been here the whole night?" "Yes, ma'am." "All right, he's on his way then. We best see to the doors and windows." The boy produced a knife. Chapter 37. Spiders are lethally efficient. One researcher in the Netherlands calculates roughly 5 trillion spiders reside there alone, each consuming approximately 1/10 of a gram of prey daily. If their prey were human beings instead of bugs, they would require a mere 3 days to devour all 16.5 million Dutch citizens, from Spider Woman by Burkhard Bilger, The New Yorker, March 5, 2007. By the time Kimberly and Sal reached the location Ginny had given them, the house was fully consumed by fire. The fire department was on scene, crews doggedly training their hoses on the inferno, but both agents could see it was a hopeless fight. They stayed behind the barrier, watching the orange flames paint the night sky, feeling the blaze's intense warmth on their faces. Neighbors huddled nearby, cinching bathrobes against a light rain as they congregated in the street to witness the spectacle. "What a shame," remarked an elderly woman, her gray hair set in perfect pin curls. "It was such a lovely home once." "Did you know the owner?" Sal asked quickly, moving with Kimberly toward her. But the woman only shook her head. "Knew of him a long time ago. The house had been sold a couple of years back. Maybe 3. The new owner was a ghost. He clearly had no interest in keeping up the place or the yard. That much was obvious." She sniffed with clear disapproval.
"You mentioned he?"
Kimberly pointed out. The neighbor just shrugged. "That's the only person I ever spotted, a younger man hopping in and out of a black SUV, wore a baseball cap all the time, even in the middle of winter, seemed like a strange one. Definitely not the neighborly type." "He wasn't," a man added from a few feet away, wrapped in a blue flannel robe. "My wife tried to welcome him with a plate of brownies. She saw him through the side window after she rang the bell, just standing there in the foyer." He never answered the door. She finally left the plate on the step and came home. A real odd duck. "Did you ever see a boy?" Sal asked. The man frowned in thought. "Maybe 18 or 19? He hardly ever came outside. I assumed he was the son." "There's a younger boy, too," the first woman stated with authority. "At least I've started seeing one in the yard recently. Couldn't say if he lives there or is just visiting." Sal and Kimberly shared a look. "What about tonight?" "Didn't see a thing," the woman replied. "Not until I heard the sirens and saw the fire." They turned to the man, who offered an apologetic shrug. It seemed the folks on this street actually went to bed at a decent hour, a luxury Sal and Kimberly certainly hadn't enjoyed. They tracked down the first deputy on the scene, a young officer with little to add. He'd heard the dispatch call sending all units to the address for an unknown suspect. By the time he arrived, the first crimson tongues of fire were already visible in the front windows. Then, in a flash, the windows blew out and the whole house became a massive fireball. He called the fire department, and that was that. Next, they spoke to the fire chief, a portly man with a graying mustache and a face etched by years of smoke and heat. "Definitely an accelerant," he announced in a booming voice. "No way a place goes up this fast in damp conditions without a little help. Smells like gasoline to me, but we'll need Mike to confirm." Mike was the county arson investigator. He'd been notified but couldn't start his examination until the flames were out, the structure cooled, and the site was secure.
That meant late morning at the earliest, possibly even afternoon. In other words, no news, no progress. The fire chief advised them to get some rest. He'd call when it was their turn to play. Kimberly found that darkly amusing, as if sleep were even a possibility now. The mere idea made her let out a short, brittle laugh that bordered on hysterical. She could feel the heat pressing against her skin again, smell the acrid stench of burning insulation, melting wires, and splashed fuel. Her mind fixated on the younger child. Was a small body already curled into a fighter's pose somewhere in that inferno? She had failed one boy tonight. What about his supposed replacement, the so-called spare? With a thunderous crack, the fire burst through the roof, finding new oxygen and erupting in a deafening roar. The old house let out a warning groan. The fire crew shouted for everyone to fall back. Then, with a tremendous weary sigh, the structure twisted, seemed to hang suspended for one final second, and collapse. A fountain of red embers shot into the dark sky. Fresh flames rocketed upward into the cloudy night. The gathered neighbors gasped. The firefighters charged ahead with grim resolve. Sal guided Kimberly back to his car. They drove in silence to the hotel, where Rainey and Quincy were sleeping, where Kimberly's ERT team was working, and where the body of a single boy was finally being loaded into an ambulance by the EMTs. Ginny Jones had already been transported to the county jail. One nightmare was concluding, but another was just beginning. Sal led Kimberly to his room. "He knows," she whispered, the truth settling like ash. "Dinshara knows Aaron failed. That's why he set the fire." He knew we were on his trail, so he tried to erase his steps. Sal pulled back the blankets, guided her to sit on the mattress, then gently helped her lie down and tucked the covers around her. "We have to act," Kimberly pressed on, her voice unwavering. "What if he sees the younger boy as a risk now, or decides to turn his attention toward us? We need a strategy." Sal took a pillow and set it on the floor. "He's coming, Sal. I can feel it. Something terrible is going to happen." "Just sleep," Sal told her. He stretched out on the hardwood floor with only the pillow, no blanket. Kimberly looked at him, stunned. Then, surprising herself, she shut her eyes and let the world fade mercifully away.
"All right, listen up,"
Sheriff Duffy began a little after 11 in the morning. He'd called the first task force meeting in the basement of the Smith house. The room was packed. Kimberly's evidence team was there, along with a group of local deputies who'd been working through the night. Coffee was poured quickly and in large amounts, followed by trays of warm buttermilk biscuits and homemade sausage patties. For a task force briefing, the spread was impressively good. "There are two main routes up Blood Mountain," Duffy stated, pointing to a large topographic map spread across a table. He tapped a thick, marked line with his finger. "You've got the Woody Gap Trail starting off Highway 60, or you can take Highway 180 up to Lake Winfield Scott and head up via Slaughter Gap. Slaughter Gap is a steeper, shorter climb. Could be tricky if you're hauling gear and a body. Both paths get a lot of foot traffic, though. I can't for the life of me figure how two men could drag victims up there repeatedly without somebody noticing something odd." "They weren't using the main trails," Kimberly said, her voice weary. She was seated beside her father and Rainey at another table, holding a mug of hot coffee in both hands. Her cell phone was attached to her belt, stubbornly quiet despite the several messages she'd left for Mac. She'd managed 3 hours of sleep and a long, hot shower. It was as close to feeling human as she was going to get. Sal was seated clear across the room. If her father or Rainey found that strange, or wondered where she'd spent the night, they hadn't mentioned it. Kimberly went on. "The boy, Aaron, told us they had their own path, one that ran higher than the main trails where they could look down on other hikers. Cub Scouts," she added after a moment. "He said Dinshara liked watching the bouncy little Cub Scouts." Duffy raised an eyebrow. "Last I checked, scout troops use those main trails. So we're still searching for a trailhead near either Woody Gap on 60 or Slaughter Gap on 180. Or it could be from a completely different side," Harold suggested, leaning his tall frame over the map. He traced several routes with his finger. "See, you could access the mountain here, here, or here. By the time you reach the summit, you'd be looking down on either of the main trails."
Any of these would be safer than hiking right alongside a popular path, and this route in particular offers a smoother, more gradual incline. That's what I'd check first, if I were the one hauling bodies up a mountain. He looked up and noticed everyone watching him with curiosity. Hey, I hike a lot. I think the real issue, Rachel Child said from her spot next to Harold, is that there are simply too many ways to reach the summit. You're looking at roughly 8 miles just from the Woody Gap trailhead to the top of Blood Mountain. Then there's the Slaughter Gap approach, the link to the Appalachian Trail, and various other possible ascents. From a search team's perspective, it's a massive area of very rugged terrain, and the conditions aren't helping. She gestured vaguely toward the window where a steady cold rain was falling. All true, Duffy agreed. But if they were carrying bodies up on stretchers, they would have worn a reasonably clear path. We're not talking about hacking through untouched wilderness here, more like we're scanning the outer edge for the right entry point. Which is a lot harder when you're dealing with thick, tangled brush, Rainey interrupted. It will be accessible, Quincy stated firmly. Considering what we understand about our subject, his comfort in the wilderness, his need for concealment, it's likely he's hidden or camouflaged the start of that path. But he clearly knows this terrain and Blood Mountain intimately. The dumping sites themselves hold a deeper significance for him. In geographic profiling, we call that a totem place. It's where he revisits his fantasies and soothes his nerves. It's the one spot where he feels truly dominant. Of course he'd want to return there often to reclaim that sensation. So, Rachel said with a hint of sarcasm, if we just say the magic words, a hidden door swings open and leads us right up, either way we have to locate that trail opening, and to pull that off we're going to need some specialized assistance. You're thinking the National Guard? Duff asked, frowning. No, I mean professionals trained in search operations, preferably with dogs. Duff's expression shifted. You believe cadaver dogs could pick up a scent? I haven't had much experience with them, but like you said, it's a good 8 miles from the trailhead to the top. Can a dog really detect decomposition from that far away? Rachel pressed her lips together. I'm not sure. I'm not a dog handler. Special Agent Quincy mentioned the subject described dragging the bodies up on a litter that should leave a scent trail behind. But Harold, who always had an opinion, was already shaking his head. Dogs operate on scent. The human body is constantly shedding skin cells and bacteria, producing an odor we never notice but that dogs can detect. For cadaver dogs, that scent comes from decomposition. It starts strong but fades as organic material breaks down. If these dumping sites are too old and too distant, there might not be enough residual scent for the dogs to lock onto. Once, I worked with a pair of dogs that alerted on fully skeletonized remains in a dry creek bed, Rachel countered. There wasn't any decaying tissue left at that stage, and they still found the bones. Was the dry creek bed your designated search zone? Yes. Well, there you have it. Those dogs were working a confined area, which let them zero in on a fainter odor. But in your own words, we're not dealing with a small zone. We've got an entire mountain to cover. Search dogs, Kimberly interjected softly. Forget cadaver dogs. What we need are tracking dogs. Her two colleagues paused their bickering to look at her. Why search dogs? Rachel asked. First, I thought we were looking for the bodies at this magical totem place. Bodies that were carried up the mountain by 2 men, one of whom's clothing we now have. Harold caught on immediately. Take the socks from the boy's remains, he said, growing animated. Give them to the dogs and instruct the dogs to search for the boy. With any luck, they'll pick up his trail and follow it straight to the dumping grounds. Kimberly finished, taking another sip of her steaming coffee. Her father had finally settled back beside her, a quiet gesture of support. Who knows when those men last went up the mountain, Duff added. I always thought trailing dogs needed to be on a fresh trail within just a few hours. Not bloodhounds, Harold chimed in brightly. They can follow a scent that's weeks old, especially in cool conditions like these. Sure, labs might be better for cadaver work, but you can't beat a pair of blue-tick hounds for tracking someone down. Find us some bloodhounds, and we might just have a shot. Everyone turned to look at the local officer. Bloodhounds? Here in Georgia? Duff allowed himself a small smile. Let me make a phone call. The bloodhounds arrived with names like Lulu and Fancy, handled by an older man who introduced himself as Skeeter. Skeeter wore worn blue overalls and had little interest in conversation. Harold communicated with Sheriff Duffy through a series of nonverbal gestures, shoulder lifts and head tilts, and ignored everyone else. At Harold's urging, the team began along Highway 180, tracing a ridgeline he'd identified on the topo map as the most viable hiking route. Though there had been some grumbling earlier about symbolic markers, Quincy's point had stuck. Even killers tended to be pragmatic, opting for trails that were straightforward and navigable. Lulu and Fancy were already combing the dense undergrowth with Skeeter, while a German shepherd named Danielle and her handler were dispatched toward the Woody Gap trailhead. A second search crew was en route from Atlanta. They'd gear up after lunch and begin near Lake Winfield Scott. With Lulu and Fancy occupied, the rest of the task force had little to do but wait in the drizzle, rain sliding from the edges of their caps. Kimberly drifted toward the scant shelter of a tall fir where Rachel and Harold stood, both clad in identical bright yellow rain slickers. The other vehicles were lined up along the roadside like a stalled convoy, anchored by a massive white crime scene trailer. Inside was the standard inventory, a collapsible canopy, evidence bags and tags, surveying tools, protective eyewear, all-weather clothing, a generator, tarps, and rolls of butcher paper. Watching the steady rain, Kimberly could almost read Rachel's mind. She was probably wishing she'd brought the Green Gator ATVs for tackling the rough terrain of Blood Mountain. The eternal dilemma of an ERT leader, so many gadgets, so few chances to use them. Rachel started to lift a hand in greeting just as the cell phone on Kimberly's belt finally buzzed. Kimberly glanced at the screen, kept her expression neutral, offered Rachel an apologetic half-shrug, and moved toward a quieter spot behind a broad pine. She pushed back the hood of her raincoat to press the phone to her ear, her fingers fumbling twice before she managed it. "Hey," she said, her voice coming out a little rushed, her heart thumping. "Hey yourself," Mac answered. "How was your shift?" "We rounded up 8 dealers, confiscated a few £100 of coke, the usual." She managed a thin smile, pressing her fingers to the bridge of her nose as pressure built behind her eyes. "When did you finish?" "Couple hours ago. You must be exhausted." "Sleep sounds amazing, but I wanted to hear your voice first. You know, check in with my wife." His tone had a ragged edge, anger, fatigue, or pain. She couldn't tell anymore. The silence stretched between them, heavy and uncomfortable, until she was sure he felt it too, that widening gap that once seemed minor but now felt vast and unsettling. "Your night?" he finally asked, his voice low and strangely hollow. "There was an incident, Kimberly." "I'm all right, but the informant, the one who's been calling me, he came to my hotel and shot himself." "Kimberly?" He admitted that Dinchara has been abducting and murdering sex workers. The boy helped hide the bodies. He was one of Dinchara's victims, too, taken when he was just a kid. He couldn't take it anymore. He put the gun to his temple, and it was everywhere, all over the hotel room. "Are you okay?" Mac asked, his voice gentle. And then she surprised them both by answering, "No, I'm not okay. I'm furious. I'm so angry I could shatter something, but what good would it do? We were too late, all of us. That boy needed someone to save him a decade ago. We failed him." "We failed Ginny Jones. We failed Tommy Mark Evans. This whole investigation is just a chain of tragedies that never should have happened. And now I'm standing at the bottom of a place called Blood Mountain, where if we're lucky, we'll uncover more bodies dumped by the monster who began all this. Sometimes I can't believe I'm bringing a child into a world where these horrors aren't shrinking, they're spreading. Where kids are stolen from their beds, from hotel rooms, from camping trips in what should be safe places. If law enforcement is a war, we're losing, she muttered, the frustration a bitter taste in her mouth. And I'm just furious. I'll drive up, Mac insisted, his voice tight with concern. Absolutely not. You've been awake all night. You need to rest. Are you near Woody Gap or closer to the lake? You know Blood Mountain? Kimberly asked, surprised. I grew up around here, remember? He replied, a hint of his old hometown pride coming through. Mac, you really should sleep. Just give me 2 hours. What could possibly happen in 2 hours? I love you, Kimberly. I'll see you soon. The line went dead. Kimberly leaned against the rough bark of a pine, a storm of emotions churning inside her. Was she anxious or somehow comforted, scared or just utterly bewildered? Above all, she was acutely aware of her own heartbeat, a frantic drum against her throat. The rain had softened to a persistent drizzle, droplets sliding from the needles above to trace cold paths down her scalp and spine. For a fleeting, uncharacteristic moment, it felt as if the forest itself was weeping, a sentimental thought she immediately dismissed. Instead, she placed a hand low on her abdomen, her touch soft and questioning. "Hello in there," she whispered. Then, almost without thinking, she added, "I'm sorry," though the apology felt vague, meant for everything and nothing all at once. She noticed her father, Quincy, standing by the roadside, trying to catch her eye. With a resigned sigh, she walked over. Rainey joined them from across the wet asphalt. "Have you spoken with Ginny Jones this morning?" Quincy asked. Kimberly shook her head, studying his intent expression. "I have a question for her," he continued. "It might help clarify a few matters." Kimberly gave a half-hearted shrug. The bloodhounds were doing their job. Everyone else was just waiting. It wasn't like they had more pressing tasks. "Fine, let's call." She dialed the county sheriff's department, putting her phone on speaker and holding it so the three of them could listen in close. After stating her name and requesting the officer handling Ginny Jones's booking, a weary-sounding deputy eventually came on the line. "What do you need?" he asked. "FBI Special Agent Kimberly Quincy. I'm following up on the arrest of Virginia Jones. When is her arraignment scheduled? Already done?" "Excuse me." Her shocked eyes darted to Quincy and Rainey, who looked just as stunned. "Arraignment was at 9:30 this morning. We took her over, bail was set, and she was out by 10:15. "Are you serious?" Rainey and Quincy stared at her outburst. On the other end, the deputy hesitated. "Well, bail was set at 10,000, he offered. For being an accessory to the attempted murder of a federal agent." Kimberly's voice was sharp. "The guy ended up killing himself. Not you. Seems that took the wind out of the DA's sails. Ginny had no way of knowing Aaron would do that. Just telling you what the judge decided. Bail was 10 grand. The bond was paid. By who? There was a muffled thud as the phone was set down, followed by a distant shout. "Hey, Rick, who posted bail for the Jones girl? A bondsman family?" A pause, then the deputy returned. "Not a bondsman, some local guy. Had a cashier's check for the full amount. Rick says the girl hugged him in the parking lot, so he figured they knew each other." Kimberly squeezed her eyes shut. Please don't tell me he was wearing a baseball cap. "Hey, Rick." A brief wait. "Yeah, a red one. Damn it." In that instant, the whole twisted scheme snapped into focus. A hysterical laugh threatened to bubble up, but it was swallowed by a wave of furious despair. She ended the call violently and lashed out at a tuft of sodden grass with her boot. How could we be so incredibly stupid? She played us. She played every single one of us. Her father and Rainey watched her, bewildered. She spelled it out for them, her voice trembling with a rage that felt almost delirious as she continued to kick at the ground. "You must kill the one you love. Those are the rules. Aaron Johnson is dead. So what does that actually mean?" Quincy understood first, his face hardening. She graduated. Ginny Jones set Aaron up to complete her training. Exactly. And we're the fools who let her walk right out. Dinshara posted her bail and picked her up. The realization settled over them, cold and heavy as the mountain rain. She was seen embracing him in the parking lot. They're exposed. They're a couple now, and we're in serious trouble. You can't possibly think. Rainey began, but her words were cut off by the deep, urgent howl of a tracking dog, then a sharp cry of discovery. All three turned to see a rush of people surging ahead, voices rising in a chorus of excitement. The hounds had the trail, leading Skeeter and the search team straight into the dense forest. Chapter 38. The jumping spider possesses enormous eyes capable of detecting the slightest motion of nearby insects. It stalks its target with silent precision. Then it leaps, jaws already open in mid-air to deliver a fatal strike the moment it lands on its prey. From Freaky Facts About Spiders, B. Christine Morley, 2007. They trekked for what felt like ages, Lulu and Fancy tugging relentlessly at their leashes, driven by the scent. Harold kept pace with Skeeter, navigating the rugged rising path as it twisted past fallen logs, jagged rock formations, and eroded creek beds. Every so often, he'd pause to secure a bright orange marker ribbon on a tree, leaving a clear trail for the others lagging behind. Rachel had also handed Harold a camera, figuring he'd reach the location first and could start photographing everything. A few evidence response technicians remained back at the command van, maintaining radio contact. If more equipment was needed, Rachel could radio the request, and an agent would follow the orange markers up the mountainside. As per procedure, everyone wore protective vests and carried both first aid kits and sidearms. Safety remained the top priority even when the objective was a corpse. Kimberly fell behind faster than she wanted. Her determination was solid, but her body had different plans. She felt a distinct pulling ache where her thighs met her growing belly, a strain on muscles and ligaments already working hard to accommodate one major change without the added demand of charging up a mountain. Quincy and Rainey stayed beside her. Kimberly assumed Sal was much farther up the trail, close to the action. "Need to stop?" her father asked after a moment. "I'm fine. I need to stop," Rainey declared. Then she smirked. "Oh, quiet. I'm pregnant, not an idiot." Rainey's grin was infectious, and they pressed on, though Kimberly's pace might have dipped just a bit more. In the distance, she could hear the dogs baying, the occasional muffled shout. Otherwise, the woods enveloped them, a damp green vault smelling of wet earth and rotting wood. Up here, the trail coiled into a series of tight switchbacks with thick, gnarled roots creating rough steps underfoot. The incline was brutal, the going painfully slow. They were all breathing heavily from the climb. "Did you talk to Mac?" her father inquired. Kimberly nodded, too winded for words. "How was his night?" Quincy pressed. "Wrapped up a big drug bust," she said, pausing for breath. "He's in good spirits." "Did you tell him what's going on here?" her father asked, his tone casual. "He's driving here now," Kimberly managed between gulps of air, which said it all. "You mentioned Dinchara posted Ginny's bail?" Quincy started again. "Any theory on why? Maybe they're planning to skip town," Rainey suggested. She halted at a switchback's crest to take a drink. Kimberly used the brake to drag in several deep breaths. "He needs her," Kimberly stated finally. Why else would he risk appearing at the county courthouse after torching his own house? Why hand over $10,000? He bailed her out because he has a scheme. I'll be damned if I can figure out what it is, though. "You believe she's working with him?" Quincy asked. "I don't know," Kimberly admitted. Listening to Ginny, Dinchara abducted her and forced her into prostitution. She plays the victim, and yet she had her own place in Sandy Springs. Think of all the chances to run. Instead, she stays for 2 whole years, even after learning he murdered her mother and set up Tommy Mark Evans's death. The girl had the cunning to single out an FBI agent, yet she didn't flee when the opportunity arose. That doesn't add up. Whatever her game is, she isn't playing it solely on Dinchara's orders. She's in it for the thrill, the peril, the mind games, the brutality. That girl is deeply twisted. Stockholm Syndrome, Quincy murmured. "Beyond that," Kimberly stated bluntly, "you dislike her. She did orchestrate a plan that would have ended with me dead. But you don't hold the same resentment for the boy, Aaron, who was the one holding the weapon." Kimberly shifted, a flare of irritation rising in her chest, sharper than she felt was justified. "Listen, from everything we've heard, he was trapped with Dinchara from a younger age. He endured more for longer. And if he had been taken later or suffered less, where exactly do we draw that line between victim and someone not victimized enough? That's the eternal debate, isn't it? Kimberly shot her father a look that signaled the end of the conversation. He could dissect definitions all day. In her book, Aaron and Ginny were fundamentally different, and that was that. They resumed their trek. The barking of the dogs intensified, leading them over a final rise where the rest of the team was assembled at a clearing's edge. The canines worked the perimeter, noses to the ground, surging forward only to double back in frustrated loops. Skeeter moved with them, his arm jerked in every direction as he maintained a patient pace. "They've lost the scent," Harold announced, joining them. "The dogs catch a whiff right around there, but then it vanishes, hence all the back and forth." Rachel was scanning the clearing with a familiar, focused expression. "You think this is the spot?" Kimberly said, a statement of fact. "Feels right. What's your take?" Kimberly surveyed the area. They were high on the mountainside in a clearing roughly 20 by 40 feet, partially framed by a rocky ledge. The rear section opened into a grassy meadow sheltered by towering evergreens. Near the front, a broad, flat rock formed a natural seat. On a clear day, the vantage point would offer a sweeping view, perhaps even one that included a distant scout camp. All in all, a pleasant spot for a picnic, or for concealing a body. "Did you bring the survey gear?" Kimberly asked Rachel. "Like I'd forget, Harold?" Harold turned, revealing a backpack with long orange rods strapped to its side. He handed it over before heading off to consult with Skeeter and Sheriff Duffy. As Rainey and Quincy watched with curiosity, Kimberly began unpacking the equipment. "Ever been part of an outdoor recovery?" she asked them. They hadn't. Quincy's profiling work typically began long after such a scene was processed. Rainey, as a former small-town deputy, might have had the chance, but had apparently avoided that particular duty. Kimberly, however, assisted with several such operations each year. Like every member of her team, she'd completed a week of intensive training at the outdoor recovery school run by the Forensic Anthropology Center at the University of Tennessee, the place famously known as the Body Farm. "Here's how this works," she explained, lifting one of the slender probes. "We'll form a shoulder-to-shoulder line spanning the width of the clearing. We advance one step in unison, probe the ground, wait for everyone to complete the motion, and then step forward again as a single unit. If you feel a soft patch of disturbed earth, or perhaps strike something solid that warrants a closer look, you mark that spot with a flag. Once the line search is finished, we'll map the entire area into a grid. Then a second team will investigate each flagged location, processing the site one grid square at a time." Rainey asked, "How do you investigate a flag?" "You get on your stomach and carefully excavate with a hand trowel." Each shovelful of earth was carefully transferred into a waiting bucket, and once full, those buckets were carried to a designated area where a separate team would run the contents through a fine mesh screen. Their task was to search for the smallest of clues, tiny bone fragments, possible bullet casings, or even a single tooth. It was startling, really, how delicate some human bones could be, especially those in the hands. Without a meticulous sifting process, you could walk right over them and never know. Rainey's expression was one of pure dread. "You mean we have to sift every single bucket of dirt we remove?" "That's the procedure," came the reply. She gazed across the wide clearing. "We'll be stuck out here for a week." "Possibly," Kimberly agreed with a shrug. "It all depends on how many sites we mark. Hidden graves tend to leave a pattern of dips and rises in the ground. The mound is from the soil the killer dug out. The dip forms later as the body breaks down and the backfilled earth settles. You generally avoid spots near large trees, too many roots, even for someone determined to bury a body. Also, watch for patches of vigorous weeds, which love to sprout in recently disturbed soil. The complication is that an old fallen tree can create a very similar pattern of mounds and hollows. The only real way to know is to get down and carefully test the spot." Quincy looked puzzled. "Why lie on your stomach? That seems incredibly awkward. Why not just dig straight down with a shovel until you find something?" "Because most hidden graves aren't very deep. If the remains are fully skeletonized, a shovel strike can do serious damage. We treat body recovery like an archaeological dig. The goal is to disturb the skeleton as little as possible while removing the surrounding soil. You'll see us using brushes and tools straight off a documentary. And before we move a single bone, we document everything exhaustively right where it lies. Photos, maps, detailed notes. You have to. There's no way to lift an entire skeleton out intact. When the time comes, each bone is bagged separately for a forensic anthropologist to reassemble later. You have way more patience than I do, Rainey remarked. Not really, Kimberly said, her tone dry. Just then Harold returned with Sheriff Duffy and Sal following close behind. Skeeter says his dogs need a break. He isn't sure if they've lost the trail or are just worn out. But either way, this is a good time to pause. He'll walk them off for a bit and we can start searching the clearing. Duffy cleared his throat. All right, I'll gather my team. You'll show us what to do? Absolutely. Duffy moved off to his deputies who were shaking out damp raincoats and drinking from water bottles. Within minutes, he had them all together, and Rachel delivered the official briefing on how to probe for concealed graves. Harold then arranged them into a line, placing the inexperienced volunteers between the seasoned ERT members. Sal ended up stationed beside Kimberly. Neither spoke as they braced for the first slow, methodical step forward. The storm had moved on, leaving the rocks to steam under a sudden burst of afternoon sun breaking through the gloom. Under her poncho, Kimberly shifted uncomfortably, feeling the trapped heat and the cling of damp fabric. She couldn't bring herself to glance at Sal and sensed he was avoiding looking at her, too. She knew she should say something, clear the air before Mac arrived, and took one look at their stiff silence and jumped to conclusions. Second step, third, fourth. Somewhere along the line, a deputy let out an excited shout, and Harold helped him place a bright yellow flag. Mostly, though, the officers traded uneasy looks. Did I just hit something? What does a body even feel like until you'd done this a few times? It was impossible to be sure. Kimberly located a soft, yielding patch of earth and marked it. Beside her, Sal muttered a low curse. "What is it?" she asked. "I'm not sure. It's something, but it could be a rock, or a thick root, or just a dense clump of soil. It's firm, but too small to be a bone." "Bones can be surprisingly small," she offered quietly, her voice carrying a new, weary edge that hinted at the countless hours she'd spent on similar patches of ground, hoping for answers and finding only more questions. "If you're uncertain, mark it. It's always better to be cautious," came the instruction. Sal shook his head as he placed a flag. "I honestly don't know how you handle this job day after day." Because sometimes, the reply was steady, we uncover the crucial piece of evidence, or we locate the remains of a missing child, finally giving her family closure after years of waiting. Other times, it's something as simple as a gold wedding band. That might not seem significant, but if your spouse was on the flight that struck the Pentagon, that band is everything you have left. You cling to it. You'll take any fragment that helps you hold on and mourn. Sal seemed ready to respond, but another call for a yellow flag cut through the air. The line reformed and, on Harold's signal, advanced another step, their pace quickening as they fell into a rhythm. By the time they had traversed the meadow, dozens of yellow flags dotted the grass like scattered wildflowers. Kimberly felt a knot of unease. The pattern was all wrong, too scattered and random. For a shallow grave, you'd expect clusters of flags where searchers repeatedly encountered something. These were just everywhere. From several yards back, she could see Rachel shared her skepticism. The redhead stood with hands on her hips, a deep frown on her face. "What's the plan?" Harold asked.
Grit it,
Rachel replied sharply. "We don't have another option. When you're unsure, you dig it out." She pushed a hand through her hair, frustration evident. "We've got too many flags and yet not enough. This is a mess. Could we bring in a cadaver dog?" Kimberly suggested. "See if one alerts." "We could have used dogs," Sal interjected. "You need to probe first," Rachel said, chewing her lip thoughtfully. "Probing releases the decomposition gases. Give it 30-40 minutes to mature, then bring in the dog. It's remarkably effective." Sal gestured broadly. "It took us 4 hours to hike up here. We're not getting a dog here in 30 minutes. What about the bloodhounds we already have?" "The hounds are a search team following a live scent trail." "This would just confuse them," Harold clarified. His eyes on Rachel, he proposed. "We could split the team, leave half here to start excavating these flagged spots." The other half could continue with Lulu and Fancy if they pick up the scent again. We might as well check the summit. At least we'll have a better starting point for tomorrow. The mountain isn't infinite, Kimberly added. If it's not here, it's nearby. Rachel gave a distracted nod. Fine. Find Skeeter and get his read on the dogs. We'll split the team. The worn-out ones, her glance briefly touched Kimberly. Stay here. The fanatics, her eyes shifted to Harold, can push on to the summit and scout for a better location. Kimberly wasn't thrilled to be categorized with the less robust members, but her aching stomach and gnawing hunger were hard to ignore. Harold went to locate Skeeter while Sal announced to the group that it was an ideal time for a meal break. He followed Kimberly over to a fallen log where Rainey and Quincy had settled. Quincy was eating granola. Rainey had king-size Reese's peanut butter cups. Kimberly sat beside Rainey. Peanut butter cup? Rainey offered. Absolutely. Want some pudding in return? Don't mind if I do. Sal unwrapped a ham sandwich which was promptly deemed too mundane by the women. They sat in easy quiet, shedding their damp rain jackets and enjoying their snacks, the forest sounds a gentle backdrop. Then Sal glanced at Kimberly, did a sudden double take, and his face went sheet white. Don't move, he breathed. What? Kimberly asked, instinctively beginning to shift. Don't move, he hissed more urgently. She froze, her eyes widening with alarm. What is it? She whispered. Rainey, Sal instructed softly. You're closer. Look on her shoulder. Do you see it? It's a spider, Rainey said, then frowned. Why are we panicking over a little brown spider? A cold dread washed over Kimberly as she looked at Sal's pale face. A brown recluse? He gave a grim nod. She gave a faint reply, her voice barely a whisper. I assumed they were just timid. Suddenly, she was acutely aware of the open neckline of her shirt, the vulnerable skin there, and the dried salt of sweat at her collarbone. Maybe they have a taste for peanut butter cups. Sal had set his sandwich aside. He rose and moved a step nearer, his gaze fixed on her left shoulder. I'm going to make this fast. Is it on my shirt? Not exactly. She shut her eyes tight. Don't second-guess it, Sal. When you go for it, just get the thing off me. If you waver, that spider will get scared and strike.
Yeah, I got it.
Rainey and Quincy were on their feet now, their concern palpable. Then Rainey shot a look at Quincy and cursed, slapping at his collarbone. He was still bewildered when she started swatting at his shoulder and then his thigh. 1, 2, 3. Sal counted under his breath and smacked Kimberly's shoulder. The instant he did, she jumped from the log, spinning around. Jesus! Sal yelled and swatted her back 3 more times. What's happening? What is it? Spiders. They're everywhere. The 4 of them scrambled back from the log. Now Kimberly could see them clearly, slender, fragile brown bodies scurrying over the decaying bark, frantically seeking cover. Rainey was hopping around, trying to inspect her front, her back, her sides, while Quincy told her to hold still so he could help. Sal started turning in tight circles, checking his shoes, his socks, the bare skin of his shins. Kimberly watched them all, her eyes darting from her companions to the spider-infested log and back again. Crawford Hale had assured them brown recluses were reclusive. She'd said an encounter would be rare. Yet here was a whole colony. At the end of a trail hiked by Dinchara and his prisoner, in a clearing that would be ideal for hiding bodies except the marker flags made no sense. And in that instant it clicked. What she'd been told at the very beginning. What she should have never forgotten. Kimberly moved closer to the log and looked up. My initial weeks of liberty left me adrift. I checked into a Best Western, my pockets full of cash, ready to embrace a life of luxury. I purchased my first video game and proceeded to lose 96 hours glued to the screen, my eyes turning red and raw until a pounding headache finally knocked me out. I trekked the 5 miles back to the store for another game, and while there, I spotted a shiny, huffy bicycle and fell in love. So I bought that too, along with fresh clothes and new underwear. Feeling triumphant, I even got Henrietta her own glass terrarium, complete with colorful stones and a little water dish. I placed it on top of the TV where she could keep me company through my marathon gaming sessions, my hands shaky from exhaustion, my complexion growing ghostly. I couldn't sleep, couldn't unwind, couldn't stop staring at the door, waiting for the inevitable knock, waiting for it to swing open and reveal the Burgerman filling the doorway with his smashed, bloody skull. Boy, he'd roar in my nightmares, "Did you honestly believe you could kill something like me?" Then he'd just laugh and laugh until I'd jolt awake, soaked in sweat, inexplicably crying out for my mother. I played a lot of video games in those early days. By the third week, the hotel manager eyed me suspiciously every time I came down for the complimentary breakfast bagels. One morning, he asked to see my ID. I froze, stammering like a fool, then managed to say I'd fetch it from my room. I sprinted to a store and bought 3 heavy-duty duffel bags. Back in the room, I packed everything, Henrietta included. The minute night fell, we were gone. Damn manager. I found a youth hostel, thinking I'd blend in better among other solo teenagers. The place was a dump. Bare bones room, no common area TV. First night, my bike was stolen. Second night, my game console vanished. Henrietta and I hit the road again. Life became a blur of motion, sleep a luxury, food an afterthought. There was no time to rest, only the constant need to keep moving because Burgerman was coming. I had dreamed of a better life once, of a clean apartment in a quiet neighborhood. I thought that by finally slaying my personal dragon, I could find some normalcy again. Instead, I found myself right back on the same streets he had once prowled, smoking crack and trying to stay permanently disconnected from reality. Then the money vanished. I crashed hard, waking up in a pool of my own vomit with everything stolen except the duffel bag that was Henrietta's home. For the first time, it truly hit me. Burgerman was gone. There would be no more retreating to a grimy apartment, no more demands for $10 I'd supposedly earned, no more Hostess Twinkies mysteriously appearing in the cupboard. The Burgerman was dead, and I was utterly alone. I wept like a fool for hours, curled up beside a dumpster, my sobs echoing in the empty alley. I was terrified by my own solitude and furious at the pointlessness of my tears. Finally, I took Henrietta from her bag and placed her on my collarbone. I begged her to bite me, to end my misery, to do her absolute worst. She didn't. She just sat there, one hairy leg gently stroking my neck until my shuddering breaths slowed and I fell into an exhausted sleep. When I woke, Henrietta was a few inches away, meticulously devouring a cockroach. I watched, oddly fascinated by her delicate precision as she tore off the insect's head, sucked out the insides, and mashed the remains into a pulpy mess. Another roach skittered past. On a sudden, desperate impulse, I snatched it up and popped it into my mouth. A wave of warm, salty fluid flooded my tongue. I spat it out, gagging and wiping my lips frantically. The roaches were all hers. What I wanted was a Twinkie, but I had no money, no address, and no ID. I'd gone from being Burgerman's puppet to a homeless nobody, so I did what seemed logical. I propositioned the next 6 men who walked by. Soon I had enough for a cheap room for the night. Was this my future? An endless cycle of selling myself to desperate, lonely men who saw only a kid? Maybe on a rare good day scoring a joint or a hit of acid to blur the edges and make it bearable? Henrietta lived in a cage, but I was the one who couldn't break free. Then I remembered. I still had Burgerman's movies tucked safely into that last duffel bag under Henrietta's watchful gaze. Hours of videotape. There was a market for that kind of thing. I sold the first tape for $50. The buyer liked it so much he returned in just 4 hours, his eyes gleaming, saliva dampening his lip, offering $1,000 for the entire collection. In that moment, I knew I had found my opportunity. I sold him one more tape for $500, then walked straight to the nearest electronics store to invest in my new enterprise. The manager was very helpful, especially once he understood the nature of my home movies. Suddenly, he had a back room he wanted to show me. Except this time, the roles were reversed. He was on his knees, and I held the power. I liked it. I liked it a great deal, Bob. As he introduced himself, taught me everything. How to edit, how to slice and scramble 3 hours of footage into 8 different salable videos. He bought me my first computer and guided me to the right online spaces. In shadowy chat rooms, users with handles like fuck'emdead and just want pussy schooled me on the finer points of running a home-based business in kiddie porn. I learned to tap into the international market how commercial sites like mine could store images across a web of global servers to avoid tracing. As law enforcement grew smarter, I learned how to break a single image into fragments, hiding each piece in a different digital corner of the world. The digital age certainly made some things easier. It's a spectrum, this world, and I had found my place on it. The casual viewers, the ones just dipping a toe into the darkness, might be satisfied with a suggestive photo of a child, fully dressed but posed in a way that hints at something more. But that's just the surface. The real market, the serious collectors, they crave something far more specific. They want them young, under 12, female, and in distress. The industry, like any other, chases the profit. With thousands of sites operating, a staggering majority specialize in that very specific, horrific content. Bob, I discovered, was a connoisseur of that category, and when he realized his stories didn't faze me, he became downright jubilant. His glee was so palpable it began to grate on my nerves like a constant sour note. So one afternoon I paid a visit to his apartment with a baseball bat. I can't pinpoint the exact reason. Perhaps it was the season's spring, with that scent of wet soil hanging in the air, promising growth where I only saw decay. Or maybe it was the memory of the previous night's rain, which always left me restless and filled with a cold, directionless rage. I left with his computer, his recording gear, and the forged identification he'd so kindly provided. Henrietta and I were on the move again. We drifted. Age had made me less noticeable. I acquired a car and rented an apartment where the walls were thin but the neighbors were indifferent. My days were spent online, drifting through chat rooms and social platforms. I discovered a vast ocean of lonely children, desperate for any connection, and I learned that many of their parents were even more trusting than mine had been. I'd catch an hour of sleep here and there during daylight, then roam the digital night. The money piled up, most of it converted into bottles of tequila, my armor for when the bad times rolled in. When the darkness would press down for days and the sounds in my head became a chorus of screams, or the wet grunts of the burgerman, or the relentless scrape of a shovel, I'd pour the liquor down until the bottle was empty. I even tried to share my worms with Henrietta, but she turned up all 8 of her eyes in disdain. One night, halfway through a bottle, as I was rambling to Henrietta about my desperate need for real sleep, it hit me, a perfect, brilliant idea. Henrietta had been there from the beginning. She'd helped me end the burgerman, and she slept constantly, peacefully. Why? Because with 8 eyes, she could see every threat coming from any direction. The solution was suddenly blindingly obvious. I marched to the nearest tattoo shop, Henrietta perched on my shoulder, her legs gently fiddling with my hair. I laid out my design to the artist. When he paled and started to protest, I simply dropped a thick stack of cash on his counter, grabbed my bottle, and took a seat. The needle worked for 5 hours, and I screamed for every minute of it. The pain was excruciating for weeks, my forehead swollen and fever-hot, but the first day the inflammation subsided, I slept for 4 straight hours. I told Henrietta she was a genius. In that moment, I knew I would make it. I would endure. She had saved me. Then I saw him. He was in a city park playing basketball. Small for his age, but quick and agile, the kind of skinny kid who uses speed to make up for his size. He drove for a layup, and the motion caught the edge of my vision. A wave of déjà vu hit me so hard it stole my breath. The boy was a mirror image of me, from 20 years past. From a time when I had a name, a family, a future that hadn't yet been stolen, and in that instant I understood my next move. You think you're insulated? You believe your suburban address, your respectable car, your tidy home forms an impenetrable barrier. You tell yourself these horrors only happen to other people, maybe those less fortunate in neighborhoods where the statistics are grim. But not to you. Never to you. You're above it all. But let me ask you, do you own a computer? If so, I am a ghost in your child's bedroom. Do you maintain an online profile? Then I likely know your child's name, their pet, their favorite games. Do you have a webcam in your house? Right now, I could be persuading your son or daughter that removing their shirt for $50 is a harmless, easy transaction. It's just a shirt, right? What's the big deal? Come on, $50 is $50. You need to understand. I am what came after the Burger Man, and I am already here. At first, Kimberly saw nothing. Then a gust of wind stirred the branches, and she caught sight of a shape swaying gently 15 feet overhead. It resembled a pine cone, but far too large. "Rachel, Harold!" she called out, her voice rising with excitement. "Everyone, look up! The bodies are in the trees! They're hanging from the limbs!" Around her, people scrambled to their feet with startled cries, stumbling back to stare at the canopy. Kimberly's focus remained fixed on a long, oblong form wrapped in a mottled green and brown fabric. She could now discern the narrow point of bound feet, leading up to broader shoulders and the rounded contour of a head. It looked like some ancient mummy, shrouded in cloth and cord, suspended forever. Another breeze made the narrow form rock with a silent, unsettling motion that raised goosebumps on her arms. "What in the world?" Sal breathed beside her. More shouts erupted from behind as others began to spot the grim shapes dangling above. "He sees himself as a spider," Kimberly murmured. "So he's wrapped them like cocoons and hung them in his web. My God, no wonder they were never found. Whoever thinks to look up?" "Silk," Quincy offered from behind them. "Probably old army parachutes. Silk for symbolism, camouflage fabric to blend with the forest." "Nylon," Kimberly corrected. "Aaron mentioned it. It's a practical choice. Silk is fragile, decaying completely in less than 3 years. Wool isn't much better. Cotton lasts a bit longer, but nylon shows no real deterioration even after 4 years. It's the most durable material available." Her father gave her an approving smile. "I stand corrected. Well done, Agent. Don't get sentimental yet. I still have no clue how we're getting them down." Harold and Rachel had regrouped in the clearing's center. Kimberly and Sal joined them, forming a tight huddle while deputies and ERT members continued scanning the branches. "We're at 10 bodies and counting," Harold reported. "I'm placing a yellow flag at the base of each tree, on the side where the body is hung." "We'll need the total station," Rachel said, chewing her lip as she mapped out the logistics. "It's the only way to properly chart a crime scene that's literally hanging in the air. I'll call down and have Jorge and Louise bring it up." "We'll need a survey marker for a reference point, though, Harold." "I can check the USGS map in my pack. Otherwise, the command post can locate the nearest marker online. It should be somewhere accessible. The survey folks aren't any keener on bushwhacking than we are. All right, we'll bring up the total station, establish the reference point, then map the entire site before diagramming each body as its own mini-scene. We'll also need rolls of butcher paper, body bags, evidence bags for the rope, and litters to carry the remains off the mountain. We should alert the medical examiner's office to arrange transport. That leaves us needing a generator, floodlights. Is there any chance we can get a green gator up that trail we just hiked?" "No," Harold answered. "Is there another path?" "No." "Damn." Rachel resumed chewing her lip. "I'm calling in 2 more teams. If hiking is our only option, we need more people." Hey, over here!" A new shout cut through from deeper in the woods. "I've got movement! I swear to God, this one's alive! Holy hell!" Rachel exclaimed, and they all broke into a run. "We need a ladder," one deputy yelled. Another countered, "Wait, I can shoot it down." Rachel pushed her way between the 2 deputies, planting herself firmly under the dense fir. "Step back, this is my scene." The officers retreated, and Rachel stood with her hands on her hips, her gaze fixed on the wrapped form suspended above. Kimberly noticed the movement at the same moment her team leader did a low swell, then a subtle shudder higher up. A cold dread crept up her spine, and the troubled expression on Rachel's face confirmed they shared the same grim suspicion. "Harold?" Rachel's voice was low. "I can't say for sure," Harold replied, his tone more hushed than Kimberly had ever heard it. "We have to verify," Rachel said softly, "just in case you never know." But her words carried no optimism, only a weight of deep apprehension. She drew a long breath. "All right, we lay the tarp right here." She pointed to a spot on the ground directly beneath the hanging bundle. We'll need to lower it onto the tarp before we can safely unwrap anything, Harold. He had moved to the tree trunk and was running his fingers over its surface. Notice these marks, spaced evenly? I'm guessing our subject used climbing spikes, the kind linemen use for utility poles. He ascended here to get the rope over the higher limbs, then he could come back down and pull from the end, would require significant strength unless there was some sort of pulley rigged above, or he had an accomplice, or both. What's the rope material? Rachel asked. Let's see. Harold pulled out a pair of binoculars and focused appears to be nylon. Whoa, the whole thing is swaying now. Rachel, I really don't believe. I know, but we have to be certain, Harold. It's the only way. Harold took a steadying breath. I'll go up. He tested a lower branch. I think I can get out far enough to cut the rope without touching the knot, and then let whatever's inside plummet to the earth? Rachel asked pointedly. Right, okay, scratch that. Harold reconsidered. I'll climb up, get a closer look at the setup, and figure out our approach. Proceed. Harold pulled on a pair of thick leather gloves and began his ascent, moving cautiously from branch to branch. Sal drifted over to where Kimberly was watching. How exactly does one retrieve a body from a tree? He whispered. Beats me, she murmured back. They definitely skipped that lesson at recovery training. That thing isn't alive, is it? Highly unlikely. Then what's causing it to shift? We're about to find out. Harold was now about 10 feet up, carefully inching along a limb toward the body. The branch bowed under his weight. He let out a tense whistle. I've found the rope end, he called down. It's a pretty intricate setup. The line is threaded through several branches, acting like a crude pulley. If I make a partial cut here, then climb higher and pull hard, I might get enough slack to lower the form down, at least partway. How far is partway? Rachel pressed. How should I know? Harold snapped back, a rare flash of irritation that made both Rachel and Kimberly glance at each other in surprise. He seemed to collect himself and pushed on. We could try a ladder, he started to suggest, then stopped short. Ah, hell. The bundle stirred again. The nylon sheath distended against the crisscrossed ropes binding the shrouded shape. These weren't the movements of limbs trying to break free. It looked unnatural, like some separate entity writhing beneath the surface. Rachel? Harold's voice was tight from above. All right, use your best judgment, but preserve the knot. No kidding. Harold muttered under his breath, eliciting another round of raised eyebrows. The sound of a saw working against rope followed, then a heavy, worried sigh before Harold continued climbing toward the highest point of the makeshift pulley system. The branch was visibly slimmer than the one below, and as Harold inched forward on his belly, it started to sag. Everything seemed to unravel in an instant. The rope, already weakened, parted at the cut with a sharp crack lashing upward through the leaves. Harold let out a shout, his gloved hands scrambling for the nylon line as the entire weight plunged downward, jerking to a violent stop after a 5-foot drop. Good Lord, he gasped, his voice tight. I can't hold. It's slipping. Damn it. His grip failed, and the bundle dropped another several feet before the rope snarled in the branches, arresting the fall once more. Harold didn't hesitate, sliding down the trunk in a cascade of pine needles. He reached the sturdy lower limbs, edged out a long one, and seized the rope again. Heads up, he called, working the tangle free. The form descended the final distance, met by 2 deputies who guided it onto the spread-out tarp below. Up close, the shape was unmistakably human, shrouded in a camouflage-patterned fabric and secured with thick brown cord. The nylon rippled oddly, and with a startled cry, one of the officers stumbled backward. Okay, everyone, Rachel said, taking charge as Harold dropped from the tree, and the team circled the twitching bundle. If you're not me, step back. We do this carefully and by the book. She pulled on booties, a hairnet, a mask, and gloves. The tarp was their contained scene, designed to catch any evidence that might escape the wrapping. Rachel's role was to prevent contamination. Let me do it, Harold offered immediately, reaching for the knife in her hand. It's all right, Harold. This is why they pay me the big salary. Despite her confident words, Rachel approached the form with clear caution. For the first time, Kimberly caught the scent, faint but unmistakable, of decay. Harold knelt at the tarp's edge. Kimberly moved beside him, Sal joining them. They watched as Rachel carefully stepped onto the blue plastic, her eyes tracing the heavy rope that began at the ankles and spiraled up the body. She was hunting for knots. Kimberly knew preserving them could be critical, a lesson learned from infamous cases like the BTK investigation in Kansas. Rachel located the first knot at the ankles. Moving just above it, she slid her knife blade beneath the cord and began working through the tough nylon. It took a moment of steady pressure, then the rope gave way, slacking from the feet. Rachel pulled gently, easing the cord from under the form, beginning the slow unwinding. The whole shape shifted slightly, almost seeming to exhale. Rachel paused, then continued. She was now crouched near the head, most of the body angled away from her, a prudent position for a quick retreat. She worked the final length of rope from around the neck. Now Kimberly could see the folds of the fabric, how it was wound around the figure. "All right," Rachel said softly. "Starting at the middle, everyone stay alert." She stood bent over and grasped the first seam of fabric at the waist. With a firm pull, the form erupted. It was like a popcorn bag bursting open. Kimberly thought in a flash of surreal panic. The loosened material flew apart, and a torrent of spiders poured forth, a chaotic rush of black and brown, large and small, eight-legged shapes scrambling frantically from their nylon tomb as Rachel shrieked and fell back, and Harold jumped to his feet, yelling, "Would you look at that?" Then a rifle shot echoed from the woods and crimson blossomed across Harold's shoulder, and he cried out again, this time in pained surprise, "Well, look at that!" Harold crumpled to the ground. "Take cover!" Rachel shouted, already diving for the brush. As Sal threw himself over Harold's wounded body, Kimberly lunged toward her father and Rainey, pressing behind a large boulder. In that instant, they all discovered what the Bergerman truly did best. The rain finally ceased, a sliver of sun piercing the clouds only to be swallowed again by the deepening gray of evening. By unspoken pact, Rita and the boy kept the lights off. They kept watch from the dim kitchen, a temporary sanctuary where they nibbled on crackers and cheese, washing it down with occasional sips of orange juice. Earlier, they had maneuvered a heavy old wardrobe through the house, bracing it firmly against the back door, which Rita had identified as their most vulnerable spot. She then fetched piles of worn bedsheets, holding them taut while the boy nailed them over the ground floor windows. She didn't want that man outside to have a clear view inside, to study their movements and plot his next move. If he did shatter the glass, she hoped the thick layers of fabric would snag and delay him, maybe buying them a handful of critical minutes. 3? 4? She wasn't certain. As they moved from room to room, shoring up their makeshift fortifications, a grim irony settled over her. These frantic efforts to keep one man out were also sealing them in. She kept that thought to herself. The boy had fashioned a makeshift sheath from a torn pillowcase, strapping his knife to his thigh. He was carrying enough weight already. She hadn't called 911 or tried the county sheriff, partly because she knew the sight of a uniform would send the boy fleeing into the night, but also, what exactly would she report? They were at war. They knew their enemy and the nature of the coming fight. On paper, however, she had nothing concrete. She'd never met the man from the old Victorian house, never exchanged a single word or met his gaze. She feared their first real encounter might also be their final one, but she was stubborn, and she had her Colt. She clung to the belief that she and this boy might still have the final say. By 5, as the light failed and shadows stretched across the floorboards, she let out an exaggerated yawn. It had been an endless night, followed by an even longer day. Her body ached for the lumpy comfort of the parlor love seat. They needed to sleep in shifts, wasn't that what proper sentries did? For a fleeting moment, she wished Joseph's ghost could offer some tactical advice. She was a novice at this kind of siege. The boy was watching her, waiting for her next instruction. "You should get some rest," she said. "Sleep until midnight, then we'll both need to be alert. I'm not tired." "Don't be foolish. Even soldiers need to recharge." What good will we be tomorrow if we're both exhausted? He's coming tonight, but he isn't here now. So sleep, child, while you still can. He frowned, but the logic, or perhaps his own deep fatigue, won out. With a reluctant nod, he trudged toward the staircase, his steps heavy. I'll set a timer, she called softly after him. I'll wake you in 6 hours. Make it 3, he insisted from the stairs. Then it's your turn. 6. At my age, sleep is a fleeting visitor. The body knows eternal rest is coming soon enough, so it hardly bothers with the practice runs. He didn't protest further. She noticed how his shoulders were slumped, his feet dragging as if each step was a burden. He was braced for the worst, she realized. Every time he closed his eyes, he half expected it to be for the last time. How long had he lived like that? And even if they survived this night, what did dawn truly hold for a boy like him? If he ever chose to speak, she suspected his stories would be darker than anything even Joseph had witnessed in his time. A sudden, fierce longing surprised her. Lord help me, she thought. I wish I were younger. I'd keep this child. I'd hold him through the night terrors, smooth his hair when he woke up screaming, and remind him on the bleak days that the darkness he carried wasn't his to bear, that he remained innocent and worthy of love, that there were people in this world, people like her, who were honored just to know him. She had never been one for prayers, but in the quiet gloom she found herself forming one anyway. In Rita's world, you didn't wait for things to happen. You made them happen yourself. Yet here she was, whispering a prayer into the gathering dusk. She prayed for strength, and she prayed for the boy because love for him had carved a new space in her heart. She knew with a cold certainty that a woman nearing 90 stood little chance against a man like the one on the hill. Destiny was closing in, and all she had was a plea for courage. Exhaustion must have taken her, because the next thing she knew, the sharp trill of the doorbell jolted her awake, nearly sending her tumbling from the wooden kitchen chair. A soft knock followed. Pushing herself up from the table, curiosity drew her toward the front room. The weight of Colt's pistol, a secret comfort tucked into the waistband of Joseph's old trousers, hidden beneath his favorite green flannel. Could the man be so bold as to just knock? A grim thought struck her. For all her planning, she'd overlooked a simple truth. The boy wasn't legally hers. If that man arrived with the police, her claim would vanish in an instant. She was grappling with this helplessness when she reached the door, carefully peeling back a corner of the draped sheet to peek out the side window. No hulking figure waited there. It was just the young woman from down the street, chewing gum loudly while dangling the neighbor's enormous black tomcat by the scruff of its neck. Midnight had likely been up to his usual tricks, digging in a flower bed or stalking some poor creature. Rita thought the girl had little room to complain, living in a double-wide trailer with a yard mostly made of weeds. Their interactions had been limited to distant observations. Rita had seen her coming and going at all hours, presumably working some late-night job. The girl knocked again, her expression growing impatient, so Rita began working the locks. She'd barely cracked the door open before the girl shoved the cat toward her. Midnight let out a furious yowl. "This your cat?" the girl demanded, giving him a shake. "That's Midnight, he belongs next door." "If he belongs next door, then what's he doing camped out on your patio? Looks to me like he's pretty settled here." "He's a tomcat, he's settled everywhere." Rita's tone was dry, almost amused by the absurdity of the argument while true danger loomed elsewhere. The girl's scowl deepened with skepticism. She took a step forward, still holding the squirming cat, and invaded the doorway. "Listen, I'm done with this animal. You care about him at all? You'll keep him inside. Next time I catch him tearing up my yard, I'm gonna pepper his hide with buckshot. For heaven's sake, he's not even. Rita." The voice from behind her was so quiet it was almost lost. She turned halfway and saw the boy standing in the hallway doorway. The look on his face told her everything. She had made a catastrophic error. "Hey, Scott," the girl said, her voice flat and cold. "Bergerman says hello." In one fluid motion, the girl hurled the tomcat at Rita. Rita stumbled backward, her feet catching in the loose fabric of Joseph's pants. She crashed to the floor, a sharp, sickening crack echoing from her hip as pain exploded through her side. Midnight panicked, raked his claws down her forearm before leaping away across the room. "Run!" Rita managed to cry out, her voice weak. "Run now!" The boy bolted. The girl paused just long enough to deliver a stinging slap across Rita's face before pulling a handful of plastic zip ties from her pocket. "I'll catch up with him soon enough," she said, her voice devoid of emotion. She efficiently looped one tie around Rita's thin wrists and pulled it brutally tight. "That should keep you occupied, Grandma." Then the front door slammed shut and the girl was gone, chasing her prey. Rita lay on the floor, the pain in her hip radiating down her leg, anchoring her to the spot. She couldn't move her legs. She couldn't free her hands, her first real encounter with malice, and she had been defeated in under a minute. A hot sting of tears welled in her eyes, not just from the pain, but from the crushing weight of her failure. The urge to weep was a weakness she couldn't afford. Pushing her face into the damp earth, she clenched her jaw against the swirling agony and forced herself forward, one painful inch at a time. "Joseph," the name was a breath against the soil. "Hold a place for me. Give me strength for this final night. Our reunion will not be long now." Chapter 42. Spider evolution, though, has mostly murderous ends. From Spider Woman, by Burkhard Bilger, New Yorker, March 5, 2007, the forest erupted. A chaotic symphony of gunfire echoed from every direction. The deputies, and likely the feds too, firing in panicked bursts into the shadowy trees. Their wild shots were a desperate screen for Sal as he struggled to pull Harold's inert form toward the giant rock sheltering Kimberly, Rainey, and Quincy. 15 yards off, Rachel Childs was pressed against a pine, her Glock in one fist and her radio in the other, voice raw from screaming. "Officer down! We are taking fire on Blood Mountain! I need immediate backup, air support, and a medevac. I don't care who you send. Get them here now!" Kimberly gripped her own weapon, eyes scouring the woods for a target while her mind screamed at Sal to move faster. He managed another few feet. A rifle shot split the air, and Sal threw himself over Harold as wood splintered from a tree beside them.
"There,"
Quincy hissed, pointing to the left. Kimberly laid down suppressing fire, allowing Sal a moment to heave Harold forward again. It was a hopeless sight, one man trying to drag 180 pounds of dead weight across open ground. Someone had to help, her muscles coiled, instinct ready to launch her into the open. And then she froze. She couldn't go. The life growing inside her anchored her to the stone. She could gamble with her own safety, but she had no right to gamble with her child's. The bitter irony tasted like copper in her mouth. One of her first acts as a mother would be to watch from cover as a teammate died. Another distant boom. Sal dropped. Kimberly fired again, joined by the others in a futile barrage against an invisible shooter. Beside her, Quincy was breathing hard, one hand steadying Rainey, the other on Kimberly's arm, his gaze locked on the tree line. "Kimberly," he began. "Just go," she snarled, the words tearing from her throat. "Damn it. Someone has to help him." Quincy broke from cover in a sprint. Kimberly resumed firing, acutely aware of Rainey's rigid posture beside her and the hot, silent tears tracking through the grime on both their faces. Another shot echoed just as Quincy reached them. The GBI agents staggered but stayed upright. Together, Quincy and Sal hauled Harold between them, his body bouncing brutally over the rough terrain. For a second hope flared, they were almost there. Then a shot cracked, and Sal jerked sideways and fell. From the corner of her eye, Kimberly saw Sheriff Duffy rise from behind a fallen log, rifle stock snug against his shoulder. He aimed at a fleeting glint in the distance and fired, his solid frame absorbing the kick. In that heartbeat, Quincy dragged Harold the last few feet to safety, and Rainey darted out to guide a stumbling Sal behind the rock. Duff ducked back down. An abrupt, unsettling silence swallowed the forest. Harold's shoulder was a ruin. Kimberly tore the fabric away, trying to clear the dirt from the mangled flesh. His pulse fluttered weakly beneath her fingers, his eyes showing only whites without a hospital. He was gone. Sal slumped against the boulder, clutching his side. Rainey peeled back his bloodied dress shirt to reveal a deep, angry groove along his ribs. The gash looked agonizing, yet in the grand scheme he was holding up fairly well and recognized it. "We're going to need medical gear," Kimberly said quietly. "Gauze, sterile wash, something to disinfect. It's all in the bags over there." "Where exactly are the bags?" her father asked immediately. Kimberly tilted her chin toward the far side of the rock, and her father leaned out just enough to grimace. "That's a risky stretch," he noted. Most of their gear remained out in the open clearing, a solid 20 feet of unprotected ground away. "We have to try something, because Harold is deteriorating fast and it's not like paramedics are about to come barreling through these trees." "I'll go," Sal insisted, already trying to push himself up. "Oh, stop it and stay put. You've collected enough hero points for today. Time to let someone else have a turn." Sal attempted to look insulted, but the sheer discomfort won out and he remained seated. "You're not seriously suggesting?" "Nope, I'm on nurse duty, which means Dad or Rainey gets to play the action hero." "We'll both make the run," Rainey stated. "Maybe it'll confuse him. 2 targets might split his focus." Kimberly raised an eyebrow at that reasoning but didn't object. She bundled her jacket under Harold's legs to elevate them, then put 2 fingers to her lips and whistled sharply. Rachel peered out from behind a pine. Kimberly relayed the plan through a quick series of hand signals. Rachel gave a nod, and gradually the instructions were passed along the line. When Rachel looked back, Kimberly counted down from 5 on her fingers. As her hand closed into a fist, Quincy and Rainey burst from cover and the agents hidden in the forest laid down covering fire. 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds. Rainey and Quincy reached the packs. Each snatched up 2, 10, 11, 12, 13. They scrambled back toward the boulder, bodies low, legs pumping, making themselves as small as possible. 14, 15, 16. They skidded behind the rock, dropped to the dirt, and the woods went quiet again. Kimberly let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, only to notice Sal had slumped over unconscious. So she tore open an antiseptic wipe from the kit and pressed it to his bleeding side. Sal jolted awake with a yell, and from somewhere in the distance, Kimberly was almost certain she heard a low chuckle. "I need to keep going." Sal was mumbling over and over. "Need to get off this mountain. I promised my mom. This isn't right." Rachel had reached the boulder. She was tending to Harold, rinsing the agent's injury with saline before securing it with a clean bandage. She looked up now, studying Sal's pale, sweaty face. "Going into shock?" she whispered to Kimberly. "No." Sal answered the team leader directly, gritting his teeth against the pain. "Just facing facts. Losing 1 kid, that's plenty." He'd managed to prop himself against the boulder, breathing heavily. "Stop fidgeting," Kimberly snapped at him, her voice hushed but firm. "You're a nightmare to look after. You think he's still out there? Let's just say I'll breathe easier when the rescue choppers arrive with their heavy artillery." She kept her words casual, but she and Rachel shared a worried look. The radio had kept sputtering static until Rachel finally muted it, worried the noise would give away their position. It had been 10 minutes without any new movement, but that silence was unnerving. Had the gunman retreated, or was he quietly working his way through the undergrowth, about to emerge right at their backs? Quincy had taken Kimberly's Glock, and he and Rainey were doing their best to maintain a watch. Yet the feeling of exposure was undeniable. They were on the shooter's territory, not their own. Out on the tarp, the decomposed remains had finally gone still. Even the spiders had vanished, leaving only the partially dried corpse, a grim testament to what Dinchara was capable of. The quiet itself felt like a trap, and in that tense stillness, Sal's muttered promises to his mother hung in the air, a raw personal thread in the midst of the tactical dread. Kimberly turned back to Sal, lifting a bottle of water to his mouth. He seemed paler and more shaken than the wound itself should have caused, but Rachel's earlier point echoed in her mind. Shock and the crash after adrenaline could do that. "Is your mother still with us?" she asked, keeping her voice steady as she wiped his brow and examined the gash along his ribs. He gave a weak nod. "Yes." Her fingers pressed a little too firmly against the torn skin, and he hissed in a sharp breath.
"Easy there. Sorry, how about your father? Don't know.
She picked away a fresh speck of grit, his jaw tightened. Mom threw him out years back. Took her a while to realize it wasn't on her. What wasn't? My brother, vanishing. He left on his own? Sal shook his head slowly. Taken. He was just 9, too little for the streets. Kimberly studied him, a faint memory surfacing of a past conversation about his family.
But you mentioned once,
She said gently.
that your dad had a temper, that he wasn't gentle with his hands.
Another shake of his head, this time accompanied by a pained shift against the ground.
Got worse after my brother went missing. The old man started drinking heavier. Never found him. I'm sorry. Yeah, time passes, you know? You stop feeling the cut and just live with the scar until something pulls it open again. A line from some old film. A kid riding a beat-up bicycle.
Or that photo of Aaron Johnson tucked in Ginny's wallet.
Why that photo? Seriously, the dark hair, the narrow face, those tired eyes, looks like it could have come right out of our family album. Kimberly shrugged. She'd never really pictured Aaron Johnson as a living person, only as the body she'd found on her hotel room floor. Want to hear the ironic part? Sal went on, a hint of color finally returning to his cheeks. My brother's case, that's why I put on the badge. The detective running it, Ron Mercer, seemed unshakable. I thought if I could be that tough, nothing bad would ever touch us again. He offered a pained, crooked smile. Guess that plan didn't quite work out. Quincy had crouched beside them, his expression focused. Sal, you're certain you don't know what became of your brother, after 30 years? My mom and I, we've made our peace with what probably happened. No, Quincy said quietly. I don't believe you really know. Then, at last, came the welcome thrum of rotors cutting through the air as the first helicopter cleared the ridge of Blood Mountain. What followed was a tense ballet of motion, the SWAT bird lowering a rescue litter and armed officers on ropes, Duff and the others scanning the tree line for any sign of the shooter. When it became clear the gunman had withdrawn, the team moved quickly, loading Harold onto the litter and sending him skyward. Another 30 minutes passed before the next chopper arrived for Sal, who only agreed to be strapped in after some persuasion. Kimberly climbed in beside him, a quiet courtesy extended to a pregnant agent that left her both grateful and uneasy. Her father and Rainey took the third aircraft, and one by one every federal agent and county officer was lifted from the clearing and flown down to the command post. The first person Kimberly spotted was Mac, waiting at the edge of the landing zone, his face drawn with worry. Then he saw her and a grin broke through, a smile so full of relief she felt it hit her chest even from 30 yards away. She glanced down at Sal, still secured in the litter. He lifted a hand in a quiet farewell. Go on, he mouthed. She didn't hesitate. She ran straight into her husband's arms, feeling them wrap tightly around her, and the baby they were waiting for. He whispered that he loved her into her ear, and for now, in the safety of that embrace, it was everything she needed. Night finally settled over the scene, the distant wail of sirens fading as the ambulance carried Harold away. Rita dragged herself into the kitchen, her breath coming in ragged, desperate gasps. It reminded her of a dog she'd once seen, struck by a truck and struggling to rise from the asphalt. That animal had managed a few pathetic feet before collapsing. She only needed to cover a little more ground. Her focus was fixed on the telephone hanging on the wall. She could report anything, a break-in, a fire, an assault. The specifics didn't matter. If she could just knock the receiver down and dial 911, she was an elderly woman. They would respond. Maybe they could still reach the boy in time. The house above her was eerily quiet, save for the occasional groan of a floorboard under careful weight. The girl was hunting, Rita was sure of it, with the boy hidden somewhere. She prayed he'd found a clever spot, one that would grant him precious minutes. She inched forward another 6 agonizing inches, writhing on her stomach. Her uninjured leg pushed weakly against the linoleum while her wounded side lay numb and heavy. She could feel the hard press of the Colt against her thigh. At this pathetic pace, she was more likely to shoot herself than anyone else. Her fingers, bound too tightly by the girl, were cold and tinged with blue, useless for gripping the weapon. So she squirmed,
a slow, humiliating crawl, her eyes locked on her goal. She had just reached the base of the kitchen counter, the phone cord swaying mockingly above her head. If she could find a chair, maybe lever herself up on her elbows and bat at it with her tied hands. Just what in the hell do you think you're doin'? A man's voice thundered from behind her. Rita flinched, twisting painfully toward the sound. A foolish part of her hoped it was a neighbor, drawn by the commotion. She already knew luck wasn't on her side. A man stood over her, a flashlight beam cutting through the dark. As he pushed up the brim of his red baseball cap, the light caught his forehead, revealing not skin, but a cluster of glowing, unblinking yellow eyes. "You were right next to Harold when that first shot rang out?" Quincy stated, his gaze fixed on Sal. "If Harold hadn't moved when he did, that bullet would have found you." Sal sat on the bumper of an ambulance, holding his shirt up as an EMT worked on his side. He had stubbornly refused transport to the hospital. Quincy, Rainey, Kimberly, and Mac stood nearby, watching the young medic assess the damage. Sal winced as the tweezers probed his flesh. "Ow, easy! Told you the hospital was a better idea," the EMT remarked calmly, extracting another bit of fabric from the shallow wound. "Ginny mentioned Dinchara insisted those envelopes of IDs be delivered directly to you." "Why you, Sal? Doesn't that strike you as odd? Missing persons, it's a personal interest of mine. I told you that already." Kimberly shot a look at the GBI agent. "So Dinchara targeted you over a hobby? Now who's not connecting the dots?" "It makes as much sense as him leaving his little trophies on my car windshield," Sal grumbled. "If the guy wanted to mess with me, there are simpler, faster ways to do it." "Efficiency isn't the point for men like this," Quincy countered, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Their actions are driven by emotional rituals, often complex and deeply personal. Here we have an individual who feels utterly powerless in his daily existence. His fantasy world is built on total control. He revels in secrecy, in manipulation. He is the spider, patiently spinning a web for his chosen fly. Baiting a trap specifically for you, inciting your involvement, would feed that emotional need, that vision of himself as the ultimate predator, even if it seems illogical. Understand the drive, and you can find the killer." "You must kill the one you love," Kimberly said softly, almost to herself. She turned her eyes to Sal. Maybe, after all this time, some part of him still does. Sal had finally gone quiet in the ambulance. "My brother is dead," he stated, though the conviction had drained from his voice. Under the cover of night, Rachel officially closed the mountain, declaring the summit a restricted zone until a tactical team could secure it with sniper support. The investigation was paused. Everyone needed rest. Rachel left for the hospital to check on Harold, promising to call with any update. Quincy and Rainey returned to their hotel, while Mac and Kimberly offered Sal a ride, seeing he was in no condition to drive himself. Sal sat silently in the back, his side bandaged, his blood-stained shirt hanging loose. Every law enforcement agency nationwide was now alerted with the scant details they had on Dinchara. His actions had instantly landed him on the FBI's 10 most wanted list, and officials were already drafting statements for the major news networks. By sunrise, Dahlonega and the surrounding woods would be flooded with state troopers and National Guard units. If today felt like a horror film, tomorrow promised to be a full-blown media circus. In these moments, Kimberly just prayed no one else would get caught in the crossfire. She personally doubted Dinchara would attempt an international escape. In her mind, he was more like Eric Rudolph, the Olympic Park bomber who vanished into the Appalachian wilderness for years, surviving off the land. Dinchara had that same rugged skill set and solitary nature. And then there was the unresolved matter of Ginny Jones and the missing boy to consider. It made her wonder. Her phone buzzed. She checked the local number and answered. "Special Agent Quincy. Deputy Roy here. We spoke earlier about the Jones girl." "Oh, I remember," Kimberly replied, her tone dry. "The young woman your department set free after she helped try to kill a federal agent. It's a hard detail to forget." Roy gave a low laugh. "Technically, you should direct that frustration toward the judge. Don't worry, I plan to the second I'm back in town." I'm sure you will. Listen, Rick and I felt pretty bad about how everything went down, especially after what happened up on Blood Mountain. Especially, Kimberly echoed. So we put our heads together. Rick recalled seeing Ginny Jones hugging a man near a vehicle. He went down to the courthouse and pulled the security footage from the parking lot this afternoon. And, sure enough, the man walks off, but you can see Ginny climb into the passenger side. It's a blue Nissan hatchback, Georgia license plate. Kimberly scrambled for a pen, scribbling the details. Outstanding work. We're putting out an APB, of course, but we figured you'd want to hear it straight from us. We do a bit more around here than just eat fried food and complain about the wildlife, you know. Do you actually shoot possums? Let's not get into that. You're welcome, Agent, truly. Kimberly ended the call. She exchanged a look with Mac, then caught Sal's eye in the rearview mirror. Okay, she said, a new energy in her voice. I've got a thought. We've been assuming the younger boy didn't go on those hikes with Dinchara and Aaron, right? Kimberly began, directing Mac toward Dinchara's old neighborhood. Mostly because the waitress at the Smith house only ever saw Dinchara with a teenager, a small child would have been a serious liability on such a steep, supply-heavy trail. Okay, Mac said, catching up. But what if he didn't leave the boy alone? What if Dinchara had someone he trusted watching the kid, someone to make sure he didn't wander off or try to run? Like Ginny Jones, Sal said from the back seat, his voice gaining a thread of focus. Exactly. And maybe that's the real reason he was willing to drop $10,000 to get her out of jail. Because he was determined to come after us. Or more specifically, you, Sal. He would need someone to watch the child. That much made sense. Mac's voice was low as he followed Kimberly's gesture onto the winding country road that led into the old neighborhood. I can follow that logic until we actually drive into his old stomping grounds, he murmured. Kimberly kept her eyes ahead. All the way up the hill, she directed. About 3 miles in, last house on the right. Or just look for a heap of charred wreckage, Mac added dryly. Which brings me to my question. You said the house burned down, so the child can't be there. No, but according to the neighbors, Ginny Jones wasn't there either. Nobody reported seeing a girl at that address, but we know she spent considerable time with Aaron and Dinchara. It makes me wonder, what if she has a local place of her own? But she works in Sandy Springs, Sal countered. We saw her apartment. A cramped one-bedroom, Kimberly acknowledged. Handy for nights she's working the streets. But remember what Ginny told us, Dinchara's side business is online adult films, and both she and Aaron performed for him. So she must come up here sometimes to be part of that operation. Why hasn't anyone in the neighborhood noticed her? We know she's with Aaron. We believe she babysits the younger boy. She has to have her own spot nearby. It's the only explanation. Somewhere close, where Dinchara could keep tabs. Like right there, stop, wait, next driveway, then pull over. Mac eased the car forward another couple hundred yards and parked at the next property. What are we looking for? A blue Nissan hatchback, like the one parked outside that house with the large covered porch. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we just found Ginny Jones. They agreed Kimberly would stay with the car while Mac and Sal approached. She would call for backup. Her tone was a little too agreeable, and Mac eyed her with suspicion before kissing her firmly. She gripped his shoulders and kissed him back. Sal glanced away. Then the two men were at the trunk retrieving Mac's gear, bulletproof vests, a shotgun, extra ammunition. Kimberly got on the radio, informing dispatch they'd located a vehicle matching an active all-points bulletin and were proceeding with caution. She requested backup with discretion, no lights, no sirens. With any luck, Mac and Sal could draw Ginny out and wrap this up before it escalated. They'd arrest the girl, recover the child. After the day they'd had, they could all use a clean win. The men moved quietly down the street and were soon absorbed by the deepening shadows. The man flipped Rita onto her back. She cried out as the movement jarred her injured hip. For her trouble, he slapped her hard. He was rugged, this one more formidable than the girl. He rifled through the thick folds of her clothing, quickly finding the Colt and wrenching it from her waistband. Straightening, his teeth gleamed in the dim light. Armed against me or the boy? Bet you don't realize just how much trouble that kid really is. The things he's already done. He chuckled to himself, as if sharing a private joke she could never grasp. Then he hauled her off the floor and shoved her roughly into a kitchen chair. This time she bit her lip to stifle a scream, but the fresh surge of pain made the room swim. She felt close to passing out. He must have thought so too, because he slapped her again, snapping her back to focus. Out of the corner of her eye, she thought she saw a faint shift behind him, a shadow dancing along the wall. "Joseph," she pleaded silently. "Please, Joseph, if ever there was a time to make some noise." But the shadow solidified into a distinct shape. It was the girl descending the stairs and dragging the boy behind her. "'Bout time you showed up," the girl said. She pushed the boy forward. He stumbled and fell at the man's feet, his cheeks streaked with livid red marks, some already beaded with blood. He hadn't gone quietly, the girl's arms showed matching scrapes, and she now clutched his blade in her hand.
He was hiding in the attic,
the girl said. Pathetic little coward. The man bent, seized the boy by the collar, and yanked his head up until their eyes met. "What was my rule? There's no escape. You're mine." The boy stayed silent, his expression blank and distant. Rita could see him retreating inward, preserving whatever shred of self he had left. The man recognized it too. "All right then, boy. You know what comes next?" The boy didn't speak or flinch. "You defied me. Now you pay for it. Let me do it," the girl cut in eagerly. "Shut your mouth. Haven't you made my day hard enough already?" The girl went quiet. The man studied the boy. Rita braced for a sudden act of violence, a punch, a kick. Instead, the man's eyes swept the room before landing on the Colt pistol resting on the kitchen table. He lifted it. "Boy!" he commanded. "Over here." The boy stood and moved forward. The man gestured toward Rita, tied and suffering in the wooden chair. "You did this to yourself. I warned you, no outsiders. I told you exactly what would happen if you ever reached out. Do you recall my words?" The boy's eyes fell. With a sharp slap, the man struck him across the cheek. "Look at me when I'm speaking. Do you remember? Do you?" "Yes, sir," the boy murmured. "I don't make empty threats, boy. I always mean what I say." Then the man swung the pistol toward Rita's forehead. "Tell her goodbye." "Goodbye," the boy whispered. Just as Rita shut her eyes and steeled herself for the bullet's blow, another crack echoed. She opened them to see the boy knocked to the floor from the force of the man's backhand. "You think I'd let you off that lightly?"
"You think him some kind of saint, or just plain dumb?"
"No, please, no," the boy whimpered, his voice trembling. "On your feet, boy." The boy stood. "Take this gun." The boy reached for the Colt. "Now put that bitch down." The boy turned and aimed at Rita. This time she kept her eyes open. She wanted him to see her face, to understand she held no blame. Behind him, a cupboard door swung open on its own. The man spun around. "Who's there?" "Joseph," Rita thought desperately. "Please, Joseph." A drawer shuddered and slid open. What in the hell? Then pots began rattling in the cabinet. The tea kettle inched across the stovetop, and the faucet twisted on, water gushing out. The man stood frozen in the kitchen center and screamed at Rita, "Who is doing this?" It came to her then, maybe from the girl's earlier taunt, or perhaps with Joseph's unseen nudge. She said, "The Burgerman sends his regards." The man bellowed in rage. The boy squeezed the trigger. Outside, at the front of the house, Mac and Sal moved quietly up the porch steps. They stayed low beneath the windows, each taking a side to peer through the glass before pressing their backs to the exterior walls.
"Windows are covered,"
Mac whispered. Sal nodded from across the doorway.
"Looks like Ginny values her privacy."
Mac reached for the knob and found it turned freely.
"Unlocked,"
he signaled. Sal raised an eyebrow at the bit of luck, then shrugged.
"Okay, let's move."
Just as Mac began to push the door open, a furious roar erupted from inside, followed instantly by a gunshot. Sal already had his radio out, barking the address, shots fired, requesting immediate backup, all units respond. Then he and Mac crouched and burst into the front room. "Police! Everyone down! Drop your weapons!" Kimberly had just leaned forward to adjust the car radio when a sharp rap on her window startled her upright. Her hand instinctively flew to her shoulder holster before her eyes focused on the face outside, framed by pink foam curlers. It was the neighbor from last night, or was it early this morning? The one she and Sal had spoken with while Dinchara's house smoldered. Kimberly pushed the door open and stepped onto the pavement. "You're with the police, aren't you?" the woman asked, her voice tight with anxiety. "Is everything all right?" "There's trouble next door," the neighbor said, pointing urgently. I glanced out my bedroom window and saw a light on in the attic. Someone taped something to the glass. It looked like the numbers 911. Kimberly's gaze snapped toward the house in question. "You mean the place where the young woman lives?" The neighbor shook her head, frowning. "Young woman? Rita's no spring chicken. She's pushing 90 if she's a day. Her family's lived there forever." Now it was Kimberly's turn to be puzzled.
I thought you meant the house beside it, the one with the big wraparound porch. That's the one. No girl lives there. Not that I've ever seen. Does a girl visit, maybe sometimes? Never noticed one, but a man showed up about 20 minutes ago, wearing a bright red baseball cap. The pain hit him first, a shocking and unfamiliar sensation. It had been so long since he'd registered anything from his own body that he'd assumed his nerves were dead, scorched into numbness.
His skin was just a shell, and he preferred it that way. But now his side blazed as if set aflame. He clutched at it, flinching at the fresh agony, his fingers coming away slick and warm with his own blood. He turned toward the boy. The kid fired again. This bullet tore into his shoulder, spinning him halfway around. He was still on his feet when he heard another deafening blast, then another, each impact a white-hot brand. His legs gave out, and he sank slowly to the floor, his eyes fixed on the water-stained ceiling. Were the shadows up there shifting? He imagined he saw the burgerman's leering face and let out a faint whimper. The girl was screaming. Why was she screaming when he was the one full of holes? He wished she'd just be quiet. He wanted silence from her, from the gun, from the brutal noise echoing in his skull. Then new voices cut through the chaos, deep and commanding. "Police! Hands in the air! Drop the weapon!" The girl shrieked again. He heard the old woman urging the boy, "Put it down, honey. It's over now. Just set it down." He could feel his life leaking out, pooling beneath him on the worn floorboards. He knew what dying felt like. He'd witnessed it enough, that first boy, so long ago, sagging then crumbling. And the girls, one after another, their blood swirling down the drain while he watched, enthralled until they were just empty dolls. And he was left feeling not like a king, but like a child who'd outgrown his toys. Until he found the next one, of course, and the next. The girl had the gun now. The police were shouting at her, and the old woman was yelling for the boy to get down. She'd always been trouble. That's why he could never finish her. The challenge, the struggle to break her, that was the real thrill. Maybe she'd shoot him too. She'd probably enjoy it. A stray thought flickered. What about the baby? His, Aaron's, someone else's. And in these final seconds, a grim relief washed over him. He was glad to be dying. Glad he'd never see that child. Glad he wouldn't get the chance to ruin another life. Then a window in the back of the kitchen exploded from the corner of his eye. He saw the girl whirl toward the sound. A dark shape hurtled through the air, slammed into her knees, and drove her hard to the ground. A heartbeat later, a detective, his clothes smeared with crimson, pushed himself up from the floorboards, the weight of the Colt heavy in his grip. "Brother," the man breathed out. Sal's gaze finally lifted to meet his eyes. Kimberly hadn't been able to squeeze through the window. She'd been forced to wait, her heart hammering against her ribs, until Mac shifted the heavy armoire and unbolted the rear door. She'd sprinted around the perimeter of the house, spotting the solitary flashlight beam cutting through the kitchen's darkness, and the muffled voices had told her all she needed to know. She'd hurled the rock toward Ginny's silhouette, a silent plea that the chaos would give Sal and Mac the opening they needed. Now, under the harsh glare of the overhead light, Mac had switched on. The scene was laid bare. An elderly woman was curled in a kitchen chair, wheezing in agony, while a young boy with an empty stare knelt silently beside her. Ginny Jones was face down a few yards away, wrists and ankles secured, and Sal was crouched over the form of a man lying in a widening pool of blood. Vincent, Sal's voice was a ragged whisper. Vinny. His hand came up to touch his brother's cheek, the tenderness in the gesture almost too painful to witness. I'm sorry, Sal murmured, the words a broken chant. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Saw you that day. I'm sorry. Wanted to see Mom. Come home. Saw you. Shh, shh, good son, in your uniform. Not me. You were right about the burger man, grinding naughty boys to dust. Shh, just rest now. Not strong, not like you, hurt. Tired, so tired. I'm right here, Vinny. I'm not going anywhere. Azalea bush must find azalea bush. It's okay. Everything's going to be okay. I wish, the man managed, a final, shuddering breath. I wish. Then he was gone. Sal gathered his brother's lifeless form into his arms, his shoulders shaking with silent, wrenching sobs. Epilogue. The recovery operation on Blood Mountain lasted 8 grueling days. Each set of remains was meticulously placed upon a clean sheet, carefully shrouded, and transported down the steep slopes on a specially designed litter. A team of forensic anthropologists took charge, establishing a temporary lab in the county morgue where they could remark in hushed, almost reverent tones about the remarkable preservation of the mummified bodies. It was a rare find, corpses suspended in the wilderness for years, yet holding so many secrets. The potential for research was immense. Relatives of long-missing women were contacted regarding the protocol for submitting DNA to cross-reference with the recovered remains. A database was established, and the slow, meticulous process of testing began. With families warned the answers might take 6 to 9 months, Ginny Jones, in a calculated move, submitted her own DNA, publicly stating she wished to identify her mother's body. Kimberly doubted her sincerity. How much had Ginny truly cared? It clearly hadn't prevented her from forging a monstrous partnership with a monster. The state prosecutor hit Ginny with 6 counts of accessory to felony murder, arguing she had deliberately led other women to their deaths and assisted in the kidnapping of a child, 7-year-old Joshua Ferris, also known as Scott. Ginny played the victim, describing her own kidnapping, rape, and brutalization at Dinchara's hands, claiming cooperation was her only path to survival. Just listen to the tapes, she insisted, the endless recordings of his crimes. Ironically, the sole recording that survived the fire that consumed Dinchara's home was the one Kimberly had made of that very first anonymous call from Aaron. The rest were ash. But the bodies remained. Those silent, desiccated witnesses speaking volumes about the depths of one man's depravity. Sal had taken an indefinite leave from his job. Kimberly tried calling him twice, but he never picked up or called back. Word around town was that he was dedicating all his time to his mother. The initial media frenzy had been deafening, with lurid headlines splashing every grim detail, forcing them into a quiet seclusion. The rumor mill also churned out another tidbit. Sal had initiated legal proceedings for DNA testing on Ginny's unborn child. If the baby was Dinchara's, he and his mother intended to fight for sole custody. Kimberly couldn't help but wonder if their efforts would ever feel sufficient, or if they'd just spend endless nights staring at the ceiling, braced for some new horror to unfold. Life, however, kept moving forward. Harold healed from his injury and went back to his job, greeted by a governor's commendation and a wave of public applause. When Kimberly's team surprised him with a pair of custom-made Limmer hiking boots, his cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Rachel embraced him with such force that office whispers immediately turned to speculation about wedding bells. Meanwhile, Kimberly's own shape transformed. She grew round and full, so much so that seeing her own feet became a distant memory. Just as she'd predicted, Mac often had to kneel down to fasten her shoes, at least until her maternity leave began. With her due date just a fortnight away, she threw herself into setting up a nursery in their Savannah apartment, while Mac buried himself in his new role, racing to get settled before their world changed completely. So Kimberly lost herself in the details: soft gingham fabrics, painted teddy bears along the wall, all the sentimental touches she once would have dismissed but now cherished completely. She pressed curtains until they were crisp, wiped dust from every ceiling fan blade, and even scrubbed the top of the refrigerator. In a sudden burst of urgency, she bought a locked medicine cabinet and insisted Mac install it that same evening. There was no way she'd bring a newborn home to an open drawer full of pills. In her quieter moments, when she wasn't swept up in that frantic late pregnancy nesting, her mind would wander. Spotting a spider weaving its web on the porch, she'd think of Dinchara, the playful boy he used to be, and the resilient man he'd grown into. And she would recall Aaron and that final, unreadable expression on his face right before the gunshot. Aaron, it turned out, had once been Randy Cooper from Decatur, snatched on his walk home from school a decade ago. His family reclaimed his remains. His sister Sarah, now a student at Harvard Law, came home for the burial. Sarah stood before a small group of neighbors and officers, offering thanks on behalf of her family. They were thankful for the chance to say a real goodbye, aware that many other families never get that peace. They decided then and always to remember Randy as the cheerful, grinning kid he'd been, not the tragedy that later defined him. Kimberly often pondered whether Sal was fighting that same battle daily, how to best hold onto the memory of his brother. She added extra deadbolts to every bedroom window. A full home security system with a panic button was professionally installed. She chose a video baby monitor that let her watch the nursery from any room. It might have seemed excessive, even anxious, but perhaps this was simply what a woman who'd spent her career in law enforcement and had already lost too much of her family needed to do to breathe easier. Mac never challenged her. He gave her the space to do what she felt necessary, and whenever she found the words to voice her deep-seated fears or her fragile hopes, he always stopped to listen. A week before her due date, Kimberly's contractions began. With Mac holding her hand, and with Rainey and Quincy rushing in to be there, she delivered a baby girl, Elizabeth Amanda McCormack. 3 days later, they brought little Eliza home. Mac took a short leave from work, and together they passed the days in a joyful haze of tiny diapers and endless admiration for 10 perfect fingers and 10 perfect toes. After long discussion, they decided Eliza had Mac's dark hair but Kimberly's sharp chin. She clearly had her mother's quick mind and her father's steady strength. As for the impressive lung power during her meltdowns, well, each parent quietly blamed the other for that genetic contribution. Eventually, Mac returned to the office. Kimberly remained at home and found to her surprise that she was all right. The rhythms of nursing, soothing, and caring for an infant weren't the prison she dreaded, but a fresh and fascinating set of puzzles to solve. She could manage this for a while. 6 months, she mused. Maybe even a year. That felt like a good plan. And so, for the first time in a long time, Kimberly allowed herself to simply take things slow. Kimberly cradled her daughter, her world narrowing to the soft weight in her arms. They took long walks to the park, and she rose faithfully every few hours through the night to rock little Eliza back to sleep. In those quiet months, with her baby nestled against her, Kimberly felt a profound sense of completion. Life wasn't flawless, but it gifted her moments that felt absolutely whole. "I love you, Eliza," she whispered, smiling at the sound of her daughter's gentle snores. "Strawberry ice cream," my mom announced, was my favorite. She served me a bowl that first night home, and I ate it all, pretending to recall a preference I wished was for chocolate. Everyone assures me that life will return to normal. I'm told I'm lucky, a survivor. Something terrible occurred, but now, supposedly, life will return to normal. I feel like Pinocchio, endlessly waiting to awaken as a real boy. For now, I fake sleeping on top of my bed covers instead of hiding beneath them, where I can watch the door unseen. I pretend not to notice my parents never leave me alone with my sister. I ignore the sound of my mother crying down the hall every evening. Life will return to normal. But I doubt I ever will. On the hardest days, my dad drives me the 2 hours to Rita's place. I chop wood, pull weeds, mow her lawn. Her bad hip limits her movement, so she always has work for me. Best of all, she never asks me questions. She just assigns chores and tells me to get moving. Rita is unapologetically herself, and I suspect she isn't normal either, which is why I like her. Sometimes, while hacking away at dandelions, I find myself talking, words spilling out in a torrent. I work harder, speak faster, and Rita just hands me more lemonade. With her, it's okay. At Rita's, I feel safe occasionally. My dad returns while I'm still pouring my heart out. He'll join in, chopping wood or painting porch spindles, and I dare say Rita ends up with the sharpest-looking house on the street. She deserves nothing less. I often wish I could stay there forever, but eventually I have to go home. Life will return to normal. I don't sleep. Behind my closed eyes, I see visions I doubt other boys see. I know things I'm sure they don't. The thought of school or my old friends is unimaginable. Instead, I play dolls with my baby sister, obeying her every command. I think of it as training. Sooner or later, I'll master how to be a 6-year-old girl, which seems a far better plan than being myself. My mom took me to a therapist. I drew pictures of rainbows and flowers, and he looked at me with such deep disappointment that I switched to birdies and kitty cats, goldfish and unicorns. I told Rita about it later. She laughed, but I could see the concern in her eyes. On the worst days, we'd just rock on her front porch, her hand holding mine. "You are strong, child," she'd say. "You're tough and smart. Don't you let him take that from you? Don't you give him that power?" I promised her I wouldn't, and we both silently forgave the lie. Rita lived to be 95. She passed in January. I found her that Saturday in her front parlor, one arm slipped into her mother's old coat. Joseph was sitting right beside her. It was the first and only time I ever saw him. The moment I opened the door, he looked up, gave me a kind smile, and vanished. I didn't cry at her funeral. Rita had a good death, a peaceful one. It gave me my first faint flicker of hope. Someday, I want to go like that, simply sitting on my sofa, ready to walk out the door. I like to imagine Rita now, running with Joseph around the old apple tree, keeping a watchful eye over me. Public school didn't work out. I tried to be that real boy, but the truth is, I'm not. Another kid started in on me, calling me a faggot, telling everyone I liked to suck dick. He'd make loud slurping noises every time I walked down the hall. He was big and brawny. I was too small to confront him, and he knew it. I finally told my father. He raised holy hell, and the kid got suspended. That bought me 5 days of quiet from one kid, but it opened the floodgates for a whole school of them. Before long, the entire cafeteria would erupt in a chorus of sucking noises the second I walked in. Kids don't like me. I've always known that. They stare. They whisper, trying to puzzle out what went wrong and if it could happen to them. I scare them, and no amount of adult intervention is ever going to fix that. These days, I'm at a private school, small classes, plenty of authority figures to keep everyone in check. I don't bother trying to make friends anymore. I just get through the day. Surviving is the one thing I've mastered. My sister loves me. She's the only person on the planet who hugs me without that tiny, hesitant pause, without first wondering if she should. She just throws her arms around my neck. "Joshi," she'll shout. "Joshi's home." Some days I'm convinced I endured everything just to hear her say that. I get moments. Not many, but they're there. Times when it's almost acceptable to be me. So I hold on to that, because I have to hold on to something. I have to become something, or Rita's right. He won. Even from the grave, he's stolen me from myself. I refuse to let that stand. I killed him once. I'll be damned if I let him haunt me now. Then, one sleepless night, it hit me. My mind was a riot of old images, and I hated everything, my clothes, my room, the scratch of the carpet. I hated the walls of this house and the dark window that watched me like a sightless eye. I hated my parents most of all, with their constant worried looks as if any minute now I should be magically repaired, when if they'd done their job right in the first place, I never would have shattered. I headed to the kitchen for matches but stopped cold in the living room. The computer, memories I'd never shared with the police, came rushing back. I sat down. It didn't take long to find them, or more accurately, to make them believe they had found me. For 3 hours I played the part, typing their language, thinking their thoughts. I understand how these men operate. At 5 in the morning, hearing my father get up, I shut everything down, slipped back to my room, and collapsed on the bed. When I woke, my path was clear. I took a few online courses, did some targeted research. That was all the preparation I needed. Now, 3 nights a week after midnight, I go hunting. Special Agent Salvatore Martignetti is back with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, working a drug task force. I read his quotes in press releases about big busts. See his photo, that grim face, those shadowed eyes. Sometimes from a certain angle, he looks so much like Dinchara I have to stop myself from putting a fist through the monitor, but I don't. Special Agent Kimberly Quincy is back at work with the FBI. Though her cases are harder to trace, the Bureau is smarter about their digital footprint. So I found her daughter instead. Little Eliza Quincy McCormack enrolled at a local Montessori preschool. The whole class roster is online. The page says parents only, but it only took 3 guesses to crack the password, the headmistress's initials. It's laughable how many places think they're secure when they're really just entertaining people like me. Ginny Jones is in a state prison, finishing a 12-year sentence. The jury bought the Young, Pregnant Victim Act and only convicted her as an accessory. I haven't found the child yet, but I will. In the meantime, Ginny's earned computer privileges by getting cozy with the guards. I've become her new pen pal. She can't wait to meet me someday. The feeling is entirely mutual. I am patient. I am careful. I am the spider in the corner, quietly spinning a web after checking in on my old acquaintances. I move to the main event. I visit the sites, the forums, the hidden chat rooms. I make new friends, and I share with these men everything I know. I promise them excitement. I promise them a live show. All I need first is a little information, and once I have it, I strike. I drain their bank accounts dry. I drain their credit lines to the last cent, then open fresh accounts using their identities. I establish second mortgages through digital banks and secure new lines of credit. I slip into their digital skins, a ghost in the financial machine. Every dollar I can trace gets rerouted to the National Center for Missing Exploited Children. It starts as a trickle, a few thousand here and there, then swells into a torrent of hundreds of thousands. I leave them with nothing. Frankly, it's a fitting repayment. They could sound the alarm, I suppose. But to do that, they'd have to hand over every financial statement and their complete internet history to their spouses, their colleagues, law enforcement. I sometimes picture the exact moment it dawns on them, when they understand those astronomical credit card bills aren't a clerical error, when those alerts from their payment apps about suspicious transactions aren't just spam, when they log in and see their checking account is a barren zero, and that shiny new line of credit is already spent. Oh, the beautiful irony. Their McMansion will get a foreclosure notice slapped on the door. That luxury SUV in the driveway, repo men will have a field day. Their bank accounts will be locked up tighter than Fort Knox, their credit cards useless plastic, and their favorite online haunts? Well, let's be real, the subscription services for their vile habits don't tend to extend credit to broke, ruined men. I wonder what that final realization truly feels like. When it sinks in that they are utterly finished, completely exposed, and permanently done, when they understand the rest of their days will be spent as a labeled exhibit in someone else's collection.